Chen Xiao lived with his aunt while attending university. One day, a system awakened within him. Ding! System unlocking. Target person detected for binding. Reward: 10 attribute points. Reward: a report on future stock information. Aunt by Jia. Elegant, cold, and glamorous. May she remain so. Chapter 1. Aunt by Jia. Fresh out of the shower, Chen Xiao stared at his reflection in the mirror, lost in thought. Just moments ago, a system notification had echoed in his mind. He had awakened a system. A system? It had been 5 years since he transmigrated to this world. From the initial fear and unease to gradually fitting in, he had resigned himself to being an ordinary transmigrator, no different from the natives here except for his memories. Yet, just as he was about to graduate from university, his cheat code had finally arrived. System. Chen Xiao tentatively whispered in his mind. Host, I am here. The cold electronic voice rang out again, clear and distinct. It was real, not an illusion. Chen Xiao suppressed his overwhelming excitement, taking deep breaths to calm himself. 5 years. He had finally waited for this day. Explain the system's functions, he said. Affinity system, designed to help the host build positive relationships with others. By increasing a target's affinity toward the host will receive corresponding rewards. When affinity reaches specific thresholds, special rewards or lottery opportunities will be unlocked. Higher affinity means more generous rewards. Simple and straightforward, exactly what Chen Xiao liked. Get rewards just by boosting affinity? That sounded not hard at all. As he pondered this, a soft click suddenly came from outside, the sound of the security door opening. Chen Xiao slipped on his slippers and walked out. The living room was dark, with only a warm yellow nightlight glowing by the entrance. In its light, a slender figure leaned against the wall, struggling to take off her shoes. It was Bai Jia, home at last. This was Bai Jia's house, a 3-bedroom apartment in a mid-range residential area of Ninghai City. 5 years ago, Chen Xiao's mother, Shanzi, had asked her best friend Bai Jia to look after her son while he attended university in Ninghai. Since then, Chen Xiao had been staying here. Though it was called boarding, it was more like a shared rental. Chen Xiao would symbolically pay a small amount of rent and utilities each month, but Bai Jia always declined, often refusing to take the money at all. Aunt Bai, you're back. Chen Xiao stepped forward. A faint scent of alcohol mingled with Bai Jia's unique fragrance drifted over. Bai Jia looked up. Her cheeks were flushed in unnatural crimson, and her eyes were hazy. She had clearly drunk a lot. When she saw Chen Xiao, the corners of her mouth curved into her usual gentle smile. Xiao Xiao, still up? Her voice carried a tipsy laziness, different from her usual clear tone, adding a unique charm. Just got out of the shower. Chen Xiao reached out to steady her swaying body. Why did you drink so much? It's nothing, Bai Jia mumbled, her body going limp as most of her weight leaned onto Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly composed himself and helped Bai Jia walk inside. Right then, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detectable target for binding. Bai Jia. Bye now. Chen Xiao froze mid-step, stunned. Bind Bai. He subconsciously glanced down at the woman in his arms. Bai Jia's eyes were closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her breath carried a faint hint of alcohol. Perhaps due to the wine, her already fair skin was tinged with an alluring pink, smooth and flawless under the light. Though she was 40, time had been unusually kind to her. There were only faint, almost invisible fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Far from diminishing her beauty, they added a touch of mature charm. Chen Xiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he looked away. Aunt Bai was his mother's best friend. She had always treated him like her own nephew. But the system? Please confirm immediately, host. This binding opportunity cannot be re-triggered if missed. The system urged. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. Screw it. Bind first. Think later. Boosting affinity. Wasn't it just being nicer to Aunt Bai, making her happy? That was something he should do anyway. Bind, he whispered in his mind. Binding target. Bai Jia. Binding successful. Target name. Bai Jage. 40 current affinity. 60 friendly. Ding. Host has successfully bound the first target. Receive a newcomer gift pack. Ding. Target's initial affinity reaches 60. Reward. 1 lottery opportunity. A series of notifications perked Chen Xiao up. An initial affinity of 60? It seemed Aunt Bai had really cared about him all this time. The friendly level also matched their current relationship. And a newcomer gift pack, plus a lottery chance. Chen Xiao's mood lifted, and his grip on Bai Jia's arm grew firmer. Aunt Bai, let me help you to your room to rest, he said. Bai Jia mumbled in response, letting Chen Xiao guide her into the bedroom. Chen Xiao carefully settled her onto the soft king-size bed, then knelt down to take off her high heels. Bai Jia had beautiful feet, small and delicate, with rounded toes painted in light pink nail polish. He pulled over a thin quilt, wanting to cover her. But Bai Jia seemed to feel hot. She frowned, kicking the quilt off with one foot. Not only that, she also found her coat uncomfortable, so she dazedly took it off and tossed it aside. As the coat slipped off, it revealed the silk camisole nightgown underneath. The lotus pink straps were thin, outlining her rounded shoulders and delicate collarbones, a hazy, breathtaking beauty. Chen Xiao's cheeks burned after just one glance. He stood up abruptly, his heart pounding like a drum. Do not look at what you should not look at. Do not look. Aunt Bai, rest well. I'll head out now. Chen Xiao's voice carried a faint, unnoticed fluster. He turned to leave in a hurry. But just as he took a step, his wrist was grabbed by a soft, cool hand. Chen Xiao froze and turned back. Bai Jia had opened her eyes at some point. Her gaze was still hazy with intoxication, but she had firmly grasped his wrist. She pulled slightly, and Chen Xiao lost his balance, leaning forward. In the next second, Bai Jia leaned in and kissed him. Chen Xiao's eyes widened instantly, his mind going completely blank. Chapter 2. The 10 million grand prize. An hour later, in Bai Jia's bedroom, Chen Xiao lay on his side, with Bai Jia beside him. Her breathing was steady. Her cheeks flushed, and her serene sleeping face was captivating. Everything that had transpired moments ago felt like a dream, yet was palpably real. Chen Xiao found himself wide awake, brimming with a peculiar clarity instead of sleepiness. He subtly shifted his body and silently chanted, "System, claim the beginner's gift package. The beginner's gift package has been activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving 8 body attribute points. Congratulations to the host for receiving designated lottery winning numbers. First prize, prize money, 10 million. 10 million grand prize." Chen Xiao's heart raced. Though he had anticipated this moment, witnessing the reward in front of him was still exhilarating. With this sum, his post-graduation life would be secured, even serving as capital for his ascent. And there were 8 attribute points. He promptly summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chen Xiao. Strength, 6. Endurance, 5. Speed, 5. Stamina, 5. Note: the average value for a normal adult male is 5. Chen Xiao gazed at these unremarkable values and resolutely began to allocate his points. After a brief contemplation, he decided on a balanced enhancement. Strength 2, Endurance 2, Speed 2, Stamina 2. Attribute points allocation complete. Almost instantaneously after the system notification, Chen Xiao felt an indescribable warmth surge through him, his muscles visibly becoming firmer and more fluid. He wiggled his fingers, distinctly sensing a newfound strength in his joints. Taking a deep breath, he noticed a significant increase in his lung capacity, his mind becoming notably clearer. His previously somewhat myopic vision was now remarkably sharper. This transformative sensation was utterly delightful. Host current attributes. Strength, 8. Endurance, 7. Speed, 7. Stamina, 7. Reveling in the changes within his body, Chen Xiao felt a profound satisfaction. His attention then shifted to the series of numbers that had appeared in his mind. Welfare Lottery Double Color Ball, Issue 202X. Winning numbers, 0, 3, 0, 7, 11, 18, 25, 31, 12. These numbers were etched in his memory with startling clarity. He had one more lottery draw opportunity. Chen Xiao recalled the reward for achieving an initial favorability of 60 and commanded, "System, initiate the draw." The draw begins. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a precise memory of the stock trends for Tongfei Technology and Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals over the next 15 days. Another splendid reward. Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. The anticipated fluctuations of these two stocks over the next fortnight flashed through his mind like cinematic snippets, each pivotal price point, each surge and correction crystal clear. He scrutinized the trajectories of the two stocks and discovered that they would not experience significant volatility in the next week, with a real upward trend commencing thereafter. It seemed prudent to first cash in the lottery ticket. Chen Xiao quickly resolved to secure that 10 million in cash to alleviate his immediate concerns before investing in the stock market, allowing his wealth to multiply and financial freedom to be just within reach. As Chen Xiao reveled in his plans for the future, dawn gradually broke. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtain-s gap, illuminating Bai Jia's delicate face. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Initially dazed, her expression suggested she had yet to fully awaken from the remnants of sleep and intoxication. She instinctively shifted her body, only to realize someone was beside her. Bai Jia abruptly turned her head. Upon seeing Chen Xiao beside her, she froze, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. The fragmented, blurry, and chaotic memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. She had been intoxicated. Chen Xiao had assisted her back to her room. She had taken the initiative to grasp his hand, and then, Bai Jie gasped, sitting upright, her cheeks instantly flushed. Why you Bai Jie stammered, her lips trembling, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. She inhaled deeply, attempting to compose herself, yet her voice quivered. Chen Xiao, you should leave. Her gaze evaded his, unable to meet Chen Xiao's eyes. Bai Jie bit her lip, her face burning, willing the events of last night to be forgotten, urging him to forget as well. She longed to conclude this awkwardness swiftly and return everything to its previous state. However, Chen Xiao did not rise and depart as she had anticipated. Instead, his gaze bore a previously unseen intensity and assertiveness. Bai Jie felt a wave of discomfort under his scrutiny, her heart racing. And she couldn't help but urge him again. You should hurry before she could finish her sentence. Chen Xiao suddenly sat up and grasped her arm. Bai Jie's body stiffened, caught off guard, as Chen Xiao leaned down. Bai Jie's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 3. Strike while the iron is hot. Bai Jie abruptly shoved Chen Xiao away, hastily beginning to dress. Her movements were a blend of awkwardness and urgency. The bedroom was filled only with the rustling sounds of her dressing. Chen Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, observing her flustered silhouette, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Once Bai Jie was fully dressed, she took a deep breath and, regaining her composure, stated, Chen Xiao, let us consider last night an accident. Her tone bore a semblance of warning, yet also a plea, infused with a sense of helpless struggle. Chen Xiao remained silent for a moment, merely watching her with curiosity. Bai Jie, why did you drink so much last night? Did something happen? Bai Jie's body tensed imperceptibly. Then she averted her gaze, replying, It's nothing, just a social gathering with clients. I had a few too many. She paused, forcing a smile onto her face, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder speaking to a younger one. You're just a child. Don't concern yourself with my affairs. Just be good. The word good held a slightly veiled significance in Chen Xiao's ears at that moment. He could sense Bai Jie was concealing something troubling her. Yet, since she was unwilling to share, he thought it best not to pry further, especially given the complexity of their current relationship. He nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, and began dressing himself. The two of them silently prepared, the atmosphere still somewhat tense. I'll go make breakfast first. Bai Jie broke the silence, seemingly unable to endure the stillness, and quickly exited the bedroom. Chen Xiao watched a retreating figure disappear through the doorway, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After breakfast, Chen Xiao excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to at school, and departed from Bai Jie's home. Instead of heading directly back to school, he first visited a nearby lottery sales outlet. Following the clear numbers etched in his mind, he purchased a single double color ball lottery ticket. Just one ticket, huh? The middle-aged shopkeeper remarked casually, noticing Chen Xiao's solitary purchase. Yes, just testing my luck. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, handing over the payment and carefully placing the ticket, bearing the promise of 10 million, into his pocket. The drawing would take place in 3 days. Those 3 days were ample time for him to prepare. After acquiring the lottery ticket, Chen Xiao took a taxi back to Southeast University. Upon returning to his dormitory, room 302, he discovered only one person inside. Song Shu, his closest roommate in college, was currently slumped over a desk, his silhouette exuding an air of desolation, surrounded by several empty beer cans. Old Song? What's going on here? Drinking during the day? Chen Xiao approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Song Shu lifted his head, his face marred by a profound sense of defeat and despair. Xiaoge, you're back. What has happened? You look utterly lost. Chen Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down, urging his friend to guess whether he had quarreled with Xia Lingling again. At the mention of her name, Song Shu let out a bitter chuckle, reaching for the remnants of a half-empty beer can and gulping down its contents. We broke up. He lowered his head, his voice muffled. She said I can't provide the life she desires and ran off with some big spender who showered her with tens of thousands in gifts in a live stream. Xia Lingling, the belle of the finance department in her junior year, had been Song Shu's girlfriend for over a year. She was indeed beautiful, albeit a bit superficial. As Chen Xiao and their friends would privately remark, she often hinted, both overtly and subtly, for Song Shu to buy her this and that. Coming from a modest background, he scrimped and saved, even secretly took on part-time work to meet her demands. Little did he expect that it would end this way. For the sake of some top-tier spender, Chen Xiao was at a loss for words. Has she lost her mind? Can you really trust those online personas? She claims that this guy runs a local business, has a car and a house, and can provide her with a good life. Song Shu mocked himself with a wry smile. Unlike me, a poor student, unsure if I can even stay in Ninghai after graduation. Seeing his friend's heartache and disappointment, Chen Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. He patted Song Shu's shoulder, saying, "It's not worth it for that kind of woman. I understand that, but it still hurts." Song Shu sighed, rubbing his face vigorously. "All right, let us not drown ourselves in sorrow here." Chen Xiao stood up, declaring that he would invite Lao Lu and Lao Zhou out for dinner that evening, insisting on treating them, vowing they wouldn't return until they were thoroughly inebriated. Okay. Song Shu hesitated for a moment before nodding. The afternoon classes passed in a haze for Song Shu. In contrast, Chen Xiao was fully engaged, his enhanced physical condition having significantly sharpened his focus and memory. Physics formulas that once seemed obscure now appeared much clearer. Finally, when the class bell rang, Chen Xiao immediately grabbed Song Shu and called out to Lunan and Zhou Heng in their group chat. The four of them found a bustling roadside eatery near campus. After downing a few bottles of cold beer, Song Shu opened up, alternating between tears and curses, pouring out his grievances about Xie Lingling. Lunan and Zhou Heng took turns offering comfort, continually refilling his glass. Cried out, "Let all out. Damn it, a woman like that. The sooner you part ways, the better." Exactly. Out with the old and with the new. I'll introduce you to someone better someday. Chen Xiao mostly remained silent, simply keeping him company and occasionally adding dishes to Song Shu's plate. Once Song Shu had cried enough and vented his emotions, he finally set down his glass and spoke earnestly. "Old Song, stop crying. Listen to me. We shouldn't waste our energy on women like that. What we need to do is make money, or a lot of money. Once you are wealthy, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, she'll regret it. That will be the ultimate slap in the face." Song Shu, gazing through his haze of drunkenness at Chen Xiao, burped, "Make money? Easier said than done for a broke student like me." Lunan and Zhou Heng turned their attention to Chen Xiao. "Don't worry," Chen Xiao reassured, patting his chest. "Stick with me, and there'll be plenty to eat. I promise. It won't be long before you're rolling in wealth and can really show that woman." Infected by Chen Xiao's confidence, Song Shu, though slightly dazed from the alcohol, cracked a smile. "All right, Xiao, I'm with you. We'll buy a sports car and honk in front of her." Clearly, he took Chen Xiao's words as drunken banter, yet it did bring him some comfort. Lunan and Zhou Heng joined in the excitement. "Yeah, honk the horn. Beep beep." Laughter filled the air, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere, and they resumed their revelry. Only Chen Xiao knew that he was not joking. The time for retribution was nigh. Once the lottery winnings were claimed in 3 days, he would set his plan into motion. Chapter 4. 3 million. As the clamor of the eatery gradually faded and night deepened, Chen Xiao bid farewell to the three who were still supporting each other and cursing as they left. He hailed a taxi and returned to the neighborhood where Bai Jie lived. The moment Chen Xiao stepped into the foyer, he was met with the sound of a fierce argument emanating from the living room. It was Bai Jie's voice. "Shen Haoren, are you out of your mind? 3 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Qing is my daughter. There's no way I will let her be with a gambling addict like you. Give up that thought. I'm telling you, I will secure custody. Don't even think about using her to threaten me. I have no money. Even if I did, I wouldn't give a single cent to someone like you. You bastard." Bai Jie's voice reached a crescendo, suddenly cutting off and giving way to a stifled sob. Chen Xiao paused mid-step, brows furrowing. "Shen Haoren? Bai Jie's ex-husband?" It seemed they were arguing over the custody of their daughter, Shun Qingqing, and that man was demanding an exorbitant sum of 3 million. He treaded lightly into the living room. The lights were on, and Bai Jie was facing away from the entrance, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly in tears. Hearing the movement behind her, she spun around abruptly, her face still marked by tear stains. Seeing Chen Xiao, she froze momentarily before hurriedly wiping her tears, forcing a smile that was more painful than her crying. Xiao Xiao, you're back. I was just having a loud phone call. Did I disturb you? I'm sorry. Her forced cheerfulness tugged at Chen Xiao's heartstrings. He stepped forward and gently enveloped her in an embrace. Bai Jia instinctively tried to pull away. Don't move. Chen Xiao said softly, let out. Don't hold it in. His hand caressed her back tenderly, and the pent-up feelings of helplessness and grievance within her surged forth like a dam bursting. Bai Jia buried her face in his shoulder, finally releasing the suppressed sobs. Chen Xiao allowed her tears to soak through his t-shirt, feeling her vulnerability and despair. After a while, Bai Jia's cries gradually subsided, though her body continued to tremble softly. Chen Xiao released her, cradling her face in his hands, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears. Bai, I heard the phone call just now. It was Shen Howard, right? He asked, demanding 3 million for custody of Qingqing. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Bai Jia's eyes reddened once more. Don't worry, he reassured her firmly. We'll bring Qingqing back, and the money won't be an issue. Bai Jia abruptly lifted her head, disbelief etched across her face. What did you say? Money? Do you have any idea how much that is? 3 million. She scrutinized Chen Xiao's youthful features, a college student who hadn't even graduated yet. Where could he possibly find that kind of money? 3 million? Even 3,000 would be a significant amount for him, she thought. Taking a step back, she created distance between them. Chen Xiao, what happened last night was an accident, and we both need to forget about it. She inhaled deeply, as if to reinforce her determination. I will figure out the money situation on my own, and you don't need to worry about it. You're still a student. Focus on your studies. That's what really matters. Upon concluding her words, she appeared to flee, swiftly turning and entering the restroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Chen Xiao stood rooted in place, gazing at the firmly closed door with a resigned shake of his head. It seemed that Aunt Bai had dismissed his remarks entirely, considering them mere impractical comforts typical of children. Nonetheless, in 3 days' time, when he presented the money before her eyes, it would be intriguing to see how she would respond. Inside the restroom, Bai Jia leaned against the cold door panel, gradually sliding down to the floor. She shed the fade maintained before others, revealing only an overwhelming sense of fatigue and bewilderment. Curling her knees to her chest, she buried her face within them, helpless tears surging forth once more. 3 million. How dare that scoundrel Shen Howard utter such a demand? She was acutely aware of his gambling addiction and the mountain of debts he had accrued, yet she had never anticipated his audacity to leverage their daughter for monetary gain. Qingqing was her lifeblood. She could never allow her daughter to be ensnared by such a father. But what of the money? Her clothing store had seen mediocre business over the past few years, barely maintaining a balance between income and expenses, and with the daily expenditures and Qingqing's tuition and living costs, her savings amounted to merely a few $100,000. Even if she sold the shop and this apartment, time would not be on her side, and furthermore, where would they reside after selling their home? Would she truly have to resort to high-interest loans? Bai Jia vigorously shook her head, unwilling to delve any deeper into these thoughts. At that moment, her phone in her pocket vibrated several times, signaling a WeChat notification. Wiping her tears, she retrieved her phone. The screen illuminated with a group chat titled Sisters Breaking Waves. Xiao Wanqing, Jia, how are you? That bastard hasn't harassed you again, has he? Gu Qingli, Bai Jia, I just called you but you didn't answer. Please reply to the group message. Has Shen Howard, that dog, asked you for money again? How much does he want? As she read the concerned messages from her friends, Bai Jia felt a warmth envelop her, the previously overwhelming sense of despair slightly subsiding. She sniffed and began tapping on the screen. Bai Jia, yes. I just spoke with him on the phone, and we had a quarrel. Gu Qingli, damn. What does he want now? Is he using Qingqing as leverage again? Xiao Wanqing, how much does he demand? Bai Jia hesitated momentarily before typing the truth. Bai Jia, he wants 3 million to completely relinquish custody of Qingqing and cease future entanglements. Once the message was sent, silence enveloped the group for a few seconds. Gu Qingli, 3 million? That's insane. How dare he? Xiao Wanqing, 3 million. He driving you to a dead end. Jia. How much can you mobilize? By Jia, I can gather all my savings, and with some effort, I might scrape together around 1 million. Gu Qingli. 1 million still leaves a gap of 2 million. Damn it. Xiao Wanqing. Jia, don't panic. Let me think of a way. I might be able to come up with around 120,000. Qingli. What about you? Gu Qingli. I just invested in some financial products, so the bulk of it is tied up. However, I do have some cash on hand, and with a bit of credit card maneuvering, I should be able to manage around 80,000. Gu Qingli. That totals 200,000. Xiao Wanqing. Yes. If we can gather 200,000 from us both, along with your 1 million, it will amount to exactly 3 million. Let us first settle that bastard and secure Qing's custody. We sisters will bear the financial burden together. As she read her friend's unwavering words on the screen, Bai Jia felt her eyes moisten once more. She understood that Wanqing was a university professor with a stable but modest salary, and 120,000 was certainly no small sum for her. Qingli worked in a brokerage firm, appearing glamorous, yet the risks associated with investment were substantial. Being able to produce 80,000 in cash likely meant she had drained her resources. Bai Jia, Wanqing, Qingli, thank you so much. Beyond gratitude, she found herself at a loss for words. Gu Qingli, no need for thanks. We've been sisters for years. That scoundrel Chen Xiao deserves 1,000 tortures. Xiao Wanqing, let us first tackle the immediate issue. Jia, when do you need the money? We'll prepare it as quickly as possible. Bai Jia, I need to think it over. Though her friends were ready to assist her in gathering 3 million, a heavy weight still pressed upon Bai Jia's heart. The 1 million she could muster was nearly all her wealth, and the 2 million owed to her friends left her uncertain when she would ever be able to repay them. With a long, deep sigh, Bai Jia's expression was clouded with worry, the cold tiles of the restroom floors seeping into her very bones. Chapter 5. 8 million received. The following 2 days were filled with a heavy atmosphere at home. Bai Jia appeared noticeably haggard, the faint blue shadows beneath her eyes barely concealed by makeup. Although she endeavored to maintain her usual gentle smile in front of Chen Xiao, the exhaustion and anxiety lurking beneath her smile were unmistakable to him. The atmosphere between them had turned subtly awkward. Bai Jia seemed to deliberately avoid unnecessary contact. Chen Xiao, observing this, understood her struggle and refrained from pressing her as he had that morning. On the 3rd day, the sun shone brightly. Bai Jia left for her clothing store early, claiming she needed to take inventory. The spacious living room was left empty, with only Chen Xiao remaining. He opened his laptop and navigated to the official lottery website's live draw page. In a live stream, the host delivered a rather mundane introduction, followed by the notary reading the rules. Chen Xiao impatiently focused on the countdown timer ticking away at the bottom of the screen. Finally, the lottery machine began to spin. Orange ping-pong balls tumbled and collided within the transparent container. The first number ball dropped, 03. Chen Xiao's pupils dilated, his heart racing. It matched. The second number ball, 11. Another match. Chen Xiao's fingers instinctively clenched. The third, 25. The fourth, 18. The fifth, 07. The sixth, 31. All 6 red ball numbers were identical to his selections. Chen Xiao felt as though he might stop breathing from the exhilaration. Only the final blue ball remained. The lottery machine whirred to life again, the blue ball bouncing inside. The last blue ball number was 12. It was a match. All were correct. First prize, 10 million. Holy crap. Chen Xiao sprang up from the sofa, an overwhelming wave of euphoria flooding through him. He had truly won. This was no dream. The sequence of numbers provided by the system had indeed yielded a staggering 10 million in prize money. Calm down, he urged himself, taking several deep breaths. Though the grin on his face was impossible to suppress. With his windfall, Ant by S3 million dilemma would be a trivial matter. He quickly dressed, grabbed his ID and the winning ticket worth 10 million, and prepared to head to the city's lottery center to claim his prize. Just as he reached the door, his phone's WeChat notification chimed incessantly. It was the global domination group chat for Dormitory 302. Lunanzhou, holy crap. Did you guys see the news? Someone in Ninghai City won a 10 million jackpot. Zhou, I just saw it too. Which lucky bastard is that? I'm so envious. Song Shu, damn it. If I won 10 million, the first thing I'd do is throw money in that gold digger Xiao face. Lunanzhou, come on, old song, be ambitious. If I won 10 million, I'd buy a big house first, then a sports car, and then Zhou Heng exclaimed, cars, houses, beautiful women. What a pinnacle of life. Observing the envious and jealous reactions of several members in the group chat, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He took out his lottery ticket, held it up to the sunlight, snapped a clear photo, and promptly shared it in the group. He then followed up with a simple phrase, humble as I am. The group was instantly plunged into silence. After a tense pause of several seconds, Song Shu broke the stillness. Lunanzhou added, what the hell? Zhou Heng inquired, Brother Xiao, is this for real? Did you just Photoshop that picture? Lunanzhou demanded. Chen Xiao, don't scare me. Is that lottery ticket genuine? Chen Xiao assured, absolutely authentic. I am on my way to claim the prize. Song Shu exclaimed, no way. No way. No way. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. Zhou Heng shouted, I can't believe it. Brother Xiao, did you really win? 10 million. Lunanzhou shouted, Brother Xiao, you're my hero. You must treat us tonight. I want lobster. Abalone. Chen Xiao, amused by the antics of his friends, replied cheerfully, all right. Enough with the shouting. Same place tonight. My treat. Order whatever you like. I'm heading out to claim my winnings now. Song Shu urged, hurry back. Brother Xiao, we await your triumphant return. Zhou Heng added, we can't wait for Brother Xiao to take us on a joyride tonight. Lunanzhou reminded, don't forget to take pictures, Brother Xiao. I want to bask in your good fortune. Chen Xiao smiled, tucked his phone away, and hailed a taxi straight to the city's lottery center. The process of claiming his prize was smoother than anticipated, albeit rather tedious. After confirming his identity, validating the ticket, signing various documents, and undergoing the tax department's immediate deductions, it was already afternoon. The personal income tax deducted 20%, translating to 2 million. Ultimately, 8 million was deposited into his designated bank account. Upon receiving the bank notification and seeing that lengthy string of zeros, Chen Xiao's heart raced uncontrollably once more. 8 million. A tangible 8 million in cash. At that moment, the group chat for 302 dominators lit up again. Song Shu inquired, Brother Xiao, was the claim successful? Chen Xiao responded. Lunanzhou pressed, what's the status? Did the money come through? Zhou Heng urged, Brother Xiao, can you show us? We'd love to see. Chen Xiao contemplated for a moment, opened his mobile banking app, took a screenshot while carefully concealing his account number, revealing only the astonishing balance, and sent it to the group. The chat erupted once more. Song Shu exclaimed, no way. Dad. Lunanzhou chimed in, Dad. I want those newly released AJs. Zhou Heng added, Dad, are you in need of a son? The kind that serves tea and washes your feet. Song Shu insisted, Dad. Don't listen to them. I'm your most filial son. Observing the sudden shift in demeanor of his friends, Chen Xiao couldn't help but laugh. With a swift motion, he sent a generous red envelope of 1,888 yuan in the group chat, commenting, a little something to wet your throats. Claim it fast. The red envelope is gone. Song Shu exclaimed, no way. 1888. Thank you, Dad. Lunanzhou declared, I snatched over 300. Brother Xiao, you're so generous. Zhou Heng lamented, damn. I only got 200. But still, thanks, Dad. Chen Xiao disregarded the cacophony in the chat, satisfied as he pocketed his phone and exited the lottery center. He was eager to return home and share the good news with Aunt Bai. That burden of 3 million pressing on her conscience would finally be alleviated. Chapter 6. Money. I shall provide. The taxi halted at the entrance of the residential complex. Chen Xiao paid the fare and walked briskly towards Bai Jie's home. With 8 million in hand, he felt an unprecedented sense of security. Today, he could finally relieve Aunt Bai of that 3 million burden. As he approached the door, before he could even retrieve his keys, he faintly heard the sound of a heated argument inside. It was Bai Jie's voice. Shenhaoren, don't pressure me. I genuinely can't come up with that much money right now. I told you, give me a week. I'll sort it out. Just bring Ching Ching back. Of course. Grating male voice interrupted. A week? I can't wait that long. Today. Right now. If you can't produce the money, you can forget about seeing your daughter. Ching Ching will be sold off by you, you worthless gambler. Are you even human? Bai Jie's voice rose sharply. Hey, Bai Jie. What kind of high ground are you trying to take? Me, a gambler? If I weren't trying to provide a better life for your precious daughter, would I be borrowing money? Would I be in this much debt? Now you refuse to help me in my time of need? I'm telling you, 3 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise, the custody arrangement is off the table. You scoundrel. You shameless wretch. Shameless? I'm far better than you. Secretly keeping a boy toy. What's wrong? Did that kid stop giving you money? The man's voice dripped with malice and insult. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Jia's voice trembled with fury. Am I talking nonsense? Cut the crap. I want the money. Now. I don't have it. Crash. The sound of shattering glass abruptly interrupted the fierce exchange. Chen Xiao's heart raced, and he quickly twisted the key to open the door, stepping inside. The living room was in disarray. Shattered glass lay scattered on the floor, evidence of a cup that had been violently smashed. Bai Jia's eyes were red-rimmed, and upon seeing Chen Xiao enter, she froze, a flicker of panic and embarrassment crossing her face. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a wrinkled jacket, his demeanor menacing as he glared at Bai Jia. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's sudden intrusion, Shen Xiao paused, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his slanted eyes. Oh? So this is the boy toy you've been raising? He looks rather young, Bai Jia. You have quite the taste. Shut your mouth. Bai Jia, both furious and anxious, instinctively tried to pull Chen Xiao behind her. Xiao, you shouldn't be here. Quickly. Go back to your room. This has nothing to do with you. She didn't want Chen Xiao to witness her in such a disheveled state, nor did she wish for him to get involved in this mess. However, Chen Xiao did not budge. He brushed aside Bai Jia's hand and stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Shen Xiao's loathsome face. 3 million, is it? My voice unwavering. I said, I will provide the money. Just sign the agreement to relinquish custody. Upon hearing this, the living room fell silent. Shen Xiao laughed derisively, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Huh? You will? Kid, have you even grown up yet? Do you know how much 3 million is? Stop pretending to be a big shot. He entirely dismissed the notion that a seemingly still-in-school youth could possibly possess 3 million. Bai Jia, too, grew anxious, tugging at Chen Xiao's shirt. Xiao, don't be foolish. Go back. This has nothing to do with you. She assumed Chen Xiao was merely speaking out of frustration, making wild claims. 3 million? How could that be possible? Ignoring their reactions, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone, opened the mobile banking app, and displayed the screen revealing a long string of zeros right in front of Shen Xiao. Although the account information was cleverly obscured by his fingers, the clearly visible figure of 800 million hit Shen Xiao like a sledgehammer, shocking him to his core. The mockery and disdain on Shen Xiao's face instantly froze, his eyes fixated on the number as he confirmed he was mistaken. The next moment, his features contorted, a feigned smile creeping onto his face. Oh dear. Oh my goodness. Young man, what a commotion this has caused. It is all a misunderstanding, isn't it? The flood has swept away the Dragon King's temple. He gazed at Chen Xiao with unabashed greed and flattery in his eyes. So, shall we transfer the money now? I have the agreement right here. I am ready to sign it immediately. He appeared to be in a frenzy, rummaging through a worn briefcase he had brought, finally extracting a printed document, which was the agreement to relinquish custody of Shun Qingqing. Please sign here, Chen Xiao said, his tone still icy, pointing to the coffee table. All right, I will sign, Shen Xiao exclaimed, seizing the pen from the table, showing no hesitation as he swiftly inscribed his name at the bottom of the agreement, even pressing his thumbprint with a speed that suggested he had rehearsed this many times before. Chen Xiao picked up the signed agreement and scrutinized its terms. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he tucked it away. Then, he accessed the transfer page, inputting the bank account number provided by Shen Xiao, preparing to enter the amount of 3 million. Wait, Bai Jia suddenly grasped Chen Xiao's arm. Xiao, hold on. I still have 800,000 in my account. Use mine. I will find a way to repay you for the rest. She could not allow Chen Xiao to bear this enormous burden alone. This 3 million was a consequence of her actions, and she couldn't comfortably let a younger person resolve it. This 800,000 was her last savings, her final stand. Chen Xiao regarded Bai Jia's tear-streaked yet resolute face and nodded. He deleted the previously entered figure and retyped 2,200,000. then click to confirm the transfer. Soon, the notification sound of a successful transaction rang from Chen Xiao's phone. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to check, and upon seeing the amount credited, his face blossomed into a radiant smile. It's in. It's in. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you, young brother. Truly impressive for someone so young. Once by Jia's 800,000 reached the account, Chen Xiao carefully tucked away his phone and turned to Chen Xiao with a few obsequious nods. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Let's keep in touch. With that, he did not spare a glance at Bai Jia, clutching his copy of the agreement and leaving with a buoyant step, as if the aggressive demeanor he had just displayed was not his at all. Chapter 7. The worth of this money spent. In the living room, only Chen Xiao and Bai Jia remained, amidst the chaos left by Chen Xiao. Bai Jia stood frozen, her gaze on Chen Xiao filled with a complex mix of emotions, as though she were seeing him for the first time. Everything that had transpired was too swift, too surreal. A moment ago, she had been fraught with worry over the 3 million, and the next, this young man she had always cared for as a junior had effortlessly resolved this monumental dilemma. Xiao Xiao, Bai Jia spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. Where did you acquire such a sum of money? She had considered the possibility that Chen Xiao might have some savings, but she thought it would be merely a few thousand or tens of thousands. How could he possibly produce over 2 million? Chen Xiao observed her astonished and inquisitive expression, casually placing the signed agreement on the coffee table. Oh, I got lucky a few days ago and won the lottery. Won the lottery? Bai Jia thought she had misheard. Yes, Chen Xiao nodded. The double color ball, first prize, netting 8 million after tax. 8 million. Bai Jia's breath hitched for a moment. She gazed into Chen Xiao's composed eyes, his calm demeanor betraying no hint of deceit. Following the overwhelming shock came a rush of elation and relief. The boulder that had weighed heavily on her heart was suddenly lifted. Qingqing's custody was secured. She no longer had to endure the threats from that scoundrel Chen Xiao. Overwhelmed by the surge of emotions, Bai Jia could no longer contain herself, and tears streamed down her face. Xiao Xiao, she choked out, stepping forward to embrace him tightly. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. I truly cannot thank you enough. She babbled, at a loss for words beyond her gratitude. Chen Xiao gently patted her back, offering comfort as he sensed her fragility. Just then, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Target character, Bai Jia, affection level 5. Current affection level, 65, friendly. Indeed, a subtle smile graced Chen Xiao's lips. Heroic acts of saving the damsel in distress undeniably enhance affection levels. Feeling the woman in his embrace gradually calm down to mere soft sobs, Chen Xiao tightened his hold. Bai Jia's body stiffened suddenly. It was as if she had been scalded. She instantly released her hold on him and took a small step back. The brief contact had quickened her heartbeat and brought her back to reality from her emotional high. She dared not meet Chen Xiao's eyes, flustered as she adjusted her clothing. I need to hurry and pick up Qingqing. Yes, I must get Qingqing. She is still at school. With that, she snatched her bag from the sofa and, without looking back, rushed toward the door, her movements fluid and almost frantic as she changed her shoes and opened the door. With a resounding slam, the security door shut behind her. Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, watching the door close, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the underground garage, Bai Jia settled into her white Beetle but did not immediately start the engine. She rested her forehead against the steering wheel, taking several deep breaths in an attempt to steady her racing heart and muddled thoughts. Everything that had transpired in the living room, the shameless visage of Chen Xiao, Chen Xiao's unexpected appearance, and that staggering bank balance. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket, interrupting her reverie. It was a notification from her group chat with her best friends, the sisters riding the wind and waves. She inhaled deeply, calming her emotions before opening WeChat. Guqingli, Jia Jia. How did it go? I just called you. Why didn't you answer? Has Chen Xiao left yet? I have the money ready. 800,000. I can transfer it to you anytime. Xiao Wanqing. Bai Jia, I'm ready too. 120,000. Just transferred from my mother. Where are you? Let us send you the money. Don't worry. Reading the anxious yet supportive messages from her friends filled Bai Jia with warmth, and her eyes began to well with tears again. Sniffling, She quickly typed on her screen. Bai Jia. Qingli, Wanqing, thank you. The matter has been resolved. Chen Xiao signed the agreement relinquishing custody and took the money. After sending the message, there was a brief silence in the group chat. Gu Qingli? Resolved? What happened? Where did you get the money? Didn't you say you were still short 2 million? Gunzing. What is going on? Don't scare us. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Bai Jia, it was Chen Xiao who helped me pay the remaining amount. Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing. Both friends sent a flurry of exclamation marks, clearly expressing their astonishment. Gu Qingli, Xiao Xiao. Which Xiao Xiao? The son of your Ji Jia. Where did he get that much money? Bonding. Yeah. You must be mistaken, right? Chen Xiao, a college student? Over 2 million. Bai Jia, he said he won the lottery a few days ago, first prize. This time, the chat fell silent for an extended period. A full half-minute passed. Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing. Chen Xiao won the first prize? 8 million. Gu Qingli, no way. Are you serious? Jia, you're not pulling my leg, are you? The young man who has resided in your home for several years has suddenly won 8 million, and he even helped you repay your debts. Xiao Wanqing. This is just too coincidental, too unbelievable. As she read her friend's messages, Bai Jia felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, it was astonishing. She herself still felt as if she were in a dream. Bai Jia, it's true. I won't keep you any longer. I need to pick up Qingqing. She put away her phone and started the car. Although a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart, the thought of her debt of 220,000 to Chen Xiao, as well as the increasingly intricate nature of their relationship, left her feelings still quite complicated. After Bai Jia departed, Chen Xiao found himself alone at home. He first tidied up the disarray in the living room before retreating to his room, pondering over the forthcoming matters. Having resolved Bai Jia's urgent predicament, his next step was to amass wealth. He closed his eyes, conjuring up memories of the 2 stocks in his mind. Tongfei technology, the recollections were vivid. The future 15 days trend lines unfolding like a cinematic reel in his mind. From this point onward, there would be approximately 5 days of consolidation, followed by a sudden surge, leading to 2 consecutive trading halts, after which a downturn would commence. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, this stock was even more intriguing. Following the rise of Tongfei technology, it would ignite immediately, achieving 7 consecutive trading halts. The momentum would be ferocious, only to experience a subsequent decline. Chen Xiao swiftly calculated in his mind. Currently, he had 8 million minus 220,000, leaving him with 580,000. Just before the surge of Tongfei technology, he would invest his entire holdings, capturing those 2 trading halts. Assuming a profit of 10 for each halt, 2 halts would yield a return of 21. Investing 580,000 would yield a staggering 7,018,000, a profit of approximately 120,000. Furthermore, before Tongfei technology began to decline, he would decisively liquidate his position and immediately funnel all 7 million into the soon-to-be activated Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. 7 consecutive trading halts. Each halt would represent a 10% increase over the previous day. After 7 halts, the total return would reach an astonishing 9,487%, nearly doubling his investment. This meant that the 7 million would transform into 13,676,000 upon realizing those 7 trading halts, an increase of over 1,300,000. Chen Xiao silently calculated, unable to suppress a grin. From 580,000 to over 1,300,000, all within a mere half-month. This favorability system is truly remarkable. Although he had spent that 220,000, it had garnered him 5 points of favorability and resolved Bai Jia's pressing concern. Bai Jia's current favorability stood at 65, and the next threshold of 70 seemed within reach. He wondered what delightful rewards the system might bestow next. Chen Xiao leaned back in his chair, a slight smile gracing his lips. The future holds great promise. Chapter 8 Qingqing has returned, with thoughts of his upcoming financial endeavors. Chen Xiao felt unusually buoyant. Glancing at the clock, he noted that dinner time was approaching. Bai Jia had likely returned with Qingqing, exhausted and hungry. He rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, rinsing rice, adding water, and steaming it. Then he opened the refrigerator, which was well stocked with ingredients. He selected some pork ribs, greens, tomatoes, and eggs. Blanching the ribs, chopping the tomatoes, and washing the greens, the kitchen soon echoed with the rhythmic sound of chopping. Though his movements were not particularly deft, they were methodical. After all, having lived in Bai Jia's home for 5 years, he had absorbed enough through osmosis and occasional assistance to manage simple home-cooked meals. Just as he prepared to heat the oil in the pan, a soft click sounded, and the security door swung open. Chen Xiao peeked out. In the entryway, Bai Jia was bending down to hand a pair of slippers to a girl clad in a high school uniform. The girl, approximately 1 meter 65 tall, sported a tidy ponytail and had a fair complexion. Her features bore a resemblance to Bai Jia's, yet appeared more youthful and innocent. It was indeed Chen Xiao. Upon spotting Chen Xiao in the kitchen, clad in an apron, her eyes instantly sparkled, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Xiao Ge," Chen Xiao exclaimed, discarding her shoes and scampering into the kitchen, where she rushed to the doorway. "Wow, it smells so good. Are you cooking, Xiao Ge?" She tiptoed to peer into the pot, her petite nostrils flaring as she inhaled the delicious aroma. "Indeed, I prepared your favorite corn rib soup," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. The little girl appeared in high spirits, her cheeks flushed, suggesting her mother had shielded her from any distressing news. "Fantastic! I am Stadovin," Chen Xiao cheered, then affectionately hugged Chen Xiao's arm, exclaiming, "You're the best, Xiao Ge." Chen Xiao felt warmth spread through him. The girl remained as carefree and affectionate as ever. Following closely behind Chen Xiao was Bai Jia. She held Chen Xiao's backpack and, upon seeing Chen Xiao busy in the kitchen with her daughter, joyfully clinging to him, her gaze softened slightly, though it was soon clouded by a hint of complexity and unease. After changing her shoes, she approached, saying softly, "Chen, don't bother your Xiao Ge. He is cooking." Bai Jia's tone was gentle, revealing little of her inner turmoil. She moved to Chen Xiao's side, naturally reaching for the spatula in his hand. Xiao, why don't you take a break? I'll handle the rest." Chen Xiao did not resist. He removed his apron and handed it to her, saying, "All right. Then, Bai Jia, you can finish up. The soup is almost ready. Just keep an eye on the heat." Bai Jia replied softly, tying on the apron and efficiently checking the pot. "Come, Chen, let us go watch television in the living room and not disturb your mother while she cooks." Chen Xiao guided Chen Xiao outside. "Okay." Chen Xiao cheerfully followed Chen Xiao to the living room. The sofa was plush, and she plopped down, wrapping her arms around one of Chen Xiao's, seizing the remote. "Xiao Ge, what shall we watch? What do you want to see?" Chen Xiao inquired. Chen Xiao's fingers danced over the remote, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she pointed at a pink pig icon on the screen. "Let's watch this." "Peppa Pig." Chen Xiao nearly choked on his own saliva. "Peppa Pig?" He turned to look at the eagerly expectant Chen Xiao. This girl was 17 and in her second year of high school, yet she still wanted to watch that? "Are you serious?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Peppa is so adorable, and I haven't watched it in ages. Just one episode, please, Xiao Ge," she pleaded, shaking his arm while employing her most charming demeanor. "Fine." Chen Xiao sighed in resignation. After all, he was her older brother. On the television screen, the Pink Pig family embarked on their daily adventures, accompanied by simple and cheerful voiceovers. Chen Xiao was utterly absorbed, her little head bobbing along with the plot, occasionally erupting into giggles, her grip on Chen Xiao's arm tightening unconsciously. Chen Xiao watched for a few minutes, his eyelids growing heavy. This cartoon was, quite frankly, too juvenile for his taste. He glanced at the cheerful Chen Xiao beside him and shook his head in exasperation. "Oh well, as long as the little girl was happy." Chen, you keep watching for a bit. I'll go check if the soup is ready." Chen Xiao gently patted Chen Xiao's head. All right," she replied without lifting her gaze. Chen Xiao stood up, stretched lazily, and made his way back to the kitchen. He tiptoed quietly, heading towards the kitchen. Pushing open the kitchen door, a delightful aroma of dishes mingled with the rich scent of pork rib soup wafted towards him. Bai Jia stood with her back to the entrance, engrossed in her culinary endeavors at the stove. She was adorned in a pale pink apron. its ties elegantly fashioned into a bow at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Today, she wore a rose-red knitted ensemble, comprising a short-sleeve top that accentuated her voluptuous curves, while the skirt's hem grazed the mid-thigh, revealing her gracefully proportioned, fair legs. At that moment, she bent slightly to inspect the pork rib soup simmering in the pot, her skirt swaying gently with her movements. The soft glow of the stove's light enveloped her, casting a hazy halo around her fair profile and neck, adding an extra touch of warmth and allure characteristic of a devoted homemaker. Chen Xiao lingered at the kitchen entrance, his gaze fixed on her enchanting silhouette. He treaded lightly, silently stepping inside. Bai Jie remained blissfully unaware of his presence, focused intently on skimming the froth from the soup's surface with her spoon. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms encircled her from behind. "Ah!" Bai Jie gasped, nearly dropping the spoon into the pot. After a moment's pause, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Target. Bai Jie. Affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 67, friendly. Chen Xiao was taken aback, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This affection level was proving to be quite intriguing. The atmosphere during dinner was subtly charged. Shen Qingqing, blissfully oblivious, chattered away about amusing incidents from school, occasionally serving Chen Xiao some of the delightful dishes, expressing her gratitude for the delicious meal. Chen Xiao responded with laughter, teasing her now and then, maintaining a harmonious ambience. Yet, Bai Jie appeared somewhat distracted, avoiding direct eye contact with Chen Xiao, silently consuming her meal while responding to her daughter's comments only occasionally. As the clock approached 9, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Bai Jie and Qingqing, heading back to his dormitory. Upon opening the door to room 302, he was immediately ambushed by 3 dark figures. Holy cow! Xie, the millionaire has returned. Quick, grab him, strip him of his pants. Songshu Lunanzhou and Zhou Heng shouted, overwhelming Chen Xiao and playfully wrestling him to the ground. Hey, let go, my newly bought t-shirt. Chen Xiao protested, half amused, half struggling. Forget the t-shirt. Let us soak up some of your good fortune. Lunanzhou exclaimed, ruffling Chen Xiao's hair. Xie, you're not being fair. You won the lottery and didn't say a word. Zhou Heng chimed in, attempting to tickle Chen Xiao. Daddy, look at me. Song Shu, the most straightforward, clung to Chen Xiao's leg, refusing to let go. After a raucous bout, Chen Xiao finally pleaded for mercy, promising to treat them to a late-night snack, prompting the trio to reluctantly release him. Rising from the floor, he shot them an exasperated look. All right. You all act as if you haven't seen money in centuries. Let us go eat. Order whatever you want. Hooray! Xiao is magnificent. We must feast lavishly. The 3 cheered, rallying around Chen Xiao as they made their way out of the dormitory building. They arrived at a high-end restaurant near the school, where Song Shu, Lunanzhou, and Zhou Heng ordered a lavish array of expensive dishes, leaving nothing behind. Lobsters, abalone, king crabs, all on the table. Xiao, you must let us indulge today, Song Shu declared, thumping his chest. No problem. Let us eat to our heart's content. Chen Xiao waved his hand grandly. Soon, lobsters, abalone, and king crabs were served in abundance, filling the table to the brim. Cheers to our Xiao becoming a millionaire. Lunanzhou raised his glass. Cheers. Xiao is awesome. The glasses clinked together with a crisp sound. As drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew even more jubilant. While gnawing on a lobster claw, Zhou Heng turned to Chen Xiao and mumbled, Xiao, seriously, what are you planning to do with that 8 million? Are you thinking of buying a house in Ninghai first? Lunanzhou chimed in, yeah, Xiao, with housing prices skyrocketing, buying property is the safest bet. Though Song Shu remained silent, he too leaned in, clearly intrigued. Chen Xiao set down his skewer, wiped his mouth, and replied, buy a house. Not in a hurry. He took a sip of beer, eyeing his curious roommates, and continued, I plan to invest this money in the stock market. The stock market? The 3 of them were taken aback. Lunanzhou furrowed his brow. Xiao, that's too risky. For small investors like us. It's just waiting to be cut down like chives. Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Yeah, Xiao, they say the stock market has 7 losses, 2 break-evens, and 1 profit. We don't understand it. Don't lose all your money. 8 million, after all. They all deemed Chen Xiao's idea far too reckless. Having finally won a substantial prize, how could he risk it on the stock market? Chen Xiao chuckled, unfazed by their reactions. Don't worry, I have insider information. He lowered his voice, feigning mystery. I've got my eye on 2 stocks that are bound to soar. What do you think? Interested in joining me? Insider information? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exchanged skeptical glances, questioning the credibility of such claims. Only Song Shu hesitated briefly before asking, Xiao Ge, is that for real? Is it reliable? Recently dumped by his materialistic girlfriend, he was eager to make some money. Chen Xiao glanced at Song Shu, then at his other 2 doubtful roommates. Shrugging, believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm going all in. Lao Song, if you want to play, you can take some of your living expenses to try. If you profit, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Upon hearing this, Song Shu's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Okay, Yi. I'm in. I have 4,000 left in my living expenses. I'll give it all to you. Although 4,000 wasn't too much, it was all he had. Seeing this, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong attempted to advise further. Xiao Ge, Lao Song, think it through. That's real money. The stock market carries risks. Proceed with caution. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to discuss it further. Enough. Everyone has their aspirations. Let us drink. No more talk about that. Let us enjoy our meal and drinks. Seeing Chen Xiao's resolute attitude, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong refrained from pressing further, raising their glasses instead, secretly hoping he wouldn't squander the 8 million. Only Chen Xiao knew in his heart what kind of outrageous surge awaited his account in the coming weeks. The next morning, Chen Xiao awoke feeling refreshed. Although last night's late-night snack had seen him thoroughly plundered by the trio, his spirits remained high. After completing his morning routine, he took a taxi to the largest brokerage firm in the city center. The account opening and related procedures went smoothly. Once he received his funding account, he transferred the remaining 580,000, along with the 4,000 that Song Shu had sent him, all at once. Staring at the digits in his account, Chen Xiao felt no hesitation as he opened the trading software, searched for the code, and located Tongfei Technology. At that moment, the stock price of Tongfei Technology was hovering at a stable plateau, with trading volumes neither too high nor too low. Yet, in Chen Xiao's eyes, it seemed as though the stock was a dormant volcano ready to erupt. I'm going all in. Without a trace of hesitation, Chen Xiao opted to purchase at market price. The sum of 5,830,000 yuan flowed into the stock market like a stream merging with the ocean, swiftly absorbed and transformed into the value of his holdings. Done. Chen Xiao closed his phone and exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Everything was in place, awaiting the favorable winds. In the following days, all that was required was to patiently await the ascent of Tongfei Technology. He casually sent a WeChat message to Song Shu. Old Song, your 4,000 has been invested. Code 45XX03, Tongfei Technology. Let us wait for takeoff. Song Shu replied almost instantly. Got it. Xiao Ge, I'm with you all the way. He even added an emoticon expressing camaraderie. Chen Xiao smiled, tucked his phone away, and departed from the brokerage firm. The ensuing days passed without incident. Chen Xiao attended his classes punctually, occasionally visiting the library to read or indulging in games with his roommates. Naturally, he made it a point to glance at his stock account daily. The share price of Tongfei Technology remained, as he recalled, relatively stable, oscillating within a narrow range each day. In the dormitory group chat, Lu Nan and Zhou Hong would occasionally inquire, Xiao Ge, how's that stock of yours? Has it risen? Each time, Chen Xiao would respond nonchalantly, patience. It's not the right time yet. Song Shu exhibited remarkable composure. Perhaps the 4,000 yuan, while significant, did not yet cause him sleepless nights. Or perhaps it was due to an inexplicable trust in Chen Xiao, for he hardly asked about it. That afternoon, the final bell of the physics class rang. Chen Xiao gathered his belongings, bid farewell to his roommates, and took the bus directly to Baijia's home. He was aware that, according to his memory of the trends, tomorrow would mark the day when Tongfei Technology would experience a meteoric rise. As he pushed open the door, an enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafted towards him. Xiao Xiao, you're back? Baijia, donning an apron and carrying a plate of freshly cooked sweet and sour ribs, emerged from the kitchen, her face lighting up with a gentle smile upon seeing Chen Xiao. The setting sun streamed through the living room window, casting a soft golden glow upon her fair cheeks and the light blue loungewear she wore. After a few days apart, she seemed to have regained her former grace. Yes, Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao replied after changing his shoes. Is Qingqing not joining us for dinner? She has evening classes today and will be back later, Bai Jie said, placing the dishes on the dining table before returning to the kitchen. Dinner will be ready shortly. You should wash your hands. All right. With only the two of them in the living room, the atmosphere lacked the lively energy that Qingqing brought, replaced instead by a quiet and subtle tension. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, tomato and egg soup, and a plate of cold black fungus salad, Chen Xiao's favorite home-cooked meals. They sat facing each other. Do try this rib. Tell me if it suits your taste. Bai Jia offered a piece to Chen Xiao. Delicious. Aunt Bai, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Chen Xiao praised, his words slightly muffled as he chewed. Bai Jia smiled, a hint of satisfaction lighting up her expression, but it soon faded. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. Xiao Xiao, thank you for last time. I will find a way to repay you as soon as possible. Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks. Aunt Bai, I've told you not to rush. That money isn't a burden for me. That is not acceptable. Bai Jia retorted, her tone somewhat urgent. 220,000 is no small sum. The money you want is your good fortune, but I cannot. Enough, Aunt Bai. Chen Xiao interrupted. Let us talk about the money later. Right now, your priority is to take care of yourself and Qingqing. Don't overthink it. Bai Jia gazed at Chen Xiao's youthful yet unusually composed face, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood his good intentions, yet the heavy burden of anxiety loomed over her. After a brief silence, Bai Jia asked, by the way, Xiao Xiao, have you told your parents about your winnings? Not yet. Chen Xiao shook his head, wishing to shield them from unnecessary worry for the time being. Bai Jia nodded in understanding. As parents, discovering that their son had suddenly come into a fortune would likely evoke concern rather than joy, fears of reckless spending or unwanted attention from ill-intentioned individuals. She paused, as if recalling something, and looked at Chen Xiao with mild concern. What do you plan to do with the remaining money? Please don't spend it recklessly. It's best to save it or invest in something secure. I knew you would ask that, Chen Xiao thought. He sipped his soup, set the bowl down, and, meeting Bai Jia's concerned gaze, casually replied, Oh, the leftover money? I invested it all in the stock market a few days ago. What? Bai Jia's voice shot up. You invested it all? Yes, Chen Xiao nodded, as if discussing something trivial. I bought all in on a stock called Tongfei Technology. Tongfei Technology? Bai Jia, not well-versed in stocks, felt her heart tighten at the notion of investing everything. Xiao Xiao, how could you be so reckless? That is several million. You can't put it all into one stock. The stock market is fraught with risk. What if you lose it all? Her anxiety was palpable. Her eyes filled with worry and disapproval. This child had no sense of risk. This was millions, not mere hundreds. Aunt Bai, don't worry. Chen Xiao smiled at her anxious demeanor. I have it all under control. This stock is bound to soar, and I mean significantly. How can you be so sure it will rise? Bai Jia frowned. Did you hear some insider news? Xiao Xiao, many of those rumors are deceptive. Withdraw your money while you can. To her, Chen Xiao's actions seemed like a naive gamble, treating a large sum of money as if it were a game. Chen Xiao shook his head helplessly. Aunt Bai, it's really fine. Just wait and see. In a few days, you'll realize I'm not being reckless. He couldn't explain the existence of the system, so he could only reassure her with his confident tone. Bai Jia gazed at Chen Xiao's assured expression, opening her mouth, but ultimately refraining from more severe admonitions. She understood Chen Xiao's character. Though he appeared gentle, he was quite resolute at heart. With a resigned sigh, Bai Jia finally said, just be careful. Don't act impulsively. If anything comes up, remember to tell me. Inside, she remained unsettled. Investing millions in the stock market, especially in a single stock, felt like a perilous gamble to her. Understood, Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Observing Bai Gordiad Continente. He secretly chuckled to himself. Chapter 11. Patience, this is just the beginning. The next afternoon, the final bell of the physics class rang, instantly invigorating the previously somber classroom. Chen Xiao leisurely packed his textbook and exchanged pleasantries with Song Shu and the others, preparing to head back to Bai Jia's place. Yi, shall we have dinner together tonight? It's Friday. Lu Nen draped an arm around Chen Xiao's shoulders. Not tonight. I'm heading back to Aunt Bai's. Chen Xiao brushed off his hand. TSK, Xiaoge is quite the busy man now. Zhou Heng chimed in from the side. Chen Xiao paid them little mind and walked out with Song Shu. As the four of them chatted and laughed while exiting the teaching building, Chen Xiao noticed that Song Shu's steps faltered and his expression darkened suddenly. Following Song Shu's gaze, Chen Xiao spotted a brand new black Mercedes-Benz S-Class parked not far from the school gate. The window lowered, revealing a man wearing sunglasses, obscuring his features. Beside the car door stood a girl dressed in fashionable attire, her makeup impeccably done, bending slightly as she prepared to enter the vehicle. It was Xiao Lingling. She seemed to sense the gaze directed her way, lifting her head to cast a casual glance. Upon spotting Song Shu, a barely perceptible smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her lips before she nonchalantly turned away, opening the car door and settling inside. The Mercedes smoothly started and merged into the flow of traffic, quickly vanishing from sight. Song Shu remained rooted to the spot, his complexion paling slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching in a fist at his sides. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng witnessed the scene as well. They exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward and at a loss for words. Chen Xiao reached out to pat Song Shu on the shoulder. Song Shu forced a smile, though it appeared more pained than joyful. It's fine, really. A match made in heaven. Prosperity, Chen Xiao quipped, casting a sidelong glance at him. It's just a worn-out Mercedes. Worn-out Mercedes? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng's mouths twitched. After all, it was a high-end S-Class, worth over 1,000,000 yuan at the very least. In Chen Xiao's eyes, it had become a mere junker. Rest assured, Chen Xiao said, observing Song Shu before long, will be driving even better cars, parked right in front of her, for her to see. I told you, follow me, and you'll feast, he continued. Strike while the iron is hot. Don't rush. This is merely the beginning. Song Shu stared blankly at Chen Xiao. Although reason told him Chen Xiao might just be comforting him, for some reason, the feeling of suffocation and embarrassment within him seemed to dissipate significantly. He nodded vigorously, murmuring, Yeah, Brother Xiao, I trust you. Upon returning to dorm 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng eagerly powered up their computers, ready to engage in gaming, while Song Shu sat at his desk, somewhat listless and lost in thought. Chen Xiao did not disturb them. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the stock trading app. The screen lit up, revealing a strikingly red candlestick soaring to the heavens, firmly nailed to the limit up board. Tengfei technology surged by 1,000 today. The total asset figure displayed had risen from just over 5 million to over 6 million. In a single day, a net gain of over 600,000. Though he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing such an astonishing increase firsthand still elevated Chen Xiao's spirits considerably. He discreetly extended his phone toward Song Shu. Old Song, take a look. Song Shu, bewildered, took the phone, his eyes fixating on the screen. In the next moment, he sprang from his chair, his gaze fixated on the red 1,000 and the account balance. What the hell? His thunderous exclamation reverberated throughout the dormitory. Limit up. Brother Xiao. It really hit the limit up? He grasped Chen Xiao's arm, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. My money, my 4,000 has turned into 4,004. Did I just earn 400 in a day? This sudden outburst startled Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, who were in the midst of selecting their heroes for a game. What the hell are you shouting about, old Song? Lu Nanzhou turned around, visibly annoyed. Limit up? What limit up? Zhou Heng leaned in, curiosity piqued. When they saw the glaring red limit up board and the lengthy series of figures displayed on Chen Xiao's phone, they were instantly struck dumb. No way. It really hit the limit up? Both exclaimed in unison, surrounding Chen Xiao's phone, utterly awestruck. Brother Xiao, you're a genius. You actually got it right. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed incredulously. Just days ago, he had advised Chen Xiao against playing the stock market. Earning over 600,000 in a day, damn, that is faster than robbing a bank. Zhou Heng's eyes glimmered with envy. His emotions a tumultuous blend of jealousy and admiration. Song Shu's face flushed with excitement. Although he had only gained 400, it signified that what Chen Xiao had said was true. He genuinely possessed a way to help him earn money. The frustration and discomfort he felt earlier upon seeing Xie Lingling vanished, replaced by overwhelming joy. Brother Xiao, amazing. You're like a brother to me. Song Shu looked at Chen Xiao with eyes filled with reverence, akin to gazing at a deity. Chen Xiao, his head aching from the raucous cheers of his 3 roommates, calmly reclaimed his phone. All right, everyone sit down. What's all the fuss about? He observed the 3 exuberant roommates and leisurely said, I have a feeling there will be another surge tomorrow. Another limit up? Song Shu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Doesn't that mean we could earn over 600,000 again? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng's breaths quickened with excitement. Yes, Chen Xiao nodded. But stocks that surge quickly can also fall just as swiftly. Tomorrow, once it peaks, we should consider cashing out, better to secure the profits. Trusting Brother Xiao. Song Shu now held unwavering faith in Chen Xiao. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng nodded in agreement, internally regretting their hesitation to invest alongside him. Brother Xiao, if such good fortune arises again, you must include us. Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, eager to please. Exactly. Brother Xiao feasts while we sip the broth. Zhou Heng chimed in quickly. Chen Xiao chuckled softly. We'll see how it unfolds. Gazing at the additional 600,000 in his account, Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. This was merely the beginning. Greater gains lay ahead. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated clothing store in the city center, Bai Jie seized the opportunity with no customers around to sit in the lounge area, sipping warm water slowly. Although the matter concerning Shen Haoran had been resolved and Qingqing was safe and sound, an uneasy feeling lingered in her heart. Especially considering that Chen Xiao had invested millions in the stock market, she couldn't help but feel anxious. That boy was far too bold, though she did not understand stocks. She recognized the inherent risks involved. What if it resulted in a loss? The more she pondered, the more her heart raced. Bai Jie pulled out her phone and opened the WeChat group for the sisters riding the winds and breaking the waves, hesitating for a moment before finally tagging Gu Qingli. Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, could you assist me in evaluating the stock Tingfei technology? Xiao Xiao purchased a bit a few days ago. She refrained from mentioning that Chen Xiao had invested all his funds, merely stating he had bought a little. After sending the message, Bai Jie anxiously focused on the screen. After about a minute or two, Gu Qingli replied with a screenshot showcasing the intraday chart of Tingfei technology, which had hit the limit up today. Gu Qingli, Tingfei technology? Not bad. Jie, your little guy has a keen eye. It surged to the limit up today, tightly sealed. Did he buy before the rally? What good luck. Upon seeing the words limit up, Bai Jie was momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of relief wash over her as if a heavy stone had been lifted. It's good that it has risen. It's good. She promptly responded. Bai Jie, it hit the limit up? That's great. I don't understand much about this. Will it continue to rise? He invested quite a bit, and I can't shake off this anxious feeling. Gu Qingli replied, swiftly this time. Gu Qingli, today's performance is robust. There's a high probability of an upward surge tomorrow, and if luck permits, he might even touch the limit again. At the very least, it should rise a few more points. However, such volatile stocks can rise quickly and fall just as fast. They're not suitable for long-term holding. Tell him to sell at a high point tomorrow. There's no need to be greedy. Securing 10 or so points in profit is already quite commendable. He won't incur losses, rest assured. Bai Jie hum. Got it. I'll tell him tonight. Thank you. Qingli, I appreciate your help. Gu Qingli, no need to be so polite. By the way, your Xiao Xiao is quite impressive. Quietly making moves and understanding stocks? He has got some talent. Bai Jie felt a slight warmth rise in her cheeks upon reading Gu Qingli's last comment, and her heart felt significantly more at ease. As long as he doesn't lose money, that's all that matters. She set her phone down, letting out a long sigh, feeling her worries dissipate considerably. Rising from her seat, she approached the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Though slightly weary, her charm remained intact. A faint smile involuntarily graced the corners of Bai Jie's lips. That young man seems to have truly matured. Chapter 12. Gambling is an attitude. The following afternoon, just as physics class concluded, the trio from dorm 302 could hardly contain their excitement. Even before the teacher's silhouette had fully vanished from the doorway, they simultaneously whipped out their phones. Holy cow! Lu Nanzhou exclaimed first. It's gone red again. It's gone red again. Zhou Heng chimed in, damn, another limit up. Tongfei technology is incredible. Song Shu's hand trembled as he held his phone, the glaring red 1000 on the screen dazzling his eyes. His initial investment of 4,000 had now soared to 4,800. In merely 2 days, he had netted 840. That was more than he could earn from a month's worth of part-time labor. Xiao Ge, you're nothing short of a deity. Song Shu gazed at Chen Xiao, who was just finishing packing his books, his eyes brimming with admiration. Chen Xiao strolled over, casting a nonchalant glance at the K-line chart on their phones. His expression as calm as if he were merely checking the weather. Just a normal performance. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng gathered around, their faces plastered with envy and jealousy. Xiao Ge, you were absolutely right. 2 limit ups, 60,000 in a day. That's over 120,000 in 2 days. This money is too easy to make. Damn it. I regret not following you to buy yesterday. Zhou Heng lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Chen Xiao chuckled, retrieving his own phone to open the trading app. The total assets in his account boldly displayed, 705,914,000 yuan. In just 2 days, his initial capital of 5,834,000 had burgeoned into 7,059,140. The net profit stood at a staggering 1,225,140 yuan. Cie, are you selling now? Song Shu inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he watched Chen Xiao's fingers dart across the screen. Aren't we waiting a bit longer? What if it rises again tomorrow? Take the profit while it's there, Chen Xiao replied without glancing up, his fingers flying across the screen. Tongfei Technology's momentum is nearing its peak. Excessive greed can lead to being trapped. Song Shu nodded, I'll follow your lead, Xiao Ge. Soon enough, the selling operation was complete, and the holdings in their accounts transformed into available balance. What's next, Xiao Ge? Bring us along. Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, Xiao Ge, we're not greedy. We just want to ride along with you. Zhou Heng quickly echoed. Observing the eager expressions of his companions, Chen Xiao wasted no time, pulling up another stock. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, code 67XX89. I intend to go all in on this. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanged uncertain glances. The name lacked the technological allure of Tongfei technology. Xiao Ge, is this reliable? Zhou Heng asked hesitantly. I can only say that I personally have great confidence in its upcoming trajectory. I anticipate it will outperform Tongfei technology, Chen Xiao shrugged. Whether you join me is your decision. The stock market bears risks. Don't blame me if you incur losses. With that, he hesitated no longer, opting to buy Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals at market price with the entire sum of over 7 million yuan that he had just acquired. All in. Lu Nanzhou's eyes nearly bulged out. Xiao Ge, that's over 7 million. You're gambling again. Zhou Heng gasped. This is too exhilarating. After completing the purchase, Chen Xiao tucked his phone away, exuding an air of calmness. Gambling is an attitude. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. Damn it. Let us do it. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, pulling out his phone. I still have 2,000 yuan for living expenses this month, plus the 3,000 I saved. That's 5,000. Xiao Ge, buy for me. I'm in too. Zhou Heng resolved. I have over 6,000 in my account. I'm putting it all in. Both transferred their funds to Chen Xiao, who nodded and proceeded to purchase Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals for them. Then it was Song Shu's turn. He looked at Chen Xiao, then at the meager balance in his mobile banking app, his face a mask of indecision. 5,000, 6,000. These were all the savings that Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng had painstakingly accumulated. Yet, Song Shu's aspirations reached far beyond that. He recalled Xie Lingling's disdainful gaze, the blinding Mercedes, and Chen Xiao's words about seizing the moment to retaliate. A few thousand yuan, even if doubled, would it truly make a difference? With a sudden resolve, he bit his lip, raised his head, and looked at Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, I'm all in with you, but I don't have enough money. I'm planning to mortgage the apartment my parents bought for me. What? Both Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng gasped in unison. Mortgaging a house. That was the culmination of their parents' lifelong savings for his marital home. Though it was merely a modest 60-square-meter two-bedroom apartment, it was still a tangible asset. Chen Xiao was taken aback, staring at Song Shu. Old Song, are you certain? This is no ist. Yet Song Shu's gaze was unwavering, and he nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Xiao Ge, I believe in you. If I don't take this gamble, I'll never turn my life around. I want that woman to see I, Song Shu, am not a failure. Seeing the fire igniting in Song Shu's eyes, Chen Xiao remained silent for a few seconds. He could tell that Song Shu had been deeply provoked and had made a resolute decision to gamble everything. He chose not to intervene, simply nodding calmly. All right, just ensure you've thought it through. He refrained from stopping him. Each person must bear the consequences of their own choices. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in the future trajectory of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. That evening, Chen Xiao returned to Bai Jia's residence. The living room was bathed in soft light, and Shun Qingqing was sprawled across the coffee table, diligently working on her homework. Her ponytail swaying with her movements, radiating youthful exuberance. Bai Jia sat on the sofa, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, focused intently on her writing. Clad in a cream-colored loungewear set, her long hair casually tied up, she revealed a gracefully elegant neck, less the sharp professionalism of her usual demeanor, and more imbued with the warmth of home. Cie. Hearing the door open, Shun Qingqing instantly lifted her head and, upon seeing Chen Xiao, dropped her pen and dashed over. Xiao Ge, you're back. The teacher assigned so much homework today, it's maddening. Qingqing. Bai Jia raised her head, removing her glasses and playfully chiding her daughter. You're being too familiar. Go back and finish your homework. Don't distract your Xiao Ge. Sticking her tongue out, Shun Qingqing made a face at Chen Xiao before reluctantly releasing her grip and shuffling back to the coffee table, glancing back over her shoulder. Bai Jia set her pen down, standing up to focus her gaze on Chen Xiao, a hint of inquiry and barely perceptible anxiety in her expression. Xiao, you're back. How did it go with that stock? After receiving news from Gu Qingli earlier in the day, she felt somewhat reassured. Yet her mind remained occupied with concern. Chen Xiao changed into his indoor shoes, casually settling onto the sofa. Oh, I sold it. Sold it? Bai Jia's eyes brightened as she pressed further. How did it go? Did you incur any losses? No losses. Observing her anxious demeanor, Chen Xiao deliberately paused before smiling and revealing the figures. I made over 120,000. Oh, over 120,000. Bai Jia covered her mouth in shock. Though Gu Qingli had mentioned it would rise, she never imagined that in just 2 days, Chen Xiao would amass such a fortune. That was more than she earned from a year of hard work running her store. The immense surprise momentarily rendered her speechless, and she simply stared at Chen Xiao in astonishment. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. After regaining her composure, Bai Jia exhaled deeply, her entire being relaxing. You scare me. As long as you've made a profit, that's what matters. Xiao, your luck is extraordinary. Her anxious heart finally settled back into her chest. However, before she could bask in a fleeting joy, Chen Xiao's subsequent words caused her recently calmed heart to leap into her throat. Well, I took the profits from Tongfei Technology, added it to the initial capital, a total of over 7 million, and invested it all in another stock, Chen Xiao stated with a nonchalant tone, as if discussing what he had for dinner that evening. Well, what? Bai Jia's smile froze on her face, disbelief washing over her. You invested it all again? 7 million. Yes, Chen Xiao nodded, observing Bai Jia's face turn pale, and added, I bought into Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Bai Jia had no recollection of the name. Yet that was inconsequential. The 2 pieces of information, investing all and over 7 million, struck her like heavy blows to the heart. Xiao, how could you do this again? You just made money. How can you possibly reinvest everything so quickly? Her gaze was filled with helplessness and anxiety. This child, why is he so stubborn? Aunt Bai, please don't get upset. Chen Xiao chuckled, finding her worried demeanor somewhat amusing yet also exasperating. I assure you, I know what I'm doing. There's no issue with Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. You needn't worry. How can I not worry? Bai Jie pressed her forehead with her hand. Xiao Xiao, heed my advice. The stock market isn't a casino. It's not a game to play like this. Sell it as soon as the market opens tomorrow. Even if it means a smaller profit or a slight loss. Just take the money back, deposit it in the bank, or buy some government bonds. That would be far more prudent. Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao sighed, recognizing that reasoning with her was futile. He could only let the results speak for themselves. Give me half a month. After that, check my account, and you'll understand. Bai Jie opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately swallowed her words. Noticing the unwavering confidence radiating from Chen Xiao, she realized she was increasingly bewildered by this young man before her. There was an air of maturity and assurance about him that, despite her deep-seated worry, made her want to trust him, if only this once. Alas, Bai Jie sighed in resignation, rubbing her temples in fatigue. Just be careful. Chapter 13. Let's make a bet, Aunt Bai. Chen Xiao found amusement in Bai Jie's worry-laden expression and decided not to provoke her further. Aunt Bai, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he headed straight for the bathroom. In the living room, only Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing, who was immersed in her homework, remained. Chen Xiao's resolute demeanor had not eased Bai Jie's mind. Instead, it amplified her unease. 7 million, just like that. He had carelessly thrown it into the merciless stock market, investing in a stock she had never even heard of. No, she still wasn't reassured. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment before finally opening the group chat with the three sisters riding the waves. She typed, Gu Qingli, can you help me look into that stock called Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Xiao Xiao just reinvested the money he made before. She dared not mention that Chen Xiao had plunged his entire fortune of over 7 million into it, only vaguely stating that he had reinvested his previous earnings. After sending her message, Bai Jie anxiously stared at her phone screen. Even the sound of Shun Qingqing writing seemed amplified. Approximately a minute later, Gu Qingli's avatar lit up. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Code 67XX89. I checked, and there's been no significant news about this stock recently. Its performance has been rather lukewarm, even somewhat weak. The pharmaceutical sector hasn't been strong lately either. Jie, how did your Xiao Xiao end up buying this? Did he hear some insider news? Let me tell you, such news is often the most unreliable. Many are just trap set by large investors to lure in retail investors. You'd better advise him. If the stock is uncertain, it's best to avoid it. If he insists on playing, he should never invest too much. While there is still no major fluctuation, he should pull out. Minimizing losses is still a gain. As Bai Jie read through Gu Qingli's messages, each one felt like a bucket of cold water, plunging her heart into despair. Even the most knowledgeable Gu Qingli was saying such things. It's over. That child has surely been deceived or is simply buying blindly. 7 million. What if he loses it all? Bai Jie felt darkness closing in on her vision, filled with regret for not being more resolute in stopping Chen Xiao earlier. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Chen Xiao stood before the expansive mirror, water droplets cascading along his well-defined muscle contours. The reflection before him was a stark contrast to the somewhat frail figure he had possessed 5 years ago when he first traversed to this world. Thanks to the 8-point attributes from the novice gift pack, his previously faintly outlined abdominal muscles now boasted a clear definition of 8 sculpted packs, each sharp and brimming with strength. His pectorals were full, shoulders broad, and arms bore a smooth yet solid line, exuding latent power without any exaggerated bulging. Overall, he appeared well-proportioned and upright, exuding the virile charm of youthful masculinity. Not bad, Chen Xiao mused, stroking his chin, thoroughly pleased with his physique. He casually grabbed a towel to dry off, wearing only a pair of loose-fitting boxers, before pulling open the bathroom door. Wow! A high-pitched scream erupted suddenly, startling Chen Xiao. He turned to see Shun Qingqing, having somehow positioned herself near the bathroom door, her eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Xiao, when did your physique become so impressive? Ups! Wow! 8 packs! The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Jie, seated on the sofa, instinctively glanced up at the commotion. Cough! 2 crimson spots bloomed on Bai Jie's cheeks as she exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, quickly put on some clothes. What are you doing? Chen Xiao, realizing her oversight, stuck out her tongue, though her gaze remained fixated on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, watching Bai Jie's ears turn crimson with amusement. With a sly smile, he leisurely returned to his room to change into a clean t-shirt and pants. When he re-emerged, Bai Jie had regained her composure, though her expression was still somewhat unnatural. She saw Chen Xiao settle onto the opposite sofa, took a deep breath, and handed him her phone, her voice tinged with undeniable concern. Xiao, take a look. This is what I just asked Qingli. She said that Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals isn't reliable and urged you to sell it immediately. Chen Xiao accepted the phone, glancing at the messages from Gu Qingli that warned of significant risks and advised him to exit immediately. He couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Bai, do you still not trust me? This isn't a matter of trust. Bai Jie retorted, growing agitated. Qingli is a professional. What she says undoubtedly holds weight. 7 million is no trivial sum. What if you incur losses? All right, then let us make a bet, Chen Xiao said, setting down the phone, leaning slightly forward, his gaze intent on Bai Jie. A bet? Bai Jie was taken aback. Yes, Chen Xiao replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Let us wager on Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. If, in half a month, I incur losses, not only will I forfeit this 7 million, but even if I win the lottery in the future and earn more, how I spend it will be entirely up to you. A 1T question your decisions. Bai Jie felt a stirring in her heart. The term sounded quite enticing. But what if you win? She instinctively inquired. Chen Xiao's smile deepened. If I win and make a profit, Aunt Bai, you must agree to one thing for me. What is it? Bai Jie felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Chen Xiao did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved his phone, swiftly tapping on the screen a few times before turning it towards Bai Jie. The display prominently showcased a product page from a shopping platform. You, Bai Jie exclaimed, her face instantly flushing crimson as she recognized what was on the screen. What nonsense are you spouting? How indecent. Snatching her phone back, she shot Chen Xiao a fierce glare, yet a flicker of panic and embarrassment glimmered in her eyes upon closer inspection. This rascal was growing increasingly audacious. How dare he make such a request? Chapter 14. The Campus Bell, Yen Xuxue. The following morning, with no classes to attend, Chen Xiao lounged on his dormitory bed when Song Shu burst in with fervor. His eyes bore traces of redness, suggesting a restless night, yet his spirit was remarkably exuberant. Xiao Ge. Song Shu approached Chen Xiao's bedside, lowering his voice, though his excitement was palpable. It's all set. He produced a bank card from his pocket and thrust it into Chen's hand. There's 850,000 in here. It's secured by the house deed, and the agent expedited the process, deducting a minor fee, but that's inconsequential. Chen Xiao sat up, accepting the card and regarding Song Shu. Are you truly certain about this? Absolutely. Song Shu nodded vigorously. Xiao Ge, I'm all in this time. At that moment, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong, who occupied the adjacent beds, stirred awake and approached, drawn by the commotion. Old Song, did you really mortgage your house? Lu Nanzhou gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. That's your uncle and Aunt. Indeed, Old Song, over 80,000 is a hefty investment. What if? Zhou Hong interjected. The stock market is notoriously unpredictable. Song Shu waved his hand dismissively, interrupting them. Enough. This is my affair. I shall bear the consequences. He turned to Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, the money is in your hands. You decide how to proceed. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exchanged glances, each reflecting a blend of helplessness and concern. Old Song was resolutely committed to this gamble. They felt it was futile to say more, hoping fervently that Chen Xiao would prove reliable and prevent Old Song from losing everything. All right, Chen Xiao nodded, tucking the bank card away. Don't worry, you won't suffer losses. He rose from his bed and stretched by the window. The morning sunlight bathed the campus, and students could be seen exercising on the playground. Just then, Lu Nanzhou suddenly exclaimed, Holy cow, and pointed excitedly toward the direction below. Look, look, Yen Xuxue. Instantly, the three heads in the dormitory leaned towards the window in unison. Downstairs, on the path from the girls' dormitory to the academic building, a girl clad in a white dress gracefully strolled by. She was tall and lithe, her long, jet black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Clutching a few books, she appeared to be either focused on her path or lost in her own reverie. The morning sun illuminated her perfect profile, her skin radiantly pale, and her features exquisitely sculpted, reminiscent of a finely crafted masterpiece. Yet, she bore an air of aloofness, as if she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. She was none other than Chen Xiao, the universally acknowledged campus belle of Southeast University, majoring in dance. She is simply stunning, Zhou Heng murmured, his eyes transfixed. That aura is extraordinary. How could our school possess such a fairy? Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, smacking his lips in awe. Song Shu momentarily forgot about the house mortgage, staring blankly at the ethereal figure below, until she gradually receded from view around the corner. Returning his gaze, Lu Nanzhou sighed wistfully. If only I could date the campus belle for even a day. No, even just hold her hand or exchange a few words. I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life for old Song. Get lost. Song Shu exploded in indignation, kicking out at him. Why should I sacrifice my lifespan? Who told you that you're the most valuable in our dorm? Lu Nanzhou nimbly dodged. I'm worth more than your nonsense. Song Shu chased after him, swinging a fist. Zhou Heng laughed uncontrollably nearby. Chen Xiao watched their playful antics, amused. Chen Xiao was indeed breathtaking, the kind of beauty that lingered in one's memory, especially with that chilling demeanor that held an irresistible allure for the opposite sex. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chen Xiao's mind. Ding! Detected a character meeting binding conditions. Chen Xiao. Character information. Chen Xiao, 22 years old, senior student of the dance department at Southeast University. Attractiveness, 98. Physique, 97. Current affection level, 0. Stranger. Would you like to bind? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Chen Xiao? The system could actually bind her? He was astonished. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for a system named the affection system to be able to bind the campus belle. However, the affection level of 0 indicated that they were complete strangers, lacking even a nodding acquaintance. Bind, Chen Xiao silently commanded in his mind. Binding successful. Target character, Chen Xiao. Current affection level, 0. Note, reaching a certain affection threshold will yield rewards. Another goal had been added. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully in the direction where Chen Xiao had vanished. This aloof campus belle seemed to present a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, time was on his side. The immediate priority was to secure the funds in the stock market. The next morning, as the stock market opened, Chen Xiao transferred Song Shu's 850,000, along with an additional 11,000 contributed by Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, into his securities account. With his existing 700,000, the total funds in his account soared to an impressive 8,131,000. He opened the K-line chart for Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, just as he had anticipated, following a surge and subsequent drop yesterday. The stock opened today with a slight decline of nearly 2 points, the price appearing rather ominous. Xiaogo, why is it still dropping? Lu Nanzhou leaned over to take a look, anxiety creeping into his voice. His 5,000, though modest, constituted all his savings. Yeah, CIE. This stock 1T continue to drop, will it? Zhou Heng added nervously. Only Song Shu, though his complexion had paled, remained silent. He had staked his entire fortune on this venture, leaving him no choice but to place his trust in Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao observed the modest dip in the stock price, his expression remaining calm. Don't panic. This is just the beginning. Let the market stabilize for a while. He held absolute confidence in his memories. The recent fluctuations in Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals were merely a strategy to shake off the weak hands, setting the stage for a significant rally. The following days passed quietly. Chen Xiao continued attending classes, returning to the dormitory, and occasionally dining at by GS home. Just as he had foreseen, the stock price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals began to stabilize after a slight drop, oscillating in a narrow range as trading volume gradually diminished, as if it had been forgotten. However, the atmosphere in the dormitory grew increasingly tense. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng checked the stock several times a day, sighing over the lethargic price. Song Shu's days felt interminable. The over 80,000 that he had invested, secured by the hard-earned house of his parents, had yet to yield any returns. Each night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and during the day he found it difficult to concentrate in class, visibly deteriorating. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's miraculous operations with Tong Fei technology, which had offered him a glimmer of hope, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Finally, the time arrived for the anticipated surge in blue ocean pharmaceuticals as per Chen Xiao's recollection. That afternoon, the four of them in dormitory 302 were gathered for a rare moment. The sunlight outside was just right, yet the atmosphere within the dormitory felt oppressive. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong sat in front of the computer, their eyes occasionally darting towards the stock trading software icon on the desk. Song Shu was seated at his own station, his palms clammy with sweat. Before him was the screen displaying the intraday chart of Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical, the horizontal white line mocking his reckless gamble. Chen Xiao reclined his chair, eyes closed, meditating. Time ticked away, inching closer to the afternoon market opening. Will it really rise today, Xiaoge? Song Shu finally broke the silence. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, glanced at him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Just watch. At precisely 1 o'clock, the stock market opened. The price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical did not soar as they had hoped. Instead, it dipped slightly by less than a point. Song Shu's heart plummeted, his face ashen. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong mirrored his disappointment, their expressions tinged with despair. Yet in the next moment, a massive buy order surged in, lifting the stock price from the depths. Following that, even larger and more frequent buy orders cascaded in like a tidal wave. The white intraday line on the screen, without hesitation, shot up at a near vertical angle. 1, 3, 5, 7. The stock price surged like a battering ram, demolishing all resistance. In less than a minute, the price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical was firmly locked at the daily limit. 1,000. The vivid crimson number dazzled the eyes. The dormitory fell into a stunned silence for a full 3 seconds. Then, an uproar erupted. Holy crap! It's limit up. It really hit the limit. Lu Nanzhou leapt from his chair, his face flushed with excitement, pointing at the screen, speechless. Incredible. Xiaoge, you're amazing. Zhou Hong followed suit, jumping up and slamming his palms on the table, sending the mouse flying. Song Shu trembled all over, his gaze fixed on the red limit up, as if he wished to engrave it into his very being. It has risen. It truly has risen. He had made over 80,000 in a single day from his more than 800,000 investment. The fear and anxiety that had been suppressed for days transformed into tears of ecstatic joy, streaming down his cheeks. Xiaoge, you're like a brother to me. Song Shu suddenly turned to the still composed Chen Xiao beside him, his voice choked with emotion. Chen Xiao regarded his 3 frenzied roommates with a smile, patting Song Shu's shoulder. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Chapter 15. The Mercedes-Benz doesn't seem that impressive. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong were momentarily taken aback, their breaths quickening. Just the beginning? Does that mean Lu Nanzhou venturet, si ya yi? Are you suggesting the stock can still rise? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, I estimate it should hit at least 5 or 6 more limits. 5 or 6 more. Zhou Hong gasped, his voice cracking. One limit is 10%. 5 or 6 limits means it could double. Song Shu was rendered speechless with excitement. If what Xiaoge said was true, then his 80,000. Xiaoge, can we increase our position now? Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, eager to invest everything he had. Zhou Hong nodded vigorously. Yes, Xiaoge, is it still feasible to jump in now? Chen Xiao shook his head. I would advise it. Stocks that surge like this can pull back at any moment or even reverse direction. We position ourselves early with a low cost and a steady mindset. Chasing high now carries significant risk. One misstep could leave us trapped at the peak. He paused before adding, hold on to your shares. When the time is right, I'll remind you to sell. Though Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong felt a tinge of disappointment, they recognized the wisdom in Chen Xiao's words and suppressed their impulses. Only Song Shu remained unwavering in his faith in Chen Xiao. If Xiaoge said hold, then hold they would. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in Southeast University was steeped in the tension of final exam revisions. Yet the mood in Dormitory 302 felt like a perpetual celebration. Just as Chen Xiao had predicted, Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical embarked on a frenzied streak of consecutive limit-ups. The second limit, the third limit, the sixth limit, the seventh limit. For 7 consecutive trading days, the stock price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical rocketed, opening each day with a lock that left no room for outside capital to enter. Every day after the market opened, the chaos of jubilant howls erupted from Dormitory 302. Holy crap! Another limit. 7 consecutive limits. 7 in a row. Cie, you are my god. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng had become completely desensitized, witnessing the numbers in their accounts soar as if in a dream. Lu Nanzhou's 5,000 had blossomed to nearly 10,000. Zhou Heng's 6,000 had transformed into over 11,000. Despite their modest principle, the speed of their profits in just 7 days was nothing short of astonishing. They were filled with a mix of exhilaration for having ridden Xiao Gu's coattails and regret for not investing more initially, even if it meant selling everything they owned. They wished they had pooled more funds. As for Song Shu, he felt as if he were living in a dream. His total assets had surged from an initial 850,000 to over 160,000, a net profit nearing 810,000 in just 7 days. Not only had he recouped the money from mortgaging his house, but he had also gained over 80,000. In these days, Song Shu floated through life, a silly grin plastered on his face, feeling a kinship with everyone he encountered. Previously, he would have found it unbearable to see Xiao Lingling, but now, upon spotting her flaunting in a Mercedes with that affluent companion, he felt utterly indifferent, even chuckling to himself. A Mercedes S-Class? It didn't seem all that impressive anymore. Once Xiao Gu helped earn a few more bucks, he could buy one too. However, not long after the limit had been reached, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke up, "All right, prepare to liquidate." Huh? Liquidate? Song Shu was taken aback. Xiao Gu, it just hit the limit. With this momentum, who knows, tomorrow could bring another. Both Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng shared his confusion. Chen Xiao shook his head. It's about time. Extremes must revert. This ascent is too steep, and the risks have escalated considerably. It could collapse at any moment. We cannot be greedy for that last bite. Securing our gains is paramount. With that, he was the first to place a sell order on his account. Although it was at the limit price, the queue of buy orders below was still densely packed, and his substantial holdings were swiftly absorbed by the market. In an instant, his available balance displayed a dazzling string of figures: 15, 843, 554 yuan. With an initial investment of 131 million, his total assets had reached 84 million in just 8 trading days. The net profit soared to over 71 million. Xiao Gu is incredible. Holy crap. Over 15 million. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng's eyes widened to the numbers on Chen Xiao's phone. Song Shu hastily executed the sale of all his stocks. Watching the 66 million in cash lounging in his account, he trembled with excitement. Chen Xiao also assisted Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng in liquidating their stocks. Lu Nanzhou's account displayed 743 yuan. Zhou Heng's account displayed a sum of 692 yuan. The transaction was concluded, bringing joy to all parties involved. As he gazed at the mobile banking notification confirming an influx of over 6 million yuan, Song Shu's hands trembled, nearly causing him to drop his phone. He meticulously verified the message multiple times before daring to believe the astonishing reality. Over 6 million yuan in less than 10 days. Not only had he settled the mortgage on his property, but he also netted a profit exceeding 800,000 yuan. With a voice choked with emotion, Song Shu could scarcely articulate his feelings, instead beaming at Chen Xiao with unabashed joy. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, though they had only earned a few thousand yuan, couldn't help but feel envious as they witnessed Song Shu's sudden wealth, their eyes welling with emotion. Damn it, I regret not investing more. Lu Nanzhou lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. Indeed, had I known, I should have saved every penny meant for meals and gone all in. Zhou Heng echoed, his expression one of deep remorse. As they observed Song Shu's blissful demeanor, a mixture of envy and happiness swirled within them, ultimately overshadowed by their pride for their friend's success. All right, Enough of standing around like fools. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, throwing an arm around Song Shu's shoulders and calling out to Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge. We must celebrate. A grand celebration. I'll treat. No, Old Song will treat. Old Song is now a millionaire. Right. Old Song treats. Zhou Heng chimed in enthusiastically. Song Shu wiped his face and nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I'll treat. Choose any place you like. Today, I'm picking up the tab. His confidence surged. Not so fast. Chen Xiao chuckled. I promise to treat. Come on. I know a splendid restaurant nearby. Xiao Ge, you're so generous. Xiao Ge, you're magnificent. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng promptly changed their tune, rallying around Chen Xiao and the slightly dazed Song Shu as they exuberantly exited the dormitory. The four arrived at the restaurant Chen Xiao had mentioned, which boasted an elegant ambience and an air of sophistication. Once inside the private room, Song Shu eagerly ordered a sumptuous feast, even uncorking a fine bottle of wine. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng animatedly recounted their exhilarating stock market adventure, continually marveling at Chen Xiao's astute maneuvers. Song Shu, fully at ease, raised his glass to Chen Xiao repeatedly, his words echoing gratitude and admiration. Xiao Ge, thank you. You're like a brother to me. Chen Xiao simply smiled, occasionally clinking glasses with them. Witnessing the genuine joy radiating from his roommates, he felt an uplifting sense of satisfaction. While earning money was indeed significant, the exhilaration of soaring together with his friends was an unparalleled delight. After a hearty meal, the four prepared to depart. Just as they pulled open the door to the private room, a group of stylish young men and women entered, their laughter and chatter filling the space. At the forefront was a girl in a pink dress, affectionately linked to a young man adorned with a gold chain. Upon seeing the girl in the pink dress, Song Shu's smile instantly faltered. Chen Xiao, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng recognized them as well. None other than Xia Lingling, her friend Ning Weiwei, and the affluent young man Cheng Xuan, who drove a Mercedes. Xia Lingling, oblivious to their presence, was sweetly imploring Cheng Xuan and Ge. You must help me secure the top spot in tonight's PK event on the platform. That task reward is so crucial for me. Cheng Xuan, wrapping his arm around her waist, replied smugly, Don't worry, Lingling, it's a piece of cake. It's just a matter of sending a few gifts. I've got plenty of money. Tonight, I'll ensure you shine as the number one. Ning Weiwei chimed in playfully, Wow. And good, you're so handsome. So manly. Lingling, you've struck gold this time. Far better than that last guy. What was his name? He was such a loser. Probably couldn't even afford to send you a rocket. Xia Lingling scoffed. Don't bring him up. It's bad luck. Being with him, I couldn't even buy decent clothes. Every meal had to be a bargain. Unlike now with Ge, I could buy whatever I want. That's what life is. As she spoke, she ostentatiously flaunted her brand new designer bag, her face alight with satisfaction. Chapter 16, Tonight. Let her weep. The barbed remarks exchanged by Xia Lingling and Ning Weiwei resonated sharply in the ears of Chen Xiao and his companions, especially Ning Weiwei's derisive loser, and Xia Lingling's disdainful bad luck, piercing through Song Shu's heart like daggers. Damn it! What are they saying? Lu Nanzhou erupted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Zhou Heng's expression darkened, prepared to join him. Enough, Song Shu interjected, gripping both their arms. His face paled slightly, yet his gaze remained unervingly calm. He didn't wish to engage in conflict with Xia Lingling and that man in such a setting. It would serve no purpose and would only deepen his humiliation. Chen Xiao glanced at Song Shu, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. The four turned silently to leave. Just then, Xia Lingling, still entwined with Cheng Xuan, caught sight of them and particularly focused on Song Shu. Her pace faltered momentarily, then she swiftly turned away, her expression marred by overt disdain and contempt, as if she had encountered something repulsive. That glance, that expression, was more painful than the earlier words. Song Shu's body stiffened imperceptibly, his hands clenched at his sides, nails digging into his flesh. As they exited the restaurant, the evening breeze brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of coolness. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were still seething. What piece of work that girl is. And her boyfriend, strutting around like a king. Lu Nanzhou cursed. Exactly. And her friend is no gem either. What do they mean by loser? Damn, it infuriates me. Zhou Heng fumed. Old song. You shouldn't have stopped us. We should have confronted them. Song Shu forced a smile, shaking his head. Let it go, it's not worth it. Though he spoke of letting it go, his troubled expression betrayed his inner turmoil. The joy of his recent financial success had been considerably dampened by that brief encounter, replaced by an indescribable sense of frustration and anger. How can we let it go? Lu Nanzhou's eyes widened suddenly, as if struck by inspiration. Wait, didn't Tishi mention that PK event? She wants to take the top spot and complete some task? Zhou Heng caught on, right? That green TCL Lingling streams every night on a platform called Starlight. Lu Nanzhou grinned wickedly, glancing at Song Shu and Chen Xiao, his eyes gleaming with mischief. We just made a little money today, right? Not much, but we can't let it go to waste. His excitement grew. Here's the plan. Tonight, since she's doing a PK, we'll head to her opponent's live stream. Let us shower her opponent with gifts. If she wants to be number one, we'll ensure she fails. If she has a task to accomplish, we'll make it impossible for her. Let her experience true despair. Yes, let us do it. Zhou Heng joined in the enthusiasm. Even though we don't have much, we can still give her a hard time. Let her realize that one shouldn't underestimate the young and impoverished. As Song Shu listened to his brothers, the pent-up frustration and anger within him found release. Indeed, direct confrontation was futile, but bringing her down in her most cherished domain would show her that he was not a mere soft target to be toyed with. He lifted his gaze to Chen Xiao, his eyes reflecting both inquiry and anticipation. Chen Xiao smiled knowingly, offering a silent affirmation. Taking a deep breath, Song Shu's face broke into a relieved smile, nodding decisively. All right, let us proceed. Damn it, if I don't get this off my chest, I want to sleep a wink tonight. He cast a glance at Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brothers. He then turned to Chen Xiao, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Xiao Ge, I truly appreciate your support. Without you, I wouldn't even have a means to disdain her. Had it not been for Xiao Ge guiding him in stock trading, not only would he not have the over 6 million in his account now, but he would likely struggle to scrape together enough to even send a plane ticket to Xiao Lingling's rival. All right, it's a trivial matter. Chen Xiao waved dismissively. You decide how you want to spend the evening. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know. Song Shu nodded vigorously, warmth flooding his heart. Let's go. Back to the dormitory. We need to strategize. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Song Shu's shoulder with excitement. Absolutely. Tonight, we must make that green tea girl cry. Zhou Heng added, cracking his knuckles. The four of them took a taxi back to school, the earlier discomfort dissipated by their vengeful plans, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Meanwhile, in the opulent private room of a restaurant, the dishes had been served. Chung Suan held Xia Lingling close, while Ning Weiwei sat beside them, the three of them raising their glasses in a spirited atmosphere. Lingling, were those people by the entrance acquaintances of yours? Chung Suan casually inquired, sipping his red wine. Xia Lingling scoffed. Just a poor loser I foolishly dated in the past. She leaned into Chung Suan's embrace, her voice sweet and coy. He's the one I mentioned to you before, from our school, named Song Shu. His family is so impoverished that getting me a decent bag is a struggle. Being with him is simply a waste of my youth. Ning Weiwei chimed in, exactly. And Ge, it was so wise of Lingling to break up with him. Just look at how those guys are dressed. Combined, they probably don't even match the worth of your belt. And Ge, compared to you, it's like comparing the heavens to the earth. Chung Suan beamed with pride at their remarks, tightening his hold on Xia Lingling. Don't worry, sweetheart. What's past is past. From now on, I'll ensure you enjoy the finest things in life. Whatever you desire, I will procure for you. Thank you, and Ge, for being so wonderful to me, Xia Lingling said, planting a kiss on Chung Suan's cheek before playfully adding, but tonight, during the Starry Platform's PK event, you absolutely must help me. The rewards are crucial for me. If I secure the top spot, the platform will grant me substantial promotional resources. Chung Suan laughed heartily. What a trivial matter. It's just about sending a few gifts, right? Rest assured, no one else stand a chance at the top spot tonight but you. He pinched Xia Lingling's chin, his gaze sweeping over her. As long as my darling stays close to me. Xia Lingling playfully hit Chung Suan, then leaned in to whisper sweetly in his ear, You're such a tease. And Ge, As long as you help me secure the top spot, you can have whatever you want. Wei Wei thinks you're amazing too. Upon hearing this, Ning Weiwei blushed, her face radiating warmth, yet she offered no rebuttal, instead casting an expectant glance at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was nearly beside himself with excitement. "Ha ha! Wonderful! Wonderful!" he exclaimed, nodding fervently. "Don't worry. Tonight, I'll exhaust my card limits just to ensure you shine brightly and take first place. We'll win all the way." He envisioned the splendid scene of himself lavishly spending in the limelight of the live broadcast, helping Xiao Lingling ascend to the pinnacle, and then reveling in the shared glory. As for the impoverished ex-boyfriend they encountered earlier, he had long been dismissed from his thoughts, merely an inconsequential insect in the grand scheme of things. Chapter 17. A willing gambler must accept defeat. On another front, as night deepened and the city lights began to twinkle, Bai Jie returned home, her body weary from the day. She carelessly kicked off her heels at the entrance and sank into the soft embrace of the living room sofa, exhaling deeply. The year-end inventory at the store had consumed a significant amount of her energy. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, the incessant notifications from her WeChat pinged relentlessly. With a hint of exasperation, Bai Jie reached for her phone and illuminated the screen, revealing messages from her trio of close friends in their chat group titled Sisters Riding the Waves. The messages were from Gu Qingli, filled with an array of exclamation marks and shocked emojis. "Gu Qingli, oh my gosh. Yeah, come out and see this miracle. Gu Qingli, that Xiao Xiao from your family has invested in Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. It's insane. Truly insane. Gu Qingli, 7 consecutive limits. A full 7 limit ups. I hadn't paid much attention to this stock before, but after reviewing it today, it practically blinded my eyes. What kind of luck is this? No, this is definitely not mere luck." Initially dazed, Bai Jie felt a jolt of realization upon seeing the mention of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals and the 7 consecutive limits. She sat up straight, her heart racing uncontrollably. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? That was the stock in which Xiao Xiao had invested over 7 million. 7 limit ups. How is that possible? Just a couple of days ago, wasn't its price barely holding on? Didn't T. Qingli say this stock was no good and urged her to convince Xiao Xiao to sell? The overwhelming shock left Bai Jie momentarily dazed. Her fingers trembled as she typed a response. "Bai Jie, Qingli, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Did it genuinely rise this much?" As she sent the message, her heart raced even faster. Gu Qingli's reply came almost instantaneously. "Gu Qingli, of course I'm not mistaken. Do you think I can misinterpret a K-line chart? Look it up yourself on the software, code 67XX89. Today, it hit another limit up, sealed tight. 7 consecutive limits. This guy has an extraordinary eye for stocks. How did he even discover this gem?" Reading Gu Qingli's confident response, Bai Jie felt her mind spin in disbelief. 7 limit ups. How much had the over 7 million that Chen Xiao invested grown in now? She couldn't bear to envision that figure. Her heart pounding so hard she felt breathless. However, before she could recover from the immense shock, another message from Gu Qingli appeared, her tone shifting from excitement to seriousness. "Gu Qingli, but Jie, I just heard some news. Blue Ocean's surge has caught the regulator's attention, and the main players have made substantial profits. Tomorrow, they're likely to offload their shares. You must warn Xiao Xiao. If he hasn't sold today, he must run tomorrow when the market opens. Even if it hits the limit down, he needs to cut his losses. Otherwise, he might lose all his profits in a single day." Upon reading Gu Qingli's warning, Bai Jie felt her heart drop again. Indeed, such a rapid rise was bound to lead to a fall. "Boy, I'll tell him right away." Bai Jie quickly exited the group chat, locating Chen Xiao's WeChat profile. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly typed, "Bai Jie, Xiao Xiao, how is your Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals doing? I just heard Qingli say it's been hitting limit ups consecutively. She also mentioned there might be a significant drop tomorrow, urging you to sell quickly. You didn't incur any losses, did you?" As she sent the message, Bai Jie felt her heart lodged in her throat, her eyes glued to the screen. After a few tense seconds, Chen Xiao's reply came. First, he sent a screenshot, clearly showing the transaction record for Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, indicating a sell operation at today's limit-up price. Following that was another screenshot displaying the balance in his securities account. A long string of numbers dazzled by GS eyes, and it took her several counts to confirm that the figure represented over 15 million. Chen Xiao, no losses, just a small profit. Chen Xiao by EC. I told you I had it under control, right? Staring at the astonishing figure, Bai Jia felt her brain nearly short-circuit. A small profit? Was this truly just a small profit? Investing over 8 million, and in less than 10 days, it had transformed into over 15 million. A net gain of over 7 million. This is simply faster than a money-printing machine. Bai Jia felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. She pinched her thigh with considerable force, the sharp pain confirming the reality of her situation. The boy, whom she still regarded as a child, had astonishingly amassed a fortune in an incomprehensible manner within a remarkably brief span of time. The immense shock left Bai Jia momentarily speechless. However, before she could fully recover from her astonishment, another message from Chen Xiao arrived. This time, it was a screenshot of an order from shopping platform. Prominently displayed was the black camisole nightgown Chen Xiao had shown her a few days prior, with the order status marked as paid and awaiting shipment. Chen Xiao, a bet is a bet, Aunt Bai. Bai Jia felt heat rush to her head. It dawned on her that she had previously made that absurd wager with Chen Xiao. This rascal, has he lost all sense after making money? How dare he actually purchase it? A mixture of embarrassment and an indescribable sense of panic intertwined within her, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She held her phone, her fingers jabbing at the screen for an eternity before finally typing out 2 furious words. Bai Jia, scoundrel. With that, she ignored Chen Xiao and, with flushed cheeks, opened the group chat for the sisters who ride the waves. She endeavored to calm herself and typed a response to Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing. Boye, Xingli. That Xiao Xiao sold Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals when it reached the limit today. Bai Jia. Attached is the balance screenshot Chen Xiao sent. Bai Jia. He claims to have made some money. Once the message was sent, the group chat fell silent for a few seconds. Then, Gu Qingli's response erupted like a bomb. Gu Qingli, holy crap. Gu Qingli, 15 million, sold at the peak. Over 7 million in profit. Yeah. Are you sure this is real? Is your Xiao Xiao a reincarnated stock god? Gu Qingli. I was just worried he would cut losses and flee. What a joke. He had already cashed out at the summit. Such maneuvering. Such judgment. Incredible. Gu Qingli, no way. Yeah. Next time you must. You must bring him out for dinner. I absolutely must meet this young stock god. He is ridiculously impressive. My interest in your Xiao Xiao is growing by the minute. Even the usually composed Xia Wanqing chimed in. Xia Wanqing. Over 7 million in just a few days is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Qingli is right. Jia, your Xiao Xiao is extraordinary. If the opportunity arises, I truly wish to meet him. Witnessing the equally shocked reactions of her 2 friends, Bai Jia felt a tumult of emotions within her. There was an unreal sense of disorientation, alongside an ineffable pride. Yet, merely thinking of the bet made her cheeks flush once more. That cheeky boy was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Chapter 18. The Tower Steel. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lu Nanzhou plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming, "Damn, that was so frustrating. Old Song, is that green TBTCH live right now? We must deal with her." Zhou Heng also leaned in, urging, quick, Old Song, check on your phone. Is that wretched Ciel Lingling streaming on the Starlight platform? We absolutely need to vent our frustrations today." With the 2 of them pushing him, the frustration within Song Shu was rekindled. He pulled out his phone and opened the familiar Starlight Live app. Sure enough, a search for Lingling Fairy revealed her avatar was brightly lit. Upon entering, Ciel Lingling's exquisitely made-up face appeared on the screen. She wore a pink low-cut camisole dress, preening for the camera with a voice dripping with sweetness. "Welcome, Anren Gidge, to Lingling's live stream. You look so handsome today. Thank you for the little hearts sent in love." The live stream had a lively atmosphere, with rolling comments filled with flattery and sycophantic praise. In one corner, the PK bar indicated that Ciel Lingling was engaged in a live PK battle with another female streamer. The opposing streamer appeared to have significantly less popularity than Xiao Lingling, struggling to rally votes with a distressed expression. Family. The big brother from the other side is too fierce. We can't hold on any longer. Woo-woo. On Xiao Lingling's side, an account with the ID Aaron Roaming stood out prominently. It was Chen Xiao. He seemed to have just entered the live stream, having not sent many gifts yet, but Xiao Lingling was already addressing him as Ngu with excessive familiarity. Ngu, it seems they're about to steal the tower. I'm so scared. Xiao Lingling pouted at the camera, feigning vulnerability, while her gaze darted towards the gift leaderboard beside the PK bar. Lu Ninjo scoffed, damn. She's really good at putting on an act. Just then, with only 30 seconds left in the PK round, Chen Xiao's avatar lit up, and the screen erupted with a dazzling animation effect. One of the most expensive gifts on the Starlight platform, the Starry Carnival. A single carnival was worth 3,000. Enterwhelming since Starry Carnival X1. The massive gift effect nearly engulfed the entire screen, causing Xiao Lingling's PK bar to surge forward, decisively crushing the opposing female streamer. Wow. Thank you, Ngu. You're amazing. Ngu is so powerful. Ngu is so impressive. Xiao Lingling exclaimed, jumping up from her chair, blowing kisses to the camera, her bosom subtly visible. You're incredible. Love you. The comments in the live stream exploded. Holy crap. Ngu is awesome. Carnival. What a godly rich man. Lingling's top spot is secured. The opposing streamer can log off now. Haha. Listening to Xiao Lingling's ear-piercing gratitude, Song Shu's expression grew cold. It was this vanity that revealed her most unsightly side. Old Song, let us do it. Lu Ninjo shouted. Let us go. Zhou Heng clenched his fists. Song Shu took a deep breath, his fingers flying across the screen of his phone. He found a live stream of the opposing female streamer. Clicking into the recharge page without a moment's hesitation. Looking at the balance in his account, he realized for the first time that money was indeed a wonderful thing. With only 5 seconds left in the PK, he counted down. 4, 3. Xiao Lingling's smile was at its zenith, even beginning to express her thanks ahead of time. Thank you for your support, family. Thank you, Ngu. We definitely won this PK. 2. In that instant, within the opposing female streamer's live room, the screen exploded, an effect even more stunning and radiant than Chen Xiao's carnival erupted. Shu sent Starry Carnival X1. Shu sent Starry Carnival X1. 2. A full 2 Starry Carnivals, worth 6,000. Like 2 heavy bombs, they were dropped instantaneously. The opposing PK bar surged ahead, leaving Xiao Lingling far behind. The PK concluded. Victory was assured. Holy crap. Tower steal. Incredible. Shu is magnificent. Where did this godly rich brother come from? 2 carnivals. My goodness. The opposing female streamer's live room erupted in excitement. The previously despondent female streamer was now overwhelmed, her words tumbling over one another. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Shu. Thank you, Big Brother. You're so amazing. Whoa, I'm so excited. Thank you, Big Brother. She bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Meanwhile, on Xiao Lingling's side, the live stream fell utterly silent. Xiao Lingling's smile froze entirely, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if she could not fathom what she was witnessing. She fixated on the account that had just extravagantly gifted 2 carnival events, an account whose one character ID was all too familiar to her. Song Shu. It was he, her former boyfriend, whom she had long looked down upon and discarded like refuse. How could he possibly afford 2 carnival events? 6,000 yuan. Where did he acquire such funds? A tremendous shock, disbelief, and the humiliation of being publicly slapped in the face instantaneously overwhelmed Xiao Lingling's rationality. Her complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a ghastly hue, her hand trembling slightly around her phone from the pressure of her grip. Bursting forth from dormitory 302 was an uproarious cacophony of laughter. Damn, this is exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. Lu Ninjo guffawed, tears streaming down his cheeks as he heartily patted Song Shu on the shoulder. Old Song, incredible. Did you see the look on that green TS face? It's as if she's just consumed excrement. Ha ha ha. What a masterstroke. This is textbook-level tower stealing. Zhou Heng was also doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, 6,000 yuan. What a splendid blow. It's enough to make those two wretched souls question their existence. Song Shu, observing Xie Lingling's furious and flustered expression on the screen, felt a long-suppressed anger within him finally released in that moment. He laughed, a genuine, hearty laugh. It turned out that the sensation of slapping someone in the face with money was utterly delightful. Chen Xiao leaned back in her chair, watching the unfolding drama on the screen, glancing at her three roommates, who were flushed with excitement, and a smile crept upon her lips. The grievances of youth could, at times, be so straightforward and direct. However, if 6,000 yuan could rattle Xie Lingling to this extent, it seemed that Chen Xiao's status as a wealthy benefactor in her heart was rather overrated. The live stream continued, but Xie Lingling had lost all desire to broadcast. She picked up another phone beside her, opened WeChat, and located Chen Xiao's avatar, sending a barrage of crying emojis. Little Fairy Lingling. Whoa, brother, and I've lost. Little Fairy Lingling. The ID that gifted those two events is my ex-boyfriend, Song Shu, the one I told you about, the penniless one. I don't know what madness he is on, but he deliberately made me look bad by gifting my rival, Little Fairy Lingling. It infuriates me. He must be putting on a false front. Little Fairy Lingling. Brethren, I can't swallow this. I had prepared a new outfit for tonight's celebration. Woo-woo. Beside her, Chung Xuan was embracing Ning Weiwei when he received Xie Lingling's WeChat message. Instinctively glancing at her, his smile vanished. Song Shu, that pathetic loser? Gifting two carnival events? His first reaction was disbelief. Where could that kid possibly procure such funds? But then, a tide of fury surged within him. How dare that penniless fool, rejected by his woman, slap my face in the live stream and make my newly acquired girl suffer humiliation? This was intolerable. When had Chung Xuan ever endured such indignities? And Ran Ruomeng, damn, that worthless piece of trash. He is asking for death. And Ran Ruomeng, don't cry, babe. It's merely two carnival events. They mean nothing. Just continue your stream and challenge someone else. And Ran Ruomeng, tell me who you want to take down. I'll ensure you snatch that top spot today. And I'll crush that loser, Song Shu, beneath my heel. Let him know who the real authority is. Upon reading Chung Sun's reply, Xie Lingling's tears dried, her grievances evaporating, replaced by a sense of triumph and anticipation. Little Fairy Lingling. MMHM. Thank you, brethren. You're the best. Moo. Little Fairy Lingling. So, brethren, shall I match with the next opponent now? And Ran Ruomeng. Go. Match with someone formidable. Today, I'll make an example of them. Let everyone witness the consequences of opposing Chung Xuan. Setting down his phone, Chung Sun's expression darkened. He was eager to see just how much that penniless fool, Song Shu, could put forth in their contest. Tonight, unless he brought that kid to tears, he would not be satisfied to even consider his own name worthy. Chapter 19. PK First Snow in Dormitory 302. The excitement from the earlier masterstroke had yet to dissipate. Luna and Zhou Heng were still animatedly recounting the transformation of Xie Lingling's face from red to green to pale, laughing like two exuberant children. Song Shu reclined in his chair, a relaxed smile adorning his face. The 6,000 yuan spent had brought him unparalleled satisfaction. Witnessing the discomfort of Xie Lingling and Chung Xuan, as if years of pent-up frustration had finally been washed away, leaving him feeling utterly liberated. Old Song, don't back out. Let us see if that green tea can still continue her stream. Lun and Zhou urged, leaning towards Song Shu's phone. Yes. Let us see if she still has the audacity to broadcast. She is probably so furious she logged off. Zhou Heng chimed in, egging him on. Song Shu nodded, swiping his finger a few times before re-entering Xie Lingling's livestream. As the screen loaded, he saw her adjusting her headset, still wearing a forced sweet smile, though it was tinged with a hint of barely concealed irritation. All right, family, that was just a small mishap. Winning and losing in PKs is quite normal. Xie Lingling's voice remained sugary, yet a subtle edge of gritted teeth could be detected. Thank you, brethren, for your support. Now, let us continue matching and strive to win the next round. As she spoke, she adeptly clicked the button for random PK matching. The matching will spun rapidly, and moments later, it came to a halt. A split screen appeared on the display, revealing the avatar and name of the opposing streamer, Chen Xiao. In the frame was a girl dressed simply in a white training outfit, her long black hair casually tied back, exposing a smooth, radiant forehead and a face of exquisite beauty. She seemed to have just finished practicing, beads of sweat adorning her forehead as she gently wiped them away with a towel. Her expression serene, seemingly indifferent to the sudden PK invitation. Wow, it's Chen Xiao. In dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the usually composed Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow upon seeing the stunningly ethereal face on the screen. They had matched with Chen Xiao. Xiao Lingling was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon revealed unabashed excitement and jealousy. Chen Xiao. This was the woman who had been exalted at school solely for her beauty, always appearing aloof and ethereal. Yet here she was, resorting to live streaming for easy money. Perfect. Today, she would be trounced before the entire audience. Let her understand what true strength entailed. Oh, it's Senior Chen Xiao. Xiao Lingling feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Yet her tone dripped with provocation. Senior, shall we have a PK? Chen Xiao lifted her gaze, casting a cool glance at the screen, her voice devoid of emotion. Whatever. To her, challenging anyone seemed inconsequential. This indifferent demeanor only served to provoke Xiao Lingling further. She immediately turned to the camera, her voice dripping with sweetness. Brotherin, the opponent is our school's flower, Chen Xiao. I really want to win against her just once. Chang Xuan, on the other side of the screen, was momentarily captivated by Chen Xiao's presence. This girl was indeed extraordinary. She outshone both Xiao Lingling and Ning Weiwei combined. However, it was time to defend his woman's honor. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen, and Ran Ruan Meng sent Starry Carnival X1. And Ran Ruan Meng sent Starry Carnival X2. And Ran Ruan Meng gift Starry Carnival X10. 10. A full 10 Starry Carnivals. 30,000. Dazzling effects erupted in Xiao Lingling's live stream, causing the PK bar to soar instantaneously, leaving Chen Xiao's side with barely a sliver of health. Wow. Thank you, brotherin. You're so handsome. Love you. Xiao Lingling screamed with excitement, continuously blowing kisses towards the camera, exclaiming that today was the day to help her win. Unlike certain miserly individuals who, in a desperate bid to appear affluent, believe themselves to be wealthy after gifting a mere 2 items, ha. Her words were pointed, and many in the live stream caught the implication, flooding the chat with responses. Ha, Lingling's right. Brotherin is magnificent. This is what a true big brother looks like. My heart aches for the school beauty on the opposing side. Encountering brotherin, she can only concede defeat. The atmosphere in Chen Xiao's live stream, however, was one of despair. What the heck? 10 carnivals? What is this madness? The opponent is too formidable. It's over. Xiaoba is going to lose. Don't cry. Xiaoba, we did our best. Chen Xiao observed the rapidly scrolling comments and the PK bar being utterly crushed, yet she maintained a serene expression, quietly sipping from her cup. For her, victory or defeat seemed to hold little significance. Meanwhile, in dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong were in an uproar. Damn it, this couple is too arrogant. Lu Nanzhou slammed his hand on the table, furious that no one was standing up for Xiaoba. Old song, get in there. This is intolerable. Zhou Hong was equally agitated. They couldn't allow the school beauty to be bullied by that green TBTCH. Song Shu glanced at Chen Xiao's composed profile on the screen, then at Xiao Lingling's smug countenance, particularly her recent veiled taunt, and the fire within him reignited. He said nothing, merely opened the recharge page, and located the gift button in Chen Xiao's live stream. The next moment, Chen Xiao's live stream was bombarded as if struck by a nuclear explosion. Shu gift Starry Carnival X1. Shu gift Starry Carnival X2. Shu gift Starry Carnival X10. Shu gift Starry Carnival X20. 20. A full 20 Starry Carnivals. 60,000. This was more than double what Chang Xuan had just gifted. The dazzling effects nearly blinded everyone present. Chen Xiao's PK bar surged ahead. firmly pinning Xia Lingling's PK bar to the ground. Before the audience could recover from the shockwave, 2 more notifications popped up on the screen. Jiang Nanzhou assists in gifting Starry Carnival X1. Hanging Ziyi gift study Carnival XP. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong, without hesitation, contributed a carnival each from their freshly acquired funds. What the hell? 22 Starry Carnivals. My goodness. Brother Shu has arrived. Shuaba has won. Shuaba is magnificent. Who is this Brother Shu? He's incredible. Yin Chushue's live stream erupted with excitement. The comments surged, and the gift effects were unceasing. Everyone was stunned by this sudden display of generosity. Yin Chushue watched the wildly jumping PK bar and the ID Shu. A flicker of surprise and confusion passing through her cool gaze. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Xia Lingling's live stream plummeted to an icy chill. The smile on Xia Lingling's face vanished, replaced by disbelief and extreme embarrassment. Her face flushed red and pale, as if she had been slapped fiercely. Song Shu. Again, it's Song Shu. How could he possibly have so much money? Over 20 carnivals. 70 to 80,000. Has he lost his mind? Cheng Xiao's expression also darkened severely. Moments ago, he had boasted of crushing the opponent, only to be met with a counterstrike of double the amount. This was an utter humiliation. Xia Lingling subtly nudged Cheng Xiao under the table, her eyes filled with a plea for sympathy. Beside her, Ning Weiwei shot her an expectant and admiring glance. Feeling the weight of Xia Lingling and Ning Weiwei's gazes, Cheng Xiao glanced at his bank balance, his mind waging a fierce battle. Should he gift again? His monthly allowance was only around 100,000, and having just gifted 30,000, if he did not respond now, he would lose all face. How could he continue to navigate the live streaming world, facing Xia Lingling and Ning Weiwei? Damn it, I'm all in. Cheng Xiao gritted his teeth, opened the recharge page, and with determination, pressed the gift button in Xia Lingling's live stream. Enrollment Gifts Starry Carnival X10. Enrollment Gifts Starry Carnival X20. Enrollment Gifts Starry Carnival X50. 50. A full 50 Starry Carnivals. 150,000. This time, Cheng Xiao had almost dumped his entire allowance for the month into this. This was more than double what Song Shu had just gifted in Xia Lingling's live stream. The PK bar surged ahead once more, crushing Yin Chushue in a display of dominance. Xia Lingling leaped from her chair upon seeing the effects of the 50 carnivals on the screen. Thank you, brother-in. I love you, brother-in. You're amazing. She screamed incoherently, blowing kisses at the camera, her face brimming with ecstasy and adoration. Brother-in is the strongest. Long live brother-in. Chapter 20. A loss of both beauty and men. In Xia Lingling's live stream, the comments overflowed with astonishment and praise for Cheng Xiao. Xia Lingling stood before the screen, her face betraying uncontainable joy, ceaselessly blowing kisses in gratitude. In Yin Chushue's live stream, however, silence reigned. Fans lamented in despair, flooding the chat with cries of defeat. Mourning for Shueba. Yin Chushue gazed at the screen. Her cool face finally showed a hint of emotion, though it was merely a slight furrow of her brow. In Dormitory 302, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong were utterly dumbfounded by the visual spectacle of the 50 carnivals. What the heck, 50? Lu Nanzhou gasped. His voice altered. 30,000, then 30,000, 150,000. This wealthy benefactor, how could they possibly compete against this? Zhou Hong was equally bewildered. The few thousand he had contributed barely made a ripple. Song Shu eyed Yin Chushue's nearly depleted health bar and Xia Lingling's gloating demeanor, feeling his irritation not only unresolved, but even more pronounced. He had over 160,000 in his account, making him capable of gifting. Was it worth it just to irritate Xia Lingling? He hesitated. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong looked to him, their concern for Yin Chushue palpable. But Cheng Xiao's earlier generosity had left them speechless, unable to encourage Song Shu to continue spending. Just as the three were embroiled in their internal conflict, Chen Xiao, who had been mostly silent, spoke up. He gazed at Yin Chushue's composed profile on the screen and remarked calmly, I will take care of this. Song Shu and the others were momentarily taken aback before turning their attention to Chen Xiao. Without further ado, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone and opened the Starlight platform's recharge page. The next moment, in Yin Chushue's live stream, the effects exploded forth like a volcanic eruption. Xiao Gift Starry Carnival X10. 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 A total of 30 sets. 300 starry carnivals, valued at 900,000. Like a celestial river cascading down, it instantly inundated the entire screen. The originally depleted PK bar of Yin Chushue was instantly filled to the brim. On the other side, Xiao Lingling's PK bar, overwhelmed by the surge of 300 carnivals, had no room for resistance and was directly crushed to the bottom. On the screen, the blood bar representing Yin Chushue surged to the far right, continuing to extend. The PK concluded. A colossal victory glimmered at the center of Yin Chushue's livestream. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire livestream room erupted into unprecedented jubilation. Wow, wow, wow. 300 carnivals. 900,000. My heavens. Where did this divine brother come from? After the book God, it's the God of elegance. Ah, Snowball has triumphed. What a glorious victory. Thank you, God of elegance. You are incredible. You are magnificent. The barrage of comments flooded like a tsunami, with various gift animations appearing in abundance, and the fans were so ecstatic that their words became incoherent. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling's livestream room was also in chaos, but not from celebration, rather from shock and disbelief. What is happening? Wow, how much did the other side spend? How did the PK bar vanish so suddenly? The elation on Xiao Lingling's face instantly froze as she fixated on the glaring defeat on the screen. Alongside the ID of Xiao. No, it's impossible. Her mind went blank. In Dormitory 302, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong were equally dumbfounded. 300 carnivals? 900,000? This figure was astronomical to them. Brother Xiao, 900,000? Not even a blink. Song Shu's voice was hoarse. His gaze toward Chen Xiao filled with fervent admiration. Wow, 900,000. Are you a god? Lu Nanzhou felt his heart racing. Zhou Heng's mouth hung agape. Unable to close, Brother Xiao, are you a deity? Chen Xiao merely smiled at his three astonished roommates. He shifted his gaze to Yin Chushue's livestream, where her cold face bore a clear expression of surprise. Yin Chushue looked at the ID Xiao, which was fervently showering gifts, then glanced back at the suddenly reversed PK result, revealing a rare and distinct expression during the broadcast. She spoke softly into the camera. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I'm immensely grateful for your support. Her cool voice carried a hint of astonishment. At that moment, as Yin Chushue expressed her gratitude, Chen Xiao's mind resonated with the system's prompt. Ding. Target character. Yin Chushue. Favorability 20. Current favorability 20. Hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. 900,000? Merely a drop in the bucket. In comparison, the enhancement of Yin Chushue's favorability and the potential future rewards that the system may yield were what he truly valued. This extravagant expenditure was worth it. On the opposite end, Xiao Lingling's expression could no longer be described as merely unpleasant. She stared at the screen displaying the ID Xiao, on the verge of a breakdown. She recognized this ID all too well. Chen Xiao. It was none other than Chen Xiao, Song Shu's roommate. How could he possibly have 900,000? A wave of humiliation and jealousy surged within her, shattering her fade of the little fairy. She glared at the camera, her face twisted in rage. Chen Xiao, what the hell are you pretending for? Why are you giving so much money to that green tea BTCH? Are you trying to disgust me on purpose? You'll get what you deserve. Her profanities poured forth without regard for the audience in the live stream. The barrage was instantly flooded with question marks and expressions of shock. The platform's moderators swiftly took notice of the abnormality. Warning. The content of the streamer Lingling the Little Fairy has violated platform regulations. Please cease immediately. Xiao Lingling paid no heed to the warning, continuing her frenzied tirade against Chen Xiao and Yin Chushue. Moments later, the livestream screen went black. Your livestream has been banned for violating platform regulations. Upon seeing the glaring ban notification, Xiao Lingling's complexion turned an even deeper shade of ashen. She frantically refreshed the page, but no matter how many times she tried, the live stream continued to show as banned. It was over. The live stream was banned. She abruptly turned to Chen Xiao beside her, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. "Brother, and look, my live stream has been banned, all because of that bastard Chen Xiao. He ruined me." As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Chen Xiao's arm. "Brother, and look at me. I'm so upset. You have to compensate me. I even bought a new outfit for tonight. Compensate? Compensate my ass." However, Chen Xiao's expression was even grimmer than hers. He gazed at the bank app on his phone, seeing the transfer record of 150,000. Just like that, it was gone, without yielding any results. Instead, he had been slapped in the face with an even larger sum. When had Chen Xiao ever endured such humiliation? Hearing Xiao Lingling continue to whine, the fury in Chen Xiao erupted instantaneously. He violently shook off Xiao Lingling's hand, roaring, crying. "All you do is cry. Do you even have the face to cry? I spent 150,000 today. 150,000. Do you think my money comes from the wind? With your pathetic skills, you can't even win a PK." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Looking at Xiao Lingling's tear-streaked face filled him with disgust. Damn it, having spent so much money, he ended up losing both the lady and his fortune. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the air. Chen Xiao delivered a hard slap across Xiao Lingling's face, sending her stumbling back, a bright red handprint blooming on her cheek. Xiao Lingling stood in shock, clutching her face, unable to comprehend what had just happened. You hit me?" Chen Xiao panted heavily, pointing at her. "Stop with the damn nonsense. I spent 150,000, and I'm still not satisfied. Now, immediately, go to the hotel and wait for me. Today, I must reclaim that 150,000 along with interest from you. Keep your mouth shut." After berating her, he seized the car keys from the table, not sparing a glance at Xiao Lingling or Ning Weiwei, storming out of the private room in a fit of rage. Chapter 21. Exclusive Dance. In the private room, only Xiao Lingling and Ning Weiwei remained. Xiao Lingling held her stinging cheek, tears mingling with her smeared makeup as she looked utterly disheveled. Ning Weiwei, who had been silent, glanced at Xiao Lingling's face marked with a clear handprint, unsure of what to say. Chen Xiao's earlier ferocity had been quite intimidating. Moreover, his remark about 150,000 still not being enough chilled any fantasy or expectation she had held about him. With only the two girls left in the room, the atmosphere felt awkward and stifling. After a long while, Ning Weiwei cautiously broke the silence and tentatively asked, "Lingling, are you all right?" Xiao Lingling shot her head up suddenly, her voice sharp. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your instigation, I wouldn't have." Ning Weiwei's expression faltered, but she maintained her patience. "How can you blame me? It was his own incompetence for not being able to outspend the other, yet he vents his anger on you." Ning Weiwei paused, as if casually inquiring, "By the way, who was that Xiao who sent the last 300 carnivals? You seem to know him?" At the mention of that name, resentment nearly overflowed from Xiao Lingling's eyes. Who else could it be? It's Song Shu's impoverished roommate, Chen Xiao, a show-off. I bet he scraped together money from his family or borrowed from loan sharks. He has deliberately trying to oppose me. You want to have a good ending. Chen Xiao, Song Shu's roommate. Ning Weiwei's eyes lit up upon hearing that name. The boy who seemed a bit aloof at the restaurant entrance. He could casually spend 900,000? She recalled how earlier, although Chen Xiao had spent 150,000, it was evident he was already at his breaking point, even resorting to violence out of frustration. Chen Xiao, having invested 900,000 without batting an eye, did not utter a single superfluous word in the aftermath. Such demeanor and financial prowess ignited a spark of ambition within Ning Weiwei. In comparison to the likes of Chen Xiao, this Chen Xiao appeared to be a truly worthy target for her endeavors. She cast a disdainful glance at the still sobbing Xiao Lingling, deeming her a fool. Yet, this naivety served her purpose well. In Dormitory 302, the reverberations of the recent PK battle had yet to fully dissipate. 900,000, Song Shu murmured. The prospect of a 160,000 profit already felt surreal. Witnessing Chen Xiao casually throw down 900,000 further shattered his understanding of reality. Damn, 300 of them. I've never seen so much money in my life. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, his excitement rendering his face crimson. Chen Xiao, slightly exasperated by their commotion, smiled wryly and said, "All right, enough shouting." On the computer screen, the live broadcast of Yin Chuxue remained illuminated. The previously overwhelming barrage of comments and gift effects had subsided somewhat, yet the popularity of the stream surged as countless spectators flocked to the screen. Within the frame, Yin Chuxue sat serenely, her icy gaze fixed upon the shimmering top ID Xiao. After a brief silence, she suddenly spoke softly, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for what you did just now. I am truly grateful." The comment section erupted once more. "Wow," Shuebao spoke. "Shuebao's voice is so lovely. Xiao God, Shuebao is thanking you." Pausing momentarily as if making a decision, Yin Chuxue stood up, taking a few steps back to reveal her full figure. "Since I have nothing else to offer, I shall perform a dance." Dance? The chat room went into a frenzy. "Oh my gosh, Shuebao is going to dance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Xiao God is incredible. He single-handedly made Shuebao dance. Wow, I've been a fan of Shuebao for so long. This is the first time she's initiated a dance. This is definitely a special benefit for Xiao God." In Dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were nearly leaping from their chairs in excitement. "No way. Is it true? Yin Xiaohua is going to dance?" Lu Nanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. "Incredible. Brother Xiao, this is for you." Zhou Heng's face radiated envy. In the past, countless big shots had showered her with gifts, yet she had remained indifferent. Today, however, she was willingly offering to dance. Song Shu was also transfixed, his admiration for Chen Xiao reaching new heights. As Chen Xiao gazed at the ethereal figure on the screen, a slight smile played on his lips. The music began to play softly, its ethereal and melodious quality filling the room. Yin Chuxue moved. Clad in a simple white practice outfit devoid of ostentatious embellishments, she began to dance with the music, and at that moment, the entire live stream seemed to fall silent. Her movements were fluid and graceful, imbued with the unique charm of classical dance. As her long sleeves fluttered, every turn and glance was as beautiful as a fairy emerging from a painting. Though her expression remained cool, a hint of brilliance shone in her eyes, focused and absorbed. There was no posturing or overt flirtation, only pure beauty, as pristine as moonlight, untouched by the dust of the world. The comments section paused momentarily before erupting once again with fervor. "A fairy has descended. So beautiful it brings tears. This is the true goddess. Xiao God, life is complete." Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng watched in awe, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "My goodness, she's breathtaking," Lu Nanzhou murmured. "Now, this is what dancing is all about." Zhou Heng was enraptured, noting that compared to her, Xiao Lingling's writhing was utterly insignificant. Song Shu, too, was lost in admiration, the last remnants of dissatisfaction stemming from Xia Lingling evaporating entirely. As the dance concluded, beads of sweat glistened on Yin Chuxue's forehead. She bowed gently to the camera before hastily ending the stream, leaving a throng of viewers yearning for more, fervently flooding the chat with comments. Chen Xiao, observing the darkened screen, felt quite pleased. 900,000 had garnered Yin Chuxue a 20-point increase in goodwill and a private dance, all while providing a sense of vindication for his roommate. This was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. The following day, with no classes scheduled for the morning, Chen Xiao indulged in a leisurely slumber. Upon awakening, he recalled that the wagered outfit for Bai Jie was due to arrive yesterday, so he strolled over to the school's delivery point. As he neared the vicinity, he spotted a familiar figure. Ning Wei, clad in a figure-hugging dress and carrying a small bag, stood outside the delivery point, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon noticing Chen Xiao approaching, her eyes brightened, and she immediately stepped forward. "Chen Xiao, what a coincidence! Are you here to pick up a package too?" Her voice carried a hint of deliberate familiarity. Chen Xiao cast her a fleeting glance, responding nonchalantly, "Yeah." Ning Weiwei appeared undeterred by his cool demeanor. "Thank you for your help last night. You really did a huge favor for Chushua. Xiao Lingling got what she deserved. She seamlessly aligned herself with Yin Chushua and Chen Xiao while disparaging Xiao Lingling. Just a small effort, Chen Xiao replied blandly, having reached the package collection window and providing the last digits of his phone number. The staff quickly retrieved his package. A moderately sized black bag. Ning Weiwei's eyes flickered momentarily before she pulled out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code, stepping closer to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, I was so impressed by your prowess last night. I truly admire you. May I add you on WeChat? I would love to treat you to a meal sometime to express my gratitude. She leaned in closely, the fragrance of her perfume wafting toward him. Chen Xiao accepted the package without sparing a glance at her QR code, turning away with a simple, no need. The three nonchalant words were light, yet carried an air of detachment. Ning Weiwei's smile faltered slightly as she watched Chen Xiao's indifferent figure walk away. A flicker of irritation and resentment igniting within her. How could this guy be so impervious? Yet, the more he resisted, the more her competitive spirit was stirred. She refused to believe that with her capabilities, she couldn't win over this seemingly unremarkable young man. Chapter 22. Aunt Bai's Transformation. Holding the modest black delivery bag, Chen Xiao ambled back to Bai Jie's residence. Just as he unlocked the door, he spotted Bai Jie emerging from the kitchen, a cup of water in hand. Noticing the package in his grasp, she casually inquired, "What did you buy?" "A little something," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, heading straight for Bai Jie's bedroom. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment before instinctively following him. What is so mysterious? Chen Xiao remained silent, closing the bedroom door behind him and tossing the black plastic bag onto Bai Jie's soft bed. Why not open it and see for yourself? Chen Xiao leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile gracing his lips. Bai Jie glanced at him suspiciously, approached the bed, and picked up the bag. It felt light, lacking any substantial weight. As she tore open the bag, a piece of black fabric slipped out, landing on the light-colored sheets. The moment she recognized the item, Bai Jie's face flushed crimson. "Why you?" Embarrassed and furious, she grabbed the garment, intending to throw it at Chen Xiao, but her hand froze midway, as if the clothing were scalding hot. "You little rogue, you really bought this? Who would wear this?" "According to our wager, Aunt Bai, you must wear it for me," Chen Xiao replied leisurely, his gaze fixed on Bai Jie's blushing cheeks. "I won't remember. I want to wear it." Bai Jie tossed her clothes onto the bed, her ears flushed with embarrassment. "Quickly take it away. This is mortifying." "Why is this embarrassing?" "It looks rather lovely," Chen Xiao teased, holding up the nightgown in front of Bai Jie. "Come on, try it on. With a figure like yours, it would surely suit you perfectly." "Get lost," Bai Jie admitted, stomping her foot in anger and reaching out to push him away. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Click. The door creaked open, followed by a bright and lively voice. "Mom, I'm back. I'm starving. What is for lunch today?" It was Shun Qingqing. Bai Jie froze, the color draining from her face. She shoved Chen Xiao aside and hurriedly adjusted her clothes and hair, her eyes darting anxiously towards the door. Fortunately, Chen Xiao had closed the bedroom door behind him when he entered. "Mom, are you home?" Shun Qingqing's voice grew closer, seemingly heading towards the kitchen. Bai Jie cleared her throat, striving to make her voice sound normal. Yes. Mom is busy in the room." "Oh," Shun Qingqing replied, her voice drifting into the kitchen. "Is the food ready? Is Xiao Ge coming back for lunch today?" Bai Jie felt her heart leap in her throat, terrified that Shun Qingqing might discover Chen Xiao's presence in her room. Outside, Shun Qingqing, not hearing a response, inquired again, "Mom, is Xiao Ge coming back?" Bai Jie dared not speak loudly, fearing her daughter would detect something amiss. She forced herself to remain calm, controlling her tone as she replied, "The food is ready. Mom has it warming in the pot. You can serve yourself. I have a few things to attend to. Xiao Ge is having lunch at school today. He wants to be back." "Oh, okay." Shun Qingqing seemed oblivious to any abnormality as the sounds of her searching for dishes echoed. "I'll eat first then. I still have to go to school in the afternoon." Listening to her daughter eat outside, Bai Jie felt as though every second was excruciatingly long and torturous. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Jie heard Shun Qingqing tidying up the dishes and closing the door. "Mom, I'm off to school." "Bang." As the front door shut, Bai Jie finally relaxed her tense nerves. Chen Xiao, you scoundrel. Once she confirmed her daughter was far enough away, Bai Jie erupted, forcefully pushing Chen Xiao aside. Her gaze filled with indignation. She raised her hand to strike him, but Chen Xiao caught her wrist. Gazing into Bai Jie's misty eyes, he felt a stir within, though his expression remained playful. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Target. Bai Jie. Favorability 3. Current favorability 70. 70. Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. It seemed the earlier teasing had yielded quite a favorable result with the somewhat contradictory Bai Jie. I liegt, Bai Jie. Please don't be angry. It's just that you look so stunning. He softened his tone. Bai Jie struggled lightly. You nearly scared me to death. If Qingqing had seen, she wouldn't, Chen Xiao reassured her, gently patting her back. Just be cautious next time. Bai Jie, observing Jindio miskievos demanor, felt a mixture of irritation and amusement. Ultimately, she could only cast him a resigned glare before turning to head to the bathroom. Chapter 23. Bai Jie's best friend as Chen Xiao stepped out of Bai Jie's bedroom. A subtle smile played on his lips. The recent notification about his favorability surpassing 70 had uplifted his spirits. He hummed a whimsical tune as he made his way to the living room, grabbing his jacket in preparation to dine out. System, I've reached a favorability of 70. Isn't it time for a lottery draw? Chen Xiao mused internally. Ding. Bai Jie's favorability has reached 70, granting one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Draw. The familiar lottery wheel materialized in his mind, spinning rapidly. The pointer finally landed on a golden square labeled Master Level Piano Skills. An overwhelming and intricate torrent of information surged into Chen Xiao's mind. Countless details about piano techniques, music theory, rhythmic nuances, and the very notes of timeless masterpieces etched themselves deeply into his memory and instinct. His fingers seemed to inherently grasp how to dance across the keys, while his brain instantly decoded even the most complex scores, allowing him to feel the emotional ebb and flow experienced by great composers during their creative processes. From Bach's meticulousness to Chopin's romanticism, from Beethoven's fervor to Mozart's lightheartedness. Within mere seconds, Chen Xiao felt as though he had immersed himself in the world of piano for decades, achieving an astonishing understanding and mastery of the instrument. Interesting, Chen Xiao flexed his fingers, a slight smile gracing his lips, though uncertain of its immediate utility. One could never have too many skills. Who knew when they might come in handy? Moreover, the exhilarating sensation of mastering a top-tier skill instantaneously was undeniably delightful. He felt as if his fingers had become more elongated and powerful, imparting an ineffable artistic aura to his entire being. In high spirits, he stepped outside and casually chose a restaurant that appeared quite promising, intending to treat himself. Much later, Bai Jie emerged from the bathroom, now clad in a comfortable cotton long dress, yet still feeling somewhat uneasy. The thought that her daughter had been just outside made her cheeks flush anew. That little rascal was becoming bolder by the day. Entering her bedroom, she caught sight of the black lace nightgown carelessly thrown on the bed, and her face reddened further. Quickly, she snatched it up and stashed it deep within the wardrobe, preferring to keep it out of sight. Just as she completed this task, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Picking it up, she saw it was from her group of friends, sisters who break through the waves. Gu Qingli, ladies, are you all free tomorrow? Let's gather at our usual spot. I found a great deal lately, and I'm in a fantastic mood. My treat. Xiao Wanqing. I have no classes tomorrow. I'm in. Bai Jie. I've nearly finished stock taking at my store, so I should be free as well. Gu Qingli, it's settled then. 12:30 p.m. Yun Dingshuan. Let us not leave until we meet. Gu Qingli, by the way, Jie, could you bring that young stock market genius of yours along? Ever since you shared his story, I've been dying to meet him in person. Upon reading Gu Qingli's message, Bai Jie's fingers paused over her phone. Bring Chen Xiao? She instinctively wanted to refuse. With the nature of their current relationship, how could she possibly bring him to meet her friends? Moreover, with Qingli's personality, she might inadvertently ask embarrassing questions. But then she recalled how Chen Xiao had helped her immensely with the recent issue concerning Qingqing. Qing Li and the others were well aware of this and held him in high regard. Now that they were explicitly requesting to meet him, if she were to hide him away, it would appear rather petty. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Jie bit her lip and replied, Bai Jie, I'll ask him, but he may not be available. Gu Qingli, he must make time. Tell him that the sisters are treating him to a meal. He simply must grace us with his presence. Bossy emoji, Xiao Wanqing. I'm also quite curious. Anyone praised by Qingli must be extraordinary. Seeing both her friends express their eagerness, Bai Jie sighed, realizing that Chen Xiao would be unable to escape this dinner. In the afternoon, at Southeast University, in a lecture hall, Chen Xiao was idly listening to an elderly professor drone on about obscure physical formulas when his phone vibrated. He checked it to find a message from Bai Jie. Bai Jie, Xiao, are you busy? Chen Xiao, not really, just in class. What is up, Bai Jie? My dear friend, the one I mentioned to you last time, Gu Qingli, along with Xiao Wanqing, expressed their desire to invite you to dinner tomorrow as a token of gratitude for your assistance with the recent matter involving Qingqing. They're also eager to make your acquaintance. Would that be convenient for you? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Gu Qingli, the renowned beauty from the brokerage? And Xiao Wanqing, the esteemed professor? He found himself quite intrigued by Bai Jie's two friends, particularly Gu Qingli, who seemed to be quite an impressive figure. Sure, that sounds good. When and where? Tomorrow at 12:30 at Yundingshuan. All right. Upon receiving Chen Xiao's affirmative response, Bai Jie let out a sigh of relief. Yet she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Chen Xiao put away his phone. The old professor at the podium was still droning on, but his mind had already drifted, contemplating the dinner arrangement for the following day. At long last, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Just as Chen Xiao was gathering his belongings to leave, he was encircled by his three roommates. Xia Yi. Lunan approached with an ingratiating smile. Have you come across any lucrative opportunities lately? Let's ride another wave together. Zhou Heng rubbed his hands together, his eyes alight with excitement. Yes, Xiao Ge. That last venture with Blue Ocean was incredibly profitable. When can we expect another stroke of luck? Although Song Shu remained silent, his eager gaze spoke volumes. After last time's substantial earnings with Chen Xiao, not only had he repaid the mortgage on his house, but he had also thoroughly humiliated Xie Lingling, leaving him in awe of Chen Xiao's prowess. Chen Xiao glanced at his expectant roommates and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you think the stock market is an ATM? You can't just withdraw money at your convenience. Chen Xiao retorted, the previous successes with Tongfei and Blue Ocean were merely due to my fortunate advanced knowledge. Now that the opportunity has passed, I'm completely in the dark. If you recklessly dive in now, you might end up losing your pants without even realizing it. He had no intention of dragging these guys into reckless speculation. If they suffered losses, it could jeopardize their friendship. Moreover, his primary focus needed to remain on strategizing for his target and fulfilling system tasks. Stock trading was merely a secondary endeavor. What? No news? Lunan's face fell, resembling a deflated balloon. Then, Xiao Ge, can you look into it further? Your insight is unparalleled. Zhou Heng persisted, unwilling to give up. Research my foot. Chen Xiao smacked Zhou Heng on the head. Just focus on your studies. We'll talk about it when the opportunity arises. Seeing Chen Xiao's resolute attitude, the trio, although disappointed, understood that they could not force the issue and resign themselves with heavy sighs. All right, Lunan said weakly, but Xiao Ge, if you get any news next time, please don't forget about us. Got it. Chen Xiao waved dismissively as he exited the classroom. The following afternoon, around 11 o'clock, Chen Xiao estimated it was nearly time and hailed a taxi outside the school. Driver, to Yundingshuan, please. Sure thing, the driver replied, starting the vehicle. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic, and the scenery outside whirled by rapidly. Leaning back in the rear seat, Chen Xiao gazed at the increasingly bustling streets. Deep in thought, currently, he had approximately 16 million in cash at his disposal. Continuing to take taxis felt rather inconvenient. Perhaps it was time to purchase a vehicle? In the past, he hadn't dared to even consider it due to financial constraints. Now that he had the means, acquiring a modest car would be more than sufficient. But what should he choose? Something too ostentatious seemed unnecessary, yet couldn't be too shabby either. Mercedes? BMW? Audi? Or perhaps a more understated Lexus? Chen Xiao stroked his chin, seriously contemplating this matter. It seemed that after their meal, a visit to the car market would be in order. The vehicle soon entered the city's most vibrant area, finally stopping in front of a rather impressive hotel. Yun Dingshuan has arrived, the driver announced. Chen Xiao paid the fare and stepped out, glancing up at the elegant building, where a well-dressed doorman stood respectfully at attention. Well, it seems Bai Jie's friends are not ordinary individuals, he mused, adjusting his attire before striding inside. Chapter 24, Xiao Wanqing. Yun Dingshuan, a renowned fusion cuisine restaurant in Ninghai City, boasted exquisite decor and a serene atmosphere. When Bai Jie arrived, Xiao Wanqing and Gu Qingli were already present. "You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you," Gu Qingli remarked, glancing at her watch with her characteristic forthrightness. Xiao Wanqing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Caught in traffic, were you?" "Not too bad, thankfully," Bai Jie replied as she took a seat beside Xiao Wanqing, placing her handbag aside. Gu Qingli leaned closer to Bai Jie. "By the way, where is your little stock market prodigy? I can hardly wait to pay my respects. He should be here soon." He mentioned he was coming straight from school. Bai Jie responded, though she felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within. "TSK, your stock market prodigy certainly has a bit of an air about him," Gu Qingli teased, sipping her lemon water, her eyes sparkling with mischief and curiosity. "To be honest, after hearing about his two recent maneuvers, I went back and reviewed them. Catching Tungfei Technology S2 surges and precisely timing the exit from Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical S7 consecutive rises. His insight and decisiveness are simply remarkable. When he arrives, I must consult him to see if I can uncover any insider information." Her tone brimmed with excitement. As a veteran in the brokerage field, she understood how exceptionally difficult it was to achieve the level of success Chen Xiao had in the stock market. It was far beyond mere luck. Xiao Wanqing smiled in agreement, adding, "Indeed, it's no small feat achieving such returns in a short time requires an extraordinary mindset and judgment. It's quite rare at his age." Listening to her friends sing Chen Xiao's praises, Bai Jie felt a peculiar mix of pride and an indescribable complexity in her emotions. Just then, Gu Qingli's phone on the table buzzed twice, its screen lighting up. She glanced at it lazily, her elegantly arched brows furrowing. "Damn it, this pesky spirit 1T, leave me alone." Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing looked over with curiosity. "What's wrong?" "Bai Yang with it. Who else could it be?" "Bai Hanzhou. That balding old dog." Gu Qingli set down her water glass, her voice laced with palpable irritation. "He trying to trip me up again." Bai Jie's brows knitted together in concern. "What is he scheming now? Is he still harassing you?" Both Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing were somewhat familiar with Gu Qingli's superior, aware that he was a duplicitous character who had once attempted to manipulate Gu Qingli for his own gain, harboring resentment ever since his plans had been thwarted, making her work life a challenge. Gu Qingli grimaced, a mix of exasperation and disdain evident on her face. "He might wish to entangle me, but I can hardly stand the sight of him now. He has deliberately thrown me a hot potato this time." "A hot potato?" Xiao Wanqing asked, intrigued. "Yes, an elderly lady named Hu Jing," Gu Qingli elucidated. "She's 70 years old with a fortune in the billions, a true old money individual. Recently, she has been seeking an investment firm to manage a portion of her assets, and our company is eager to secure her business. Ordinarily, someone of her stature wouldn't be in my purview, let alone considering our company's size. The prospect of landing a client like Hu Jing is quite bleak." She paused, a cynical chuckle escaping her lips. "Bai Hanzhou, that old bastard, has assigned this task to me under the guise of providing an opportunity to hone my skills. He claims that if I can land Hu Jing as a client, I'd be able to stroll through the company with ease. What does he think I am, oblivious? He's betting on my failure, so he'll have a convenient excuse to continue suppressing me, or even to oust me altogether. This old lady is notoriously difficult to please. She has already dismissed proposals from several major institutions." Xiao Wanqing shook her head gently upon hearing this. "That's indeed a despicable tactic, but it's quite underhanded." Bai Jie's expression turned worried. "So what are your plans? The forthcoming task appears arduous and thankless. To decline would only furnish him with a pretext. Yet, why should I not accept? A flicker of determination danced in Gu Qingli's eyes. He seeks to revel in my misfortune, but I shall not grant him that satisfaction. Although the prospects are dim, one must at least attempt. What if, by some stroke of fortune, it actually succeeds? Nevertheless, her tone lacked conviction. A client with a fortune in the billions is certainly not easily swayed. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently nudged open. A young man clad in casual attire, his posture upright, appeared at the threshold. It was none other than Chen Xiao. His gaze swept across the room before swiftly settling on the table whereby Jia and her companion sat, and he approached with purposeful strides. Gu Qingli was the first to notice him, elbowing by Jia and whispering, "Hey, Jia, is it the handsome guy?" She had been so engrossed in critiquing by Hanzhou that she nearly overlooked today's main character. Now, upon seeing Chen Xiao in the flesh, she couldn't help but silently commend his presence. This young man, not only possessed of sharp insight, but also strikingly handsome, exuded a clean and composed air, entirely unruffled by the sudden windfall. Bai Jie followed her gaze to see Chen Xiao approaching, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Indeed, it is him. As Chen Xiao reached their table, his gaze naturally flitted across the trio of distinctively beautiful women. Bai Jie adorned in a cream-colored knitted dress that accentuated her graceful curves, wore a gentle smile infused with an unspoken allure. Beside her, Xiao Wanqing, clad in a well-tailored khaki trench coat over a simple white blouse. Her delicate, gold-rimmed glasses, perched on her nose, radiated an intellectual elegance akin to the most sought-after university professor. Meanwhile, Gu Qingli, donned in a sharp black business suit with a subtly open collar revealing her exquisite collarbone, exuded an air of a formidable career woman, her makeup striking, her demeanor one of authority and poise, surveying him with keen interest. Ms. Bai, Professor Xia, Manager Gu, Chen Xiao greeted with polite formality. Gu Qingli found his earnestness amusing. Chuckling lightly, "Manager Gu? How formal. Just call me Qingli, like Jia does. Please take a seat." She gestured warmly for him to occupy the vacant chair beside her, her innate sociability complementing her assertive nature. Xiao Wanqing smiled and nodded at Chen Xiao. "Hello, Chen Xiao." Chen Xiao acquiesced, settling beside Gu Qingli, a faint scent of cologne wafting through the air. Chapter 25. The Piano Virtuoso and the Women's Astonishment. The service at Yundingxian was remarkably efficient. Scarcely had Chen Xiao seated himself when a parade of exquisite dishes emerged. "Come, don't be shy. Do try this, it's their signature dish," Gu Qingli encouraged, picking up the serving chopsticks to offer him a tempting piece of dompa pork. Xiao Wanqing raised her glass with a smile. "Chen Xiao, regarding Qingqing's matter, I have yet to properly thank you. Allow me to toast to you." "Professor Xia." "It was but a small effort," Chen Xiao replied, lifting his juice to clink glasses with her. Observing Chen Xiao's amicable interaction with her two friends, Bai Jie felt her earlier unease dissipate, a smile creeping onto her face. As a few drinks were consumed, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Gu Qingli set down her chopsticks, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiao. Finally unable to restrain her curiosity, "Chen Xiao, dear brother, having been in this industry for several years, I pride myself on my discernment, yet in comparison to you, I feel like a mere novice. Your maneuvers with Tongfei Technology and Lanhai Pharmaceuticals were impeccably timed, particularly Lanhai, exiting at the peak, a truly masterful feat. Do share your insights. What led to your judgments? Was there some exclusive insider information?" Xiao Wanqing also placed her teacup down, her eyes glimmering with intrigue directed at Chen Xiao. Bai Jie, too, was eager to learn the specifics, her gaze laden with inquiry. Faced with the simultaneous scrutiny of three captivating women, especially Gu Qingli's piercing gaze, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, merely dabbing at his mouth with a napkin and responding nonchalantly, "Qingli, you flatter me. It was merely fortunate timing." "Fortunate?" Gu Qingli raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. While luck might explain a single instance, such precision on two occasions could not simply be attributed to chance. "Brother, be honest with me. Do you know someone of great insight?" Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. Perhaps I've occasionally heard a few remarks, and I pondered over them, unexpectedly landing upon the right conclusions. His words were deliberately ambiguous, leaving no openings for further inquiry. Just then, a notification chimed softly in his mind. Ding. Detecting potential binding target. Gu Qingli, current favorability, 40. Would you like to bind? Ding. Detecting potential binding target. Xiao Wanqing, current favorability, 35. Would you like to bind? A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Xiao, and without hesitation, he mentally commanded, bind them all. Ding. Binding successful. Target. Gu Qingli, current favorability, 40. Ding. Binding successful. Target. Xiao Wanqing, current favorability, 35. Observing the newly added names and their initial favorability on the system panel, a subtle smile played at the corners of Chen Xiao's mouth. It seemed these two stunning women had formed a rather favorable first impression of him. Realizing she could glean no substantial information from Chen Xiao, Gu Qingli ceased her inquiries, raising her glass instead. Very well, since you prefer to remain discreet, I shall not press further. However, I must admit, I envy your luck. To your fortune, allow me to toast you once more. Thank you, Sister Qingli. Chen Xiao responded amiably, raising his glass in kind. The meal unfolded joyously, with all parties enjoying the delightful ambience of Yundingxian. The restaurant featured a small performance area at its center where a young man clad in a tailcoat was playing the piano, the soothing melodies wafting through the space. This atmosphere is delightful. Dining while listening to music transforms the experience, Xiao Wanqing remarked, her expression one of serene enjoyment. Indeed, this pianist plays beautifully. Is it a nocturne by Chopin? It carries such emotion, Bai Jie concurred, her gaze lingering on the focused pianist. Gu Qingli, too, set down her chopsticks, relishing the music. It is quite lovely. It certainly enhances this meal. The three women were enraptured by the melodic strains, relishing the moment. Yet to Chen Xiao, who possessed master-level piano skills, the performance was riddled with flaws. The rhythm was somewhat rigid, several critical notes were handled clumsily, and the emotional expression lacked depth, devoid of soul. While it may have sufficed for the average audience, to him, it resembled the efforts of a novice struggling through a piece. As the piece concluded, the pianist rose, bowing slightly to the diners, and sparse applause followed. At that moment, Chen Xiao suddenly set down his chopsticks and stood. Huh? Xiao, where are you going? Bai Jie inquired, puzzled. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing regarded him with curiosity. Without a word, Chen Xiao strode directly toward the piano at the center of the restaurant. His actions drew the attention of numerous patrons. Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, and Xiao Wanqing exchanged glances, uncertain of Chen Xiao's intentions. Did he intend to play the piano? Bai Jie felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Having known Chen Xiao for years, she had never heard of him playing the piano. If one were to ascend the stage and play haphazardly, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing wore expressions of astonishment and curiosity. Chen Xiao approached the pianist who had just concluded his performance, smiling as he whispered a few words. The pianist was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded and gestured for him to proceed, stepping aside. Under the watchful gaze of the intrigued and puzzled audience, Chen Xiao adjusted his attire and gracefully took his seat at the piano. His long fingers gently rested upon the black and white keys, and in an instant, his entire demeanor transformed, emanating an aura of tranquility and focus. Chapter 26. Gu Qingli's Request. The restaurant fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on the young figure seated at the piano. In the next moment, his slender fingers began to dance elegantly across the keys. The first note resonated, akin to a crystal-clear spring cascading over jade, pure and melodious, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Following this, a flowing melody poured forth from Chen Xiao's fingertips like water gliding under moonlight. It was not the Chopin nocturne previously performed by the pianist, but a piece they had never heard before, yet one even more enchanting. The music ebbed and flowed, at times soothing and melodious, at others lively and spirited. At its crescendo, it carried an indescribable depth and power that struck a chord within each heart. The entire restaurant became enveloped in silence. save for the soul-stirring piano notes reverberating through the air. Diners set down their cutlery, and the waitstaff halted in their tracks, all entranced by the unexpected beauty of the music. Bai Jie covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Having known Chen Xiao for 5 years, sharing countless moments together, she had never realized he possessed such remarkable talent. Moreover, his skill surpassed that of many performers she had seen on television. Xiao Wangqing's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance behind her glasses. As a university professor, she had attended numerous concerts, yet never had a piano performance so effortlessly touched her heart as this one did. The music conveyed stories and souls. Gu Qingli's vibrant face was etched with shock. She had encountered many who feigned sophistication, yet this young man's performance was so pure, so moving. This was no mere display of talent. It was nothing short of a masterful performance. She felt that the music was superior to any concert she had ever attended. Chen Xiao's fingers seemed to possess a life of their own. Each note was perfectly placed, each rhythm impeccably timed. And what was even more remarkable was the emotional depth infused in the performance, as though it could transport one into an ethereal realm. His virtuosity transcended mere technical prowess, achieving a seamless unity between musician and instrument. Time slipped away unnoticed until the final note fell, its lingering echo gradually dissipating in the tranquil restaurant. Following a brief silence, an eruption of applause surged forth like a tidal wave. Bravo! Incredible! Who is this? Such extraordinary talent! The applause was thunderous, nearly lifting the roof off the restaurant. The original pianist rushed over, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Sir, your performance was magnificent. This is the most perfect rendition I have ever heard. May I ask who you are? Could I trouble you for an autograph? Perhaps a photograph? His face flushed with excitement, though he had never heard this piece before. Its soul-stirring impact left him feeling humbled, almost reverent. Chen Xiao smiled as he stood, graciously accommodating the pianist's enthusiasm with a signature and a photograph. As he made his way back to his seat, diners at surrounding tables cast admiring glances, some spontaneously applauding, their faces alight with appreciation. Upon returning to his seat, Chen Xiao was met with 3 distinctly different gazes. Bai Jie regarded him with a complex expression, as though meeting him for the first time. This child she had watched grow had, unbeknownst to her, become so remarkably radiant. Xiao Wangqing's eyes shimmered with curiosity and admiration. Her intrigue in Chen Xiao had reached its zenith. Gu Qingli's face was a canvas of astonishment and exhilaration as she looked at Chen Xiao, as if discovering a hidden treasure. Chen Xiao, you've concealed your talents far too well. Your piano playing is nothing short of divine. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Chen Xiao's mind again. Ding. Target individual. Bai Jie. Affection level 2. Current affection level 72. Ding. Target individual. Gu Qingli. Affection level 8. Current affection level 48. Ding. Target individual. Xiao Wangqing. Affection level 10. Current affection level 45. Hearing the notifications of increased affection, Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, showcasing one's abilities occasionally yields remarkable results. Xiao, when did you learn to play the piano? I had no idea. Bai Jie couldn't help but inquire, her tone laced with curiosity. Just practicing casually, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, unable to admit it was a gift from the system. Casual practice led to such excellence. Gu Qingli clearly did not believe him, her eyes brightening as she scrutinized him. I knew it, with your stock trading skills. You must be extraordinary. Turns out you possess yet another hidden talent. Xiao Wangqing added with a smile. Indeed, it is astonishing. Music is a universal language, and your performance was profoundly moving. Suddenly, Gu Qingli seemed to have an epiphany, her face lighting up with excitement as she leaned closer, lowering her voice. Chen Xiao, could you do me a favor? Chen Xiao looked at her. You see, Gu Qingli continued, I've been working with a major client who has a discerning taste. She particularly enjoys piano music, especially a piece her late husband used to play for her. Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she gazed at Chen Xiao. This elderly lady is quite particular. She has previously engaged many renowned pianists, yet none have met her expectations. Hearing you play just now was extraordinary. You are the best I have ever heard. Gu Qingli became increasingly animated. If you could perform for her just once, it might just win her over. If you can impress her, I promise you a substantial reward. Bai Jia, upon realizing the importance of the matter concerning Hu Jing, also encouraged Chen Xiao. Xiao, if you have the time, please help your sister Gu Qingli. It would mean a lot to her. Seeing the hopeful expression on Gu Qingli's face, Chen Xiao pondered briefly. Assisting Gu Qingli in securing this deal would not only enhance her affection, but also yield tangible benefits for him. Moreover, he was intrigued by the piano piece that had left such a lasting impression on the elderly billionaire. All right, I shall do it, Chen Xiao nodded decisively. When would this be? Fantastic. Gu Qingli almost leapt with joy. I'll arrange the details and notify you in advance. Chen Xiao, you truly are my lucky star. Chapter 27. Is that Professor Xiao's car? The meal was a delightful affair, filled with joy. What a satisfying feast. Gu Qingli stretched languidly. Simply eating without any activity is not ideal. How about a game of tennis to work off the meal? Xiao Wanqing smiled and nodded. Sounds great. I too feel the need for some exercise. Bai Jie agreed. All right then, I haven't had much physical activity lately. Chen Xiao was naturally unconcerned. After the system enhancement, his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, rendering exercise a mere form of relaxation for him. The quartet decided to visit the indoor tennis court frequently frequented by Gu Qingli. Upon arriving at the venue, they each changed into their athletic attire. Bai Jie donned a pristine white tennis skirt, her hair neatly tied back, showcasing her smooth forehead and elegant neck. The skirt fluttered gently with her movements, revealing her shapely calves. Xiao Wanqing opted for a deep navy sports ensemble, exuding an air of intellect and professionalism. Though she was well covered, the fluid cut of the outfit accentuated her graceful figure. Gu Qingli stood out the most, clad in a striking sleeveless red tennis outfit. The bold color enhanced her fair complexion. Beneath her short skirt were her toned and elongated thighs, exuding a sense of strength. With her high ponytail, she appeared spirited and aggressive. Chen Xiao, in contrast, wore a simple sports t-shirt and shorts, yet his well-toned physique was unmistakable, showcasing broad shoulders and a firm waist. Radiating youthful vitality, Gu Qingli caught sight of him immediately, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, Chen Xiao, you look quite fit. She approached him, unabashedly appraising him from head to toe. You've been working out, haven't you? Chen Xiao chuckled modestly. You're too kind. Qingli Jie. All right, enough teasing. Gu Qingli laughed heartily. Let's go warm up on the court. Considering the skill levels of Xiao Wanqing and Bai Jie, Gu Qingli suggested playing doubles, pairing herself and Chen Xiao against Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing. As the match commenced, Gu Qingli displayed her prowess as a seasoned player, her movements precise and powerful, serving with remarkable speed and cunning. Although Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing possessed a basic foundation, they were clearly unable to keep pace with Gu Qingli, left flustered by her rhythm. When it was Chen Xiao's turn to serve, he weighed the ball in his hand, leaned back slightly, and executed a fluid and coordinated motion. With a resounding thud, the tennis ball struck the opponent's court at a perfect angle. An ace. Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing were caught off guard, failing to react in time. Wow! Gu Qingli exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she high-fived Chen Xiao. Impressive serve, brother. That's professional level. The ensuing match quickly devolved into a showcase for Chen Xiao and Gu Qingli. Chen Xiao's strength, speed, and reflexes eclipsed those of ordinary players. Whether at the net or engaged in baseline rallies, he appeared effortlessly in command. Gu Qingli grew increasingly exhilarated, their synergy rendering Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing utterly defenseless. Xiao Wanqing soon found herself fatigued, gesturing her surrender, while Bai Jie was left dripping with sweat and gasping for breath. Enough! You two are simply overwhelming. Bai Jie retreated to the sidelines, grabbing a towel to wipe her brow, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Xiao. Yet Gu Qingli seemed insatiate, her gaze toward Chen Xiao filled with admiration. Chen Xiao, your stamina is remarkable. You're quite the player. Chen Xiao smiled, sipping water. This level of exertion was trivial for him. After a brief respite and a quick shower, they changed back into their clothes, preparing to depart. In the club's parking lot, Gu Qingli clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder, her tone earnest. "I'll arrange things with Madam Hu as soon as possible and contact you in advance." "No problem. I'll await your news, Qingli Jia," he replied. "I must take my leave. I have some matters at the company to attend to." Gu Qingli hopped in her sleek red Porsche, waving goodbye as she sped off. Bai Jie turned toward her vehicle. "Xiao Xiao, are you coming back with me?" "No. Bai, I need to return to school for a bit." At that moment, Xiao Wanqing approached. "I'm also heading back to school to handle some matters. It's on my way. I'll give Chen Xiao a ride." Chen Xiao glanced at Bai Jie, noting her lack of objection, and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Professor Xia." "Not at all," Xiao Wanqing replied with a gentle smile, opening the door of her white Volvo. Chen Xiao bid farewell to Bai Jie and settled into Xiao Wanqing's car. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the club and merged into the flow of traffic. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Xiao Wanqing drove with focused concentration, her profile exuding a harmonious and intellectual charm. Chen Xiao gazed out at the passing scenery, reflecting on the encounters he had today. He had met both of Bai Jie's friends, each of whom had also activated their systems. Gu Qingli's fondness for him had notably increased, while Xiao Wanqing's had surged by 10 points. Evidently, that piano piece had a remarkable effect. "What was the name of the piece you played today?" Xiao Wanqing suddenly broke the silence, her inquiry piercing through the quietude. "It's called Whispers of the Starry Sky, just something I composed casually," Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. "You compose it yourself?" Xiao Wanqing turned her gaze towards him, a flicker of surprise dancing in her beautiful eyes. "You are quite talented." "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Xia." The car soon arrived at the entrance of Southeast University. "Thank you for the ride back, Professor Xia." Chen Xiao unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to exit. "You're welcome," Xiao Wanqing replied, hesitating for a moment before adding, "If you have some free time in the future, do visit the music hall at the school. The piano there is quite nice." Chen Xiao paused, then smiled. "Sure, I'll definitely go if I have the chance." He opened the door, waved goodbye to Xiao Wanqing, and watched as her white Volvo gradually drove away. Just as he turned to head back to his dormitory, a series of strange exclamations reached his ears from a distance. "What the heck? Xiaoge, am I seeing things?" Was that the car of Professor Xia? He turned to see Song Shu and Lu Nan, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. "Xiaoge, you're incredible. You've even managed to win over Professor Xia." Lu Nan rushed over, his face a mixture of envy and admiration. "She's the goddess professor of Southeast University. Countless talented young men are queuing up to pursue her." Song Shu echoed with awe. "Xiaoge, you have to come clean. Do you have some secret technique? Share it with the brothers." Chen Xiao found their exuberance grating, swatting them each lightly. "What nonsense are you spouting? Professor Xia just gave me a ride back." "Just a ride? We get it," Lu Nan said with a knowing smirk, his expression suggesting disbelief. Chen Xiao, disinterested in further explaining, continued towards the dormitory. "Hey Xiaoge, don't leave. Share the details with us." "Yeah, Xia Yi. What is it like in Professor Xia's car? Is it fragrant?" The persistent inquiries trailed behind him as he quickened his pace. With afternoon classes approaching, Chen Xiao returned to his dormitory, quickly tidying up before heading to class. That evening, after school, he did not linger at the university and instead headed directly to Bai Jie's home. Chapter 28. This injury was worth it as Chen Xiao reached Bai Jie's doorstep. He heard a fierce argument erupting from within, accompanied by the jarring sound of items shattering. "Shen Haoren, are you out of your mind? What more do you want?" Bai Jie's voice rang out. "What do I want? I'm out of money. Are you going to give me any or not?" Shen Haoren's voice was laced with the madness of a gambler who had lost everything. "I said there is no money." Bai Jie's voice was filled with desperation. "No money? Are you kidding me? That pretty boy gave you so much money. How could you be broke? I lost money out there. You must cover for me. Otherwise, nobody's leaving here in one piece today. That is Xiao Zhao's money. It has nothing to do with you. Just get lost. Get lost. If I don't get my money today, I'll die right here. Do you believe me?" Bang! Another heavy object crashed to the ground, followed by Bai Jie's sharp scream. Chen Xiao's heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he burst through the door. The living room was in disarray, with shards of vases and broken cups strewn everywhere. Chen Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and in his hand, he wielded a fruit knife aimed directly at Bai Jie, who was cowering in the corner of the sofa, her face ashen. Chen Xiao, are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Xiao bellowed, his mind racing as he lunged forward in a swift motion, delivering a fierce kick to Chen Xiao's wrist where the knife was held. The sudden force caused Chen Xiao to stumble, the fruit knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Yet, as a grown man provoked, his ferocity surged, and he pivoted to pounce on Chen Xiao. Just as Chen Xiao prepared to strike again, a searing pain pierced his side, and he glanced down to see blood seeping from a gash. Chen Xiao! Bai Jie shrieked in terror upon witnessing Chen Xiao's injury, her face pale with fear. Instead of retreating, Chen Xiao, now intoxicated by the scent of blood, became even more frenzied, his gaze fixated on the fallen knife, intent on retrieving it. Don't you dare move. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth against the agony, his eyes icy, summoning every ounce of strength to deliver another punishing kick to Chen Xiao's chest. With a thud, Chen Xiao was propelled backward, crashing against the wall, clutching his chest as he began to cough painfully, rendered momentarily incapacitated. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao felt the fiery sting of his wound, yet he prioritized Bai Jie's safety, confirming she was unhurt before stepping toward Chen Xiao. Pinning down his struggling hand with his foot, and without hesitation, he dialed the emergency services on his phone. Soon, the wail of sirens approached. The police burst into the room, taking in the chaos and the injured Chen Xiao, swiftly subduing the still struggling Chen Xiao. After a brief inquiry and taking statements, the officers escorted the drunken Chen Xiao away. Before departing, one of the officers glanced at Chen Xiao's injury and stated sternly, "The injured party needs immediate medical attention." All right, we'll go right away." Bai Jie nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling with distress. Once the officers left, Bai Jie could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Supporting Chen Xiao, she gazed at the expanding bloodstains on his t-shirt, her heart aching immensely. Xiao, how are you? Does it hurt? It's all my fault. All my fault. It's nothing, Aunt Bai, just a superficial injury, Chen Xiao reassured her. Though the pain in his side was excruciating, his mind remained alert. Bai Jie, however, remained unconvinced, her anxiety palpable as she sought a clean towel to press against his wound, helping him toward the nearest hospital. Throughout the journey, Bai Jie's tears flowed incessantly as she repeatedly asked if he was in pain and expressed her guilt. Observing Bai Jie bored de mano. A warm current surged through Chen Xiao, alleviating some of the pain in his side. Upon reaching the hospital, they registered for emergency care, underwent x-rays, and examinations. The doctor emerged with the x-ray results, his expression somewhat relaxed. It's not serious. You have a minor fracture of the left side's 11th rib due to blunt force trauma, accompanied by soft tissue contusions and a superficial skin tear. The wound isn't deep and there is minimal blood loss. However, you will need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days, and with proper rest, you should recover within 10 to 15 days. Hearing the doctor declare that the situation was not dire, Bai Jie felt a weight lift from her heart, though her eyes remained red-rimmed. Chen Xiao was settled into a hospital room, and his wound was cleaned and bandaged. Sitting beside his bed, Bai Jie peeled an apple and offered it to him, her gaze lingering on the bandaged area of his side, her eyes once again brimming with tears. Xiao, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Bai Jie's voice trembled, nearly choking on her words. She could hardly fathom the potential consequences had Chen Xiao not arrived in time to thwart that madman. Chen Xiao took Bai Jie's hand, feeling the dampness of her palm and her lingering fear. Aunt Bai, please don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't look pretty anymore. He smiled gently, adopting a light-hearted tone. See, I'm fine. The doctor said it's just a minor injury. A few days of rest, and I'll be as good as new. Bai Jie sniffled, observing Chen Xiao's feigned nonchalance, her emotions a tempest of gratitude and guilt. This young man, nearly 2 decades her junior, had repeatedly shielded her from harm. You want to repay me? Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with mischief as he beamed at Bai Jia's touched expression. Sure, once I'm discharged from the hospital, wear that dress I bought you and show it to me. That will suffice as repayment. Bai Jia's head snapped up, her cheeks flushing crimson. She recalled a certain provocative black lace nightgown tucked away in her wardrobe, her heart racing uncontrollably. How could he bring this up at such a moment? Noticing Chen Xiao's expectant and playful gaze, Bai Jia averted her eyes, finally giving a barely perceptible nod, her voice a mere whisper. Wait, did you just agree? Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing with excitement. He couldn't believe his ears. Bai Jia had actually agreed. Though her voice was soft, he had heard it. He was certain of it. Aunt Bai, could you repeat that? I didn't catch it earlier. Chen Xiao leaned in closer, feigning innocence. You, Bai Jia, flustered and annoyed, lightly swatted at Chen Xiao, as if that's not happening. With that, she turned away, unable to meet Chen Xiao's gaze. But her flushed cheeks and the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her complicated feelings at that moment. Seeing Bai Jia's adorably bashful demeanor, Chen Xiao felt elated. Just then, the familiar chime of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Target. Bai Jia, affection level, 9. Current affection level, 81. Ding! Bai Jia's affection level has surpassed 80, granting one lottery opportunity. Would you like a draw now? Elation surged through Chen Xiao. Indeed, rescuing a damsel in distress was a surefire way to elevate affection levels. Coupled with Bai Jia's shy promise, it had skyrocketed by 9 points, surpassing the 80 threshold. He could draw again. Suppressing the pain in his side and his inner excitement, Chen Xiao beamed a radiant smile. This injury was absolutely worth it. Chapter 29, New Abilities. Chen Xiao reveled in his good fortune, thrilled that Aunt Bai's affection level had finally crossed the critical threshold of 80, along with an unexpected promise. System draw, he silently commanded. Ding! Bai Jia's affection level has exceeded 80, granting one lottery opportunity. Would you like a draw now? Draw. The familiar lottery wheel materialized in his mind, shimmering and spinning rapidly. Chen Xiao's heart raced, eager to discover what treasure awaited him this time. The pointer gradually slowed, ultimately landing on a square that radiated a mysterious glow. I have insight. I have insight. The host can expend mental energy to briefly activate the ability to see through objects within 20 centimeters. See through? Chen Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. This ability was extraordinarily powerful. He instinctively turned to look at Bai Jia, who was carefully disinfecting the area around his wound with a cotton swab, her head bowed in concentration. Is everything all right? Did I hurt you? Bai Jia asked with concern, noticing his peculiar reaction. No, it's fine, Bai, just a bit itchy. Chen Xiao coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It must be Gu Qingli and the others. Bai Jia set down the fruit knife and stood to answer the door. As the door swung open, Gu Qingli and Xia Wanqing entered, one after the other. Gu Qingli remained the embodiment of an assertive career woman, her black suit accentuating her curves, her face etched with concern. Xia Wanqing donned a light blue trench coat, beneath which lay a white shirt and knee-length skirt, embodying an air of intellect and elegance. Behind her golden-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of concern. Oh dear, Xiao, why are you bleeding from your nose? Bai Jia exclaimed, hastily pulling out several tissues. Xia Wanqing furrowed her brows, gazing at Chen Xiao's incessant nosebleed with worry. Is it possible that the injury has been aggravated? Should we call a doctor? I'm fine. Really? Chen Xiao sobbed, hastily shutting her eyes and raising her hand to cover her nose, speaking in a muffled tone. It might just be that I was a bit overheated earlier. I'll be all right in a moment. Bai Jia flurriedly helped her wipe away the blood, bringing a clean towel to apply a cold compress on her forehead. After a while, the bleeding finally ceased. Chen Xiao, feeling embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig a hole to hide, vowed never to misuse that ability again. Gu Qingli and Xia Wanqing observed her disheveled state. Although they found it somewhat peculiar, they attributed it to her physical frailty. That scoundrel Shun Howren. He is utterly inhumane. Once Gu Qingli confirmed that Chen Xiao was not gravely injured, she unleashed her fury, vociferously denouncing Shen Xiao, asserting that such scum deserved to be castrated and imprisoned. If I see him again, just watch me break his legs. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, rolling up her sleeves as if preparing for a fight. Xiao Wanqing sighed softly, turning to Chen Xiao. You truly saved the day this time. Had it not been for you, Jie. Her voice trailed off, but the apprehension in her eyes was unmistakable. Stay away from such individuals in the future. They are far too dangerous, Xiao Wanqing admonished. Baiya, listening to her two friends, felt her eyes welling up once more. As they were conversing, the hospital door swung open abruptly, and a figure rushed in. Mom, Brother Xiao. Shun Qingqing, her backpack slung over her shoulder, caught sight of Chen Xiao on the hospital bed, and her little face immediately fell. Brother Xiao, what happened to you? Bai Jie quickly enveloped her daughter in an embrace, soothingly assuring her Brother Xiao is fine. He just had a little fall and will be better with some rest. Shen Qingqing nodded, leaning over the bed, cautiously reaching out to touch Chen Xiao's uninjured arm. Brother Xiao, you must recover swiftly. I brought you chocolate. Observing Qingqing's adorable demeanor, both Bai Jie and Chen Xiao felt their hearts warm. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing stayed a while longer, reminding Chen Xiao to rest well before taking their leave. The following morning, Chen Xiao lay idly staring at the ceiling when the hospital door was flung open and the lively trio of Song Shu, Zhou Hong, and Lu Nanzhou burst in. Xiaoga, are you all right? Holy smokes. I heard you heroically saved a damsel and sustained an honorable injury. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let's have a look. The three clamored around him, their faces a mix of gossip and genuine concern. All right, it's just a minor injury. A crack in the rib, nothing life-threatening, Chen Xiao replied irritably. What? A crack? Song Shu exclaimed dramatically. Xiaoga, you're incredible. You risked your life for Aunt Bai. Get lost. Chen Xiao retorted with a laugh. The group continued to jest and banter for a while, inquiring about the details, and launching into another tirade against Shen Xiao. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiao recuperated peacefully in the hospital. Bai Jie was almost inseparable from his side, daily concocting various soups and nourishing dishes, attending to him with meticulous care. Although Chen Xiao refrained from recklessly using his X-ray vision ability, he often found his thoughts drifting back to the fleeting glimpse of Bai Jie's devoted figure and her promise from that day. That afternoon, as the sun shone brightly, the hospital doors swung open once more, and Zhou Hong rushed in, wearing an air of mystery. Wow, guess who I just saw downstairs? Zhou Hong whispered excitedly, his face flushed. Who? By the looks of you, is it a celebrity? Lu Nanzhou tossed aside his cards, intrigued. More precious than any celebrity. Zhou Hong swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling. It's Yin Chuxue, our campus belle. Yin Chuxue. Song Shu dropped his cards in shock, his eyes widening. You must be mistaken. What is she doing at the hospital? Absolutely not. It's her, Zhou Hong asserted confidently. She was accompanied by a graceful lady who resembles her. I assume it's her mother. They seem to be here for a medical checkup. Upon hearing Yin Chushue's name, Chen Xiao felt a stir within him. Since binding with Yin Chuxue, he had taken a greater interest in her. Furthermore, after the last live stream where he gifted her, his fondness had soared to a level of 20, igniting a flicker of intrigue towards this ethereal campus beauty. Xiaoga, aren't you going to take a look? Zhou Hong nudged him. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiao figured he had nothing to lose while lying there, so he slowly propped himself up, donned his coat, and followed Song Shu outside. Chapter 30. Can this even lead to conversation? Chen Xiao donned his coat and ambled out of the hospital room. The pain in his ribs made his movements somewhat sluggish, yet did not deter him from joining his overly curious roommates to catch a glimpse of the campus belle. The hospital corridor was suffused with the faint scent of disinfectant, bustling with people rushing to and fro. Where is she? Where is she? Song Shu craned his neck, scanning the area. Zhou Hong, with keen eyes, pointed towards the reception desk in the distance. There, do you see her? The one in the white dress. Following his gaze, Chen Xiao indeed spotted Yin Chuxue. Today, she wore a simple white cotton dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Unadorned by makeup, she remained strikingly graceful, though a subtle hint of concern marred her beautiful face. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman of gentle demeanor, appropriately attired, bearing a resemblance to Yin Xiao, presumably her mother. However, her pallor suggested she was unwell as she leaned on Yin Xiao's arm for support. Wow, she is indeed a campus belle. Even in casual wear, she looks stunning. Song Shu murmured, his gaze riveted. Zhou Heng added, that lady beside her has an exquisite aura as well. No wonder she's the Bella's mother. The trio found a discreet corner from which to observe. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao spoke softly to Yishu mom. Didn't the doctor say that although the previous tests showed no major issues, you've been feeling unwell lately? We should conduct a thorough check to ease our minds. Especially since we're already here. Yishu gently patted her daughter's hand. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued lately. Those basic tests showed everything was all right. So don't worry unnecessarily. That one do, we must ensure everything is fine. Yin Xiao insisted resolutely, especially concerning her liver, as there had been some concerning indicators in the past, and they needed a thorough examination this time. Hearing the word liver and observing Yishu's slightly pale and weary face, Chen Xiao felt a sudden stir within him. He recalled the newly acquired ability of X-ray vision. Should he give a try? As the thought crystallized, Chen Xiao focused intently. His gaze locked on Yishu, silently intoning, X-ray. The scene before him transformed instantaneously. The barriers of clothing fading away as the contours of muscles, bones, and internal organs became increasingly vivid. Chen Xiao swiftly concentrated on the liver area. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Within the relatively clear outline of the liver, he discerned an incongruous entity, a shadow the size of a mung bean, affixed to the liver's edge. A tumor? Although minuscule, in the realm of his X-ray vision, that tiny anomaly stood out starkly. Chen Xiao was not a doctor, and thus could not ascertain the nature of the anomaly before him. Yet instinctively, he sensed that it was undoubtedly something sinister. Such a small lesion could easily be overlooked during routine examinations. He deactivated his X-ray vision, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his brow. That brief moment of insight had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving his head feeling somewhat heavy. However, at that moment, he had no time to dwell on his fatigue. Observing Yin Xiao supporting Yishu as they seemed poised to depart, Chen Xiao stepped forward without hesitation. Yin classmate, he called out, halting the turning figure of Yin Xiao. Both she and Yishu paused, turning their heads in perplexity towards the suddenly appearing young man. Who are you? Yin Xiao inquired, scrutinizing Chen Xiao with a sense of familiarity that she could not place. As he had used an alias during his previous online gift-giving in a live stream and had not shown his face. Yishu too regarded him politely, her expression questioning. Hello, I am Chen Xiao from the Department of Physics, he replied, a courteous smile gracing his features as he shifted his gaze towards Yishu. Good day, Annie. Yishu nodded gently, her demeanor warm. Hello, young student. What brings you here? Hello, Auntie. Chen Xiao acknowledged her before turning back to Yin Xiao, striving to keep his tone calm and sincere. I apologize for the intrusion, but I inadvertently overheard your conversation. I have dabbled in some rudimentary, traditional Chinese medicine diagnostics under the tutelage of my elders. I would humbly suggest, Andy, that it would be prudent to conduct a more thorough examination of the liver. Thoroughness is key. He refrained from divulging the specifics of what he had perceived, opting instead for the vague reference to traditional diagnostics. To assert that he possessed X-ray vision might lead to accusations of insanity. Both Yin Xiao and Yishu were momentarily taken aback. It was indeed peculiar for a stranger to approach them with such remarks. Yishu chuckled gently, her tone imbued with the indulgence of a senior. Thank you, young man. That is very considerate of you. Clearly, she did not take Chen Xiao's words too seriously. Yin Xiao, however, regarded Chen Xiao's earnest expression and recalled her mother's recent health issues. Although she found his suggestion somewhat abrupt, she nonetheless expressed her gratitude politely. Thank you, Chen classmate. We will be mindful of your advice. Seeing that he had conveyed his message, Chen Xiao nodded, understanding that further elaboration would be futile. Well then, I shan't impose any longer. Please take care of your health, Annie. With that, he turned to head back to the ward. As Chen Xiao's figure receded, Yishu shook her head and chuckled softly to her daughter. The youth of today are indeed quite knowledgeable. Yet Yin Chuxue did not share in her amusement. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she contemplated Chen Xiao's retreating silhouette. Although his advice seemed somewhat unfounded, reflecting on the previous examinations her mother had undergone intensified her unease. Mom, Yin Chuxue grasped her mother's hand, her tone resolute and unwavering. No, we must heed this classmate's advice and schedule an appointment with a liver specialist for a thorough examination. It is imperative. Yishu, unable to refute her daughter's insistence, sighed in resignation, yet affectionately acquiesced. All right, we shall check. We will do as our little Shui wishes. Will that suffice? As mother and daughter conversed, they turned towards the direction of the hepatobiliary department. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Shu and Zhou Heng eagerly approached, flanking Chen Xiao on either side. Wow, Xiao, impressive, Song Shu exclaimed, his awe palpable. You managed to seize the opportunity to strike up a conversation? And with traditional Chinese medicine diagnostics, no less. Why not claim you can summon an object from afar while you're at it? Zhou Heng, equally impressed, marveled Xiao Ge. Your tactics are profound. Had I not known you for so many years and understood your true nature, I might have believed it. Come on, admit it. Are you smitten with our campus Bellion? That excuse was refreshingly unique. I would rate it a perfect score. The two bantered back and forth, convinced that Chen Xiao's previous actions were merely a crafty ploy to capture Yin Chuxue's attention. Chen Xiao, overwhelmed by their incessant chatter, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shut up. You two fools know nothing. He had no desire to explain himself. Some matters were beyond their comprehension. He simply hoped his warning would prove beneficial, as that small shadow of concern weighed heavily on his mind. Help me back. My ribs are killing me, Chen Xiao urged. That's the spirit. A hero rescuing a damsel, now injured, and yet still pursuing the campus beauty? Xiao Ge, you are bound to soar. Exactly. Make sure to share your experiences with the brothers later. Chapter 31. The mysterious brother turns out to be him. As evening descended, Chen Xiao's solitary hospital room buzzed with excitement. Several individuals were engaged in a game of Honor of Kings. Chen Xiao reclined on his hospital bed, his fingers deftly gliding across the screen as the virtual battle raged on. Beside him, Song Shu and Zhou Heng had dragged in chairs, their heads huddled together, engrossed in the game. Push forward. Attack the tower, Song Shu shouted, nearly spitting on Chen Xiao's screen in his fervor. Calm down. Clear the minions first. Xiao Ge, your hero is low on health. Eliminate him. Zhou Heng directed. Chen Xiao executed precise maneuvers, his character darting gracefully across the screen, skillfully dodging lethal blows while countering with a seamless combination of attacks. Pin a kill. The triumphant system notification echoed, displaying the dazzling emblem of a 5-kill streak. Wow, incredible. Xiao Ge is magnificent. Both Song Shu and Zhou Heng erupted into cheers, so exuberant they nearly toppled their chairs. Chen Xiao set his phone down, massaging his slightly sore wrist, a faint smile of satisfaction on his face. He glanced out the window at the darkening sky, a fleeting image of Yin Chuxue's delicate, worried visage crossing his mind. He wondered if she had followed his advice and taken her mother for a thorough examination. However, he had done what he could. Whether they heeded his words was beyond his control. In this chance encounter, there was little more he could offer. Xiao Ge, shall we play another round? Song Shu inquired, still eager for more. No, I'm a bit tired, Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. While the pain from his rib injury had lessened, sitting for extended periods was still uncomfortable. Just as he spoke, there was a gentle knock at the door. Who is it? Zhou Heng asked casually, rising to answer. As the door swung open, Zhou Heng froze in place. Song Shu, curious, leaned in to see, only to be equally struck dumb, his phone dropping to the floor unnoticed. Standing at the entrance was none other than Yin Chuxue. She wore a light blue dress, her long hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders and in her hands. She held a beautifully arranged fruit basket. Is Chen Xiao classmate here? Yin Chuxue's voice was soft and gentle. her gaze gliding past the stunned Zhou Hong and Song Shu to seek out the room. Chen Xiao was taken aback, not expecting her to find him here. "Yin classmate? Please, come in," he managed to respond, nodding in acknowledgement. Yin Chuxue stepped into the room, her eyes sweeping over the chaotic battlefield of their game and the two boys frozen in astonishment, before placing the fruit basket on the bedside table. "Chen Xiao classmate, I came specifically to thank you," Yin Chuxue said, her eyes meeting his. "Thank me?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Thank him?" Song Shu and Zhou Hong exchanged bewildered glances. When had Xiao Gu forged a connection with the campus beauty worthy of a fruit basket of gratitude? Yin Chuxue, noting their confusion, clarified, "I encountered Chen Xiao classmate at the hospital today, and he advised me to take my mother for a detailed liver checkup. I took his suggestion to heart and made an appointment with a specialist for a more in-depth examination." A hint of trepidation and relief crossed her face as she continued. The results revealed a small tumor. Fortunately, it was detected early. The doctor assured us it is in the initial stages and not serious, as long as we proceed with timely treatment. At this juncture, Yin Chuxue turned once more to Chen Xiao, bowing deeply. "Chen Xiao classmate, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your reminder, we might have missed the optimal treatment window, and the consequences would have been unthinkable." My goodness. Song Shu and Zhou Hong were utterly astounded. After all the commotion, it turned out that Brother Zhao's afternoon Chinese medicine diagnosis was indeed genuine. He actually got it right. This is simply astonishing. The looks exchanged between the two, and Chen Xiao shifted from playful teasing to sheer disbelief. Chen Xiao, however, remained remarkably composed, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely a trivial effort. No need for such formality. I'm just relieved that your aunt is fine. How can this be considered a trivial effort?" Yin Chuxue straightened up, insisting. "The doctor mentioned that such early-stage ailments are exceedingly insidious, often eluding conventional examinations. Thankfully, we conducted targeted in-depth checks. This kindness is far too significant." As she spoke, she took out her phone. "You mentioned yesterday that you are from the physics department. I inquired with my classmates about your name. This is a small token of appreciation, and you must accept it." Seeing her attempt to make a transfer, Chen Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's merely a small favor, and I didn't do much. I just mentioned it casually. Primarily, your aunt was fortunate to have discovered it early. That simply won't do." Yin Chuxue persisted. "This is incredibly important to us." Suddenly, Song Shu let out a sly laugh and leaned in. "Ah, Yin, the campus beauty, this money, well, I think it's impossible to calculate." Yin Chuxue looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" Song Shu winked at Chen Xiao and said to Yin Chuxue, "Have you forgotten? During the last live PK, our brother, Xiao, generously gifted you 1 million in carnival points. 300 points without batting an eye. To him, this little matter is nothing." Huh? Yin Chuxue was taken aback, suddenly recalling the last live PK when 300 carnival points had mysteriously dropped, stunning the opponent. She had been curious about which wealthy supporter had backed her, but in her rush to express gratitude and manage the aftermath, she hadn't delved deeper. Could that Xiao be Chen Xiao? She regarded Chen Xiao with disbelief, only to see a hint of a resigned smile on his face, indicating tacit agreement. Yin Chuxue felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment. The one who had come to her rescue and brought her such popularity was actually him. "Thank you so much. Chen Xiao, it's the same as last time." Yin Chuxue's voice lowered, tinged with shyness and deeper gratitude. "I already mentioned it was a minor affair." Chen Xiao chuckled lightly. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Song Shu and Zhou Hong observed in awe, marveling at Brother Zhao's incredible demeanor. First, he lavishly showered her with 1 million. Then he miraculously predicted a life-saving intervention. Surely the campus beauty would be utterly captivated. Seeing that Chen Xiao had no intention of accepting money, Yin Chuxue ceased her insistence, simply biting her lip and saying, "Then, Chen Xiao, shall we exchange contact information? In the future, I'll treat you to a meal as a proper thank you." "Very well." Chen Xiao took out his phone, and they exchanged WeChat QR codes. After adding each other as friends, Yin Chuxue inquired a few more times about Chen Xiao's injuries before politely taking her leave. Chapter 32. Verbal gratitude lacks sincerity. Once Yin Xiao departed, the hospital room fell silent for a brief moment before erupting in chaos. My goodness, Brother Xiao, are you some kind of deity? Song Shu grabbed Chen Xiao's arm, astonished. You truly got that Chinese medicine diagnosis right. How is this even possible? Zhou Hong wore a look of disbelief, circling around Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao, come clean. Have you secretly apprenticed at Longhu Mountain? Or is your family lineage steeped in fortune-telling? In Chen Xiao's mind, the system's notification chimed in at the opportune moment. Ding. Target character, Yin Xiao, favorability 20. Current favorability, 40. 40. Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed his efforts had yielded remarkable results. Life-saving gratitude is indeed unparalleled. He chose to ignore his two overly animated roommates and merely stated, "It's just luck. Believe it or not, that's up to you." Luck? This luck is simply astounding. Song Shu remained skeptical, then donned a mischievous grin, saying, "But Brother Xiao, you've become quite the sensation. First, our esteemed Professor Xia. And now, you've saved the campus beauty. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhou Hong nodded in agreement, filled with envy. Exactly. Brother Xiao, your romantic prospects are unstoppable now. One is a mature and intelligent beauty, and the other is a stunning campus goddess. Wow, please share your secrets with us. Get lost." Chen Xiao kicked him away, irritated. "Can we keep our thoughts pure?" She came here to express her gratitude. Hey, gratitude? As gratitude continues, feelings might just blossom. Song Shu grinned, envisioning a scenario of reciprocation for life-saving favors, with a young lady would feel compelled to offer herself in return. I think you two are simply itching for trouble. Chen Xiao flexed his wrist. Song Shu and Zhou Hong immediately shrank back, fearing further mockery, yet their eyes betrayed their insatiable curiosity. Brother Zhao's actions are simply audacious. After spending a few more days in the hospital, the doctor confirmed that Chen Xiao was recovering well, with his rib fractures healing steadily, allowing him to be discharged for home recuperation. That morning, Bai Jie came to assist Chen Xiao with the discharge procedures. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Jie's gentle profile as she meticulously packed Chen Xiao's belongings with tender care. All set, shall we? Bai Jie picked up a modest bag and naturally linked her arm with Chen Xiao's. Chen Xiao nodded, relishing Bai Jie's attentiveness. They exited the hospital and settled into Bai Jie's familiar white Audi. The vehicle cruised smoothly onto the road, and as she drove, Bai Jie softly remarked, "By the way, Xiao, regarding Shinhaoren, the police have confirmed the evidence. He wielded a knife to injure someone, coupled with his previous gambling habits. He will likely face prosecution soon, and I expect he'll serve a few years." Chen Xiao replied, "That's good. Such scum deserves to be locked up for a few years." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie fell silent for a moment, turning to gaze at Chen Xiao's youthful profile. Xiao, I truly appreciate what you did this time. If not for you, Aunt Bai, here we go again." Chen Xiao interrupted her with a familiar mischievous grin, stating, "Verbal gratitude lacks sincerity." He leaned in slightly. "When will you fulfill your promise from the hospital?" "I've been keeping track, you know." Bai Jie's cheeks flushed instantly, and she abruptly turned her head to face forward, falling silent. Yet the blush on her ears was impossible to conceal. The atmosphere in the car shifted into a somewhat flirtatious realm due to Chen Xiao's remark. Chen Xiao couldn't help but revel in Bai Jie's bashful silence. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He picked it up to see a message from Gu Qingli. "Gu Qingli, congratulations on your discharge, Xiao. I've already arranged with old lady who for the day after tomorrow in her private music hall. Is that time convenient for you?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, "Chen Xiao, no problem, Qingli, just send me the time and place." Gu Qingli, ok. How can I pick you up then? Putting his phone away, Chen Xiao looked out the window, spotting the gates of Southeast University. "Aunt Bai, please stop at the intersection ahead. I can walk in from there." Bai Jie nodded, gradually pulling the car to a stop. As Chen Xiao prepared to unbuckle his seatbelt, he feigned clumsiness, fumbling a bit and frowning. "Huh? Why is this seatbelt stuck?" Bai Jie observed his clumsy demeanor and shook her head in exasperation. "You, my dear child, are quite grown up, yet still struggle to unbuckle your seatbelt. As she spoke, she unfastened her own seatbelt, leaned closer, and extended her hand to assist Chen Xiao with a stubborn clasp. The proximity allowed the familiar, delicate fragrance emanating from Bai Jie to waft into Chen Xiao's nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. In that fleeting moment, as Bai Jie lowered her head to concentrate on the seatbelt, Chen Xiao seized the opportunity and swiftly leaned forward, planting a gentle peck on her soft, warm lips. Bai Jie froze, her gaze locked on the proximity of Chen Xiao. Her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "You," Bai Jie, as heart raced, and in a flustered panic, she pushed Chen Xiao away, urging, "Quickly, get out." Chen Xiao, unable to suppress the amused smile tugging at his lips at her adorably flustered state, raised an eyebrow in triumph before effortlessly releasing his own seatbelt with a satisfying click. Just before stepping out of the car, he turned back to wink at Bai Jie, whose cheeks were still crimson. "Aunt Bai, I'm heading back to school now, goodbye." With that, he closed the car door and strode towards the school gates with a light-hearted step. Bai Jie remained in the car, watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure, her hand instinctively brushing against her still warm lips, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. That little rascal is becoming increasingly audacious. Chapter 33. Agreeing to any condition. The afternoon professional class proved to be rather monotonous. Chen Xiao sat by the window, his fingers absently twirling a pen while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Finally, the bell signaled the end of class, and as the professor announced the dismissal, the room erupted with the sounds of shifting desks and chairs. Chen Xiao was leisurely gathering his textbooks, intending to return to his dormitory for a brief respite, when a graceful figure approached his desk. It was Yin Chuxue. Today, she donned a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing a smooth and full forehead. She exuded a youthful vitality, shedding some of her usual cool demeanor. In her hands, she held 2 cups of milk tea. One was the familiar pearl milk tea, while the other appeared to be lemonade. "Chen Xiao, this," Yin Chuxue offered the cup of pearl milk tea towards him, "is for you." Chen Xiao paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo around her face, her long lashes fluttering slightly. He did not take the milk tea. Instead, his attention fell upon the cup of lemonade in Yin Chuxue's grasp, a playful smile curving his lips. "I prefer lemonade." Yin Chuxue instinctively tightened her grip on the lemonade cup, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I've already had this one." After a brief pause, she quickly added, "Next time, I'll definitely get you lemonade." Seemingly anxious that Chen Xiao might respond further, she set the pearl milk tea on his desk and hurriedly exited the classroom. As Chen Xiao observed Yin Chuxue's hasty retreat, he picked up the milk tea, inserted a straw, and took a sip, the sweetness perfectly balanced. Before he could savor the flavor, several boys suddenly surrounded him, led by Song Shu and Zhou Hong. "What the heck? Xiao Ge, what's going on?" Song Shu pointed towards the door, incredulity etched on his face. "The campus belle herself brought you milk tea?" And she asked, blushing, "Cough it up. What have you done to our campus belle?" Zhou Hong feigned heartache, as if Chen Xiao had sullied something sacred. "Confess and be lenient. Resist and face severe consequences." Another boy chimed in, his face alight with gossip. "Xiao Ge, quickly share with us how you managed to win over this icy beauty." Indeed, Yin, the campus belle, she is usually frosty with everyone, yet she personally brought you milk tea. There must be something going on. The group clamored, their chatter intensifying, as if preparing to conduct a public trial of Chen Xiao. Growing weary of their raucousness, Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. What nonsense is this? She merely came to thank me for reminding her to take her aunt for a checkup and offer me a cup of milk tea. Nothing as sordid as you're imagining." The crowd responded with a chorus of scoffs. "Does gratitude require blushing?" Song Shu raised an eyebrow. "Does gratitude necessitate a subsequent purchase?" Zhou Heng mimicked Yin Chuxue's earlier tone, squeezing his voice into a mock pitch. Chen Xiao, disinterested in engaging with these overly energetic fellows, gathered his milk tea and textbooks, calmly departing the classroom amidst their uproar. Behind him, Song Shu and Zhou Hong continued to shout, "Xiao Ge, don't leave. Share some wisdom with us. Exactly. Let us treat you to a meal soon. Enlighten us. Chen Xiao did not look back. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Chen Xiao indulged in a leisurely sleep, only meandering to the school gates as noon approached. A striking red Porsche was parked roadside, none other than Gu Qingli's car. As the window rolled down, Gu Qingli's radiant face came into view. Today, she had traded her usual professional attire for a snug black sports tank top, showcasing her flat and toned abdomen, with hints of defined abs peeking through. Her bottom half was clad in matching athletic shorts, her long, shapely legs casually crossed, exuding an aura of healthy vitality and sensuality. Xiao Xiao, over here. Gu Qingli waved to Chen Xiao. He approached, opening the door to take a seat in the passenger side. The car was suffused with a subtle scent of women's perfume. Have you been waiting long, Qingli Jie? Not at all, I just arrived, Gu Qingli replied, starting the engine and smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. How is the wound healing? You'll have to rely on yourself today. Chen Xiao rolled his shoulders, reassuring her, don't worry, Qingli Jie, I'm all good. The car glided steadily along the broad streets of the city. As Gu Qingli drove, she resumed her explanation of Hu Jing's situation. You see, old lady who was a formidable businesswoman in her youth, sharp-eyed and skilled in her methods. As she aged, she gradually loosened her grip, but the resources and connections she possesses remain impressive. Her late husband was an artist, particularly skilled at the piano. It said that a single performance captivated her utterly. Regrettably, he passed away too soon. For years, she has yearned for someone to replicate the essence of her husband's playing. Numerous renowned pianists have been invited by various companies, but she has dismissed them all. As for investments, her standards are exceedingly high. She outright rejects ordinary projects. Several firms are vying for her funding, and competition is quite fierce. That fool by Hanzhou deliberately tossed this tough nut my way, hoping to see me fail. Gu Qingli's tone carried a hint of disdain mixed with competitiveness. She turned to glance at Chen Xiao, her expression half serious, half teasing. Xiao Xiao, this time it's up to you. If you can impress old lady who with your piano skills and secure her investment, I'll agree to any condition you set. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's gaze instinctively shifted from Gu Qingli's exquisite profile to the alluring curves outlined by her black sports tank and the powerful, flexible legs beneath her shorts. He raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Any condition? Gu Qingli, a seasoned professional, instantly sensed the assertive glint in Chen Xiao's eyes and the undertone of mischief in his voice. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. What was with this boy's gaze? Gu Qingli tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her smile unwavering, yet her eyes held a hint of warning. Hey, you little brat, I'm being serious here. Don't entertain any mischievous thoughts. I'm not someone you can toy with. Chen Xiao met her admonishing gaze without flinching, his smile deepening instead, as he turned his head to gaze out the window. Chapter 34. The fate of success or failure lies here. Gu Qingli's eye-catching red Porsche noticeably slowed as it entered a villa district shrouded in lush greenery. The architectural style here starkly contrasted with the towering buildings of the city. Most structures were low-rise, standalone homes, each uniquely designed, exuding an elegance and depth that seemed to have been refined over time, rather than the ostentation of nouveau riche. The vehicle eventually came to a gentle halt in front of a villa rich in French architectural flair. The intricately wrought iron gate, adorned with elaborate designs, led to a lawn trimmed to perfection, resembling a plush carpet, with a fountain subtly visible in the distance. We've arrived. Gu Qingli turned off the engine and addressed Chen Xiao, Madam who enjoys tranquility and values sophistication. So when we go in, keep your words to a minimum and follow my lead. Chen Xiao nodded, taking in the grandeur of the villa. It was indeed impressive, but it exuded more of a restrained opulence that reflected the owner's exquisite taste. The two exited the vehicle and rang the doorbell. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitted butler's uniform, his hair impeccably styled, opened the door. His expression was devoid of any unnecessary emotion, merely bowing politely. Miss Gu, please come in. The old lady is waiting for you in the dining room. The butler led them through the foyer. The interior of the villa was equally refined. devoid of ostentatious decor. Instead, several seemingly casual paintings adorn the walls, antiquated porcelain graced the corners, and substantial solid wood furniture exuded understated luxury. The dining room was situated in a sunlit alcove, with large floor-to-ceiling windows opening to a vibrant garden. Seated at the dining table was an elderly lady in a modest qipao, Hu Jing. She appeared to be in her 70s, her hair a graceful silver, meticulously styled into an elegant bun, with a light touch of makeup. Her well-maintained skin bore wrinkles that only added to her air of wisdom and grace rather than detracting from it. At that moment, she was leisurely enjoying her breakfast, her movements slow and poised, radiating an innate aristocracy. "Good morning, Aunt Hu." Gu Qingli approached with a perfectly measured smile. Hu Jing glanced up briefly, nodding in acknowledgement before returning her gaze to her plate, her voice calm. "Please take a seat." The butler pulled out chairs for them. After Gu Qingli sat down, she refrained from immediately presenting the document she brought, instead engaging in small talk about the weather and the blooming flowers in the garden. Hu Jing responded with polite indifference, continuing to eat her breakfast, seemingly uninterested in the pleasantries. Once she set down her chopsticks and daintily wiped her mouth with a silk napkin, Gu Qingli seized the moment to present a beautifully bound proposal. "Aunt Hu, this is a revised plan based on the directions you suggested last time. Please take a look." Hu Jing accepted the proposal, but did not immediately open it. Instead, she lifted a nearby teacup and took a slow sip before leisurely perusing the document. In that moment, the only sound in the dining room was the subtle rustle of paper. Chen Xiao sat quietly beside them, observing the legendary Hu Jing. She indeed possessed a formidable presence. The calmness and scrutiny of someone who had long occupied a position of power exuded an unspoken pressure. Hu Jing's pace of reading was deliberate, yet she clearly paid close attention. After a few minutes, she gently closed the proposal and placed it on the table. Looking up at Gu Qingli, "Your ideas remain rather conventional, lacking innovation. Miss Gu, if this is the best your company can offer, there is no need to send anything further to avoid wasting everyone's time." Though her words were polite, the rejection was unmistakable, tinged with a hint of admonition. Gu Qingli's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly regained its natural composure. She understood that this proposal alone was insufficient to impress the discerning Hu Jing. The key to success lay elsewhere. Feigning ease, she smiled and turned to the quiet Chen Xiao beside her. "Aunt Hu, I know you're not fond of dull business plans. Today, I brought along my younger brother, who plays the piano exceptionally well. I happened to hear him once, and it was like the music of the heavens. Knowing you enjoy music, I thought it might be delightful if he could perform for you, just to lift your spirits." Hu Jing paused, her hand holding the teacup momentarily still, and her gaze finally settled on Chen Xiao, a hint of appraisal in her eyes. She was well aware of Gu Qingli's intention. Over the years, many had sought to curry favor with her in various ways, including inviting musicians to perform. Unfortunately, none had truly satisfied her. However, today, her mood was relatively pleasant, and this young man before her appeared to possess an appealing demeanor, clean and free from the desperation of those seeking quick success. Without speaking, Hu Jing set down her teacup, her gaze drifting away from Chen Xiao's face as she turned her attention back to the garden outside, falling into silence. To Gu Qingli, this silence felt like tacit approval. Her heart leapt with joy as she cast an encouraging glance at Chen Xiao. The fate of their endeavor rested on this pivotal moment. Understanding the cue, Chen Xiao rose and approached the corner of the dining room, where a somewhat aged, upright piano stood. The deep brown piano, although well-maintained, bore signs of wear at the edges, clearly a cherished instrument, rich with the weight of time. A music score lay open on the piano, its title blurred, yet the melody appeared to dance with a faint sorrow. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao's fingers touched the cool keys, unleashing his masterful piano skills. An ineffable sensation surged within him, as if he could touch the very essence of the time encapsulated within the piano. Feeling the emotions of those who had once played here, he steadied himself, and his fingers began to dance elegantly according to the melody on the score. At first, as the initial notes resonated, Hu Jing remained seated at the dining table, stirring her coffee with a small silver spoon, seemingly oblivious to the performance. Having heard too many so-called genius performances, her expectations had long since waned. However, as the melody gradually unfurled, those joyful yet subtly melancholic notes seemed to possess a magical quality, seizing Hu Jing's attention in an instant. The motion of stirring her coffee abruptly halted, and she slowly lifted her head to behold the young figure at the piano. The music flowed gracefully, at times reminiscent of a playful deer frolicking in the woods, and at other times resembling the falling leaves of autumn. Chen Xiao was entirely immersed in the emotional landscape of the piece, with each rise and fall of his fingers striking the keys with precision, resonating deeply with the long-dormant chords of Hu Jing's heart. That familiar melody, that nearly identical emotional expression, evoked a profound response within her. Unbeknownst to her, tears welled in Hu Jing's eyes, cascading silently down her well-preserved cheeks. Memories, tinged with sepia, flooded her mind uncontrollably. Her young husband seated at the same piano, his fingers dancing across the keys, his profile gentle, sunlight cascading over him. Those were the warmest, most tender moments etched in her memory. As the music softened, the final note lingered in the air like a sigh, leaving the dining room enveloped in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Hu Jing remained in her position, her tear-filled eyes gazing vacantly in the direction of the piano. Instinctively, with a voice laden with choked emotion and endless longing, she softly called out, "Jian Zhang." The moment the name escaped her lips, she was jolted back to reality, realizing that the one playing the piano was not her dearly missed husband, but rather a stranger, a young man. She quickly subdued her visible emotions, took up a silk scarf, and gently wiped away the traces of her tears, restoring her composure and serenity. Yet, deep within her eyes lingered an unmistakable hint of bewilderment and turmoil. After a brief silence, Hu Jing turned her gaze toward Chen Xiao, her voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. "You play beautifully." "Thank you, Aunt Hu." "You flatter me," Chen Xiao replied, rising slightly and bowing with humility. Beside them, Gu Qingli's heart raced with excitement. From a moment Hu Jing shed tears. It felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. This was it. This business deal was undoubtedly secured. Observing Aunt Hu's reaction, Gu Qingli felt certain of their success. This younger brother, Chen Xiao, was indeed her lucky star. Chapter 35. Securing the contract, Hu Jing dried her tears and refocused her gaze on Gu Qingli, the earlier distance and scrutiny between them having considerably diminished, replaced by a newfound warmth. "Miss Gu, the young man you brought is quite remarkable." She paused, glancing at the proposal she had set aside. "This contract shall be awarded to your company. For the specifics, please have your team liaise directly with my butler." It was done. Gu Qingli's heart raced again, and she suppressed the urge to shout in jubilation. "Thank you, Aunt Hu. We will certainly not let you down." She understood the significance of this contract. It represented not only a substantial investment, but also an acknowledgement of her capabilities, silencing all those who had awaited her failure, especially that scoundrel by Hanzhou. Chen Xiao observed from the side, equally pleased for Gu Qingli. It seemed that his masterful piano skills had indeed made a remarkable impact. Hu Jing chose not to elaborate further, merely signaling to her butler, who promptly began preliminary discussions with Gu Qingli regarding the follow-up details. Seizing the moment, Hu Jing stood and gently addressed Chen Xiao. "Young student, please follow me." Surprised yet compliant, Chen Xiao followed Hu Jing out of the dining area, traversing a corridor adorned with several ink wash paintings, arriving at what appeared to be a study. Hu Jing did not speak immediately. Instead, she approached a redwood display cabinet, unlocking a small drawer to retrieve an ancient wooden box. She opened it, revealing a string of deep-hued, high-quality beads. The beads were smooth, with natural patterns that exuded an aura of tranquility and peace. As Hu Jing picked up the bracelet, her fingers caressed its surface, and her gaze drifted, as if she were peering into a distant past through those beads. Her expression bore a wistful nostalgia mixed with a sense of relief. After a lengthy moment, she returned to the present and extended the bracelet to Chen Xiao. "This is for you." Taken aback, Chen Xiao quickly shook his head. "Aunt Hu, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Though he did not know the specifics of its value, he could tell from Hu Jing's reverence that it was no ordinary item. "Take it," Hu Jing insisted, her tone brooking no refusal. She gently placed the bracelet in the palm of his hand, clarifying, "This is not a transaction. Merely a gift from an elder to a younger one. The piece you played earlier was splendid, reminiscent of how I used to play it." Her voice softened, tinged with an imperceptible quiver. Feeling the warm touch of the bracelet, Chen Xiao understood that further refusal would be inappropriate. He nodded. "Thank you, Aunt Hu." Hu Jing regarded him, her face breaking into an earnest smile. "If you find the time, would you be willing to come back and play that piece for this old woman again?" "Of course, Aunt Hu. You can call on me any time," Chen Xiao readily assured her. Pleased, Hu Jing nodded. "Very well." Upon exiting Hu Jing's villa and settling into the striking red Porsche, Gu Qingli was still enveloped in a euphoric state. Having just completed the initial discussions with the butler and signed the intent agreement, everything had unfolded astonishingly smoothly. As the car pulled away from the villa enclave, Gu Qingli could no longer contain her exhilaration. She slammed on the brakes, turning to face Chen Xiao with bright eyes. "Xiao Xiao, you are truly my lucky star." Her voice brimmed with excitement, and before Chen Xiao could react, Gu Qingli leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Stunned, Chen Xiao touched the spot where she had kissed him. Gu Qingli, momentarily taken aback, did not lose her enthusiasm. Instead, her eyes sparkled even brighter. "Ha ha! Sister is so happy." "Xiao Xiao, thank you so much." Ding. Target character, Gu Qingli, favorability level 10. Current favorability level, 58. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, bringing him back to reality, and a smile crept onto his lips. A favorability level of 58 was quite an increase. It seemed this lucky star roll was indeed worth it. Gu Qingli restarted the car, her excitement spilling over as she planned. "Once this investment is fully realized, my position in the company will be solidified. Just wait until by Hanzhou, that old bald man, sees how I will no longer be hindered." Before she could finish her thought, a piercing ringtone shattered the moment. Glancing at the caller ID, Gu Qingli's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of distaste and impatience. She swiped to answer, her tone icy. "Hello?" On the other end, a man's abrasive voice erupted in a furious roar. Even through the phone, Chen Xiao could sense the anger radiating from the man as he seemed to question and reprimand her. Gu Qingli's expression hardened, her fingers gripping the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned white. "Director Bai, my work arrangements do not require such detailed reporting to you. That is my business, not yours." "You." Gu Qingli appeared to be incensed by his words, coldly interrupting him. "I have other matters to attend to. I must hang up." Without waiting for a response, she abruptly ended the call and forcefully tossed her phone into the storage compartment beside her. The atmosphere inside the car shifted abruptly from the previous elation to a chilling tension. Gu Qingli's chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly enraged. She took several deep breaths, striving to calm herself, yet the fire of indignation in her eyes was undeniable. "Bastard," she muttered under her breath, sharply turning the steering wheel. "Xiao Xiao, we want TB go to eat just yet. Before I drop you off at school, I need to make a stop at the office." Chen Xiao nodded in understanding, recognizing that Gu Qingli was intent on settling the score. The Porsche emitted a low rumble as its speed noticeably increased, hurtling toward the city center. Before long, the car came to a halt before an imposing office building, its gilded letters shimmering in the sunlight. "Hanhai Securities." "Xiao Xiao, please wait for me in the car for a moment. I need to handle something inside, but I will be quick," Gu Qingli instructed, unbuckling her seatbelt. Her tone had regained its former calm, yet her gaze was sharp. "All right, Qingli Jia, go ahead," Chen Xiao replied. Gu Qingli nodded, casually draping a coat over her shoulders, picking up a file folder from the passenger seat and stepping out of the car. The intent agreement she had just signed was tucked under her arm as if it were merely an ordinary document rather than a contract of immense value. Clad in her high heels, she strode with determination, disappearing through the revolving doors of the office building. Chen Xiao withdrew her gaze, leaning back in her chair, a playful smile gracing her lips. It seemed that by Hanzhou, that oblivious fool was about to find himself in dire straits. Chapter 36. Director by Safe Travels. In the conference room of Hanhai Securities, the investment department was in session. Bai Hanzhou sat at the head of the table, passionately berating his subordinates. Some individuals, he mused, were all talk and no action, unable to perceive the harshness of reality. They always fancied themselves exceptional, as if endowed with celestial abilities. And what was the outcome? They couldn't even manage an elderly lady. Yet they still dreamt of achieving greatness overnight. I tell you, one must remain grounded. His words were pointed, his gaze sweeping over the empty chair beside him, his lips curling into a sneer. Do not emulate certain individuals who, adorned in ostentation, divert their thoughts from the righteous path, believing they can thrive solely on their looks. In this day and age, without results, you are utterly insignificant. Most attendees in the conference room averted their eyes, feigning interest in their documents, none daring to interject. Everyone was well aware that Director Bai was targeting someone specific. The discord between Gu Qingli and Bai Hanzhou was an open secret within the company. Bai Hanzhou relished the effect of his words, clearing his throat, preparing to continue. When the door to the conference room was flung open with a resounding bang, Gu Qingli strode in, her 10-centimeter stiletto heels clicking sharply against the floor, her expression as frosty as the winter air. She donned a black athletic tank top and shorts, carelessly draped with a suit jacket, starkly contrasting the formal attire of those present. Yet her commanding presence immediately eclipsed everyone in the room. Ah, is that not our esteemed team leader Gu? Bai Hanzhou's mocking tone intensified upon seeing her. So, the illustrious team leader Gu has deigned to return? I thought you were too ashamed to face the company after failing to secure the deal with the old lady who? Where did you go to unwind? Gu Qingli did not spare him a glance, striding directly to the head of the conference table, slamming a folder onto the desk in front of Bai Hanzhou with a resounding thud. The intention agreement she had just signed with housekeeper who slipped out, spreading open before Bai Hanzhou's astonished eyes. Director Bai. Gu Qingli's voice dripped with unabashed mockery. Perhaps you ought to scrutinize the situation before you engage in idle gossip about the deal you assumed I could not secure. Bai Hanzhou was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display, but upon noticing the title and signatures on the document, his pupils dilated in shock. The investment intention agreement from Hu Jing, he exclaimed, snatching the document, his fingers trembling in disbelief. This is impossible. How could you have obtained this? He rapidly perused the contents of the agreement, his complexion paling further with each passing moment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Every clause, every signature, every seal attested to the authenticity of the document. The conference room erupted in gasps and hushed murmurs of disbelief. What? Team leader Gu truly secured Hu Jing's deal? My heavens! That S-lady Hu. So many have tried and failed impossible. How did she manage it? This is monumental. The investment amount is substantial. Bai Hanzhou's face oscillated between green and white as he listened to the murmurs around him, his grip on the document trembling more violently. He could not fathom how this woman, whom he had relentlessly undermined, could accomplish such an ostensibly insurmountable feat. Gu Qingli's gaze fell upon the ashen-faced Bai Hanzhou, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. Director Bai, what were you saying earlier? About recognizing reality? She stepped closer, the sound of her heels striking the floor echoing ominously in the silent room. Now, do you see the reality? Bai Hanzhou's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. Gu Qingli, dismissing him completely, turned on her heel and strode towards the conference room exit, leaving behind a stunned assembly. Her destination was the CEO's office on the top floor. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the investment department office swung open once more. Gu Qingli emerged alongside a composed man, the CEO of Hanhai Securities, Li Hanhai. Li Hanhai surveyed the office area, his gaze ultimately resting upon Bai Hanzhou, who appeared pallid. His voice was steady and authoritative. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to announce a decision. In recognition of Comrade Gu Qingli's outstanding performance with Ms. Hu Jing's investment project, the company has resolved to promote Gu Qingli to Deputy Director of the Investment Department, with full responsibility for high-end client affairs. Applause and congratulations erupted in the office. many casting envious and admiring glances towards Gu Qingli. Li Hanhai raised his hand to signal for silence, continuing, "As for comrade by Hanzhou, due to repeated significant errors in his work and a lack of fundamental respect for his subordinates, he is no longer suitable for the position of director of the investment department. Effective immediately, he will be transferred to the West City branch as a business consultant, with an immediate handover of duties." The West City branch? As a business consultant? ISNT that the department, notoriously known for being a retirement home? Ostensibly a consultant, it's essentially a position of idleness, thoroughly marginalized. This outcome was far more humiliating than a simple dismissal. Bai Hanzhou felt as though he had been struck by lightning, opening and closing his mouth in vain, unable to utter a single word. Once the announcement concluded, Li Hanhai patted Gu Qingli on the shoulder, offering some words of encouragement before departing. Gu Qingli stood her ground, accepting the gazes of her colleagues, some filled with envy, others with reverence, and some with sycophancy, her expression remaining placid and confident. Inside a red Porsche, Chen Xiao idly gazed out the window when the system's notification tone suddenly chimed in her mind. Ding. Target character, Gu Qingli, favorability 5. Current favorability, 63. Another increase? It appears that Gu Qingli's recent endeavors were quite fruitful. Indeed, moments later, the car door swung open, a wave of victorious fragrance wafting in. Gu Qingli returned to the driver's seat, her face radiating uncontainable excitement and pride. The anger she had felt earlier had dissipated, replaced by a refreshing sense of triumph. All set, she fastened her seatbelt and turned to Chen Xiao, exclaiming, "That bald old fool by Hanzhou has been kicked off to the West City branch to retire. Ha ha ha. What a delightful turn of events." Her spirits were evidently high as she started the engine, her tone light-hearted. "Xiao Xiao, you have indeed helped your sister tremendously this time. My commission on this deal will be substantial. I'll be sure to share 100,000 with you as a token of gratitude." Chen Xiao chuckled. "You're too kind, Sister Qingli. Why should we be polite?" Gu Qingli waved her hand grandly, exuding a sense of generosity, and added, "Sister will keep her word. What I promised you previously still stands. Besides the money, what else do you desire? As long as it's within my means, I'll grant you any condition." Upon hearing Gu Qingli's words, Chen Xiao leisurely sized her up. His gaze traveled from her delicate collarbone down to her long legs. Then, he spoke slowly. "Well, the condition is not too difficult. Next time there's an opportunity, I would like to see Sister Qingli in a high-slit Cheongsam." Gu Qingli paused for 2 seconds, then quickly realized. Looking at Chen Xiao's earnest demeanor as he made such an audacious request, she nearly burst out laughing. This kid certainly had audacity. She extended her index finger and playfully poked his forehead, pushing his head away, her tone laced with mock irritation. "You little brat, you've grown quite bold. Haven to you? Even daring to tease your sister?" Chen Xiao allowed her to push him away, still wearing that infuriatingly mischievous smile, his gaze unwavering as he met hers. Gu Qingli felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare, snorting dismissively as she turned her head and abruptly pressed down on the accelerator. The crimson Porsche roared as it sped towards Southeast University. Chapter 37. The Gambler's Spirit. The Porsche came to a smooth halt not far from the university's entrance. Chen Xiao pushed open the car door and stepped out, the lingering scent of Gu Qingli's slightly aggressive perfume still dancing around his nostrils. This time, assisting Gu Qingli in securing Hu Jing's contract not only significantly boosted his favorability, but also earned him a precious bracelet gifted by Hu Jing, which he intended to investigate for its considerable worth. Chen Xiao felt quite pleased. Just as he turned to enter the campus, the familiar sound of a system notification resonated in his mind. "Ding, you may draw a lottery once. Would you like to proceed immediately?" A surge of delight filled Chen Xiao's heart. This was a favorability lottery. Absolutely. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability, Gambler's Technique." "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability, Mastery of Xingyi Iquan." 2 abilities. Chen Xiao was taken aback, quickly followed by an overwhelming joy. Gambler's Technique, Mastery of Xingyi Iquan. These were exceedingly practical abilities. In an instant, Two distinctly different streams of information flooded into Chen Xiao's consciousness. First, the gambler-esque technique, the rules of various gambling games. Probabilities, psychology, strategies, and card manipulation techniques were infused into his awareness as if imparted by divine revelation. Not only that, but his fingers also became extraordinarily nimble, as if he were innately aware of how to shuffle, deal, and control the cards. Next came the information on Xingyi, the stances, footwork, body movements, techniques, and the 12 forms of Xingyi, as well as the 5 elements fist, were deeply etched into his being as if he had trained for decades. He felt his breath deepen and lengthen, and a subtle flow of energy seemed to meander through his limbs. Each initial movement he made radiated a refined, unpretentious yet explosive aura. Standing still, Chen Xiao closed his eyes to savor these two newfound abilities. The gambler-esque technique might not always be of great use in everyday life, but it would undoubtedly prove invaluable in casual card games with friends or in certain special situations, potentially even turning the tide in his favor. As for Xingyi, it was a legitimate means of self-defense. Having experienced the incident where Shen Haoren wielded a knife, Chen Xiao increasingly recognized the importance of possessing sufficient power for self-protection. Although his physical prowess already surpassed that of ordinary individuals, mastering Xingyi elevated his combat capabilities to a new height, enabling him to respond with greater composure in the face of unexpected dangers. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The system indeed delivered quality. Helping Gu Qingli this time had yielded abundant rewards. It was well worth it. He stretched his limbs and strode towards the dormitory, his movements naturally imbued with a steady and vigorous rhythm, each step seeming meticulously measured yet utterly effortless. Upon reaching the door of dormitory 302, he heard the boisterous voice of Song Shu from within. Bomb. Blow him up. Chen Xiao pushed the door open to find a room shrouded in smoke, with Song Shu, Zhou Hong, and Lu Nanzhou gathered around a table engaged in a game of landlord, surrounded by a mountain of snacks and empty drink bottles. Whoa, Xiao Ge, you're back. Lu Nanzhou was the first to notice him. Xiao Ge. Zhou Hong also looked up to greet him. Ha, you came back just in time. Song Shu called out, his eyes glued to the cards. Quick, quick, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Help me out for this round. If we win this hand, we'll be done. Chen Xiao approached, noticing that Song Shu did indeed look a bit off, and nodded. All right, you go ahead. Song Shu swiftly shoved his cards into Chen Xiao's hands and rushed into the restroom. Sitting down, Chen Xiao glanced at Song Shu's hand. With the gambler-esque technique enhancing his perception, the cards transformed into a crystal-clear tableau before his eyes, revealing the value of each card, possible combinations, the hand of the opponents, and even the subtle changes in expression on Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou's faces. I'll be the landlord, Chen Xiao stated calmly, picking up the 3 bottom cards. The game commenced. His movements were unhurried, even somewhat casual, yet each card he played was perfectly timed, as though he could precisely predict the other strategies. Zhou Hong attempted to slip away with a small sequence, but Chen Xiao countered with a card that was neither too large nor too small. Lu Nanzhou, hiding a bomb for a surprise attack, found his strategy thwarted as Chen Xiao preemptively dismantled his hand with a smaller 3-card combination. As rounds progressed, the expressions on Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou's faces began to shift. Initially casual, then puzzled, followed by solemnity and ultimately disbelief. What the heck? Xiao Ge, how are you playing so smoothly? Zhou Heng's eyes widened as he watched Chen Xiao effortlessly discard a pair. Lu Nanzhou furrowed his brow. Something feels off. It's as if you can see right through my cards. Did you hide a camera or something? Chen Xiao merely smiled, remaining silent as he continued playing. The subsequent hands showcased an overwhelming dominance, no matter how Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou collaborated or concealed their cards. Chen Xiao always found the most economical and effective ways to counter them, leading to effortless victories. The pile of stakes that originally belonged to Song Shu quickly multiplied several times, claiming all the snacks and spare change in front of Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou. This is uncanny. This is absolutely insane, Zhou Hong exclaimed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. I'm done. Xiao Ge, there is something definitely off with you today. Exactly. How can we continue playing? It feels like you can see right through our very souls. Lu Nanzhou echoed, shaking his head, his gaze filled with suspicion. Cie, you'd better come clean. Have you secretly sought out a master to learn some tricks? Or have you been possessed by the gambler's spirit? When Song Shu returned from the restroom, he was greeted by the sight of Chen Xiao, surrounded by a bounty of winnings, while Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou wore expressions of utter confusion and existential doubt. What's going on? Why do you all look like that? Song Shu asked curiously. Xiao, good, did you win? Win? Zhou Heng scoffed, pointing at Chen Xiao. Not just win. It's a massacre. Old Song, you'd better get this divine being away from us. We're not worthy to play with him. Lu Nanzhou chimed in exactly. Playing cards with him is like asking for punishment. I feel like my IQ has been ground into the dirt. Chen Xiao chuckled at their exaggerated expressions, amused, and pushed the cards back to Song Shu. All right, enough play for today. I just had a good run. He stood up and stretched. Song Shu took the cards, still somewhat baffled, but seeing Chen Xiao's haul of winnings, he cheerfully settled down. Hee, Xiaogu is still the best. Unlike you two amateurs. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou simultaneously gave him the finger. After a brief commotion, the group dispersed the card game. Song Shu slumped in his chair and asked, by the way, with the May Day holiday approaching, what are your plans? I don't know. There's not much fun around the school, Lu Nanzhou sighed. How about we head to the neighboring city for a few days? Last time we made some money. Let's go out and enjoy ourselves? Song Shu suggested. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou's eyes lit up at the idea. Sound great. Xiaoge, are you coming? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and replied. I'm heading home for the May Day holiday. It's been a while since I last visited. His home was in the neighboring province, and the high-speed train ride took several hours. He had mostly stayed at Bai Jia's place and hadn't been home often. Going home? Song Shu sounded somewhat disappointed. Did it just be the three of us? Sure, it's a pity Xiao Ge has to go home. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou seemed indifferent. Listening to their discussions about where to go, Chen Xiao contemplated the hassle of snagging train tickets during the May Day rush. The crowds would be overwhelming. If only he had his own car, driving home would be much more convenient. And with a vehicle, he wouldn't have to rely on taxis in the future. It appears that the prospect of purchasing a car can now be placed firmly on the agenda. Chapter 38. Return home to meet the parents. The afternoon's specialized lecture on quantum entanglement was so monotonous that it nearly lulled Chen Xiao into a stupor. His fingers absent-mindedly twirled a pen as his thoughts drifted back to Bai Jia's home. His rib injury had healed sufficiently, and it was high time for Bai Jia to fulfill her promise, wasn't it? The mere thought of Bai Jia donning that exquisite black lace garment he had meticulously chosen sent a rush of warmth coursing through his veins. As the professor turned to write on the board, Chen Xiao swiftly seized the opportunity to send Bai Jia a message on WeChat. Chen Xiao, Aunt Bai, are you ready to fulfill your promise? Smirk. The message vanished into the void, eliciting no response for what felt like an eternity. Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, leisurely putting away his phone. He understood Bai Jia well. The more bashful she was, the more it indicated that she was indeed pondering the matter. At long last, when the bell signaled the end of class, Chen Xiao was the first to bolt from the classroom, disregarding Song Shu's calls for an evening gaming session, and hailed a cab straight to Bai Jia's residence. Standing before the familiar security door, he pressed the doorbell. Soon, he could hear the faint sound of footsteps approaching, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock turning. The door swung open, revealing none other than Bai Jia. For a fleeting moment, Chen Xiao's breath caught in his throat. His gaze fixated on her. Bai Jia was indeed wearing the black lace camisole nightgown he had selected. The silk garment glimmered delicately, the V-neck design perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves, revealing her fair, flawless skin and exquisite collarbone. The hem barely concealed the tops of her thighs, leaving her elegantly proportioned legs exposed to the cool air. Chen Xiao felt his blood rush in a fervent tide. Bai Jia could not bring herself to meet his gaze. You're back. Dinner's just about ready. Go wash your hands. She endeavored to maintain her usual gentle demeanor as an elder. Yet her flushed ears and slightly pursed lips betrayed her inner turmoil and embarrassment. Chen Xiao's penetrating gaze bore into her as he stepped closer, encroaching upon her personal space. Bai Jie felt her discomfort intensify and instinctively retreated a step, her back pressed against the cold wall, leaving her with no avenue of escape. And Bai, the aroma of the food pales in comparison to your presence. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Jie exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and irritation flooding her. She attempted to push him away, only for Chen Xiao to grasp her wrist firmly. Let us not rush into dinner, he murmured, leaning closer to her. In the next heartbeat, she felt herself lifted effortlessly as he swept her up in his arms. Chen Xiao, put me down. What are you doing? Bai Jie cried out, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Yet, Chen Xiao paid no heed, carrying her straight toward the bedroom. An hour later, in the dining room, the meal had grown somewhat cold. Bai Jie, now clad in a modest cotton nightgown, sat at the table, poking at her rice with chopsticks, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Xiao, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal across from her. Chen Xiao found her glare quite satisfying, his earlier indulgence lingering pleasantly in his memory. Glaring at me won't help. Aunt Bai, he teased, cheerfully lifting a piece of vegetables. You promised, and a bet is a bet. Oomph. Bai Jie turned away, unwilling to engage with him. After a few bites, Chen Xiao, as if recalling something, spoke up. By the way, Aunt Bai, the May Day holiday is approaching, and I'm planning to visit home. Bai Jie paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, it's time to see your parents. Be careful on the road. Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks, eyeing Bai Jie with a mixture of curiosity and seriousness. Aunt Bai, would you like to accompany me home for a few days? Bai Jie was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to process his words. Chen Xiao continued, adopting a casual tone. My parents often express their gratitude for your care. It would be a perfect opportunity for them to thank you in person. It could also serve as a chance to meet the parents. A sudden cough interrupted Bai Jie, who had been sipping her soup. Upon hearing the last phrase, she choked, her face turning a vivid shade of crimson. She shot him an incredulous look, her voice rising in pitch. Meet the parents? Chen Xiao, what utter nonsense are you spouting? This young man was becoming increasingly reckless. What did he mean by meeting the parents? What did he take himself for? Bai Jie's heart raced, her thoughts a chaotic whirl. Chapter 39. A chance encounter with the first snow. As Bai Jie grappled with her tumultuous emotions, her phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. It was a message from her trio of friends. Bai Jie picked up her phone to find a barrage of messages from Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli, I'm furious. My useless brother is driving me to the brink of madness. Gu Qingli, I just helped him pay off $1 million in gambling debts. $1 million? The hard-earned money I worked for, wasted like this. Gu Qingli, if it weren't for Xiao Xiao helping land that deal with old lady who, I wouldn't even have a dime left to bail him out. Truly a misfortune for the family. Xiao Wanqing, Qingli, don't let it get to you. It's not worth ruining your health over. Your brother needs a serious talking to. Gu Qingli talk? How can I? He is utterly incorrigible. If those debt collectors hadn't come knocking, I would have remained in the dark. Bai Jie furrowed her brow at Gu Qingli's grievances. She had met Gu Qingli's brother, Gu Zhao, on several occasions. He was ambitious yet impractical, always chasing after quick riches, and now he had succumbed to gambling. What's wrong, Bai? Chen Xiao emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes, noticing the troubled expression on Bai Jie's face. With a sigh, she handed her phone to him. Gu Qingli's brother has lost $1 million in gambling, and she just helped him pay it off. Chen Xiao glanced at the phone and gently shook his head before returning it to Bai Jie. Such matters were not for outsiders to judge. Every family had its own burdens to bear. By the way, Aunt Bai, he seemed to recall something. I plan to buy a car tomorrow. It would be convenient to drive home for the holiday. Bai Jie paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding. That sounds good. You have means now? And a car would certainly make travel much easier. Just choose wisely. Bai Jie had no objections to Chen Xiao purchasing a vehicle. He had achieved success and earned his money. It was only fitting that he improved his quality of life. The following day, Chen Xiao did not attend school, but instead took a cab to the largest 4S dealership in the city. He possessed little knowledge of cars, yet the name Cadillac resonated with strength, and its design was elegant, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic. After a thorough selection and test drive, he decisively purchased a black CT6 outright. Having completed the paperwork, he drove away in his brand-new vehicle, his spirits buoyant. The sensation of owning a car was indeed exhilarating. Instead of heading directly back to buy GS home, he leisurely drove toward Southeast University. Just as he parked in a roadside space near the campus, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the school gates. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans that accentuated her youthful silhouette, it was Chen Xiao. She seemed to have just finished a class, clutching a few books while absorbed in her phone. The sunlight danced upon her flowing hair, gilding it with a golden hue. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile as he alighted from the car, leaning against the door and watching Chen Xiao approach. Chen Xiao seemed to sense a gaze upon her. She lifted her head and caught sight of Chen Xiao leaning against a black Cadillac. Her steps momentarily faltered, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her cool eyes. Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao approached hesitantly, her voice uncertain. Yes, it's me, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Just finished class? Chen Xiao nodded, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the Cadillac behind him. Having some knowledge of automobiles, she recognized the brand and model. Is this your car? She inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. She recalled that Chen Xiao had taken a taxi the last time they met. Yes, I just got it. It's more convenient for coming to school, Chen Xiao casually responded. Chen Xiao softly acknowledged with an O and refrained from pressing further. After a brief silence, Chen Xiao took the initiative to speak. About what happened last time, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. Since it's nearly mealtime, let me treat you to dinner? Sure, Chen Xiao readily agreed. He opened the passenger door. Get in. What do you want to eat? I'll drive. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually bent down and settled into the passenger seat. The interior of the car was pristine, infused with the scent of leather, and the spaciousness was quite inviting. Let's south go to the street behind the school. There's a private restaurant that has decent food. Chen Xiao fastened her seatbelt and softly suggested. Chen Xiao nodded, starting the car and smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. The car fell into a brief silence. Chen Xiao gazed out at the passing scenery, while Chen Xiao focused intently on driving. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found a table by the window. After placing their orders, Chen Xiao took the initiative to ask, by the way, how is your mother's health lately? Is everything all right? The mention of her mother softened Chen Xiao's typically aloof expression. Yes, the doctor said it was caught early. She had a minimally invasive surgery, and now she's recovering well. I really owe you one. Otherwise, we would still be in the dark. She looked earnestly at Chen Xiao and added, Thank you. Chen Xiao. It was just a small matter. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. As long as your mother is fine. They engaged in light conversation, the atmosphere remaining amicable. Chen Xiao was not particularly talkative, but she responded thoughtfully when Chen Xiao inquired. It was evident that her favorable impression of Chen Xiao had been greatly influenced by her mother's situation. After finishing their meal, the sunlight outside was just right. It's still early. Shall we take a stroll? Chen Xiao suggested. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Chen Xiao glanced around, pointing to a nearby street that exuded an ancient charm. That seems to be an antique street. Shall we explore? Sure, Chen Xiao replied without objection. The two walked side by side toward the antique street, which, though not long, was bustling with life. Quaint shops lined both sides, selling calligraphy, porcelain, jade, and various trinkets. Vendors along the roadside called out, haggling and bargaining, creating a lively atmosphere. Chapter 40. Discovering a bronze vessel. The antique street thrived with a distinctive vibrancy, and Chen Xiao appeared quite familiar with the area. She often paused to admire some exquisite trinkets at the roadside stalls, though she typically refrained from making purchases. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, surveyed the stalls with the precision of a radar. With an almost supernatural ability to discern authenticity, he could see through the myriad of genuine and counterfeit antiques. Most items of the stalls were either brand new modern crafts or poorly aged replicas, with only a few old items that held little value. After perusing several stalls, Chen Xiao's footsteps halted before an unassuming booth. The vendor, a shrewd middle-aged man dressed in a traditional jacket, leisurely fanned himself. The display was modest, featuring a few jade pendants, strings of copper coins, and several rusted bronze artifacts. Chen Xiao's gaze fell upon a palm-sized bronze vessel casually placed in a corner of the stall. Its design was ancient, yet the craftsmanship was somewhat coarse, with an unnatural layer of patina covering its surface, indicating it was likely not of significant worth. However, intriguingly, the rough exterior of the bronze vessel was hollow, and within the cavity's bottom lay a small, distinctly shaped object that resembled a seal. "How much for this?" Chen Xiao inquired, pointing at the bronze vessel. The vendor raised an eyebrow, sizing up Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxue. The young man was dressed modestly, but the young woman possessed an exceptional aura. "Ah, young fellow, you have a keen eye. This is a fine piece, passed down through generations, dating back to the Warring States period. Just look at the patina and rust. An expert could spot its value immediately. If you truly want it, let us settle on a fair price. 1 million, and it's yours." 1 million? Yin Chuxue frowned slightly at the vendor's outrageous claim. While she wasn't too well-versed in antiques, she understood the street was filled with a mix of genuine and dubious items, and such a high price was likely a trap. This item, Chen Xiao casually examined the bronze vessel, his expression unchanging. 1 million? That price is quite inflated. The vendor chuckled. "You can't say that. This is a genuine article. Such opportunities to find treasures are rare." Chen Xiao placed the vessel back on the stall, extending a finger. 1,000. What? The vendor thought he had misheard, rubbing his ears. 1,000. Chen Xiao reiterated, his tone flat. The vendor's smile faltered, quickly replaced by incredulity. "Young fellow, are you joking? 1,000? That would even cover my stall fees. This could be worthy of a museum." Just as the vendor was about to launch into a lengthy boast, Chen Xiao interrupted. "Just 1,000. Will you sell it or not? If not, I'll take my leave." With that, Chen Xiao pretended to rise. The vendor, realizing this young man was not easily fooled, tempered his greed, though he feigned reluctance. "Oh, come now. 1,000 would be a huge loss for me. How about this? Let's make it 5,000. You can take it home as a friendly gesture." 1,000. Chen Xiao's tone remained unchanged as he stood up to leave. Hey, don't go." The vendor hurriedly blocked his path. All right. I'll take the loss. 1,000 it is. Today is my lucky day." He feigned dismay, yet a subtle glimmer of triumph crossed his face as he quickly grabbed a tattered bag to wrap the bronze vessel and handed it to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao promptly scanned the payment, took the bag, and turned to leave. Yin Chuxue followed beside him, glancing at the bag in his hand, still somewhat puzzled, but chose not to comment further. As they distanced themselves, the vendor leaned over to a neighboring stall owner, lowering his voice while puffing with pride. "Did you see that? Another naive kid. Spent 1,000 on a piece of junk I snagged for 50 from the recycling station. Ha. These students are just foolishly wealthy." The stall owner chuckled in agreement. "You're impressive. That thing would gather dust here, and you sold it for 1,000. Yin Chuxue, possessing keen hearing, caught wind of their conversation and glanced at Chen Xiao, hesitating to speak. "Did you hear that?" Chen Xiao smiled, seemingly unfazed. 1,000, just a bit of fun." Yin Chuxue observed Chen Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, feeling perplexed. He had clearly been swindled, yet he appeared utterly unbothered, almost pleased. "Do you really think it doesn't matter?" Yin Chuxue couldn't help but ask. "It doesn't." Chen Xiao replied with a smile, weighing the object in his hand. 1,000 is a small price for my amusement." He was well aware that the vessel held no real value. His interest lay in the object concealed within. Seeing his carefree attitude, Yin Chuxue felt it was best not to press further, though she couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Xiao's expenditure was somewhat wasteful. "Let us find a place to appraise this treasure," Chen Xiao suggested, eager to ascertain its true worth. Yin Chuxue contemplated for a moment before replying. "I know an elder, Uncle Ji, who possesses considerable knowledge of antiques and is quite amiable. His shop is just a short distance down this street. We can seek his assistance." "Excellent." Chen Xiao concurred. Following Yin Chuxue's lead, the two traversed through the bustling market area, arriving at a more tranquil section of the street. The shops here appeared markedly more organized and upscale than the previous stalls. Yin Chuxue halted before a store named Jigu Zhai. The entrance was adorned with aged red mahogany, and the inscription on the plaque was robust and graceful. Through the pristine glass window, one could glimpse the elegant arrangement within. Various porcelain and jade artifacts graced the shelves, while a few ink wash paintings adorned the walls, starkly contrasting with the clamor outside. Upon entering, the subtle scent of sandalwood wafted towards them. A middle-aged man, clad in a traditional Chinese jacket and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was seated behind a redwood table, scrutinizing a jade pendant through a magnifying glass. Hearing the door chime, he lifted his gaze. Upon seeing Yin Chuxue, a gentle smile of surprise illuminated his face. "Chuxue, what brings you here today?" Uncle Yi Yan Huxu greeted politely, then turned to introduce Chen Xiao. "This is my friend, Chen Xiao." "Greetings, Uncle Ji." Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Ji set down the jade pendant, his eyes scanning Chen Xiao with a hint of curiosity. It was uncommon for Yin Chuxue to bring male friends to the shop. "Hello," Uncle Ji replied warmly, gesturing for them to take a seat. "Uncle Ji, we would like to ask for your help," Yin Chuxue stated directly, pointing to the newspaper bundle in Chen Xiao's hands. "My friend recently purchased something from a market and would like your opinion on it." "Oh, what did you buy? Let me have a look." Uncle Ji expressed his intrigue. Chen Xiao placed the newspaper bundle on the table and unfurled it, revealing a bronze vessel that appeared dull and tarnished, adorned with mottled green patina. Uncle Ji picked up the vessel, and upon a mere glance, his brow furrowed in dismay. He flipped the vessel over, examining its base, then gently tapped the wall of the artifact, listening intently to the sound it produced. This entire process lasted but a few seconds. He set down the bronze vessel, glancing at Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxue with a hint of resignation, shaking his head. "Young man, this item is a modern imitation." He pointed to the verdigris atop the vessel. "Observe the rust. It rests on the surface, the color too uniform and vibrant, lacking in depth, clearly the result of chemical treatments. Moreover, the form imitates that of the Western Zhou period, yet the lines are rigid and the proportions are inaccurate." After a brief pause, he delivered his final verdict. "This is undoubtedly a modern craft, devoid of any collectible value. If I were to appraise its worth, it might amount to a mere 100 yuan in material cost." Upon hearing Uncle Ji's unequivocal conclusion, Yin Chuxue turned to Chen Xiao, realizing that spending 1,000 yuan on a mere imitation worth only 100 was quite a substantial loss. However, Chen Xiao bore no trace of regret or disappointment. Instead, he appeared rather intrigued. He lifted the bronze vessel deemed a modern artifact, weighing it in his hands, and smiled at Uncle Ji. "Uncle Ji, might I borrow a small hammer?" "A hammer?" Uncle Ji was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Chen Xiao's intentions. Yin Chuxue mirrored his confusion, wondering what Chen Xiao was planning. "Yes, just a small one will do," Chen Xiao confirmed with a nod. Though puzzled, Uncle Ji retrieved a small copper hammer used for repairing artifacts from behind the counter and handed it to Chen Xiao. "What do you need this for?" Without answering, Chen Xiao accepted the hammer and walked to a corner of the shop, where a thick carpet lay. Cautiously, he placed the bronze vessel on the ground. Under the astonished gaze of Uncle Ji and Yin Chuxue, he raised the small hammer and struck the vessel's rusted exterior with measured force. Clang! A clear metallic sound echoed. The vessel's shell split open, revealing a crack. Without pausing, he struck a few more times. Clang! 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 The vessel's exterior fractured further, sending several patina-covered shards tumbling onto the carpet, exposing its hollow interior. Even more astonishingly, at the bottom of the hollow cavity lay a square object approximately 2 fingers wide. Embedded within, it was a dark yellow item, seemingly inscribed with ancient patterns. "What is this?" Uncle Ji's pupils dilated as disbelief washed over his face. He rushed forward, crouching down to carefully retrieve the square object that had fallen from the shattered vessel. Yin Chuxue was equally astonished, covering her mouth in shock, unable to fathom that this unremarkable imitation concealed something so extraordinary. It was a seal, a bronze seal, beautifully aged and exuding a rich patina. The top of the seal featured a vividly detailed turtle knob, with distinctly visible patterns on its shell, its head held high, radiating an aura of ancient dignity. The seal's face was square, etched with several elegantly swirling characters. Uncle Ji's hands trembled slightly as he swiftly returned to the table, retrieving a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight to examine the bronze seal with meticulous attention. He oscillated between scrutinizing the craftsmanship of the knob, the rich patina and casting marks on the seal body, and closely inspecting the inscriptions on the seal face. Silence enveloped the shop, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Yen Chuxue stood nearby, observing Uncle G's uncharacteristically flustered demeanor. Realizing that the seal unearthed from the faux vessel was likely of great significance, she glanced at Chen Xiao, her eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry, pondering how he had discerned that there was something within. Chen Xiao, however, remained unfazed, as though he had merely opened an ordinary can. After what felt like an eternity, Uncle G finally exhaled deeply, setting down the magnifying glass and gazing at Chen Xiao with an expression rife with complexity, shock, excitement, and a tinge of indescribable envy. "Young man," Uncle G's voice trembled slightly, "your fortune is truly extraordinary." He cradled the bronze seal delicately in his palm. "If I am not mistaken, this should be a bronze official seal from the Western Han Dynasty. Observe the form of the turtle knob. It is a quintessential Han style, majestic and composed. The patina on the seal body is naturally rich and profound, unmistakably authentic. Most critically, the inscriptions," Uncle G pointed at the characters on the seal's face, "are in Han Dynasty Miao script, flowing gracefully with a balanced and square layout, inscribed with the words Wuyuan Chengyin." Wuyuan County was a jurisdiction under the Donghai Prefecture during the Western Han period, located roughly in the coastal area east of our Ninghai city. This seal is likely the official seal used by the county magistrate of Wuyuan at that time. Given the scarcity of Western Han official seals and the rarity of turtle knobs, this specimen, in such pristine condition and with such exquisite patina, is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. The object truly represents a significant find. The shabby vessel outside was likely crafted by someone from a later dynasty, who, in an attempt to conceal or protect the official seal, resorted to such crude methods, ultimately resulting in its long obscurity. Yen Chuxue was left speechless, unable to fathom that an item deemed a modern imitation by Uncle G contained an authentic Western Han official seal. This was more incredible than fiction. "Uncle G, how much do you think this seal is worth?" Yen Chuxue couldn't help but inquire. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze intensely fixed on Chen Xiao. A Western Han official seal of this caliber, in such pristine condition, holds a remarkable market value. Conservatively speaking, it is worth at least 2 million. If a particularly passionate collector happens upon it, the price could soar even higher. 2 million. Yen Chuxue was once again astounded by this figure. An item purchased for a mere 1,000 had suddenly transformed into 2 million. She looked at Chen Xiao, only to find his expression remained largely unfazed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Ji Yuan regarded Chen Xiao with a blend of admiration and inquiry. "Young man, do you intend to part with this seal? If you trust me, old Ji, I can purchase it for 2 million. Of course, you may also take it to an auction house or seek out other buyers. You might fetch an even higher price, and I won't stand your way." Ji Yuan spoke with sincerity. He indeed had a fondness for this seal, yet he did not wish to take advantage of a younger person, laying everything out in the open. Before Chen Xiao could respond, Yen Chuxue interjected. "Chen Xiao, Uncle G is my father's closest friend and has the utmost credibility in the antiques trade. If he says it's worth 2 million, he would never cheat you." Hearing this, Chen Xiao glanced at Ji Yuan, whose earnest eyes did not appear to harbor any deceit. He had no interest in collecting the item. It would be best to liquidate it directly. "All right then, 2 million it is. I'll sell it to Uncle G." Chen Xiao nodded decisively. "Excellent. What a straightforward deal." Ji Yuan's face lit up with joy. "Young man, I'm glad to have you as a friend." The transaction proceeded smoothly, with Ji Yuan promptly transferring 2 million to Chen Xiao. As he received a notification from his mobile banking app, Chen Xiao felt a surge of happiness. Who would have thought a leisurely stroll through an antique market would yield such a windfall? Once the deal was sealed, Ji Yuan carefully placed the Wu Yuan Cheng seal into a silk-lined box, his expression brimming with delight. Chen Xiao and Yen Chuxue prepared to take their leave. "Uncle Yi, we'll be on our way," Yen Chuxue said. "All right, Chuxue, come by to visit whenever you can," Ji Yuan replied with a smile. Then turned to Chen Xiao. "Young man, should you stumble upon any treasures in the future, Feel free to come to me, old G, for an appraisal. Certainly, Chen Xiao smiled back. As they exited the Jigu Zhai, the sunlight outside remained brilliantly radiant. Yan Shushua walked beside Chen Xiao, and after a moment of silence, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Chen Xiao, how did you know there was something inside that fake vase? It's truly astonishing. Even Uncle G, an expert, overlooked it. How could a college student like you possibly detect it? Well, Chen Xiao pondered for a moment. Speaking half-truths, I've always had keen hearing. Somewhat better than most. When I picked up that vase, it felt as though it was solid inside. When I shook it, I thought I heard a faint, distinct sound. I figured it was only 1,000 yuan. What if there was indeed something inside? Even if I lost, it was just 1,000. So it didn't matter. This explanation seemed somewhat strained, yet appeared to be the only plausible one. Yan Shushua nodded, though with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps it was indeed just a stroke of luck for him. After all, such serendipitous discoveries were rare. However, recalling the moment when Chen Xiao smashed open the copper vase and calmly negotiated a 2 million deal, Yan Shushua gazed at his profile, her eyes reflecting a newfound intrigue. This young man seemed far more mysterious and fascinating than she had initially imagined. Not long after Chen Xiao and Yan Shushua departed, inside Jigu Zhai, Ji Yuan pulled out his phone and found a contact labeled Old Yin, composing a WeChat message. Old Yin, your daughter brought an intriguing young man to see me today. Chapter 42. Do not guess the heart of the campus belle. The sleek black Cadillac CT6 glided smoothly along the route back to Southeast University. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Yan Shushua in the passenger seat. She sat quietly gazing out the window, the sunlight filtering through the glass, casting a soft glow upon her fair profile, her long lashes fluttering gently, resembling a resting butterfly. Before long, they arrived near Southeast University, where Chen Xiao found a roadside parking space and came to a steady stop. We arrived, he announced, releasing his seatbelt. MHM, Yan Shushua echoed, also unbuckling her belt and pushing open the door. Chen Xiao followed suit, locking the car and walking alongside her towards the girls' dormitory. In the afternoon sunlight, the campus was bathed in warmth, with dappled light filtering through the towering sycamore trees lining the path, casting playful patterns upon the ground. Occasionally, students rode by on bicycles, their cheerful bells ringing melodiously. The two spoke little, yet the atmosphere felt anything but awkward. Instead, an inexplicable tranquility and comfort enveloped them. As they approached the dormitory, beneath a lush camphor tree, Yan Shushua halted and turned to face Chen Xiao, her clear eyes reflecting the fragmented sunlight. I've arrived. Thank you for bringing me back and treating me to a meal. Her voice remained cool as ever, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed tinged with an added softness. Just a small matter, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, causing a few vibrant green ones to swirl down, one of which landed gracefully in Yan Chushua's hair near her ear. Almost instinctively, Chen Xiao reached out, naturally helping her remove the leaf. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her cool earlobe and soft strands of hair. Yan Chushua momentarily froze, her long lashes fluttering slightly, and a faint blush seemed to bloom upon her fair cheeks, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. She did not shy away, but instead lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xiao's, her expression somewhat complex, carrying a hint of shyness and curiosity. I'll head up now. Until next time, she said softly, gently adjusting her wind-tousled hair, her voice barely above a whisper. Until next time, Chen Xiao echoed, watching her. Yan Chushua nodded slightly before turning and briskly walking into the dormitory. As he watched her graceful silhouette vanish into the hallway, Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze, a smile unwittingly spreading across his lips. Ding! Yan Chushua's affection level increased by 2. Current affection level, 42. The system notification chimed in his mind, further elevating Chen Xiao's spirits as he grinned slightly. Room 302. Chen Xiao hummed a tuneless melody as he pushed open the door to his dormitory. Bang! The moment the door cracked open, a loud thud echoed from within, followed by 3 shadowy figures bursting forth. You scoundrel Chen Xiao, prepare to meet your fate. Song Shu led the charge, his expression one of anguished fury as he lunged to seize Chen Xiao by the throat. Exactly. Today, we'll show you what happens when you play us false. Zhou Heng followed closely, his face a mask of righteous indignation. Attack! For the welfare of all male compatriots at Southeast University. Lunan shouted, fists raised, his voice thunderous. Whoa! Chen Xiao was taken aback by their fervor, instinctively stepping back. What is going on with you all? Have you collectively lost your minds? He nimbly dodged Song Shu's chokehold and sidestepped Zhou Heng's wild punch, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief as he stared at his three theatrical roommates. Still pretending? Song Shu cried, more heartbroken at the missed opportunity. He spun around, dragging Chen Xiao to the computer desk, pointing at the screen with a voice tinged with mock despair. Look for yourself. Witness the havoc you've wrought. You traitor, abandoning your brothers for mere beauty. Baffled, Chen Xiao leaned in to see the screen displaying a prominent post on the Southeast University campus forum. Its title bolded and highlighted. Breaking news. Campus belle, Yin Chuxua, allegedly has a significant other. Mysterious young man drives luxury car to escort her, strolling through campus envying others. Beneath the post, several candid images were included. One captured Chen Xiao's black Cadillac CT6 parked by the roadside, although it only showed the side profile. Any car enthusiast would instantly recognize it. Another depicts the silhouettes of Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxua walking side by side along a campus path, bathed in sunlight, creating a picturesque scene that unmistakably exudes the harmony of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Additionally, there is a cleverly angled shot taken just moments ago, capturing the instant Chen Xiao reached out to brush a fallen leaf from Yin Chuxua's hair. In the photograph, they're in close proximity, with Chen Xiao slightly bowing his head while Yin Chuxua tilts her face upward, enveloping the scene in an atmosphere of subtle intimacy. The comment section beneath the post erupted in a frenzy, accumulating hundreds of replies in a short span of time. Oh my heavens! My goddess Chuxua! I refuse to believe it. This must be photoshopped. Wake up, folks. The photo is crystal clear. It's the campus beauty Yin. Who is that guy beside her? That car is a Cadillac CT6. It must cost at least $500,000. Who is this man? I recognize him. It's Chen Xiao from the physics department. The truth is out. Song Shu, prepare for the backlash. Song Shu, I can't accept this. My youth is over. Why must the good cabbage be pushed by the pigs? What background does Chen Xiao have? Driving luxury cars and dating campus beauties. Does he leave any room for ordinary folks? Not to mention, have you forgotten the time he returned with Professor Xiao Wanqing? This guy definitely has a secret. Jealousy and resentment abound. Please, brother, share your secrets for winning over women. Release my goddess. If you have guts, come forward for showdown at the gym. The comment section was filled with lamentations, interspersed with envy and jealousy, alongside many tagging Song Shu to demand an explanation. Chen Xiao observed these comments, his lips twitching in bemusement. He found it utterly ridiculous. These fellows had such vivid imaginations. Just giving someone a ride home had somehow led to the conclusion of a romantic entanglement. See this? Song Shu lamented, slapping the table in exasperation. Look at the uproar. There is probably a crowd waiting downstairs to ambush you. Exactly. Zhou Heng chimed in, Xiao Ge. You're being quite unfair. You've won over the campus beauty, and didn't he even inform your brothers? Keeping it all to yourself. Confess freely or face the consequences. Luna and Zhou mimicked a dramatic tone from a TV show. Come clean. How far have you and the campus beauty gotten? Have you held hands? Kissed? Chen Xiao, both amused and exasperated, glanced at these three mischief makers, delivering a light smack to each of their heads. What are you all imagining? We're just ordinary friends. Chen Xiao retorted, his tone exasperated. I ran into her today and simply offered her a ride home. As for that photo, it was merely a leaf that I removed. Nothing as complicated as you think. Ordinary friends? Song Shu was the first to express disbelief, scrutinizing Chen Xiao with a doubtful gaze. Ordinary friends drive luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands to give rides. Ordinary friends don't splurge millions in live streams. Zhou Heng added, and ordinary friends don't help you brush leaves from your hair. That gesture, so gentle, Lu and Zhou remarked. stroking his chin with an expression of someone who has seen through everything. Chen Xiao was utterly speechless. There was no way to clarify matters with these three whose thought processes were so peculiar. Believe what you will, Chen Xiao sighed, uninterested in further explanations. He returned to his bunk, maintaining that they were just ordinary friends, letting them think whatever they wished. TCH. The dorm erupted in a synchronized chorus of disdainful hisses. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore his three troublesome friends, pulling out his phone to contemplate his plans for returning home during the May Day holiday. Chapter 43. The Surprise from Sister Qingli. The following morning, the specialized class was once again filled with the slow, monotonous recitation of the old professor reading from his PowerPoint slides. The content so dry it nearly lulled the students to sleep. Chen Xiao, seated at the back by the window, rested his chin on one hand, his gaze unfocused as he stared outside. He was contemplating the idea of driving his newly purchased Cadillac home to surprise his parents for the holiday when his phone in his pocket vibrated gently. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat message from Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli, Xiao Xiao, are you free this afternoon? Want to play tennis? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied, Chen Xiao, if Sister Qingli invites me, I must be free. Is Bai Yi and Sister Wanqing coming too? Gu Qingli, just the two of us. Just the two of them? Chen Xiao found it a bit odd, as hadn't Tishi mentioned before that everyone would join? Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it. Chen Xiao, all right, you choose the place. Gu Qingli, same place as last time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't be late. Chen Xiao, okay. Putting away his phone, Chen Xiao's mind began to race. A private invitation to play tennis? What scheme was Sister Qingli concocting? At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Xiao arrived at the upscale tennis club where he had previously played with Gu Qingli and the others, driving his brand-new black Cadillac CT6. After parking, he didn't rush inside, but leaned against the car door, casually scrolling through the news on his phone as he awaited Gu Qingli's arrival. A few minutes later, a striking red Porsche roared to life, its low engine growl approaching steadily until it parked beside Chen Xiao's vehicle. The door swung open, and a long, slender leg encased in delicate stockings emerged first, stepping onto a pair of exquisite silver stilettos. Soon after, Gu Qingli's figure came into full view. In that instant, even Chen Xiao found himself momentarily taken aback, his breath instinctively slowing. Today, Gu Qingli was wearing a qipao, a deep green velvet qipao, impeccably tailored to accentuate her mature, graceful curves. The neckline featured a classic teardrop design, revealing her delicate collarbone and a hint of fair skin. But what caught the eye most was the daringly high slit that began at the thigh. As she walked, the slit danced enticingly, her smooth, fair legs shimmering against the dark green velvet. The qipao was adorned with minimal embroidery, merely a few blossoming orchids outlined in golden thread at the neckline and cuffs, simple yet exquisite. Her face bore a vibrant makeup look, lips as red as flame, and her eyes sparkled with an innate allure and confidence. Though the qipao exuded classical elegance, it was worn by her with a commanding presence, radiating the aura of a queen who held sway over all. Closing the car door, Gu Qingli, holding a petite crocodile leather handbag, strode toward Chen Xiao on her heels. She seemed to notice the unreserved admiration in Chen Xiao's gaze, her expression a blend of pride and a hint of shyness. Arriving before him, she tilted her chin slightly, casting an almost haughty glance his way, as if to say, "What do you think? Did I keep my promise?" He chuckled inwardly. No wonder she hadn't invited by Jia and Xiao Wanqing this time. It turned out Sister Qingli was here to fulfill the promise she had made last time. What a delightful surprise. So Xiao Xiao, what do you think? Her voice carried a lazy charm. Does this outfit catch your eye? Chen Xiao redirected his gaze, donning his usual calm smile, though his eyes now held a deeper appreciation and playful mockery. Not only does it catch my eye, he stepped a little closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear. It's truly breathtaking. Gu Qingli's heart fluttered at his straightforward compliment and proximity, but she maintained her proud demeanor. I suppose you have a bit of taste after all. She raised her hand to fix the non-existent wisps of hair at her temples. All right, stop staring. Gu Qingli cast a sidelong glance at him before turning away. Go change your clothes. Today, you shall witness your sister's remarkable tennis skills. The graceful silhouette, accentuated by the high slit of her skirt, caused Chen Xiao's gaze to linger for a few moments longer. This Gu Qingli truly was a mesmerizing enchantress. The two of them made their way to the changing room. A few minutes later, they met on the tennis court, Gu Qingli adorned in a pristine white tennis dress, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. The vibrant allure that adorned her face had softened, replaced by an invigorating athletic energy. Yet the visual impact of her earlier chi pao still lingered in Chen Xiao's mind. Have you had your fill of staring? Gu Qingli picked up her racket, weighing it in her hands, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Chen Xiao. Clearing his throat, Chen Xiao replied, "Sister Qingli, this seems a bit unfair." Unfair? Gu Qingli raised an eyebrow. "I'm a woman of my word, unlike certain childish individuals who only seek to gain advantage through mere words." Chen Xiao chuckled, refraining from further retorts as he performed a few warm-up exercises. "Come on, Sister Qingli, have mercy." "Humph, that depends on your performance." The two began their match. Gu Qingli's skills were commendable, her movements precise, with power and speed expertly controlled, evidently a result of regular practice. Chen Xiao, boasting good physical fitness and quick reflexes, managed to keep pace with her. On the court, the white balls zipped back and forth between them, accompanied by the crisp sound of the racket striking the ball and their occasional shouts. After nearly half an hour of play, both began to perspire lightly. Strands of Gu Qingli's hair clung to her smooth forehead due to the sweat, and a healthy flush colored her cheeks. During a brief intermission, they walked to the side of the court to hydrate. "Xiao Xiao, not bad. Your skills have improved significantly," Gu Qingli commented as she twisted off the cap of her water bottle, taking a sip while catching her breath. "It's mainly because Sister Qingli is in top form today, pushing me to perform," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her for a few seconds. Gu Qingli shot him a sidelong glance, about to speak when suddenly her phone, resting on the side, rang. She picked it up and glanced at the caller ID. The smile on her face instantly vanished. Moving to a corner, she answered the call. "Hello? What? How could this happen? Where is he? All right, I'll be there immediately." Her expression darkened as anxiety and worry etched across her features. "Sister Qingli, what's wrong?" Chen Xiao approached her, sensing her distress. Gu Qingli took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, though her voice betrayed an undeniable urgency. "Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up, and I must leave immediately. We'll play another time." Chapter 44, An 8 million Debt. Seeing the anxious look on Gu Qingli's face, Chen Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation and pressed on. "Sister Qingli, what exactly happened?" She inhaled deeply, attempting to steady her nerves. "It's my irresponsible brother. I just received a call. He's gone gambling again. Now he's being held by the casino, and I need to go pay his ransom." Once again, it was her brother Gu Zhao. Chen Xiao recalled how Bai Jia had mentioned before that Gu Qingli had helped her brother pay off $1 million in gambling debts. How long had it been since then? And he was already in trouble again? "Where's the casino? I'll go with you," Chen Xiao declared immediately. He couldn't bear to let Gu Qingli face such a situation alone. Gu Qingli regarded Chen Xiao with a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. But the urgency of the situation outweighed her concerns. She nodded. "All right, I appreciate your help." The two swiftly returned to the changing room to switch back into their clothes, barely taking time to dry off. The red Porsche roared to life and sped off. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. Gu Qingli gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain, her chest heaving with agitation. "That scoundrel, he's south going to drive me mad." She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, slamming her fist against the steering wheel. "What'd I tell him last time? If he gambled again, I would break his legs. It's only been a few days, and he is already back at it." After a few choice words, she seemed to remember Chen Xiao beside her, her tone softening slightly. "Xiao Xiao, I truly apologize. I was supposed to give you $1 million from the Hu Jing contract today, but it seems I'll have to postpone that until I can sort this out." "Sister Qingli, the money can wait. It's more important to handle your brother's situation first," Chen Xiao interrupted her. Gu Qingli cast a grateful glance at Chen Xiao, choosing not to elaborate further, although the worry etched on her face deepened. The car sped through the night, the neon lights flashing by in a blur. The casino that's holding my brother is owned by a man named Nze. Gu Qingli finally spoke after a moment of silence. Her voice weighted with concern. He wields considerable power in Ninghai, with connections in both the legitimate and underworld sectors. He owns several nightclubs and bars, as well as a couple of underground establishments like the one today, specializing in loan sharking and taking cuts. He has a cadre of ruthless enforcers. He is not to be trifled with. She sighed. My foolish brother has no idea how he got entangled with him and still dares to gamble at his establishment. Chen Xiao listened quietly, taking note of the name Nze, which sounded like a local kingpin in Ninghai. The Porsche soon entered a district teeming with vibrant nightlife, ultimately stopping in front of an opulent entertainment venue. A group of imposing men clad in black suits and earpieces stood at the entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning the passing vehicles and pedestrians. Gu Qingli turned off the engine, unbuckled her seatbelt, and straightened her slightly disheveled clothing and hair. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped out. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she endeavored to maintain an air of calm and authority. Chen Xiao followed suit. A foreman, seemingly recognizing Gu Qingli's vehicle, promptly approached with a practiced smile, though his eyes lacked warmth. Miss Gu, Boston is waiting for you upstairs. Gu Qingli nodded, refraining from speaking as she strode purposefully inside, her high heels clicking against the floor. Chen Xiao trailed behind her. The interior of the establishment was extravagantly decorated, yet the air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume. The foreman led them through the bustling hall into a private elevator that ascended to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, a quiet corridor carpeted in thick plush awaited them. At the end of the hallway stood two more burly men in black suits, flanking a door to a private room. The foreman whispered a few words, and one of the men pushed the door open. The room was spacious, adorned in a style reminiscent of traditional Chinese decor, with a massive redwood sofa dominating the center. A middle-aged man in a tang suit sat at the head of the sofa, casually toying with two walnuts, his narrowed eyes assessing Gu Qingli and Chen Xiao as they entered. He appeared to be in his 40s, unremarkable in appearance, yet his gaze was sharp, exuding an air of someone accustomed to power. On the floor beside Nze, a young man in his 20s, Gu Zhao, was pinned to a chair by two imposing figures, his face bruised and disheveled, his eyes darting nervously. Upon seeing Gu Qingli, he seemed to spot a glimmer of hope and struggled to call out, "Sister, sister, save me. They're hitting me." Silence. Before Gu Qingli could respond, a burly man with a buzz cut barked out the order, causing Gu Zhao to shrink back in fear, silenced. Nze set aside the walnuts and spoke leisurely. "Miss Gu, your brother's been quite unfortunate in his gambling endeavors here." He paused, allowing his gaze to linger on Gu Qingli, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Including principal and interest, he owes a total of 8 million. How does Miss Gu intend to resolve this? 8 million. Gu Qingli felt her mind buzz, and her vision momentarily darkened. While she had anticipated a substantial sum, she had never expected it to be a staggering 8 million. How dare this scoundrel incur such a debt? She abruptly turned and rushed before Gu Zhao, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed through the room. "I will kill you, you beast." Gu Qingli trembled with rage, her eyes reddening. 8 million. Why don't you just die? Gu Zhao, stunned by the blow, covered his face, disbelief etched on his features as he stared at his sister. Nze observed the scene with a subtle smirk, choosing not to intervene. After venting her fury, Gu Qingli's chest heaved violently, yet she forced herself to regain her composure. She understood that this was not the time to settle scores with Gu Zhao. Turning back to Nze, she endeavored to keep her voice steady. "Boston, we acknowledge this debt. However, 8 million is no trivial amount. I require some time to gather the funds. Could you possibly grant us a few extra days?" Chapter 45. I'll play a few hands for him. Nze reclined on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the mahogany armrest, his expression inscrutable. An extension? That could be arranged. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Miss Gu is a reasonable person, and I am not unreasonable either. He paused, raising a single finger. 1 week. Repay 3 million first. The remaining 5 million must be settled within a month, principal and interest in one lump sum. Let's draft an agreement. Immediately, a crew-cut man presented paper and pen. 8 million. Even the interest alone was likely to be astronomical. Gu Qingli's complexion paled further, nearly causing her to falter. She knew this was in Zay's rule. No one dared default on his loans. If she did not sign the agreement today, neither she nor her brother would be able to leave this place. Taking a deep breath, her fingertips icy, she trembled as she reached for the pen. Just as her fingers were about to brush the pen's barrel, a warm, dry hand gently rested on her hand. Gu Qingli froze, looking up to meet Chen Xiao's calm gaze. The atmosphere in the private room instantly thickened, and Zay ceased tapping the armrest, his narrowed eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. The two burly men holding Gu Xiao, along with the crew-cut man standing nearby, cast hostile glances at Chen Xiao. "Kid, what do you mean by that?" The crew-cut man spoke with an unfriendly tone. Chen Xiao ignored him, focusing solely on Gu Qingli. He shook his head gently, then withdrew his hand. Turning towards Zay on the sofa, a playful smile graced his face. "Bossin, this is a gambling establishment, is it not?" And Zay raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he regarded him. "Since this is indeed a gambling house, it cannot be a place where one is only allowed to enter but not exit, or only permitted to lose but not win, correct? My sister's friend has had a streak of bad luck and incurred some debts. That is no concern. However, I wish to play a few hands on his behalf to see if we can recover some of the losses. That seems reasonable, does it not?" At these words, Zay's lips curled into a smirk as he resumed rolling the 2 walnuts in his hands. "Playing? That is permissible. Do you possess the funds?" His eyes bore a blatant disdain. A kid trailing behind Gu Qingli. How much could he possibly have? Gu Qingli grew anxious, grabbing Chen Xiao's arm. Her voice a desperate whisper, "Xiao Xiao, don't act recklessly. This is not a place for games." 8 million. "Qingli, trust me," Chen Xiao interjected, his tone remaining calm, yet his gaze resolute. Gu Qingli gazed into his clear, confident eyes, and for some inexplicable reason, her once turbulent heart found a strange sense of tranquility. She released her grip, her lips moving as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Chen Xiao turned away from her and addressed the nearby manager. "Exchange 1 million for me, please." 1 million. The moment those words left his lips, not only did Gu Qingli and Gu Xiao exhibit shock, but even Zay's experienced associates displayed expressions of astonishment. Zay momentarily paused in his walnut rolling, scrutinizing the young man before him. Clad in ordinary attire, he appeared to be just a student, yet he casually mentioned a sum of 1 million for gambling. The manager glanced at Zay, who nodded slightly, prompting the manager to respond respectfully, "Understood, sir. Please hold on." Shortly thereafter, 1 million in cash chips was delivered, piled high on the tea table in front of Chen Xiao, a dazzling array of colors. Gu Xiao stared at the mountain of chips, his eyes wide with excitement and anticipation. "What would you like to play?" Zay inquired casually. "Let us go with the simplest game," Chen Xiao replied, casually picking up a few chips and approaching the nearby sickbo table to test his luck. The dealer expertly shook the dice cup. The crisp sounds of the dice colliding resonating clearly in the quiet room. Bet locked in. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Xiao. Gu Qingli was so tense that her palms were sweating, while Gu Xiao craned his neck in eagerness. Chen Xiao seemed unfazed by any pressure, his eyes momentarily resting on the dice cup before casually tossing chips worth 100,000 into the large area. "Reveal." The dealer unveiled the dice. 4, 5, 6, a total of 15 large. "Wow." The dealer emotionlessly pushed an equal amount of chips towards Chen Xiao. He had won on his first try. Gu Xiao could not help but exclaim, his face aglow with joy. Gu Qingli also breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xiao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, as if winning was a given. He did not touch the winnings, instead picking up another 100,000 and, after the dealer shook the dice again, without hesitation, he tossed it in the large area once more. "Reveal." 2, 5, 6, a total of 13 large. Another win. 2 consecutive victories. Now, even as Zay sat up a bit straighter, his walnut rolling slowing down. From that moment on, Chen Xiao seemed to be in a state of sheer luck. Playing sickbo, betting on large or small, betting on numbers, he seemed to hit the mark every time. His bets were casual, sometimes 100,000, sometimes 200,000, Yet each time the dice cup was revealed, the outcome was precisely as he had predicted. The stack of chips on the table grew ever higher. Gu Qingli's emotions soared like a roller coaster, from initial anxiety and worry to disbelief, and now to sheer astonishment, as she watched Chen Xiao's consistently calm profile, feeling as though she were in a dream. Gu Xiao was equally exhilarated, his face flushed. Had he not been restrained by the two burly men, he would likely have jumped up in excitement. Xiao Gu, incredible. Let us go again. Bet on the triplet. 3 sixes. He could not help but shout. Chen Xiao ignored him, having played several rounds of sick bow and now amassing over 2 million in chips. He casually picked up a large stack of chips and approached the adjacent baccarat table. Sir, please place your bet. The beautiful dealer smiled as she prompted. The pace of baccarat was even quicker, with larger stakes at play. Chen Xiao remained completely unfazed, observing the dealer as she dealt the cards, his gaze seemingly scanning the card faces at random before placing chips in the banker or player areas. Banker wins. Player wins. Banker wins. The results were overwhelmingly in his favor. Chen Xiao's judgment was alarmingly precise, as though he could foresee the outcome of the game. Whether betting on the banker, the player, or even a higher odds of a tie, every time he placed a bet, it was inevitably successful. The dealer began to sweat, changing cards twice. And even Zay signaled for a different dealer midway, yet the results remained unchanged. The pile of chips before Chen Xiao expanded like a snowball. 3 million, 5 million, 7 million. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly oppressive. Under the command of Zay, his formidable subordinates had shifted their gazes towards Chen Xiao, evolving from disdain to astonishment and apprehension. Gu Qingli covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue, her heart racing fervently. Gu Zhao trembled with excitement. Finally, after yet another victory over Zhuang Dui, the total amount of chips before Chen Xiao soared past 8 million. He ceased his activity and casually tossed the last of his winnings onto the table, producing a crisp sound. The clattering of chips echoed. Chen Xiao clapped his hands, turned around, and smiled at the increasingly somber Zay. Boss, and fortune smiles upon me. Not too much, not too little, exactly 8 million. The entire private room fell into a profound silence. And Zay's gaze bore into Chen Xiao, his fingers ceasing the motion of the 2 walnuts he had been twisting. Having traversed the underworld for many years, he had encountered all manner of skilled players. Yet, he had never before encountered a young man like Chen Xiao, whose almost supernatural method of winning was utterly bewildering. This was unequivocally not mere luck. A flicker of malice flashed in Zay's eyes as he fell into contemplation for a few seconds before he instructed the crew cut man beside him in a low voice. Go. Invite Mr. Liu over. Chapter 46. The Entrance of Liu, a Clash of 21. The crew cut man complied, hastily exiting the private room. The atmosphere inside grew increasingly tense. The sound of a pin dropped perceptible, and Zay lifted his teacup once more, savoring a sip. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Chen Xiao, imbued with scrutiny and contemplation. Gu Qingli stood behind Chen Xiao, her palms perpetually sweaty. She glanced at Chen Xiao's calm profile, then at the composed Zay on the sofa, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Gu Zhao, however, wore an expression of exhilarating anticipation, as if he could already envision Chen Xiao clearing all his debts and even striking it rich. Before long, the door to the private room swung open again. The crew cut man ushered a man inside. This man appeared to be in his 50s, clad in a neatly pressed gray Zhongshan suit, his hair impeccably styled, and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. He exuded an air of scholarly elegance, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. Upon entering, his eyes lingered on Chen Xiao for a moment before shifting to Zay, offering a slight nod. Boss and Mr. Liu has arrived, Zay announced, setting down his teacup, a hint of a smile gracing his features. This young brother possesses remarkable luck. I would like to invite Mr. Liu to engage in a few rounds with him. Liu Ting adjusted his glasses, turning his gaze back to Chen Xiao, his expression calm and unyielding. What does the young brother wish to play? Let us play 21, simple and straightforward. However, I have limited time, so we shall play only 3 rounds, Chen Xiao replied, sensing that Liu Ting was an extraordinary player. Only 3 rounds? And so casually? A murmur rippled through the private room. And Zay's expression was one of amusement, while Lu Ting remained inscrutable. Very well, Lu Ting nodded, taking a seat at the gaming table as the dealer approached, shuffling the cards with fluid precision, displaying utmost professionalism. And Zay, intrigued, joined him at the table, watching with keen interest. Young brother, please place your bet. Lu Ting gestured invitingly. Chen Xiao, unceremoniously, pushed forth the 8 million worth of chips before him. Gu Qingli felt her heart leap into her throat. The game commenced. The dealer dealt the cards. Chen Xiao received 2 face-down cards, one visible card being a king. Lu Ting's visible card was a 10. It was now Chen Xiao's turn to hit. He glanced at his cards, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, and gently tapped the table. No more. His total was already 20. Around them, breaths were held in anticipation. It was Lu Ting's turn. He scrutinized his face-down card, glanced at Chen Xiao's visible king, pondered for a moment, and instructed the dealer. Hit me. The dealer revealed a 6. With a visible 10 and this 6, Lu Ting totaled 16. It was a precarious position. Hitting could easily lead to a bust while standing risked a loss. Lu Ting examined his face-down card once more, then looked at Chen Xiao before finally shaking his head. No more. The cards were revealed. Chen Xiao flipped over his cards, revealing an ace and a 9, plus the king, totaling 20. Lu Ting unveiled his card, revealing a 7. 10 plus 7 equaled 17. Chen Xiao emerged victorious. Gu Zhao could hardly contain his exhilaration, nearly shouting, but was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Gu Qingli, who hastily covered his mouth. Lu Ting's expression remained unchanged, only pushing up his glasses, signaling the dealer to continue. The second round began. Chen Xiao maintained his composure. This time, his visible card was a 9, while Lu Ting's was an ace. Chen Xiao glanced at his face-down cards, a 10 and a queen. He had busted, yet there was no sign of disappointment on his face. Instead, he addressed the dealer. Hit me. The dealer revealed a 2. 9 plus 2 equaled 11. Chen Xiao tapped the table again. Hit me. The dealer revealed a jack. 11 plus 10 equaled 21. Blackjack. A collective gasp resonated throughout the room. Lu Ting regarded Chen Xiao's cards, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his sharp gaze. He revealed his face-down card, a king. An ace and a king also made 21. Atia. Yet, everyone could see that Chen Xiao had teetered on the edge of a bust, yet miraculously managed to assemble a flawless 21. This audacity and fortune were utterly astonishing. You possess remarkable boldness, young brother. Lu Ting finally spoke, his tone still flat. Just good luck, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Let us conclude with the final round. With that, he pushed all his chips forward, both the recent winnings and the previous ones, into a mountain of chips. All in. Gu Qingli nearly fainted. Gu Zhao was quaking with excitement, muttering fervently, Win. You must win. And Zay's eyes narrowed, fixated on the gaming table. Lu Ting observed the towering pile of chips before Chen Xiao, fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded to the dealer. The final round commenced. The tension was palpable. Chen Xiao's visible card was an ace. Lu Ting's was a queen. Chen Xiao glanced at his face-down card, a king. 21. A heavenly hand. He revealed his cards immediately. Lu Ting studied Chen Xiao's hand, then glanced at his own face-down card before gradually shaking his head and covering his cards, conceding defeat. The dealer pushed all the chips on the table towards Chen Xiao. A quick calculation revealed that his total, including the initial 1 million stake left, had exceeded 50 million. With a thud, Gu Zhao could no longer contain himself, sliding off his chair in a fit of excitement, his face flushed, stammering, We won. We won. We're rich. Brother Xiao, you are my real brother. Slap. Gu Qingli, unable to bear it any longer, delivered another resounding slap to Gu Zhao's face, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Shut up. What a disgrace. Gu Zhao, slightly dazed from the slap, remained blissfully grinning at the pile of chips. And Zay had been reclining on the sofa, his fingers ceasing their motion with the walnuts. He squinted at the mountain of chips before Chen Xiao, his gaze profound, shrouded in mystery. Lu Ting, however, wore a serious expression, his eyes reflecting disbelief and scrutiny. The gambling prowess he prided himself on had been utterly overwhelmed by this young man within just 3 rounds. Chen Xiao paid no mind to the chips, simply smiling as he addressed Nze. Bossin, we've completed 3 rounds. My luck has been quite favorable. Shall we conclude for today? Nze did not respond immediately. After a few moments, he picked up a walnut, slowly rolling it in his palm, producing a faint clicking sound. He did not look at Chen Xiao, but instead directed his gaze at Qi Zhaoran, who stood behind him. You possess commendable gambling skills, young man. N's voice revealed no emotions. However, mere gambling skills alone could not sustain one standing in this realm. Chapter 47. Making a Friend. Was Bossin looking to experiment with something different? Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. As for me, aside from having a bit of luck, I have practiced a few things. Practiced a few things? And scrutinized Chen Xiao, his gaze tinged with amusement. This young man, who appeared to be a student, had first produced $1 million in cash to play cards, then won $50 million over 3 rounds, and now claimed to have practiced a bit? What was he truly concealing? Practiced? A faint smile curled at the corner of Anne's mouth. Qi Zhaoran, this young brother wishes to engage with you. Qi Zhaoran's previously expressionless face finally exhibited a flicker of change as he regarded Chen Xiao, his eyes betraying a hint of scrutiny and eagerness. In Anne's presence, aside from safeguarding him, his greatest pleasure lay in sparring with others. Please, Qi Zhaoran said, rolling his neck with audible cracks. The central space of the private room was cleared. Gu Qingli and Gu Zhao retreated to the side, anxiously observing. Although Gu Zhao had just received a slap, he momentarily forgot the pain, his face alight with excitement as he watched Chen Xiao. Qi Zhaoran assumed a Muay Thai stance, his arms guarding his chest, his lower body firm, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Chen Xiao, however, did not adopt any flamboyant poses. He merely stood casually, his hands hanging loosely, appearing like an untrained novice. Kid, stop pretending, shouted the buzzcut man from the side. Qi Zhaoran did not underestimate Chen Xiao. He sensed that, although Chen Xiao lacked explosive power, there was an inexplicable restraint and sharpness about him. Neither moved. The private room was so silent that only their breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Qi Zhaoran made his move. He executed a low, sweeping kick, slicing towards Chen Xiao's lower body with a whistling sound. This was one of the most ferocious attacks in Muay Thai, capable of shattering bones. Yet, Chen Xiao seemed to have anticipated it. He slightly tilted his body, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and gracefully evaded Qi Zhaoran's leg sweep like a drifting willow. When Qi Zhaoran missed, he swiftly changed tactics, spinning his body and delivering a whip kick aimed at Chen Xiao's head. Chen Xiao remained composed, advancing rather than retreating. He lowered his right arm, utilizing a pung punch from Zingi Yiquan to block Qi Zhaoran's whip kick. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Qi Zhaoran fell as if he had kicked a steel plate, his entire leg tingling. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao merely swayed slightly, dissipating most of the force. Qi Zhaoran's expression grew serious. He realized he was up against a master. He no longer held back, unleashing Muay Thai's fierce characteristics with unrestrained punches, elbows, knees, and legs, attacking Chen Xiao like a torrential storm. However, under Qi Zhaoran's relentless assault, Chen Xiao employed various techniques from Zingi Yiquan to either neutralize, dodge, or redirect the force. His movements appeared unhurried, yet he deftly avoided critical strikes each time. And every counterattack was precise and effective. This was not a showy performance, but pure combat. Each clash of fists and feet produced a deep thud, sending chills down the onlookers' spines. Within mere seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Qi Zhaoran grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that all his attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Chen Xiao, while Chen Xiao's seemingly casual counters inflicted an undercurrent of pressure, leaving him feeling unsettled. Finally, Chen Xiao seized upon a fleeting opening in Qi Zhaoran's defense. He surged forward, his right fist striking out, executing the fatal drilling punch of Zingi Yiquan. This punch was both swift and fierce, aimed directly at Qi Zhaoran's chest. Qi Zhaoran barely had time to fully evade and could only awkwardly block with both arms. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated. Chen Xiao was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down to the ground. He clutched his chest, his face pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, evidently injured. The entire private room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Xiao, sprawled on the ground, and then at Chen Xiao, who stood in the center of the room. Just a few seconds, merely seconds, the renowned Muay Thai expert Chen Xiao had been effortlessly defeated by a young man who resembled a university student. Chen Xiao withdrew his fist, standing calmly, his breath steady, not even breaking a sweat. He glanced at the fallen Chen Xiao and spoke in a tranquil tone. "Thank you for the lesson." Gu Zhao trembled with excitement as he watched this scene, vigorously waving his fist, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Chen Xiao. This was his Xiao Gu. He had won 8 million. He had knocked down that intimidating bodyguard. Incredible. Truly incredible. After Chen Xiao fell, the languor and amusement on Anne's face vanished without a trace. He fixed a deep gaze on Chen Xiao, then swept his eyes over the struggling Chen Xiao. After a few seconds of silence, Anne's facial muscles relaxed, and a smile unexpectedly emerged. He picked up the 2 walnuts again, slowly rolling them in his hands, the clicking sound shattering the stillness in the air. "Good. Excellent skills." And spoke, "This young brother is indeed a hidden gem. Today I have been short-sighted." He stood up and took a couple of steps toward Chen Xiao, a smile gracing his face. "The 8 million owed by Mr. Gu is hereby settled. Consider it my way of befriending you, young brother." As he spoke, he gestured toward the mountain of chips on the table. "These, too, are won by your own skill. Take them all. Consider it a welcoming gift from me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingli and Gu Zhao were both taken aback. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. Over 50 million. They were truly rich now. Gu Qingli, however, felt a sense of disbelief. When had Anne's become so agreeable? She instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the chips on the table, then back at Anne's, speaking calmly. "Boss, and you're being too kind. The gambling debts should be settled at the table. The 8 million should be deducted from here. As for the rest," he paused, "I only wish to reclaim my initial capital of 1 million. The rest can be returned to Boston." He was not a greedy person. He had come today to resolve Gu Qingli's troubles and to teach a lesson to this casino, having achieved his objectives. Furthermore, possessing such a large sum of money felt burdensome. And smile slightly faltered, and his gaze darkened. "Young brother, what do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? And winning is winning. There is no logic in returning it. If this gets out, where would I put my face?" Anne's voice carried an undeniable firmness. "This money, you must accept. Otherwise, it would be a slight against my dignity." Gu Qingli's heart leaped again, fearing Chen Xiao's stubbornness might provoke the other party. She gently tugged at the hem of Chen Xiao's clothing. Chen Xiao glanced at Gu Qingli, then at the resolute Anne's, realizing that Anne's was using money to procure face, or rather, to buy peace of mind. If he refused, it would only appear ungrateful, leaving Anne's in an awkward position. "Very well." Chen Xiao reluctantly nodded. "Since Boston insists, I shall not be rude." Anne's finally nodded in satisfaction, his smile becoming more genuine. "That's more like it. The more friends, the more paths to tread." He signaled to his subordinates, "Go, exchange the chips for Mr. Chen." Then, turning to Chen Xiao, his demeanor softened considerably. "Young brother, what is your surname? Let us exchange contact information. I would be honored to host you sometime." Chen Xiao replied with his name, and they exchanged phone numbers. "Chen, my younger brother, if you need anything in Ninghai in the future, just call. As long as it is within my means, I will not refuse." Anne's clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder, displaying a sense of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. Soon, a subordinate approached carrying a heavy box, filled with exchange cash and a bank card. "Mr. Chen, here is 5 million in cash. The remaining 45 million has been transferred to this card. The password consists of 6 eighths. Chen Xiao accepted the box and card with a nod. "Big sister, Yi, let's go." Gu Zhao could hardly contain his excitement, urging them on with a beaming face. Gu Qingli shot him an annoyed glance before turning to Nze, forcing a faint smile. "Bosson, we shall take our leave now. Safe travels. No need to see you off," Nze replied with a cheerful wave. Chen Xiao carried the box while Gu Qingli supported the still wobbly Gu Zhao as the trio exited the private room. Only when the elevator doors slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world, did Gu Qingli exhale deeply, feeling her back dampened with cold sweat. Gu Zhao, gazing at the box and bank card in Chen Xiao's hands, trembled with excitement, muttering, "We struck it rich, we struck it rich." In the private room on the top floor, once Chen Xiao and his companions departed, and Zay's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a sullen demeanor. He walked to the window, watching the red Porsche gradually drive away, his gaze inscrutable. Qi Zhaoran, recently injured by Chen Xiao, had been helped up by his subordinates. Clutching his chest with a grim expression, the buzz-cut man approached Zay, whispering, "Boss, are we just letting them go? That kid won so much money from us, and even hurt Chiga." "Shut your mouth." And Zay interrupted coldly. "You understand nothing." The buzz-cut man fell silent, intimidated, and Zay turned, his eyes sweeping over the gathered subordinates, his voice icy. "What happened today must not leave this room. That Chen Xiao from now on. Treat him with respect. Anyone who dares to provoke him. Don't blame me for being merciless." A chill ran through the crowd, and they responded in unison. Yet the buzz-cut man still felt unsatisfied, muttering softly, "Boss, although that kid can fight and his gambling skills are uncanny, we have so many people." "Fool!" And Zay's gaze turned frigid. "Do you think I fear his strength? There are many who can fight. Did you not see the bracelet on his wrist?" "A bracelet?" The buzz-cut man and several others were taken aback, trying to recall. Chen Xiao had moved swiftly, most of their attention focused on the gambling and fighting. Who would notice what a young man wore on his wrist? And Zay snorted derisively. Others may not have noticed, but he had. In those crucial moments when Chen Xiao gathered the chips and clashed with Qi Zhaoran, the seemingly ordinary, perhaps even slightly worn wooden bracelet had revealed itself. And Zay recognized that bracelet. It belonged to the esteemed old lady Hu Jing, the matriarch whose mere stamping of feet could shake the business world in Ninghai City. Though Zay operated in the underworld, he was well acquainted with the dynamics of the upper echelons of Ninghai City. The Hu family's influence was far beyond his reach. This young man, Chen Xiao, not only possessed formidable skills and gambling prowess, but also bore the personal bracelet of old lady Hu. What did this imply? It indicated a relationship with the Hu family that was anything but ordinary. He was fortunate to have reacted swiftly and avoided confrontation earlier. Otherwise, not only would he have lost tens of millions, but he might have been forced out of Ninghai City altogether. With that thought, a cold sweat broke out on Zay's forehead. He waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone, leave and clean this place up." The subordinates did not dare to ask further questions and quickly withdrew. The red Porsche sped through the night. Inside the car, the atmosphere was oddly tense. Gu Zhao sat in the back seat, gazing at the box filled with cash, his face flushed with excitement as he looked at Chen Xiao with fervent admiration. "Xia Yi, you are incredible, a true god of gambling and martial prowess. The way you dispatched that brute was breathtaking. And your gambling skills, simply divine. You are like my own brother." Gu Zhao exclaimed, animated and exuberant. Chen Xiao leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes in quiet contemplation, ignoring him. Driving, Gu Qingli listened to her brother's mindless chatter and observed his triumphant demeanor, unable to suppress her rising anger. She slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to the side of the road, then turned around and delivered a sharp slap across Gu Zhao's face. "Shut up." Gu Qingli trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Zhao. "How can you still have the audacity to speak? 8 million. Do you understand what 8 million means? If it weren't for Chen Xiao, we might not have even made it out of that door today. You useless fool. What can you do besides causing trouble?" Gu Zhao held his stinging cheek, staring at his furious sister, the thrill of excitement evaporating as he found himself at a loss for words. Gu Qingli, having scolded him, felt tears welling up. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then turned to Chen Xiao, her voice thick with gratitude and remorse. Xiao, I truly cannot thank you enough for today. If it weren't for you." She choked on her words, unable to finish. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, observing her reddened eyelids, shaking his head. "Sister Qingli, it was merely a trivial effort." He chose not to elaborate. In truth, he had noticed Zay's scrutinizing gaze on his wrist earlier. although Nze had concealed it well. The scrutiny and wariness hinted to Chen Xiao that their ability to leave smoothly with the money today was likely not solely due to his winnings and victories in combat. The bracelet gifted by Old Lady Who seemed to have played a pivotal role, quietly influencing the situation. It appeared that assisting Old Lady Who with her piano had yielded benefits beyond his expectations. Gu Qingli gazed at Chen Xiao's calm visage, her gratitude deepening. This younger brother, who was over a decade her junior, possessed not only remarkable abilities, but also a terrifying composure. She restarted the car, and silence enveloped the cabin. Save for Gu Zhao's occasional glances at Chen Xiao and the box of money, Gu Zhao thought to himself how extraordinarily impressive Lin Xiao was. Chapter 48, Aunt Bai's Intrigues. The car smoothly returned to the parking lot of the tennis club. Chen Xiao took the heavy box and bank card from Gu Qingli's hands, casually placing them in the trunk of his Cadillac. Gu Qingli regarded him with a complex expression. Xiao, I cannot express my gratitude enough for today. If you ever need anything from your sister, do not hesitate to ask. She paused, adding, as for that money, I will make sure to. The money can wait, Chen Xiao interrupted, glancing at Gu Zhao. You should be careful. Gu Zhao quickly nodded, bowing and scraping. Rest assured, Xiao Ge. I shall never dare again. Farvel, si ya yi. Chen Xiao acknowledged him with a nod, opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat. The Cadillac's engine rumbled deeply, merging with the flow of night traffic. The car glided smoothly, soon arriving at the familiar neighborhood. After parking, Chen Xiao carried the box containing 5 million in cash upstairs. Though there was still over 40 million in the bank, the visual impact of 5 million in cash was undeniably striking. Upon entering, the living room lights were on. Bai Jia, dressed in comfortable loungewear, sat on the sofa with a book in hand, though her mind seemed elsewhere as she occasionally glanced toward the door. Seeing Chen Xiao return, she immediately stood up, concern etched on her face. Why did you come back so late? Where did you go? Bai Jia upright. Her gaze falling on the box in Chen Xiao's hands, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Nothing much, just want to play tennis with Sister Qingli. Chen Xiao casually responded, placing the suitcase on the entryway cabinet before bending down to change his shoes. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia's expression shifted slightly. She stepped forward, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiao, I must tell you, you should keep your distance from Qingli. She is a married woman. Don't be foolish. Her eyes were filled with seriousness and a warning. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Bai Jia might have misunderstood or was perhaps seeking an excuse. He deliberately leaned in closer, the space between them diminishing to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath. Oh, Sister Qingli is off limits? He elongated his tone, observing Bai Jia's flustered and evasive gaze. Then what about you, Aunt Bai? The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, accompanied by a hint of a fragrant body wash. Bai Jia's face flushed crimson, and she abruptly stepped back, creating distance between them. What nonsense are you talking about? You're being ridiculous. Her eyes darted, avoiding Chen Xiao's gaze as she lightly pushed him away. Seeing Bai Jia's flustered yet slightly reproachful demeanor brought Chen Xiao immense joy, prompting him to cease his teasing. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's not what you think. He walked into the living room, placing the suitcase on the coffee table with a dull thud. Bai Jia's gaze shifted between the suitcase and Chen Xiao, her confusion deepening. Then what is going on? What were you doing with Qingli? Chen Xiao settled onto the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip before speaking slowly. You remember Qingli's brother, Gu Zhao, right? Gu Zhao. Bai Jia furrowed her brows. That good-for-nothing slacker? What happened to him? Her tone turned slightly irritable at the mention of Gu Zhao. He has gotten himself into gambling again. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. He owes 8 million, and the casino is holding him hostage. Sister Qingli asked me to accompany her to bail him out. What? 8 million? Bai Jia exclaimed, leaping up from his sofa, her voice rising by several octaves. That scoundrel! How dare he? How does Qingli have that kind of money? What are we going to do? She paced anxiously, her face a mix of worry and anger. That Gu Zhao, he has such a headache. He is going to ruin his sister. Observing Bai Jia's genuine concern for her friend, Chen Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. He gestured for her to sit down. Don't worry. It's already resolved. Resolved? Bai Jie stared at him blankly. How did you resolve it? 8 million yes. Chen Xiao nodded, indicating the suitcase on the coffee table. I paid it back for him. Following his gesture, Bai Jie's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed his words. You mean to say you want the money back? Chen Xiao smiled, confirming her thought. Bai Jie gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. She glanced between Chen Xiao and the suitcase, her mind racing. You went to the casino and won back 8 million? This is utterly unbelievable. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Xiao as past remarkable stock trading exploits. No, it can't just be about winning money, right? Her voice trembled slightly. The news says those places can be quite dangerous. You weren't hurt, were you? She instinctively reached out to check Chen Xiao's body. Feeling her unmasked concern, Chen Xiao's heart softened. He grasped her wrist gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. He lightly squeezed her wrist before adding, I just needed to stretch my limbs a bit. Stretching your limbs? Bai Jie's mind flashed with images of bloody scenes from certain films, causing her complexion to pale further. Bai Jie opened her mouth, wanting to ask something but unsure how to express it. Noticing the complexity of her emotions, Chen Xiao smirked mischievously, leaning closer to her ear and teasingly whispering, What's wrong? Are you worried about me? He paused, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. Aunt Bai, aren't you the one who knows how capable I am? The warmth of his breath sent shivers down her spine, and his suggestive words caused her to shudder. She instantly grasped the dual meaning behind his words, her cheeks flushing once more, even her neck tinged with pink. This guy, he never misses a chance to be cheeky. Bah, you rogue. Bai is fed. Both embarrassed and angry, vigorously shaking off Chen Xiao's hand. At that moment, a crisp WeChat notification chimed from the phone that Bai Jie had left on the coffee table. Seizing the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, she quickly picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and opened WeChat. It was their friend group chat. In the group, several messages from Gu Qing Li had scrolled by. Gu Qing Li, Bai Jie, Xiao Wanqing's sisters. I just got back, and today was quite an experience. Thanks to Xiao Xiao. Gu Qing Li, that jerk Gu Zhao caused trouble again. He owes 8 million in gambling debts. Almost gave me a heart attack. Gu Qing Li, Xiao Xiao accompanied me, and not only did he win back the money, but in short, Xiao Xiao is simply amazing. I don't even know how to thank him. Then came a message from Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing. Qing Li, is this for real? 8 million? Chen Xiao want it back? You're not joking, are you? Gu Qing Li, absolutely true. Wanqing, you have no idea how perilous it was at that moment. I still feel scared thinking about it. Xiao Xiao is simply a god. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao had crept over, resting his chin lightly on Bai Jie's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the chat content on her phone. His warm breath brushed against her neck, causing her to stiffen slightly. Upon reading Gu Qing Li's message about not knowing how to repay the favor, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. He snatched Bai Jie's phone, pressed the voice input button, and mockingly spoke into the microphone. Sister Qing Li, that's easy. Just offer yourself in return. The voice message sent successfully. Chen Xiao, you. Bai Jie felt a mix of anger and urgency as she reached out to hit his arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly take it back. Chen Xiao laughed, evading her grasp and holding the phone aloft. At that moment, Gu Qing Li's furious response came through the group chat at lightning speed. Chen Xiao, go die, followed by a barrage of furious emojis. One could easily imagine Gu Qing Li's frantic antics on the other end. Chen Xiao chuckled at Gu Qing Li's reply, while Bai Jie, observing the screen filled with her friend's wrath, let out a resigned sigh. This little scoundrel is becoming increasingly unruly. Chapter 49. A face-to-face thank you the following day. As the afternoon class came to a close and the bell rang, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Chen Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yan Shuxue. Chen Xiao, are you done with class? Shall we take a walk together? Not long after sending the message, he received a reply. Yan Shuxue, yes, just finished. Where are you? Chen Xiao, waiting for you at the entrance of the teaching building. Putting away his phone, Chen Xiao leaned against a pillar at the entrance of the teaching building, watching as the sunset painted the sky in warm hues of orange and red. Soon enough, Yen Chuxue appeared in his line of sight. Today, she wore a simple pale yellow dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, cradling a few books in her arms. Her delicate face, illuminated by the evening glow, softened the usual coolness she exuded. Upon spotting Chen Xiao, her steps quickened as she approached him. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not at all. I just came out," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, naturally taking the books from her hands. "Shall we take a walk over there?" He pointed to a path not far away, flanked by fragrant camphor trees. "All right," Yen Chuxue nodded gently in response. The campus was particularly tranquil in the evening. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a delicate fragrance of flowers and the fresh scent of grass. "The forum was quite lively yesterday. Did you see it?" Chen Xiao initiated the conversation, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. He referred to the post that had captured a candid shot of him and Yen Chuxue beneath the dormitory, with an eye-catching title followed by a flurry of lamentations and condemnations in the comments. Yen Chuxue's footsteps seemed to falter momentarily as she cast a glance at him. The dim evening light obscured her expression, but there was an unmistakable air of embarrassment about her. She did not respond verbally, merely offering a soft Chen Xiao, unable to resist the rare sight of her bashfulness, let out a soft chuckle. Though their conversation was sparse, the atmosphere was far from awkward. Instead, it was imbued with a peculiar serenity and comfort. After walking a short distance, Chen Xiao changed the subject. "Any plans for May Day? Going home?" "Yes, going home," Yen Chuxue replied quietly. "What a coincidence. I'm heading back too." Chen Xiao smiled. "Where's your home?" Yen Chuxue turned her head to look at him, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. "Yun City. Ninghai City isn't too far," he added. Yen Chuxue responded with a simple "oh" and did not press further, her attention drifting to the illuminated path ahead, lost in thought. The evening breeze tousled her strands of hair, brushing against her fair cheeks. Chen Xiao stole a glance, finding the scene quite picturesque. The two engaged in a casual exchange, mostly consisting of Chen Xiao's inquiries and Yen Chuxue's responses, with her occasionally interjecting with a question or two about classes or amusing anecdotes from school. Before long, they had arrived at the foot of the girls' dormitory. The entrance was bustling with students coming and going, many of whom cast curious glances at the pair standing beneath the trees, particularly lingering on Chen Xiao's presence beside Yen Chuxue. "Well, I should head up now," Yen Chuxue said, halting her steps and looking up at Chen Xiao. The soft glow of the street lamp illuminated her face, making her eyes sparkle. "All right, see you next time," Chen Xiao nodded. Yen Chuxue pressed her lips together, as if contemplating saying something, but ultimately just nodded. She turned and walked towards the dormitory entrance. Just as she was about to ascend the steps, she suddenly paused, turning back to gaze at Chen Xiao, who remained rooted in place. In the hazy night, her cool visage broke into a faint smile. "See you next time." With that, she seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and quickly stepped into the dormitory. Chen Xiao stood there, watching her silhouette vanish through the door. "She looks rather charming when she smiles," he mused, stroking his chin, feeling a pleasant uplift in his mood as he turned to leave. Instead of returning to the school dormitory, Chen Xiao headed directly to a nearby delivery point. Having enjoyed a profitable evening at the casino the previous day, he felt buoyant and had impulsively placed an order online. Upon collecting the package, a moderately sized box, he weighed it in his hands, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He wondered how Aunt Bai would react upon seeing this new surprise. The thought of Bai Jia's flustered yet helpless expression brought him amusement. Just as he prepared to head to Bai Jia's home with the package, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID was Gu Qingli, he raised an eyebrow and answered the call. "Hello, Xingli. Xiao Xiao, do you have some time? Would you like to grab a drink?" Gu Qingli's voice came through the receiver, sounding considerably calmer than the previous day. "A drink? Now?" Chen Xiao replied, somewhat taken aback. "Yes," Gu Qingli affirmed, her tone momentarily hesitant before she continued. "I wanted to thank you in person for yesterday's incident. Plus, there are some matters I'd like to discuss." "Thank in person? Discuss?" Chen Xiao lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. recalling the playful remark he had made in the group chat using by Jia's phone about offering himself in gratitude. Surely, she hadn't taken it seriously? Nonetheless, he did not decline. His curiosity piqued. What could this decisive woman possibly want to discuss over drinks? All right, where shall we meet? Gu Qingli provided the name and address of a bar, which Chen Xiao recognized as a well-known establishment in Ninghai City, known for its pleasant ambience and upscale prices. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Chen Xiao drove towards the bar as instructed by Gu Qingli. Hapter pinkesdishint, zingli ye drinking gutting. The night bar was a renowned locale in Ninghai City, unlike the grimy underground venues of the previous night. Here, the lights were enchanting, the music pulsating, creating an atmosphere where urban dwellers sought relaxation and release. As Chen Xiao pushed open the heavy glass door, the cacophony of sound and mesmerizing lights enveloped him. In the center of the dance floor, men and women swayed their bodies to the powerful rhythm, shedding the pressures and pent-up energy of the day. His gaze swept across the booth area, quickly locating his target. In a cozy corner booth by the window, Gu Qingli sat alone. Today, she had exchanged her sharp business attire for a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress, her long hair slightly curled and cascading lazily over her shoulders, her makeup artfully applied. In the dim, ethereal light, she appeared less the assertive businesswoman and more mature woman exuding charm and allure. Sensing Chen Xiao's gaze, she lifted her head and smiled warmly, waving him over. He approached and took a seat opposite her. I thought you might not dare to come, Gu Qingli remarked as she poured him a glass of Chivas from the bottle on the table, then filled her own, the ice clinking crisply in the glass. When Qingli Jia invites, even the most perilous paths must be traversed. Chen Xiao raised his glass to clink with hers, adding with a playful grin, after all, if you truly intend to offer yourself in gratitude, it would be a grave loss to miss out. He referenced his earlier jest from the group chat with Bai Jia. Gu Qingli shot him a mock glare, her cheeks flushed in the enchanting light. You're incorrigible, but yesterday truly frightened me. Had it not been for you. She lifted her glass, her expression shifting to one of sincerity. Xiao Xiao, yesterday's events can be summed up in one word. Thank you. This toast is for you. She tilted her head back, downing the contents of her glass in one swift motion, her movements decisive and elegant. Chen Xiao chuckled softly, echoing her gesture and finishing his drink as well. One glass is hardly sufficient. He seized the bottle and poured another for both of them, given our relationship. We should start with at least 3. Cheers. Gu Qingli's eyes sparkled with mirth. I'll keep you company to the end. They downed another 2 glasses in quick succession. As 3 glasses settled in, the atmosphere grew noticeably warmer. Gu Qingli seemed to have fully relaxed, shedding her usual authoritative demeanor, no longer the flustered sister from yesterday, but rather a mature woman who had dropped her guard, exuding a blend of languor and allure. To be honest, Xiao Xiao, she leaned slightly forward, locking her gaze with his. Had it not been for you yesterday, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. 800,000, my mind was in a fog. And that in Zay, he has no good. Thanks to you, I managed to escape unscathed. She paused, seemingly a loss for words to describe Chen Xiao's seemingly miraculous gambling skills and swift reflexes. Just luck, Chen Xiao downplayed it casually. By the way, your brother, Gu Zhao, hasn't he been giving you any trouble, has he? Upon mentioning Gu Zhao, the smile on Gu Qingli's face dimmed slightly. He was soundly reprimanded yesterday and is now confined at home, his phone confiscated. I hope he can learn from this experience. She sighed, reflecting on how her parents had spoiled him since childhood, leading him to possess lofty aspirations yet lacking the requisite skills. Always yearning to achieve greatness in a single leap, with results that were far from favorable. Chen Xiao refrained from commenting, recognizing that this was a familial matter for Gu Qingli, and it would be inappropriate for him to interject. The two engaged in a casual conversation, the atmosphere light and pleasant. Gu Qingli appeared to possess quite a tolerance for alcohol, or perhaps she felt more at ease in Chen Xiao's presence. As she consumed drink after drink, the flush on her cheeks becoming increasingly pronounced, her gaze growing more languid. At that moment, a young man in a floral shirt, seemingly in his early 20s, approached with a drink in hand. He made his way directly to their booth, his eyes fixated on Gu Qingli, his admiration and intent to flirt glaringly apparent. "Beautiful lady, drinking alone is rather dull, don't you think? My name is Fei. May I buy you a drink?" The young man wore a self-satisfied smile, extending his glass toward Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli's smile faded, and she leaned back slightly, clearly disinterested in such advances. Before she could decline, Chen Xiao leaned forward, positioning himself between Gu Qingli and the young man, a playful smile gracing his lips. "She is not alone," he pointed out, indicating himself, "and if you wish to treat my sister to a drink, mere words will not suffice." "Who are you?" Fei asked, visibly irritated, scrutinizing Chen Xiao. "Mind your own business, kid. I am her brother," Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, then gestured to the dice cup on the table. "If you want a drink, let us have a few rounds of dice. If you win, feel free to drink as much as you like from this table, and my sister will join you for a drink. But if you lose," Chen Xiao smiled, "then you'll drink a cup and leave us be." Fei paused for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard something amusing. "You want to play dice? Are you sure about that?" He was accustomed to the nightlife, a seasoned player of dice, and viewed Chen Xiao's student-like demeanor with disdain. "What's the matter? Scared?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Scared? Not at all." Fei's competitive spirit ignited as he slammed his drink down on the table. "What are we playing? Let us keep it simple. High or low?" Chen Xiao suggested, picking up the dice cup and shaking it casually before slamming it onto the table. "You guess first." "This round is high," Fei declared confidently. Chen Xiao chuckled softly as he lifted the cup. 1, 2, 1, 4. Low. "Sorry, you lost," Chen Xiao said, handing Fei a sealed bottle of beer. "Drink up." Fei's expression darkened, but he accepted the challenge since he had promised, downing the beer in front of the beautiful woman. "Let us go again," he insisted, wiping his mouth, clearly dissatisfied. "All right," Chen Xiao said, maintaining his calm demeanor as he picked up the dice cup, this time allowing Fei to shake. Fei, filled with determination, shook the cup vigorously before slamming it down. "This round, I guess low," he exclaimed fiercely. Chen Xiao glanced at the dice cup, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I guess high." Fei flipped the cup open. 6, 6, 5, 17. "High. You lost again." Chen Xiao handed over another beer, and Fei's face grew increasingly sullen as he drank again. The proceedings became rather one-sided, regardless of who rolled the dice. Whether guessing high or low, or the exact numbers, Chen Xiao consistently guessed correctly. Meanwhile, Fei appeared to be cursed, losing every single time. Second round, lost. Third round, lost. Fourth round, still lost. Chen Xiao had scarcely touched his drink, while Fei had emptied several beer bottles. His face was becoming more flushed, his gaze growing increasingly dazed, transitioning from initial disdain to utter disbelief. In a fit of anger, Fei muttered a harsh remark before stumbling away, pushing through the crowd in frustration. Watching Fei leave in such a disheveled state, Gu Qingli burst into laughter. She turned to Chen Xiao, admiration glimmering in her eyes. "You are incorrigible," she remarked, raising her glass to clink with his. "But that was splendidly executed." Chapter 51. My woman can only drink with me. Fei staggered back to his table, where a few of his rowdy friends quickly surrounded him, laughing and teasing. "Hey, Fei, what happened? Didn't charm the beauty? Look at you, did you get outplayed? Come on, Fei. Can't even win over a girl?" Listening to his friends' taunts, Fei's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, exacerbated by the alcohol. "Shut up. That kid is freakishly lucky. He has never lost a dice game." "Really? That pretty boy? You are just making excuses." A youth with bleached hair scoffed. "Let us go teach him a lesson." "Yeah, Fei, you can't handle it? Let us help you reclaim your honor." Fueled by alcohol and bravado, the group made their way toward Chen Xiao and Gu Qingli's booth. "Hey you, I heard you're quite the dice player," the bleached-haired youth proclaimed, swaggering up to the booth, towering over Chen Xiao. The others joined in, their voices rising in a chorus of provocation. "Is it you who made Fei lose 10 times in a row? Do you dare to play us?" Gu Qingli frowned slightly, about to interject, but Chen Xiao raised a hand, signaling her to remain calm. Leaning back on the sofa, he surveyed the ragtag group before him, a serene smile gracing his lips. "You want to play?" "Of course. Are you scared?" The bleached-haired youth slammed his hand on the table. "Sure," Chen Xiao nodded. What are we playing? More dice? Dice is boring. Let us play something else. A man in a tank top pulled out a deck of cards. How about some poker? Loser drinks a cup. Sound good. Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. The game commenced. The young men clearly had experience, shuffling and dealing cards with practiced ease, exchanging glances as they plotted to conspire against Chen Xiao. However, after a few rounds, the outcome left everyone stunned. A pair of kings? Too bad. I have 3 aces. Chen Xiao revealed his cards with a calm demeanor. The bleached-haired youth, staring at his pair of kings and then back at Chen Xiao's 3 aces, turned pale, chugging a beer in defeat. A straight? What a pity. I have a flush. Chen Xiao displayed his hand again. The tank-top man, holding a straight, looked at Chen Xiao's spades 5, 6, 7 and nearly lost his mind, angrily gulping down his drink. Come on, your luck is unreal. Let's go again. Unwilling to accept defeat, they switched games, trying everything from poker to simple high-low comparisons. Yet, regardless of the game or their attempts to collaborate, the result remained the same: loss. Chen Xiao seemed to be on a winning streak, consistently drawing the best cards or accurately guessing his opponent's hands. Dice, cards, and even rock, paper, scissors, whatever they proposed, Chen Xiao accepted, and without exception, he triumphed each time. The group of young men, initially brimming with arrogance and provocation, transitioned through disbelief to a state of utter bewilderment as they downed drink after drink, their gazes becoming increasingly vacant, their tongues beginning to falter. The crowd surrounding them swelled, pointing and laughing at the spectacle of these inebriated youths, unable to endure any longer. The blonde-haired one was the first to slump onto the table, mumbling incoherently. The others swayed unsteadily, their eyes directed at Chen Xiao, filled with confusion. Damn it, I think I've met a ghost, muttered the man in the vest, letting out a hiccup as he staggered to his feet and attempted to walk. The group clumsily supported one another, leaving their booth in a state of disarray, a table littered with empty bottles and chaos. As the noise subsided, only the soft glow of the lights and distant music remained. Gu Qingli's cheeks were flushed. She raised her glass toward Chen Xiao, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao, you truly are impressive." Her smile was enchanting, a touch of intoxication adding to her allure. Chen Xiao took the bottle and refilled their glasses. "Sister Qingli, you flatter me." They clinked their glasses together once more, tilting their heads back to drink. Setting her glass down, Gu Qingli gazed at Chen Xiao with a dreamy expression, the light casting gentle shadows across her face, the wine-red dress accentuating her mature and graceful figure, exuding an irresistible charm. Chen Xiao's eyes lingered on her, his throat tightening slightly. He placed his glass down, leaning in closer. "Sister Qingli, do you know?" His voice was low, tinged with a husky quality. "Mm?" Gu Qingli tilted her head back, her eyes somewhat dazed as she looked at him. "My woman can only drink with me." Before the words had fully left his lips, Chen Xiao leaned in and captured her enticing red lips with his own. "Mm." Gu Qingli's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils reflecting Chen Xiao's enlarged face. Instinctively, she tried to push him away, but his kiss bore an irresistible dominance, his arms wrapping around her waist, pulling her closer as he deepened the kiss. Her struggles gradually weakened, her body growing soft under the influence of alcohol and the unexpected assault. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Xiao finally released her. Gu Qingli gasped for air, her gaze still hazy as she looked at him. Moments later, embarrassment and anger surged within her. She raised her hand, intent on slapping him, but he effortlessly caught her wrist. "You bastard!" Gu Qingli exclaimed, a mix of shame and fury coloring her cheeks. "Now you realize I'm a bastard?" Chen Xiao tightened his grip on her wrist. "You." Gu Qingli was rendered speechless with rage, yanking her hand away with force. Chen Xiao observed her flustered expression, a low chuckle escaping him, his gaze glinting with mischief and provocation. "What? Are you angry?" "Of course." Gu Qingli struggled to reclaim her hand. "You dare take advantage of me. Weren't you just saying how you wanted to thank me properly?" Chen Xiao leaned closer to her ear. "I think this is a rather sincere way to express gratitude." "You." Gu Qingli was at a loss for words, infuriated by his audacity. Witnessing Chen Xiao's smug grin only intensified her ire. "All right, you little rascal, You dare take advantage of me? Just watch. I'll get you drunk today. A surge of defiance welled within her, and Gu Qingli took a deep breath, lifting a glass from the table. Chen Xiao, do you dare drink with me? Bring it on. Afraid of you? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow in challenge. Fine. Gu Qingli poured herself a full glass of Chivas, then filled Chen Xiao's glass to the brim, declaring, whoever falls first is the dog. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the strong liquor. Chen Xiao, intrigued by her boldness, followed suit, draining his glass in one go. Another. Gu Qingli set her empty glass down and immediately refilled it. Come on. Chen Xiao, equally unwilling to back down, did the same. The two seemed locked in a contest, each taking turns to drink, neither willing to concede. The bottles on the table rapidly emptied before their eyes. Gu Qingli's capacity for alcohol was indeed astounding. She continued to consume strong spirits, her cheeks growing redder. Yet her mind retained a semblance of clarity. In contrast, while Chen Xiao had also been drinking, he found himself lagging behind Gu Qingli's pace. After several shots, he began to feel lightheaded, the world around him blurring. Sister Qingli, slow down a bit. He swayed slightly, his head feeling heavy. What? Can't handle it? Gu Qingli noticed Chen Xiao's evident struggle, a smug smile creeping on her lips, her eyes sparkling with challenge. Weren't you just boasting? Her taunt reignited his competitive spirit. Who said I can't handle it? Chen Xiao poured himself another glass, exclaiming, drink. Keep drinking. Another shot down. Gu Qingli, amused by his drunken demeanor, said, let us head back. It's getting late. I'll take you home. Home? Where to? Chen Xiao asked, his eyes glazed with confusion. To buy GS place. Gu Qingli stood up, feeling a bit unsteady herself as she steadied herself against the table. Both of them, having indulged liberally, found their steps unsteady as Gu Qingli supported Chen Xiao, wobbling towards the bar's exit. Outside the bar, the night breeze carried a hint of chill, dispersing some of the lingering alcohol fumes. Both swayed slightly, waiting for their designated driver. Just as the headlights of the car approached, Gu Qingli suddenly called out, Xiao Xiao. Chen Xiao turned, slightly dazed. Before he could fully comprehend, Gu Qingli rose onto her tiptoes. Chen Xiao was utterly taken aback. Moments later, she released him, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she pointed a finger playfully at him. Remember, little boy, she said, her voice laced with a tipsy pride. Only I make the first move. With that, she waved her hand gracefully, opened the car door, and settled inside. Just before the vehicle pulled away, she rolled down the window, casting a flirtatious glance back at the still stunned Chen Xiao, silently bidding him goodbye as the car merged into the night. Chen Xiao touched his lips, bemused. This woman is truly something. He shook his head in helpless amusement. Soon after, his designated driver arrived. He relayed by GS address, tossing the previously acquired package onto the passenger seat before leaning back in the rear seat and closing his eyes. The car glided smoothly through the dimly lit streets of Ninghai City. As they neared by GS apartment complex, Chen Xiao's phone vibrated. He took it out to see a WeChat message from Gu Qingli, safely home. Accompanying it was a moon emoji, signifying good night. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, responding with an okay gesture. The driver parked downstairs, and Chen Xiao paid, taking the package in hand as he ascended the stairs, his steps slightly unsteady. Meanwhile, Gu Qingli returned home to a quiet living room, the only light emanating from the crack beneath the study door, accompanied by the faint sound of keyboard tapping. She changed her shoes and, feeling somewhat fatigued, walked into the living room, only to find her husband, Xia Linchuan, seated before the computer in the study, intently focused on the data reports on the screen. Upon hearing her, Xia Linchuan looked up, noticing the flush on Gu Qingli's cheeks. He approached her, his tone gentle as he asked, "You're back? How'd it go? You seem to have had quite a few drinks." It went all right," Gu Qingli replied vaguely, not wishing to elaborate. "That's good. Make sure to rest early. Don't overexert yourself." Xia Linchuan reached out, intending to smooth the errant strands of hair from her forehead, but hesitated, finding it perhaps inappropriate. His hand lingered momentarily in the air before retreating. With his usual languid tone, he remarked, "I still have some work to finish up." Understood. Gu Qingli nodded, casting a glance at her husband before turning back to the study, immersing herself once more in her tasks. However, A sudden wave of inexplicable irritability and emptiness surged within her. Instead of returning to the bedroom, she strode directly into the bathroom, turning on the shower. The warm water washed away some of the alcohol's effects and her fatigue. The bathroom was enveloped in a misty vapor, rendering the mirror a hazy blur. Gu Qingli absent-mindedly wiped the condensation from a mirror and gazed at her reflection, yet her mind involuntarily conjured the visage of Chen Xiao, alongside the unexpected kiss they had shared at the bar. Her heart inexplicably quickened. How long had it been? How long since she had felt such a rush of excitement? Meanwhile, Chen Xiao's designated driver had brought the car to a stop outside by GS residence. After settling the fare, he grabbed the package and exited the vehicle, making his way through the entrance. Standing at by GS door, he tidied his attire slightly before retrieving his keys to unlock the door. With a click, the door swung open. The living room lights were indeed illuminated. Bai Jie, clad in a pink cotton loungewear set, was curled up on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately lifted her head. When she spotted Chen Xiao, particularly noting the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from him, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. "Why did you drink so much?" she inquired, rising to approach the entrance. "I had a drink with Qingli this evening," Chen Xiao replied casually as he changed his shoes. Upon hearing Qingli, Bai Jie's expression shifted slightly. Xiao, I must warn you. You must not act recklessly with Qingli. Do you hear me?" Having finished changing his shoes, Chen Xiao straightened up, amused by Bai Jie's worried demeanor. He chose not to respond to her admonition. Instead, he stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Bai Jie was taken aback by his sudden proximity, instinctively attempting to retreat, only to find herself captured by Chen Xiao's embrace around her waist. "Why do you seem so tense, Bai Yi?" Chen Xiao inquired, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Let go of me," Bai Jie protested, pushing against his chest. In a moment of confusion, her resistance waned. It wasn't until Chen Xiao slightly released her that she regained her composure and forcefully shoved him away. Observing her flustered state, a smirk of triumph tugged at the corners of Chen Xiao's lips. At that moment, Bai Jie's gaze fell upon the package Chen Xiao had carelessly placed on the entrance cabinet. "What is this?" She instinctively diverted the topic, eager to alleviate the suffocating tension. "Oh, this? It's your package," he replied casually, glancing at her. "My package?" Bai Jie blinked in surprise, her face a mask of confusion. "I haven't ordered anything recently. It's a gift from me," Chen Xiao said, shoving the box into her arms before turning to head towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. I smell of alcohol. You should try it on and see if it fits." "Try it on?" Bai Jie looked down at the box in her arms, then back to Chen Xiao's retreating figure, her prior unease swiftly replaced by a surge of curiosity. "What trick is this little rascal up to now?" she mused, cradling the box as she hesitantly made her way back to her room. Placing the box on her bed, she scrutinized the unmarked, ordinary cardboard. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity proved insurmountable, and she began to unwrap the package. What emerged caused Bai Jie to flush a deeper shade of crimson than before. Inside was a daringly designed black outfit complete with a pair of cat ear headbands and a tail. Every detail of the ensemble boldly challenged her sensibilities. "Chen Xiao, you scoundrel!" Bai Jie exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her. She seized the outfit, intent on tossing it to the floor. "This is even more outrageous than last time. How dare you buy something like this? And suggest I try it on?" Fuming, she flung the attire onto her bed. Yet after doing so, her gaze was irresistibly drawn back to it. Her heart raced as conflicting thoughts battled in her mind. One part of her furiously condemned Chen Xiao's audacity, urging her to discard the outfit immediately. The other, however, whispered with a tinge of curiosity, suggesting perhaps she should try it on after all. This notion took root and grew wildly within her. Compelled by an unseen force, Bai Jie bent down and retrieved the outfit once more. A sense of determination settled within her. Moments later, Bai Jie stood before her bedroom mirror, utterly frozen. The reflection staring back at her was so unfamiliar. The black lace clung to her figure exquisitely, accentuating her slender waist. The fluffy black tail swayed gently with her slightest movement, and the cat-ear headband lent her previously dignified features an unexpectedly languid allure. Bai Jie stared at her reflection, her cheeks burning fiercely. Just then, the sound of running water in the bathroom ceased. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked open. Chen Xiao was done with his shower. Panic surged through Bai Jie as she hurriedly changed back into her pink loungewear, grasping the crumpled cat-girl outfit in a fit of anger as she flung the door open. Chen Xiao emerged from the bathroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair damp. Bai Jie's gaze inadvertently swept over him, and her cheeks flared with heat once more. Quickly averting her eyes, she hurled the crumpled black fabric at him with force. "Chen Xiao, get rid of this filthy thing," she exclaimed, her voice laced with vexation and embarrassment. Instinctively, Chen Xiao caught it, unfolding it to examine it with a raised brow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he observed Bai Jie's flustered, crimson face. "Filthy? I think it looks rather delightful. Tossing it would be such a waste." "You." Bai Jie was at a loss for words, pointing at him in indignation. "Hurry back to your room." "At your command, Bai Yi." Chen Xiao replied with a cheeky grin, returning the garment to her, before retreating to his room. Bai Jie stood rooted to the spot, glancing at the outfit in her hands, then at the direction of Chen Xiao's door. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to toss it directly into the trash. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, she retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. After a moment's hesitation, she tucked the outfit, along with the earlier one, deep into her wardrobe. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. After a refreshing shower, he found amusement in the memory of Bai Jie's earlier, flustered expression. The alcohol had mostly worn off, leaving his mind considerably clearer. He picked up his phone to check the time, only to notice an unread WeChat message on the screen. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Hu Jing. "Hu Jing, dear Chen Xiao, are you available tomorrow evening? If not too busy, would you care to join us for dinner at my home?" Hu Jing's invitation took him by surprise, but he reasoned that cultivating a good relationship with her could only be beneficial. Chen Xiao tapped a few keys on the screen, responding, "Chen Xiao, I am free. And Hu, what time would be convenient?" Not long after sending his message, he received a swift reply from Hu Jing. "Hu Jing, let us say tomorrow at 7. I will arrange for the driver to pick you up." Chen Xiao, "There's no need to trouble the driver. Aunt Hu, I can go by myself." Hu Jing, "That's fine. See you tomorrow." Chen Xiao, "See you tomorrow." Chapter 54, Aunt Hu's Promise. The following afternoon, the melodious chime, signaling the end of the last class, resonated through the air, heralding the conclusion of a day's study and the imminent approach of the May Day holiday. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter as students gathered their books. Engaging in lively discussions about their plans for the break, the atmosphere infused with a sense of relaxation and anticipation. Chen Xiao, unhurried, methodically gathered his belongings, exchanged pleasantries with Song Shu and Zhou Heng, then departed the teaching building alone. He sought out a relatively tranquil corner, retrieved his phone, and dialed his home number. After a few rings, his mother, Shanzi, answered, her familiar voice tinged with surprise. "Xiao Xiao, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you today." "Mom, I just finished class," Chen Xiao replied, a smile gracing his lips. "With May Day approaching, I wanted to inform you and Dad that I'll be coming home for the holiday." "Really? That's wonderful." Shanzi's voice instantly rose in pitch, brimming with joy. "Your father was just mentioning you yesterday, wondering if you've been out having too much fun." Chen Xiao chuckled helplessly. "How could that be? I've just been busy with my studies." All right, I know you're busy," Shanzi responded cheerfully. "What would you like to eat? I'll prepare something special for you. Your father mentioned want to catch some big crucian carp to make soup for you." Listening to his mother's exuberance warmed Chen Xiao's heart. "There's no need to go to great lengths. Just some home-cooked dishes will suffice." "Not a chance. My son is finally coming home." Shanzi began to rattle off a menu, inquiring about his school life and expressing concern for his well-being. Chen Xiao patiently answered her questions before speaking briefly with his father, Chen Dong, reminding him to take care of himself before ending the call. Checking the time, he realized he still had some before his appointment with Hu Jing. He returned to his dormitory, took a quick shower, and changed into fresh clothes. Once he was ready, Chen Xiao drove his Cadillac towards Hu Jing's villa. After more than half an hour, the Cadillac smoothly entered the villa district where Hu Jing resided. The familiar security procedures were in place, allowing the vehicle to pass effortlessly and come to a stop in front of the well-known villa. The butler was already waiting at the door and greeted Chen Xiao with a warm smile as he stepped out of the car. "Mr. Chen, welcome. The lady has been expecting you." "Thank you for your trouble." Chen Xiao nodded and followed the butler into the villa. The living room was brightly lit yet serene. Hu Jing sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's arrival, she set the book aside and greeted him with a gentle smile. "Xiao Xiao is here. Please take a seat." "Aunt Hu," Chen Xiao replied politely. "There's no need for formalities. Make yourself at home," Hu Jing said, gesturing towards the dining area. "Dinner is ready. We can eat while we chat." Chen Xiao followed Hu Jing into the dining room. The long table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, vibrant and aromatic, clearly prepared with great care. Despite being just the two of them, the feast was comparable to a small banquet. "Aunt Hu, this is too lavish. We won't be able to finish all this," Chen Xiao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Not at all. If you enjoy it, please indulge," Hu Jing encouraged as she seated Chen Xiao and personally served him a bowl of soup. "Try this matsutake chicken soup. I had the kitchen simmer it all afternoon." The soup shimmered with clarity and was rich in aroma. Chen Xiao took a sip, savoring its delicious and hearty flavor, warmth spreading through him instantly. "Thank you, Aunt Hu, it's delightful." Dinner unfolded in a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. Hu Jing spoke little, occasionally inquiring about Chen Xiao's school life or discussing light topics. She seemed genuinely interested in his university experiences, yet posed her questions with finesse, ensuring he did not feel intruded upon. Chen Xiao reciprocated with ease, sharing amusing anecdotes from school. The meal concluded with both host and guest thoroughly enjoying each other's company. After dinner, the servants cleared the table and presented tea and fruit. Hu Jing lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, her gaze drifting to the well-maintained old piano in the corner of the living room, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. "Xiao Xiao, the last time I heard you play, it was quite enchanting," she remarked, setting down her teacup. "Would you be so kind as to play a few pieces for me today?" "Of course," Chen Xiao replied, placing his teacup aside as he rose and approached the piano. This time, Chen Xiao chose not to play the melancholic piece from before. Instead, he played a selection of soothing, tranquil melodies imbued with a gentle warmth. The lilting notes flowed gracefully through the expansive living room, sometimes cascading like gentle streams, other times brushing softly like a tender breeze, evoking an indescribable tenderness. Hu Jing sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes closed, seemingly lost in the music, though her expression was subdued. The slight quiver of her eyelashes betrayed the emotions stirring within her. The melodies seemed to unlock the floodgates of her memories, long-buried recollections surfacing like cinematic frames in her mind. As the final note lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Hu Jing slowly opened her eyes, exhaling softly, her gaze towards Chen Xiao filled with a complex array of emotions, gratitude, reminiscence, and a hint of relief. "Thank you, Xiao Xiao," she said, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible huskiness. "Your playing is wonderful. It brings back many memories." "Oh, Aunt Hu, you flatter me. I'm glad you enjoyed it," Chen Xiao smiled gently. "By the way, Aunt Hu," Chen Xiao seemed to recall something suddenly, casually mentioning, "Yesterday, I accompanied a friend to resolve a bit of trouble and encountered someone named Nze. I wonder if you know him?" Upon hearing the name Nze, Hu Jing's hand, which held the teacup, paused briefly before she regained her composure. "Nze?" She nodded. "Yes, I know him. I helped him out over a decade ago, so there is a bit of connection." Chen Xiao's heart stirred with understanding, confirming his suspicions. Nze's sudden change in demeanor yesterday likely stemmed not only from Chen Xiao's skills, but also from recognizing the string of Buddhist prayer beads that Hu Jing had gifted him. "Now I see," Chen Xiao nodded. Hu Jing set down her teacup, her gaze warm as she regarded Chen Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, you are a good young man, talented, and of good character. If you encounter any troubles in Ninghai that you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Her tone was calm, yet the weight of her words was substantial. This amounted to a significant promise and reassurance for Chen Xiao. Feeling a surge of warmth, Chen Xiao realized that Hu Jing's words were a gesture of goodwill and acknowledgement of him. "Thank you, Aunt Hu. I will remember that," he said with a solemn nod. They conversed a little longer, discussing music and other light topics. Hu Jing seemed to relish this serene exchange, her smile growing more frequent. Noticing the time, Chen Xiao stood to take his leave. "Aunt Hu, it's getting late. I should head back." "Very well," Hu Jing said, rising to accompany him to the door. "Drive safely." "Understood, Aunt Hu. Please rest early," Chen Xiao replied as the butler escorted him outside. As he settled into his car, Chen Xiao glanced back at the brightly lit villa, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. With Hu Jing's promise, navigating matters in Ninghai would undoubtedly be much easier. After departing Hu Jing's residence, Chen Xiao did not immediately return to Bai Jie's place. Instead, he drove to a large shopping mall in the city center. With the May Day holiday approaching, he needed to buy some gifts for his parents. He strolled through the mall, selecting 2 ties of seemingly excellent quality and a casual jacket for his father, while opting for a set of mid-range skincare products and some nourishing delicacies like bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin for his mother. With no financial constraints of his own, he was generous in his purchases for his parents, choosing only the finest within his means. Carrying an array of shopping bags, Chen Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The thought of his parents' joyful expressions upon receiving their gifts caused a subtle smile to curve his lips. Chapter 55. This matter is on me. The much-anticipated May Day holiday had finally arrived. The usually bustling campus of Southeast University fell silent as the last class bell rang, akin to a pause button being pressed, only to erupt with long-suppressed vitality shortly thereafter. Students, eager to return home, dragged their suitcases out of dormitories and lecture halls, their faces alight with anticipation for the holiday. Chen Xiao bid farewell to Song Shu and Zhou Heng outside the dormitory. "Xiao Ge, are you really not joining us for a few days of fun?" Zhou Heng said, playfully nudging Chen Xiao. "We'll take you to experience the nightlife in Ninghai. It's guaranteed to be more exhilarating than staying at school." Song Shu chimed in exactly. "Xiao Ge, why not lend us your Cadillac? It would be quite impressive to take the ladies for a spin." With annoyance, Chen Xiao delivered a playful punch to each of them. "Get lost. I'm going home to spend time with my parents." "Boring," the two replied, somewhat dejectedly. Watching his 3 lively friends depart with their arms around each other, Chen Xiao chuckled and turned towards the parking lot, ready to head home. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace his parents' faces upon seeing him drive back in this car. Meanwhile, in a modest residential community in Yin City, Chen Dong and Shen Zi were enjoying a humble lunch of 3 dishes and a soup, radiating warmth despite their simplicity. Midway through their meal, Chen Dong's phone on the table began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, the relaxed demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of tension. He hastily set down his chopsticks and answered the call, his voice laced with caution. "Hello, Manager Wang, good afternoon." The conversation on the other end elicited an involuntary hunch of his back, his face contorting into a forced smile as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. The savings target for this month is indeed. I'm working hard on it, Manager Wang. Rest assured I will." His voice trailed off, growing softer, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Shen Zi, observing her husband's submissive demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern but refrained from interrupting. After a lengthy pause, Chen Dong finally ended the call, collapsing back into his chair, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Were you scolded again?" Shen Zi offered him a piece of rib gently, her voice soothing. "What else could it be? It's just that the savings target hasn't been met." Chen Dong replied, frustration evident as he ran a hand through his hair. "It's all that Zhang Lily's fault. She's been undermining me at every turn, leveraging her relationship with Manager Wang to sabotage my efforts. Several major clients were poached by her this month. Damn it." His irritation mounted, prompting him to slap the table. Shen Zi jumped slightly and quickly reassured him. "Calm down, there's no need to get upset. Just avoid such people. Every job has its frustrations." "Avoid? How can I?" Chen Dong replied with a bitter smile. "If I don't meet the performance standards this quarter, I might lose my position as client manager. If that happens..." He left the thought unfinished, his expression growing more troubled. Though a job at a bank appears respectable, the internal competition is fierce, and the pressure is immense, especially when it comes to attracting deposits. Failing to meet targets can result in a scowl from superiors. Watching her husband's hair, now peppered with unexpected gray, Chen Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. Her modest beauty salon barely made ends meet. Their household expenses primarily relied on Chen Dong's salary. If he encountered difficulties at work, let us just eat for now. There will be a solution when we reach the mountain, Chen Xiao offered comforting words. Though they felt inadequate, the couple sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Suddenly, with a click, the front door was unlocked from the outside. They instinctively looked up. There stood Chen Xiao, arms laden with an array of shopping bags, a relaxed smile adorning his face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Chen Dong and Chen Xiao were momentarily stunned. Their son's return brought them joy, but the multitude of bags he carried raised immediate questions. Gucci, Armani, and other luxury skincare products and supplements. They could only speculate on the cost of such items. Xiao, where did you acquire the funds for all these? Chen Dong was the first to regain his composure, his brow furrowed with concern and scrutiny. Chen Xiao, equally bewildered, glanced between the expensive bags and her son's casual demeanor, feeling a mix of surprise and worry. "Son, are you?" Chen Xiao changed into his indoor shoes and placed the bags on the living room floor before approaching his still-dazed parents. "Mom, Dad, please don't rush. Let us sit down and talk." He gently urged his bewildered parents to take their seats again, pulling up a stool beside them. Seeing the blend of concern and curiosity in their eyes, Chen Xiao cleared his throat and began to recount the events of the past few weeks. He omitted the existence of a system, focusing instead on the share trading that had yielded his first substantial profits. The insider tips that led to 2 successful trades netting millions, and the fortunate find of a bronze vessel at an antique market that he sold for 2 million. He even shared, albeit with embellishments, the tale of accompanying Gu Qingli to a casino and winning several million, emphasizing it was all due to keen observation and a stroke of luck. He spoke lightly, as if recounting an inconsequential anecdote. Yet, to Chen Dong and Chen Xiao, it was akin to a thunderclap. The couple's eyes widened, mouths agape, utterly flabbergasted. "You made millions from stock trading? 2 million from a lucky find? Won several million at the casino. Is this some sort of fairy tale?" Their son, the very same college student who had once relied on their financial support, had amassed wealth in less than 2 months that they could scarcely dream of. Xiao, is everything you're saying true?" Chen Xi's voice trembled as she reached out to touch his forehead. "You're not feverish, are you? Please don't scare your mother." Chen Dong, equally incredulous, fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, searching for any sign of deceit. Yet all he found was serenity and sincerity. "Of course it's true, Mom." Chen Xiao replied with a wry smile. "The money is in my account. If you don't believe me, I can transfer it to you right now." As he reached for his phone, feigning an action, Chen Dong quickly interjected. No. Hold on." He struggled to process the overwhelming news. Xiao, tell me the truth. Are these funds acquired legitimately? You haven't done anything illegal, have you? This was his foremost concern. His first reaction to his son's sudden wealth was not joy, but fear. "Dad, you have nothing to worry about," Chen Xiao assured him, meeting his father's worried gaze. "Stock trading is legal, antique transactions are regulated, and that money from the casino was merely a stroke of fortune. But it's all clean. I assure you, I won't engage in any illegal activities." Seeing the conviction in his son's eyes, the tension in Chen Dong and Chen Xi's hearts began to ease, albeit slightly. But soon after, overwhelming joy and excitement surged within them. "My goodness, my son has truly made it. He has really made it." Chen Xi clasped her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as her words tumbled out in a flurry. Though Chen Dong remained silent, his trembling hands betrayed the exhilaration bubbling within him. "Oh my!" Chen Xi suddenly slapped her thigh, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Chen Dong. "Old Chen, Xiao has come into money. What about your deposit task?" Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes lit up as well. Indeed, the deposit task. He had been troubled for so long, solely due to the inability to secure deposits. Now, with millions in his son's hands. He could easily set aside a portion to deposit in his own bank account. This would not only fulfill this month's task, but likely provide ample resources for the entire year ahead. Chen Xiao, brimming with excitement, grasped Chen Xiao's hand and recounted the incident of Chen Dong being ostracized at his workplace. Xiao, that manager Wang and that little Zhang have been ganging up to bully your dad, making his life difficult. But now, with your newfound wealth, deposit some money in your dad's bank account, and let's see if they dare to say anything. Chen Xiao, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow. Bullying his father? He glanced at his father, a confident smile spreading across his face. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll handle this. Chapter 56. The Travel Invitation. The atmosphere at the dining table, infused with the stunning news Chen Xiao had brought back, transformed into an unprecedentedly relaxed and lively gathering. The clouds of worry that had shadowed Chen Dong's face dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable thrill and pride. Good lad. You're making your father proud. Chen Zi was even more delighted, continually serving Chen Xiao food and inquiring about his well-being. Xiao, how many days off do you have for the May Day holiday? Stay at home and rest well. I'll prepare some delicious meals for you. Chen Zi felt for her son, who had been immersed in stock trading and antique dealings, undoubtedly exhausting himself. Mom, I'm fine, not tired at all, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. The holiday is quite long, and staying at home all the time can be dull. How about we go out for some fun? Go out for fun? Chen Dong was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. You just got back. Rest at home. Besides, going out means crowds and expenses. Though he understood that his son was now financially secure, the frugal mindset of the older generation was deeply ingrained. Oh, old Chen, how can you say that? Chen Zi playfully glared at her husband. Our son has come home after so long. He deserves to relax. And remember, Xiao is now the big boss of our family. Chen Dong felt a flush of embarrassment at his wife's words and ceased to argue. Where should we go? Chen Zi became animated, pondering aloud. Ninghai has the sea, but it's not too far from Yinzhou. How about we go to Fenghuang, ancient town? I've heard from clients at the beauty salon that the scenery there is quite lovely and has a charming ancient ambience, perfect for unwinding. Fenghuang, ancient town? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and found the suggestion appealing. Sure, I've heard of that place. It's quite famous. That has settled then. Chen Zi clapped her hands in delight. By the way, it will be dull for just the three of us. I'll invite Bai Jie and Qingqing too. The more, the merrier. She immediately thought of her good friend, Bai Jie. It would be easy for Bai Jie to manage alone with Qingqing. And Chen Xiao had greatly benefited from Bai Jie's care over the years. This was a perfect opportunity to unwind together. Upon hearing Bai Jie and Qingqing's names, Chen Xiao paused briefly in his actions, then nonchalantly nodded. Sounds good. Mom, you can arrange it. Yet, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Chen Dong had no objections to his wife's proposal. All right, give Bai Jie a call and see if she is available. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chen Zi was brimming with enthusiasm. After finishing their meal, Chen Dong took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Chen Zi pulled Chen Xiao into the living room to watch television, incessantly asking questions about everything from school life to social interactions. Eager to uncover every experience Chen Xiao had encountered over the past few months, Chen Xiao patiently responded, savoring this long-awaited familial warmth. Later that evening, Chen Xiao returned to his room. It remained just as he had left it, clean, tidy, and infused with familiar scents. Lying back on his bed, he retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat chat with Bai Jie, his fingers dancing across the screen as he sent a message. Aunt Bai, what are you up to? Not long after Bai Jie's reply arrived, I was just about to rest. Is there something up? I've been missing you a bit. On the other end, Bai Jie's heart inexplicably skipped a beat upon reading the message. Stop talking nonsense. Ken Diondio, envisioning boye hlustere de manor. Couldn't he help but smirk at the screen? He quickly sent another message. I'm not joking. I really have been thinking of you. What about that outfit from last time? Could you send me a photo? In response, a barrage of angry emojis flooded in, along with the retort. Get lost. Don't bring that up again. A series of furious yet flustered replies followed, including an exasperated emoji. Chen Xiao could almost picture Bai Jie, frustrated yet helpless. And he couldn't resist chuckling. Having had his fun, he shifted back to the main topic. All right, I won't tease you anymore. On a serious note, my mom mentioned inviting you to Fengwang Ancient Town for the May Day holiday. Did you know? After a considerable pause, Bai Jie finally responded. Her tone seemingly softened yet still somewhat awkward. I know. Your mom told me this afternoon. Did you agree? Yeah. I've arranged to meet her first with Qingqing at your house. Then we'll set off together. Her tone sounded much calmer, as though she had come to accept the arrangement. Chen Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Great. See you then. After finishing their conversation, Bai Jie set her phone down. Yet a sense of restlessness lingered within her. Sounds of Qingqing finishing her homework and tidying up echoed from the living room. Mom, I'm done with my homework. I'm going to wash up. All right, go ahead, Bai Jie responded, but her gaze had grown distant. Soon, Qingqing emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas, towel in hand, and noticed her mother lost in thought. Curiously, she approached Mom. What's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep? Bai Jie snapped back to reality. Looking at her daughter's youthful, innocent face and managed a weak smile. Nothing, just thinking about some things. By the way, Qingqing, I have something to tell you. What is it? For the May Day holiday, your Aunt Shin invited us, along with your brother Xiao, to go to Fengwang Ancient Town for a few days. Bai Jie endeavored to keep her tone casual. Really? Together with brother Xiao? Qingqing's eyes sparkled with unhidden delight and excitement. Yes. Your Aunt Shun called this afternoon. Bai Jie sat on the couch. Holding a magazine, she and T flipped through even once, clearly preoccupied with other thoughts. That's amazing. Qingqing cheered, rushing to sit beside Bai Jie, clinging to her arm. Mom, can I ask brother Xiao to take me boating? Observing her daughter's exuberance, Bai Jie forced a smile and gently ruffled her hair. Sure, we'll see when the time comes. Unaware of any unusual tension from her mother, Qingqing remained blissfully immersed in the anticipation of their upcoming adventure. As Bai Jie gazed upon her daughter's innocent and untainted smile, her heart was in turmoil. The prospect of traveling to Fengwang Ancient Town meant she would have to spend several days in close quarters with Shen Zi, her dearest confidant, and Chen Xiao. What if Zi discerned something amiss? The mere thought of the consequences sent a chill through Bai Jie. Additionally, if Qingqing were to discover that her mother was entangled with the brother of her affections, Xiao Gu, a wave of panic and guilt surged within her. Mom, what's wrong? You don't look well. Qingqing finally noticed her mother's unease and inquired with concern. It's nothing, Bai Jie replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Forcing a smile. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. Anyway, it's getting late. You should hurry off to bed. You have school tomorrow. All right, Qingqing responded, though still somewhat puzzled, nodding obediently. You should rest early too. As she watched her daughter retreat into her room and close the door, Bai Jie's smile evaporated, leaving her head throbbing. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Xiao accompanied Chen Dong to the bank. Chen Dong worked at a branch of the Yunqing City Construction Bank, neither overly large nor too small. It was the end of the month, and with the approaching holiday, the bank was bustling with activity, more so than usual. As father and son entered the lobby, a somewhat sharp female voice pierced the air. Oh, old Chen has arrived. You seem to be in good spirits today. Have you finally come to terms with your imminent departure? The speaker was a fashionably dressed woman in her 30s, donning the bank's uniform, albeit with 2 buttons undone. Her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Her gaze towards Chen Dong was laced with unabashed disdain and schadenfreude. She was none other than Zhang Lili, the one who had been undermining Chen Dong, as mentioned by Shen Zi the previous day. Chen Dong's expression darkened instantly, but with his son present, he suppressed his anger and chose to ignore her, leading Chen Xiao towards the VIP window. Zhang Lili, undeterred by Chen Dong's silence, continued with her snide remarks. What's the matter? Lost your voice? I suppose you didn't meet your savings target this month, did you? Manager Wang was quite furious yesterday. I think it's about time you considered a change in your position. Chen Dong halted, a vein throbbing at his temple. At that moment, Chen Xiao, who had remained silent, stepped forward and stood protectively in front of his father, calmly addressing Zhang Lili. My dad is here to conduct business. Please step aside. Zhang Lili finally noticed Chen Xiao behind Chen Dong, sizing him up with a dismissive smirk. Conduct business? Old Chen, you're not seriously thinking of having your son deposit his pocket money to boost your performance, are you? What difference could that little sum make? Chen Xiao remained silent, merely observing her with an expression so indifferent it unnerved Zhang Lili. Chen Dong tugged at his son's arm, whispering, Xiao Xiao, don't stoop to her level. Let us go over there. Dad, it's fine, Chen Xiao reassured, patting his father's arm, and then confidently approached the VIP counter. Hello. I'd like to take a number for a large deposit. A large deposit? The staff member paused for a moment, glancing between Chen Xiao and the visibly perturbed Chen Dong, and though puzzled, handed him a number. Zhang Lili, overhearing this, intensified her mocking tone. A large deposit? How large can it be? A few tens of thousands? Or perhaps over 100,000? Old Chen, is it really necessary for you to have your child withdraw his allowance just to save your position? She had concluded that Chen Dong was desperate, attempting a final gambit with this maneuver. Chen Dong trembled with fury, but found himself at a loss for words. Soon, it was Chen Xiao's turn. He approached the counter, sitting down and presenting his bank card. Hello, how much would you like to deposit? The staff inquired politely. Chen Xiao cast a glance at Zhang Lili, who was eavesdropping with a gleeful expression, and calmly stated, 70 million. 70 million? The staff member's hand trembled, nearly spilling her drink as she stared incredulously at Chen Xiao. The entire VIP area fell silent. Customers and staff, previously engaged in hushed discussions, now turned to Chen Xiao, their eyes wide with shock and skepticism. 70 million? This seemingly ordinary young man intends to deposit 70 million. Zhang Lili's mocking smile froze, as if she had heard the most absurd tale. Sir, are you certain it's 70 million? The staff stammered, her voice quivering as she sought confirmation. Yes, I'm sure, Chen Xiao replied, his demeanor as calm as if he were merely stating 7,000. Once confirmed, the staff took a deep breath and hastily began the transaction, her fingers quivering from attention. This was the first time she had handled such a substantial deposit. Zhang Lili stood there, utterly dumbfounded. She stared at Chen Xiao, then at the composed Chen Dong, her mind blank. 70 million? Did she not know the circumstances of Chen Dong's household? An ordinary bank employee, with a wife running a struggling beauty salon. How could they possibly have 70 million? Had they won the lottery? Or, she dared not ponder further, feeling the arrogance and derision she had displayed moments earlier return to her as a boomerang, striking her with full force. Before long, the deposit procedures were completed. Chen Dong held the printed receipt, feeling as though that thin piece of paper weighed a ton. He glanced at Zhang Lili, who looked ready to vanish, and without uttering a word, straightened his posture, leading Chen Xiao out of the bank lobby with their heads held high under the gaze of onlookers. Stepping outside into the fresh air, Chen Dong exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Dad, how do you feel? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Chen Dong looked at his son, unable to conceal his excitement and pride. Good lad, you've truly brought honor to your father. After dropping his father off at home, Chen Xiao drove back to his own residence. Shortly after entering, his WeChat pinged. Upon checking, he found a message from Yin Chuxue. There were no words, just a short video of a few seconds and several photos. In the video, Yin Chuxue, clad in a black practice outfit, was rehearsing in what appeared to be a dance studio. The soothing background music accompanied her graceful movements. Even a simple twirl or a tiptoe exuded artistic elegance. The photos captured various dance poses, showcasing her flexibility, with some featuring her gazing upward in a serene manner. Each image resembled a work of art. Chen Xiao, not bad. Your form is improving. Just these few movements, perhaps you could strengthen your core a bit more? He playfully commented. Yin Chuxue, as if you know. I roll. Seeing the rare playful side of Yin Chuxue brought a smile to Chen Xiao's face. Chen Xiao, be careful of the slippery carpet in the living room. Don't get hurt. Yin Chuxue quickly replied with a cute emoji. Just then, the group chat for their dormitory erupted with notifications. It was a message from Song Shu, filled with exclamation marks. Song Shu, brothers, I've encountered love again. So exciting. Zhou get lost. When don't you find love? Lunan, indeed. What happened to that girl from the foreign language department? Didn't you say you wouldn't team marry anyone else? Song Shu, sigh. Let's not dwell on the past. This time it's true love. Absolutely. Let me show you a picture. Image. Chen Xiao clicked on the image. The girl in the photo was indeed stunning, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. Large eyes, and when she smiled, 2 faint dimples appeared on her cheeks, exuding a pure and sweet charm. Zhou Heng, wow, this girl is something. Where did you meet her? Lunan, what a lucky dog, Song Shu. You managed to hook up with such a beautiful girl? Song Shu, hee. It's fate. I met her in the library. I tell you, the way she looked at me was completely different. Proud. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao silently sent a few ellipses. Zhou Heng, Xiaoge, what do you mean? Do you look down on our Shu Ji's love? Chen Xiao. No, I just think this girl looks a bit familiar. Song Shu. Familiar? Impossible. I just met her. Xiaoge, don't think about competing with me. Chen Xiao chuckled and shook his head, too lazy to engage further with these lively characters. In the afternoon, as the end of the workday approached, Chen Dong hummed a little tune, returning home with a light-hearted step, his face radiating with joy. Hey, old Chen found some money? Why so happy? Shen Zi, who was watching TV in the living room, couldn't help but tease upon seeing her husband's expression. Chen Dong proudly walked over to the sofa, cleared his throat, and said mysteriously, finding money is nothing. I have good news for you. What good news? Shen Zi and Chen Xiao turned to him, curiosity written all over their faces. Cough, cough, Chen Dong puffed out his chest, unable to suppress his smile this afternoon. The bank manager had a talk with me, saying my performance this quarter was outstanding, and they decided to promote me to deputy director of the business department. Deputy director? Shen Zi exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Is this for real? Old Chen, don't you dare lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Chen Dong waved his hand triumphantly. This afternoon, he said I completed my deposit task exceptionally well this quarter, and they are very pleased. It's a done deal. Shen Zi's eyes turned red with excitement. That's wonderful. Old Chen, congratulations. This is all thanks to our son. Chen Dong was grinning from ear to ear. 70 million. I've not only met this quarter's, but also exceeded several upcoming quarters' tasks. Manager Wang is treating me like a VIP now, and that Zhang Lily looks at me as if she's seen a ghost, not daring to make a sound. He animatedly described the scene at the bank that morning, seemingly venting years of pent-up grievances. Shen Zi listened with a mixture of sympathy and satisfaction, ultimately unable to suppress her laughter. Chen Xiao emerged from his room just in time to hear his father's achievements. Leaning against the doorframe, he playfully remarked, "Wow, who would have thought my dad, getting old, would still rely on his son to become wealthy, strutting around at work?" Chen Dong shot him a glare, laughingly scolding, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? This is called father and son working hand in hand, achieving great success. Besides, who's getting old? I'm in my prime." Shen Zi watched the two banter, a blissful smile adorning her face. After Xiao Xiao returned, the family's financial burdens seemed to vanish in a thin air, and Chen Dong's career was on the rise. She felt that life at present was even better than a dream. Chapter 58. Departure to Fengwang, Ancient Town. The second day of the May Day holiday dawned bright and sunny with a gentle breeze. Around 9 in the morning, the doorbell rang at Chen Xiao's home in Yinzhou City. Shen Zi was in the living room polishing a vase when she heard the doorbell, and her face instantly lit up with a warm smile as she hurried to open the door. Standing outside were Bai Jie and her daughter Shen Qingqing. Bai Jie was dressed in a cream-colored knitted cardigan paired with light blue jeans, her hair casually pulled up, revealing a smooth forehead and elegant neckline. She wore light makeup that masked traces of travel fatigue. Beside her, Shen Qingqing was clad in vibrant sports attire, a pink hoodie and white sweatpants. Her ponytail high and her fair face slightly flushed with excitement, her big eyes sparkling. "Zi," Bai Jie greeted with a smile, handing over a fruit basket. "Oh, Bai Jie. Qingqing, come in, come in." Shen Zi eagerly grasped Bai Jie's hand, warmly ushering the mother-daughter duo inside. "You didn't need to bring anything. How kind of you." She placed the fruit basket on the entryway cabinet and affectionately sized up Shen Qingqing. "Wow, our Qingqing is getting more beautiful, and you've grown taller, haven't you?" Shen Qingqing blushed at the compliment, sweetly calling out, "Hello, Aunt Shun, what a good child. Shen Zi beamed with delight. At that moment, Chen Xiao also stepped out of his room. Cie. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled upon seeing Chen Xiao, and she bounded over. Qingqing's here. Chen Xiao chuckled as he ruffled her hair, his movements natural. His gaze then turned to Bai Jie, a subtle smile dancing in his eyes. Aunt Bai. Bai Jie met his gaze, her heart inexplicably fluttering, and she feigned calmness, nodding. Xiao Xiao. Shen Dong emerged from the study, greeting Bai Jie and her daughter with a smile. Bai Jie, you're here. Please sit. The living room was soon filled with laughter and chatter as Shen Zi busied herself with drinks and fruits, creating a warm atmosphere. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Jie soaked in the warmth of her friend's hospitality and the familiar family ambience, her initial nervousness about traveling with Chen Xiao gradually dissipating. Watching Shen Zi bustling about and Chen Dong happily chatting with Shen Qingqing, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps she had been overthinking it? As long as she was cautious, everything should be fine. After chatting for a while, noticing it was almost noon, Shen Zi stood up. Bai Jie, I'll go prepare lunch. Today you must try my cooking. Sound great, I'll help you. Bai Jie smiled and stood up, following Shen Zi into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the two longtime friends chopped and washed vegetables while casually chatting about daily life. Their rapport effortless and the atmosphere relaxed. By the way, Zi, did your old Chen really get promoted to deputy director? That is amazing. Bai Jie recalled the news she heard over the phone yesterday and genuinely felt happy for her friend. Indeed, it's hard to hide my pride. Shen Zi beamed. It's all thanks to our Xiao Xiao. This kid, who knows what kind of luck he has had, is now quite impressive. Bai Jie chuckled, but didn't respond. Just then, Shen Zi suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot to get the soy sauce. I put on a balcony cabinet. Let me go grab it. Saying this, Shen Zi wiped her hands and turned to leave the kitchen. Left alone in the kitchen, Bai Jie was focused on slicing potatoes with skilled precision. At that moment, a figure silently appeared in the kitchen doorway. Bai Jie, not turning around, assumed it was Shen Zi returning and casually asked, Did you get it? No response. Confused, she lifted her head, only to see Chen Xiao leaning casually against the doorframe. Bai Jie's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced around, lowering her voice. What are you doing in here? Chen Xiao remained silent, stepping inside. Bai Jie's heart raced chaotically, feeling a mix of nervousness as she looked at him. You need to leave. Chen Xiao seemed not to hear her, his gaze fixated on the curve beneath her jeans. Bai Jie felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, glaring at Chen Xiao, her voice urgent and low. Chen Xiao, are you out of your mind? How dare he? At such a moment, Chen Xiao observed her astonished and fearful expression, the mirth in his eyes deepening. He exhibited not a trace of anxiety of being caught. Rather, he found Bai Jie's innocence particularly enchanting. Bai Jie felt her blood rush to her head. Just then, the footsteps and voices of Shen Zi could be heard outside. How strange, where could it be? Chen Xiao quickly straightened up, winked at Bai Jie with an air of nonchalance, and turned to exit, coincidentally encountering Shen Zi, who entered carrying soy sauce. Hey, do you need any help? Chen Xiao inquired naturally. No, you go play with Qingqing, Shen Zi replied casually, oblivious to any unusual tension. Chen Xiao nodded, a smile gracing his face as he left the kitchen, leaving Bai Jie standing alone, her heart racing uncontrollably. She inhaled deeply several times, struggling to suppress her rising panic. The sumptuous lunch was soon prepared. 4 dishes and a soup, all home-style, yet bursting with flavor, filled the table with the essence of home. The atmosphere was harmonious. Shen Dong and Shen Zi warmly welcomed Bai Jie and her daughter, while Shen Qingqing chattered excitedly to Chen Xiao about amusing anecdotes from school, her laughter ringing out like crystal chimes. Chen Xiao sat diagonally across from Bai Jie, appearing to listen intently to Shen Qingqing, yet he was far from composed. Bai Jie, anxious to avoid drawing attention, pretended as if nothing had transpired. She cast a quick glance at Chen Xiao, only to find him smiling at Shen Qingqing, seemingly detached from their earlier exchange. This rogue, Bai Jie silently cursed, feeling both exasperated and helpless. She attempted to distance herself, but it was as if Chen Xiao had taken it upon himself to shadow her. Wherever she moved, he followed. At 1:30 in the afternoon, everything was ready. Chen Xiao's sleek black Cadillac was parked downstairs. Chen Dong and Chen Xiao took charge of loading several suitcases into the trunk. Shen Qingqing, brimming with excitement, had already opened the passenger door and plopped herself inside, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Chen Xiao took the wheel. "Are we all set?" he asked. "Ready, ready." Shen Qingqing replied enthusiastically from the passenger seat. "When are we leaving?" "Right away." Chen Xiao chuckled, starting the engine. Chapter 59, The Missing Ice Cream. As dusk fell, Chen Xiao's Cadillac finally glided into the realm of Fengwang ancient town. Outside the window, the ancient stilted buildings nestled against the mountains and waters, their eaves and gables sketched against the twilight in an artistic silhouette. The Taojiang River flowed through the town, with lights gradually illuminating both banks. The glow of red lanterns danced upon the water's surface, swaying gently with the ripples, creating a dreamlike ambience. "Wow, how beautiful!" Shen Qingqing was the first to exclaim from the passenger seat, her little face nearly pressed against the window, her eyes alight with curiosity and excitement. In the back seat, Shen Zi and Chen Dong were equally captivated by the scene before them. "It's indeed lovely, even more enchanting than the photographs," Shen Zi remarked, smiling. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. This place was a splendid choice. It's perfect for unwinding. They found a quaint riverside inn, rich in antiquity, where opening the window revealed the Taojiang River and the sparkling lights across the way. After settling their luggage, night had fully descended. "Come on, let us go out and explore." Shen Qingqing could hardly contain herself, tugging at Shen Zi's hand, eager to rush outside. Slow down, we've just arrived." Shen Zi chided playfully, her face beaming with delight. The five of them stepped out of the inn, merging into the bustling crowd. Shen Qingqing flitted from one sight to another, her curiosity piqued by everything. Chen Dong and Shen Zi trailed behind, leisurely soaking in the nightscape. Chen Xiao and Bai Jie walked a respectful distance apart at the rear. "Brother Xiao, I want that." Shen Qingqing's keen eyes caught sight of a nearby stall selling enticing, colorful ice creams. All right, I'll buy you one," Shen Zi responded with a smile. As they all gathered around, Shen Qingqing chose a strawberry-flavored one, while Shen Zi and Chen Dong each opted for their own. "Aunt Bai, which one do you want?" Chen Xiao inquired, glancing at Bai Jie. After a moment of hesitation, she pointed to a vanilla flavor. "I'll have that one." Chen Xiao paid, then handed her the vanilla ice cream. Just as Bai Jie was about to take a bite, Shen Zi called out, "Bai Jie, come here, help me take a picture." Bai Jie quickly obliged, passing her barely touched ice cream to Chen Xiao. Xiao, hold this for me." He casually accepted it, watching as she approached Shen Zi. Bai Jie snapped a few photos for Shen Zi, then posed for a group shot with her. After finishing, she turned to reclaim her ice cream from Chen Xiao. However, upon turning, she was met with the sight of him taking a bite from her vanilla ice cream, apparently unfazed. Staring at the conspicuous bite mark, Bai Jie froze momentarily. "You," she instinctively gasped. Chen Xiao lifted his gaze to meet hers, a slight smirk playing on his lips before he quickly adopted an innocent demeanor. "What's wrong?" "Aunt Bai?" Bai Jie felt a surge of indignation at his feigned innocence. Casting a swift glance at Shen Zi and Chen Dong, who were still engrossed in their photos, she seized the ice cream back from his hands. Turning her back to him, she dared not look at Chen Xiao again. This rogue, he was becoming increasingly outrageous. Chen Xiao observed her stiff posture, a triumphant smile flickering in his eyes. Once Shen Zi and the others finished reviewing their photos, the group continued along the riverside path. The night deepened in the ancient town, and the stilted buildings by the river illuminated even more, their reflections shimmering on the water surface. "Mom, let us take a boat ride," Shen Qingqing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the wooden boats gliding across the river. "Oh, that sounds delightful. A boat ride to enjoy the night view." Shen Zi concurred enthusiastically. Chen Dong had no objections, and Bai Jie nodded softly, though apprehensively, as the confined space on the boat would bring her closer to Chen Xiao. Before long, they found a dock and rented a small boat. The boatman rowed, and they set off gently into the Taojiang River. Viewing the ancient town from the river offered an entirely different perspective. The brilliantly lit, stilted buildings appeared to hover above the water, their silhouettes ethereal and dreamlike. As the boatman rowed, he shared stories about the architecture and history of the banks. Chen Xiao sat at the bow, leaning over to gaze into the water. "Wow, look at all the fish," she exclaimed in delight. In the clear river, schools of fish swam gracefully, scattering in response to the ripples created by the oars. "Sir, do you have any fish food?" Shen Zi inquired. The boatman chuckled and produced a small bag of fish food. Shen Xiao eagerly accepted it, carefully scattering a few pieces into the water. The fish quickly converged, competing for the morsels, sending ripples across the surface. "There are so many. They eat so fast." Shen Xiao chirped excitedly, continuously tossing more food. As she became more engrossed in feeding the fish, her body leaned farther over the edge, grasping a generous handful of fish food. She was just about to let it go when suddenly, a fish much larger than the others leapt from the water, snapping up the food from her hand. "Ah!" Shen Xiao was startled by the sudden commotion, instinctively jerking back. However, her shifted weight compromised her balance, and in her fright, she lost her footing. "Be careful!" Bai Jie cried out, almost reflexively reaching out to grab her daughter. Chen Xiao's reflexes were swifter. Almost simultaneously, as Shen Xiao's body began to tilt, his hand reached out. Yet, the events unfolded with alarming rapidity. With a resounding splash, the tranquility of the river was shattered. Shen Xiao's figure plummeted into the frigid waters of the Tuo River amidst the gasps of onlookers. Chapter 60. Shen Xiao falls into the water. The icy river instantly engulfed Shen Xiao's silhouette. "Qingqing!" Bai Jie cried out in distress, instinctively lunging towards the edge of the boat. "Xiaojie!" Shen Zi's face turned ashen with fear. Chen Dong, in a state of panic, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Master, stop the boat." The small vessel rocked violently, threatening to throw Bai Jie overboard. "And Bai!" Chen Xiao grabbed her just as he leaped into the river. The water in early May retained its bone-chilling coldness. Upon entering, Chen Xiao shivered but scarcely had time to register the sensation. He immediately opened his eyes, searching the murky depths for Shen Xiao's form. The boat's lights distorted under the water, rendering visibility abysmal. Chen Xiao, relying on the approximate location where Shen Xiao had fallen, swam with all his might. Each passing second felt like an eternity. On the boat, Bai Jie had collapsed in Shen Zi's embrace, sobbing, "Qingqing, my Qingqing." Shen Zi held her tightly, tears streaming down her own face, offering reassurances. "It's all right, Bai Jie. Xiao Xiao has gone down. He will surely find Qingqing." Underwater, Chen Xiao felt his lungs starting to swell, yet he dared not surface for air, fearing he might miss the opportune moment for rescue. He endured the discomfort and continued his search. At last, his hand brushed against a soft fabric. It was Shen Xiao. A surge of joy filled Chen Xiao's heart as he grasped her, pulling the unconscious Shen Xiao into his arms, then kicked forcefully, propelling them both towards the surface. With a splashing sound, Chen Xiao burst forth from the water, gasping for breath. "Found her! Found her!" Chen Dong shouted excitedly, the first to spot them. The boatman hurriedly maneuvered the vessel closer. Chen Xiao lifted the unconscious Shen Xiao, and Chen Dong, along with the boatman, quickly assisted in bringing her aboard. "Qingqing! Qingqing!" Bai Jie broke free from Shen Zi's grasp and rushed to her daughter's side, only to find Shen Xiao's eyes tightly shut and unresponsive, sending her into a spiral of despair. Chen Dong, slightly more composed, reached to check Shen Xiao's breath. The next moment, his face paled dramatically. No breath. Bai Jie felt as though she had been struck by lightning, nearly fainting. Shen Zi quickly supported her. Chen Xiao, disregarding the water dripping from him, knelt beside Shen Xiao and unfastened her drenched sweatshirt collar. "Step aside. I need to perform mouth-to-mouth." Chen Xiao's voice was calm, yet urgent. He interlaced his hands and began compressions on Shen Xiao's chest with swift, forceful thrusts. 1, 2, 3. Everyone on the boat held their breath in suspense. Bai Jie covered her mouth tightly, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. After 30 compressions, Chen Xiao paused, inhaled deeply, pinched Chen Xiao's nose and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers to force air into her lungs. Once, twice. Time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixated on Chen Xiao and Chen Xiao. He repeated the rhythm of chest compressions and rescue breaths, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, mingling with the frigid river water. Just as despair began to envelop the crowd, a faint cough broke through the silence. Chen Xiao sputtered, expelling a few mouthfuls of river water, and slowly opened her eyes. She is awake. She is awake. Shen Zi exclaimed with joy. Bai Jie could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. Qing, my daughter, you scared your mother to death. Shen Qing, still somewhat disoriented, blinked as her vision gradually focused. The first face she saw was that of Chen Xiao, his hair plastered to his forehead. His eyes filled with urgency and a hint of an unfamiliar tension. His lips seemed to have just departed from hers. It had been Brother Xiao. Shen Qing's cheeks flushed crimson, and instinctively she attempted to turn away, only to find herself utterly weak, unable to do anything but gaze at Chen Xiao. Almost as soon as Shen Qing opened her eyes, a chilling notification echoed in Chen Xiao's mind. Beep. Detected target. Shen Qing conditions for binding met. Do you wish to bind? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Bind Shen Qing? He glanced at the bashful and bewildered Shen Qing and, without hesitation, affirmed, confirm. Beep. Binding successful. Name. Shen Qing. Age. 17. Affection level. 69. Astonished, Chen Xiao noted the affection level of 69. How could this girl hold such a high regard for him? Yet, soon his attention was captured by the subsequent prompt from a system. Beep. Target Shen Qing's affection level has first surpassed 60. You have earned one lottery draw. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Xiao. However, this was clearly not the moment to ponder such matters. Qing, how do you feel? He inquired. Concern etched across his face as he draped his recently discarded coat over her shivering shoulders. I'm fine. Shen Qing's voice was barely a whisper. Her gaze averted from Chen Xiao's eyes, her cheeks still burning. Quick, we need to get back to the inn, Chen Dong urged, insisting they change into dry clothes to avoid catching a chill. The boatman, regaining his composure, swiftly turned the boat towards the shore. Upon returning to the inn, a flurry of activity ensued. Shen Zi and Bai Jie hurriedly guided Shen Qing to a room for a hot shower and fresh clothes. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao retreated to his own room for a quick warm bath. Sitting in the chair afterward, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, recalling the lottery draw opportunity awarded by the system. System, draw, he mentally commanded. Instantly, a familiar lottery wheel appeared before him, sparkling as the pointer slowly came to rest on a symbol. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level culinary skills. God-level culinary skills. With this ability, the host will instantly master the culinary techniques of all cuisines, from home-cooked dishes to grand banquet delicacies, excelling in all. The dishes prepared will not only be exquisite in flavor, but will also contain a unique energy that nourishes the body and delights the spirit. God-level culinary skills? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, soon breaking into a smile. Although it was not a combat or wealth-generating skill, this ability seemed quite advantageous. The prospect of creating gourmet meals at will, whether for personal enjoyment or other purposes, appeared to be exceptionally practical. A wealth of intricate culinary knowledge and experience flooded his mind, as if he had practiced cooking for decades. Methods of handling various ingredients, mastering cooking times, and balancing flavors had all become instinctual. Satisfied with the newfound memories in his mind, Chen Xiao nodded approvingly. In the adjacent room, Bai Jie and Shen Zi gently dried Shen Qing's hair and tucked her in under the covers. All right, Qing, have a good sleep. You'll be fine by tomorrow, Shen Zi said softly, adjusting the blanket. Thank you, Aunt Shen. Shen Qing replied obediently. Chen Dong peeked through the door, asking, how is she? She is fine. Let her rest well, came the reassuring reply. Shen Zi addressed her husband before turning her attention to Bai Jie. Bai Jie, you seem quite startled. You should rest early. Yes, I understand, Bai Jie replied with a nod. Shen Zi and Chen Dong exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. The space was left with only the mother and daughter. Chen Xiao lay on the bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, lost in her thoughts, the corners of her mouth occasionally curling upwards. Bai Jie sat at the edge of the bed, observing her daughter's unmistakably abnormal demeanor, her heart tightening with concern. She took a deep breath, striving to infuse calmness into her voice. Qing. Mom, what is it? Chen Xiao snapped back to reality, looking at her mother. Today, your brother Xiao saved you. Bai Jie began carefully, but there are some matters that I must clarify with you. Noticing her mother's serious expression, Chen Xiao felt an inexplicable tension, the flush on her face fading slightly. Mom, please go on. Your most crucial task right now is to focus on your studies and secure admission to a prestigious university. Bai Jie gazed deeply into her daughter's eyes. Chen Xiao's heart raced, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, and she averted her gaze from her mother. I understand, Mom, she murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. Witnessing her daughter's demeanor, Bai Jie sighed inwardly, torn between heartache and helplessness. She recognized that her words might have been heavy-handed, yet she felt compelled to prevent any future missteps. Chapter 61. The kidnapping. The incident of Chen Xiao falling into the water seemed to have subsided with her awakening. The following day, she appeared much brighter, though her cheeks occasionally flushed with an unnatural redness, especially when making eye contact with Chen Xiao, her gaze quickly darting away. Bai Jie noted her daughter's unusual behavior, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and she could only sigh silently. She made a conscious effort to maintain distance from Chen Xiao, fearful of drawing any unwanted attention. After spending another day in the ancient city, experiencing the charm of the Miao village and sampling local delicacies, Chen Xiao's lingering shadows from the water incident had nearly dissipated. Now that we are here, why not explore the city? I've heard the pedestrian street is quite lively, suggested Shun Zi. Phoenix, part of Shaanxi Prefecture, is closer to Huaihua City, making transportation convenient. Chen Dong readily agreed. Sure, we still have 2 days off. It would be nice to buy some things in the city. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled as she turned to Bai Jie. Mom, can we go? Bai Jie looked into her daughter's eager eyes, and then at Shun Zi's approving expression, nodding in agreement. All right, let us take a stroll in the city. Chen Xiao took the wheel as the group departed the ancient city, heading towards downtown Huaihua. By afternoon, they arrived at the city center. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the ancient city, the urban area bustled with traffic and towering skyscrapers, embodying the vibrancy of modern life. Shun Zi, brimming with enthusiasm, urged Bai Jie to visit the department store, with Chen Dong accompanying them. Chen Xiao was also keen to explore the trendy brands favored by the youth. After a fruitful shopping excursion in the city center, Shun Zi selected a silk scarf for Bai Jie, who in turn picked out a handbag for her. Chen Dong cheerfully carried the bags while Chen Xiao purchased several new outfits and some accessories. Chen Xiao was less interested in shopping, mainly accompanying the group. Look, there's a quaint alley over there. It appears quite charming. Shall we take a look? Shen Zi pointed toward a nearby fork in the road. The alley, with its aged stone-paved path and weathered buildings adorned with creeping vines, exuded a serene ambience, contrasting sharply with the surrounding clamor. All right, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's take a break there, Chen Dong agreed. As they turned into the alley, they found it significantly quieter, with sunlight filtering through the overhead gaps, casting dappled shadows. Settling down on some stone steps, they engaged in light conversation when suddenly, a series of urgent, jarring police sirens echoed from a distance, growing increasingly closer. What is happening? Why are there so many police cars? Chen Dong furrowed his brow, rising to peer toward the alley entrance. Following the sound, they saw several police vehicles racing toward the alley, their red and blue lights flashing, seemingly preparing to seal off the area. Suddenly, the screech of brakes pierced the air. 3 or 4 police cars formed a wedge, blocking a dilapidated gray van. The doors swung open, and officers swiftly exited, seeking cover, the atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Faintly, they could hear the crackling of police radios, the voices stern and urgent. The target vehicle has been intercepted. Repeat, it has been intercepted. Ensure control of the scene. The suspects are dangerous and must not be allowed to enter the bustling city. It appeared they were in pursuit of someone. Chen Dong and Chen Zi exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively pulling Chen Xiao behind them. Chen Xiao, possessing exceptional hearing, could faintly discern clearer snippets of conversation. 5 robbers armed. Robbers? Armed? A chill ran down Chen Xiao's spine. At that moment, the van's door was yanked open. 2 men leapt out, clad in black hoods, their fierce eyes peering out. One of them brandished a glinting knife. They had evidently spotted Chen Xiao and the others in the alley, their eyes flashing with malice. Damn it. The cops are too close. There's no way out. Grab hostages. Quick. One of the robbers barked, his gaze locking onto Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 assailants lunged forward with alarming speed. Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing screamed in terror simultaneously. Don't come any closer, Chen Dong shouted, a mixture of shock and anger propelling him forward to intervene, but the assailants were far too swift. Shen Zi's body felt weak with fear. Each robber seized one of them, roughly yanking Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing toward the van. Bai Jie fought desperately, while Shun Qingqing, in sheer panic, cried out, "Mom! Brother Xiao! Help! Let them go!" Chen Xiao's eyes widened in fury, his mind racing to comprehend the situation, yet his body acted instinctively. As Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing were being dragged into the vehicle, the van's engine roared to life, ready to break through the police blockade. Everyone was stunned. The officers at the alley's entrance had noticed the unfolding situation and shouted, "Don't move. Release the hostages." But it was too far to intervene in time. In that critical moment, Chen Xiao surged forward. He barely had time to contemplate the consequences, driven by a singular thought. He could not allow them to be taken. Just as the robbers were about to shove Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing into the van and jump in themselves, Chen Xiao lunged, following them onto the escaping vehicle. The van roared, lunging forward to breach the police blockade. Xiao Xiao, my son. Chapter 62. The Desperados Captain. The suspects have taken hostages and are coming out. What? Hostages? Who the hell let them in? The furious voice of the commander crackled over the radio. What are you all doing? The officers on the scene were also taken aback, watching the van recklessly charge toward the blockade, momentarily at a loss for action. All units, all units. The suspects are armed and have taken hostages. Repeat, they are armed and have hostages. Ensure the safety of the hostages. Surround them. Do not allow them to enter the busy city. Commands were swiftly conveyed through the intercom, prompting several police vehicles to immediately reposition themselves in an attempt to re-establish a perimeter. However, the van sped away with remarkable velocity, its driver evidently a desperate criminal, accelerating recklessly and tearing a breach in the encirclement. Inside the van, the confined space was suffused with the acrid stench of sweat and low-grade tobacco. Chen Xiao leaned against the side sliding door, his heart pounding furiously as he quickly scanned the interior. Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing were brutally shoved into the back seat, huddled together in fear. Bai Jie clutched her daughter tightly, while Shun Qingqing, already overwhelmed by terror, curled up in her mother's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. In the driver's seat, a slender thug, masked and frenzied, gripped the steering wheel with wild abandon, cursing vehemently. The passenger beside him clutched a black handgun, poised to unleash violence at a moment's notice. Another assailant in the rear compartment cast a menacing gaze through the rearview mirror, monitoring the approaching police cars. The 2 thugs who had previously seized Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing now crowded beside Chen Xiao in the empty seat, one of them the earlier knife wielder, while the other was somewhat more robust. Damn it, where did this kid come from? The nearest thug reacted swiftly, launching a powerful kick aimed squarely at Chen Xiao's chest. The blow struck with tremendous force, causing Chen Xiao to feel a jolt of pain as he lost control and was propelled backward, half of his body teetering out of the open door. Xiao Xiao! Bai Jie gasped in horror, her heart nearly stopping as she screamed. In that critical moment, just as he was about to be fully ejected from the vehicle, Chen Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, extending his hands forward and seizing the ankle of the thug who had kicked him. Down you go! Chen Xiao summoned his core strength, leveraging his body's downward momentum to violently yank the thug out of the van. The thug yelped in shock, utterly unprepared for Chen Xiao's display of strength and agility, and was unceremoniously thrown from the vehicle. The remaining 4 assailants within the van were momentarily stunned. "Take him out." Another thug, regaining his composure, glared with malice and drew a gleaming knife from his waist, lunging towards Chen Xiao's neck with blinding speed and a treacherous angle. Bai Jie and Chen Xiao shut their eyes in terror. Yet, the anticipated gruesome scene did not unfold. Without even glancing at the knife, Chen Xiao pivoted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to the thug's temple just as he struck. Ugh! The thug could only emit a muffled grunt before collapsing limply to the floor, rendered unconscious. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In an instant, 2 of the 5 thugs lay incapacitated. The remaining 3 thugs turned pale with dread, finally realizing that this seemingly ordinary young man was, in fact, a formidable adversary. "Fire! Kill him!" the driver shouted, panic etched across his face. The other 2 thugs jolted into action, drew their weapons, and aimed them at Chen Xiao. Bang! 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 The cramped interior of the van erupted with a cacophony of deafening gunfire. Outside, the alley echoed with the thunderous sounds of gunshots, shattering the tense standoff. The hearts of all the police officers leapt into their throats. They were firing. The criminals were actually shooting inside the van. The commander's face drained of color, his fingers trembling slightly as he gripped the intercom. As everyone held their breath, concerned for the safety of those inside the vehicle, the frenzied van suddenly careened uncontrollably into the wall at the side of the road. Boom! Another thunderous crash. The van's front end embedded itself deeply into the crumbling wall, its tires spinning uselessly for a moment before the engine finally died, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. "Quick! Subdue the one outside," the commander barked, snapping back to reality. Several officers rushed forward, pinning the thug Chen Xiao had thrown out to the ground and swiftly cuffing him. The remaining officers took cover behind police vehicles, forming a protective crescent around the now silent van, their weapons trained on the doors and windows. No one dared approach recklessly. The recent gunfire left them uncertain of the situation within. Everyone held their breath, inching closer to the van with caution. The air in the alley felt stifling. Chapter 63. Is this even human? The closer they drew to the van, the stronger the metallic scent of blood became. At last, one officer reached the side sliding door. "Go!" a leading officer signaled. Taking a deep breath, the officer yanked the door open. With a resounding crash, the horrific scene inside caused every officer nearby to gasp in shock. The cramped compartment resembled a hellish nightmare. Masked men lay sprawled in contorted positions throughout the van. The driver lay on his back, half of his skull shattered, blood and brains splattered everywhere. The passenger's neck was grotesquely twisted, his eyes forever closed. The remaining 2 had sunken chests, their deaths excruciatingly tragic. Thick blood stained the seats, the walls, and even the ceiling bore the marks of the violent chaos. Even seasoned officers couldn't suppress a gasp, their stomachs churning at the gruesome sight. Amidst the carnage in the rear corner of the van, 2 figures clung tightly to one another, trembling in fear. It was Bai Jie and Chen Xiao. Bai Jie's face was ashen, clutching her daughter desperately. Chen Xiao buried her head in her mother's embrace, too terrified to even cry. Chen Xiao sat beside them, leaning against the van's wall, his entire body drenched in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was his own or that of the thugs. "Is anyone still alive in there?" a police officer asked, his voice taut with tension. Xiao. Bai Jie seemed to snap back to reality, her hands trembling as she reached for him, fearful of touching his wounds. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Chen Xiao also lifted her tear-filled gaze to Chen Xiao, her lips quivering but unable to articulate a word. The fleeting yet harrowing scene inside the van had utterly shattered her psychological defenses. "I'm fine, Aunt Bai," Chen Xiao reassured her, gently patting Bai Jie's trembling shoulder. "Don't be afraid, it's all over." His movement inadvertently tugged at the wound on his arm, causing him to wince slightly. "Quick, check the injured." Outside, the police officers regained their composure, cautiously climbing into the van. The overwhelming stench of blood was nearly suffocating. "Report. All 4 suspects are deceased." The hostages appear unharmed. The officer examining Chen Xiao's condition spoke with an unusual note in his voice. "What's going on?" The outside captain inquired urgently. He is covered in blood, but it seems he is not seriously injured." The officer carefully lifted Chen Xiao's sleeve, revealing a not-too-deep gash from a bullet graze and some superficial abrasions, but no other apparent wounds. No serious injuries? Upon hearing this, every officer's gaze towards Chen Xiao transformed. This young man had single-handedly subdued 4 armed thugs in such a brief span of time without sustaining significant harm. Is he even human? At that moment, a commotion and cries erupted at the alley's entrance. Xiao, my son, let us through. Officer, my son is inside." It was Chen Dong and Shen Ji. They had somehow broken free from their restraints and rushed over frantically. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, who was drenched in blood, Shen Ji nearly collapsed again, only to be steadied by Chen Dong. "Son, are you all right? Where are you hurt?" Shen Ji cried out. Xiao. Chen Dong's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine, just a minor injury." Chen Xiao quickly reassured them upon seeing his parents. Woo. Shen Ji, looking at the blood on her son, could hardly believe it and sobbed even harder. The ambulance has arrived," someone shouted from outside. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as several medical personnel in white coats rushed in, carrying a stretcher and an emergency kit. "Where are the injured?" "In the car. Hurry." The police cleared a path. The doctors and nurses rushed into the vehicle, and after a brief glance, their expressions changed dramatically as they swiftly checked the pulses and pupils of the 4 assailants. "It's no use, they're all dead," the doctor shook his head, announcing gravely. They then turned their attention to Chen Xiao. "This patient requires examination." A nurse, holding gauze, attempted to treat the abrasion on Chen Xiao's arm, but he waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Please check on them first." He gestured towards Bai Jie and Shen Qing, who had just been helped aside, still in shock. The doctor disregarded Chen Xiao's request, quickly performing a preliminary examination and confirming that, aside from the arm abrasion and a bump on the head, there were no life-threatening injuries. "He isn't severely injured, but that lady and that girl are in shock and need to be observed at the hospital," the doctor stated. Upon confirming that all 4 assailants were deceased and learning that it was this seemingly unscathed young man who had taken action, the doctors and nurses regarded Chen Xiao with expressions of shock and disbelief, mirroring those of the police. Meanwhile, the first assailant to be thrown from the vehicle, upon hearing the news from inside, wore an expression of immense relief. "Thank goodness I was the first one kicked out. Otherwise, I would have ended up lying there too." He shivered, his gaze towards Chen Xiao filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. Chapter 64. This girl has become quite bold. At the First People's Hospital of Huaihua City, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air, and the stark white walls and sheets were somewhat blinding. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured Chen Xiao once more regarding his injuries. "Rest assured, it looks worse than it is. The abrasion on your arm from the bullet has been treated, and the wound on your head is not deep, just a few stitches. You have a strong constitution, and barring any complications, you should be able to be discharged in 2 days," the chief physician in a white coat explained to Chen Dong and Shen Ji, his tone laced with admiration. Upon hearing this, the worries of Chen Dong and Shen Ji finally dissipated. Thank goodness, Shen Ji covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. The sight of her son covered in blood had nearly terrified her to death. Chen Dong also exhaled a long breath, patting his wife's shoulder and looking at their son, who appeared somewhat pale, with eyes full of both relief and indescribable pride. Bai Jie and Shen Qing, in the adjacent ward, were also being examined, primarily shaken. They were otherwise unharmed, and the doctor recommended they stay for observation overnight. Chen Xiao lay on the hospital bed, observing how visibly relieved his parents had become, which calmed him considerably. He moved his bandaged arm, feeling only a slight sting, confirming that it indeed did not hinder his mobility. However, the atmosphere in the hospital felt peculiar. Ever since his arrival, numerous individuals clad in white coats or nurse uniforms had been peering curiously into his ward. their gazes filled with unabashed curiosity, astonishment, and even a hint of admiration. Moments ago, a young nurse had entered to change his dressing, her hands trembling so much she nearly dropped the tray. Chen Xiao helplessly rubbed his nose. It seemed that news of his barehanded defeat of 4 armed assailants had spread throughout the hospital. This hero's treatment was somewhat overwhelming. Just as he was pondering this, there was a gentle knock at the ward door. 2 police officers entered, one of whom bore insignia indicating a high rank. It was the very captain who had commanded the scene earlier. Chen Dong and Shun Ji quickly rose to their feet. "Officer." The captain approached the bedside and rendered a formal salute to Chen Xiao, his expression serious and solemn. "Classmate Chen Xiao, on behalf of the City Bureau, I formally thank you for your courageous actions. If it were not for your decisive intervention, disregarding your own safety to confront them, the consequences would have been unimaginable." He paused, his tone tinged with fear. "We later discovered that this gang of criminals had several lives on their hands and were extremely ruthless. You not only saved 2 hostages, but also assisted our police in eliminating these heinous criminals, averting further casualties and eliminating a significant threat to society." Chen Xiao sat up a little straighter. "Officer, you overstate my actions. It was an urgent situation, and I didn't think too much at the time. Facing armed assailants with such composure is a courage not many possess," the captain remarked, looking at Chen Xiao. "We have reported your deeds to our superiors and will recommend you for recognition and a monetary reward for your bravery. You deserve it." Chen Xiao did not decline and nodded. "Thank you." The police officer then inquired about the details of the incident inside the vehicle and took notes. Chen Xiao cooperatively responded, striving to keep the account straightforward and concise, omitting any extraordinary reactions or strength he had displayed. After seeing off the police, the ward finally quieted down a bit. Chen Dong and Shunji reiterated their advice to Chen Xiao to rest well before reluctantly leaving, heading to check on Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing's condition. Alone at last, Chen Xiao sighed in relief and slowly closed his eyes. He concentrated, accessing the system interface. He had just received a notification that both Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing's favorability ratings had increased. Target name, Bai Jie. Age, 40. Current favorability, 91. Target name, Shen Qingqing. Age, 17. Current favorability, 76. Shen Qingqing's favorability had jumped from 69 to 76, a remarkable increase of 7 points. Meanwhile, Bai Jie's had surged from the previous 81 to an astonishing 91, climbing a full 10 points. What pleased Chen Xiao even more was the system's subsequent notification. Ding. Target character Bai Jie's favorability has surpassed 90, granting a lottery opportunity. Ding. Target character Shen Qingqing's favorability has surpassed 70, granting a lottery opportunity. 2 lottery opportunities. Chen Xiao felt invigorated, the earlier fatigue dissipating considerably. He was just about to proceed with the lottery to see what rewards awaited him when, click, the ward door was gently pushed open a crack. Chen Xiao kept his eyes closed, maintaining his previous meditative state. He heard extremely faint footsteps, imbued with the hesitance and trepidation characteristic of a young girl, drawing closer to the bedside. It was Shen Qingqing. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps retreating toward the door, followed by the soft click of the door closing. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Chapter 65, Fated Enemies. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes, instinctively brushing his lips with his fingertips, where a lingering softness and warmth of youthful tenderness seemed to remain. He felt a bit dazed. When had this girl become so bold? Amused, he shook his head. Nevertheless, the unexpected gentle touch had dispelled much of the gloom brought on by earlier conflicts. He still had 2 chances for a lottery draw remaining. The tranquility of the moment provided the perfect opportunity to test his fortune. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. System draw. The familiar lottery wheel materialized in his mind, the pointer spinning rapidly before gradually coming to rest on a peculiar icon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Animal Spirit. Animal Spirit. The host can possess any animal, gaining complete control over it, sharing its senses, effectively creating an additional animal avatar. Possession consumes the host's mental energy, and currently, It can only last for 1 hour. Animal spirit? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This ability sounded intriguing. Possession? Sharing senses? His interest was piqued. Scanning the hospital room, he spotted a mosquito buzzing past, searching for a target to feast upon. Just the one. Chen Xiao focused his mind, attempting to project his consciousness towards the mosquito. Initially, he felt nothing, but as he concentrated his mental energy on it, a wondrous sensation enveloped him. It was as though his awareness had split in two. One half remained on the hospital bed, sensing the sheets beneath him and the antiseptic smell in the air. The other half, however, shrank dramatically, entering the tiny body of the mosquito, which hovered in the air, propelled by its wings. The world transformed instantly. His vision became blurred and distorted. As if viewed through countless tiny prisms, the colors dulled significantly, yet his perception of heat sharpened remarkably. The air was no longer filled with mere scents, but rather rich signals of warmth representing food. The most enticing being the humanoid form radiating consistent heat on the hospital bed. He also perceived various subtle shifts in airflow, imperceptible to humans, yet crystal clear in the mosquito's senses, akin to hidden currents in water. Even more astonishingly, Chen Xiao could see himself on the hospital bed, appearing as a bizarre, mosaic collage through the compound eyes of the mosquito. The sensation of inhabiting two bodies and perspectives concurrently was both awkward and exhilarating. He attempted to control the mosquito. Fly higher. With the thought, the mosquito wobbled upward a short distance. To the left. Obediently, it shifted leftward. Although there was a slight delay and clumsiness in his control, this undeniably proved the effectiveness of animal spirit. A sudden thought struck Chen Xiao, and he severed the mental link with the mosquito. The sense of duality vanished instantly, and all awareness returned to his original form. This was rather fascinating. A smile crept onto his lips. This ability, seemingly inconspicuous, could yield remarkable results if utilized wisely, perhaps for reconnaissance, tracking, and more. A truly unconventional avatar. Delightful. He still had one more chance for a draw. System, let us try again. The wheel spun once more, this time stopping at an icon resembling a candlestick chart in an oil barrel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained dynamics of the international crude oil market for the next 2 months. In the next instant, a torrent of complex yet remarkably clear information surged into Chen Xiao's mind. It was not vague predictions, but precise daily fluctuations, critical events influencing market volatility, and policy shifts from major oil-producing nations within the next 2 months, as though he had witnessed them unfold, indelibly etched in his memory. With his eyes closed, he quickly absorbed this information. Soon, he discerned a crucial inflection point in a month and a half. Due to an unforeseen geopolitical event in a Middle Eastern region, combined with OPEC's unexpected production increased decision, international crude oil prices were poised to plummet dramatically within just 3 days, a decline exceeding 70%. Although there would be minor rebounds afterward, the overall downward trend would persist for at least half a month. This indicated that if he invested funds now, he could precisely short sell at the opportune moment in a month and a half. Chen Xiao's heart raced. Given the high leverage characteristic of the futures market, combined with his foresight of the exact peak and crash timing, seizing this opportunity could triple his invested capital, if not more. He was on the brink of a financial windfall, calculating rapidly in his mind, with the funds he currently had at his disposal and the futures market's high leverage. Seizing this opportunity could at least triple his investment. 70 million in capital, tripled, amounted to over 200 million. Chen Xiao exhaled slowly, suppressing his excitement. These two newly acquired abilities, one intriguingly practical and the other directly tied to wealth, made this injury a fortuitous turn of events. At that moment, a soft click echoed as the hospital door was gently pushed open again. Chen Xiao instinctively assumed it was Shun Qingqing returning, but upon turning, he found it was Bai Jia. She carried a thermos, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. Yet upon noticing Chen Xiao's gaze, she forced a gentle smile. You're awake? How do you feel? Bai Jia approached the bedside, placing the thermos on the nightstand. Much better, Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. I've made some chicken soup. You lost a lot of blood, so drink a bit to replenish. Bai Jie unscrewed the lid of the thermos, and a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. She ladled out a small bowl, gently blowing on it before offering it to Chen Xiao's lips. Here, be careful, it's hot. The warm chicken soup slid down his throat, infused with the comforting taste of home. Bai Jie quietly fed him, one spoonful after another, her movements tender and gentle. In the room, only the sounds of swallowing and the clinking of the spoon against the bowl echoed softly. Chen Xiao gazed at Bai Jie, who was so close. Under the light, her normally fair cheeks appeared slightly pale from earlier fright and concern, yet her mature and gentle demeanor remained undiminished, perhaps enhanced by her current vulnerability and care. However, as she continued to feed him, her gaze fell upon his bandaged arm and forehead, her expression becoming somewhat complex. After a long pause, she sighed softly, her voice barely audible. What a nuisance. Chen Xiao blinked, looking up at her. Aunt Bai, what did you say? Bai Jie seemed startled, shaking her head slightly to cover. It's nothing. I meant those bad people. What a nuisance indeed. She lowered her head, resuming her feeding, yet the complex emotion in her eyes did not entirely fade, observing her slightly flushed ears and her somewhat evasive gaze. Chen Xiao sensed that her earlier remark was perhaps not solely about the assailants. The bowl of soup soon reached its bottom. Would you like more? Bai Jie asked softly. Chen Xiao shook his head. That's enough. Thank you, Aunt Bai. Then rest well. Don't move around too much. I'll go check on Qingqing. Bai Jie tidied up the thermos, her tone reverting to its usual softness. She covered the thermos and prepared to leave. As she reached the door, her footsteps hesitated. Chen Xiao gazed at her back, puzzled. Bai Jie, with her back turned, seemed to be contemplating something. The room was silent enough to hear their breathing. Just as Chen Xiao anticipated she would speak, Bai Jie abruptly turned around. She swiftly returned to the bedside, and in the bewildered gaze of Chen Xiao, she bent down and kissed him. Chen Xiao was utterly stunned. The sensation was in stark contrast to the fleeting touch he had just experienced from Qingqing. It was as if the emotions that had been pinned up for so long found an outlet in that very moment. His mind went blank, rendering him incapable of any reaction. Bai Jie, too flustered to meet Chen Xiao's eyes again, hastily exited the hospital room, leaving behind only the soft sound of the door closing. Chen Xiao sat there in a daze, instinctively raising a hand to touch his lips. What day is it today? Chapter 66. Animal communication. Leaning against the headboard and gazing at the ceiling, Chen Xiao reflected on Bai Jie's last words. What a pair of adversaries. Which now seemed profoundly significant. Buzzing. The vibration of his phone interrupted his musings. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from the WeChat group for Dormitory 302. Song Shu, what the hell? Old Chen, you made the news. Brave fight against armed assailants. University student sacrifices for hostage. Is it you, you rascal? Lunanzhou, I just saw it too. Huaihua City. The time and place match perfectly. Old Chen, did you really risk your life? Zhou Heng, that bloody mess in the picture is you, right? It looks terrifying. You didn't lose an arm or leg, did you? The group chat erupted with messages. The three friends clearly astonished by the news. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile at their exuberance. Chen Xiao, ahem, let's keep it low-key. Just a routine operation. Chen Xiao, they were merely petty thieves, nothing too serious. Song Shu, blow it. Keep talking. Brother Xiao, confess honestly, were you hiding in a corner, scared out of your wits, waiting for the police to save you? Lunanzhou, exactly. Just a routine operation? Why not say you punched through the earth? Zhou Heng, I agree. With Brother Zhao's build, he wouldn't stand a chance against a gun, but it was pure luck that he wasn't hit. Looking at the skeptical banter of his friends, Chen Xiao chuckled and began to type a response. Chen Xiao, a bunch of mere mortals. How could they comprehend my realm? I was like this at that moment, 1,000 heroic words omitted, and in the end, those assailants begged me for mercy. But am I that kind of person? Song Shu, get lost. Lunanzhou, contempt JPG. Chen Xiao, believe it or not, I am now officially recognized as a good Samaritan, and there is a reward involved. Song Shu, is that true? A reward? Zhou Heng, damn. Brother Xiao, you must treat us when you return. Lunanzhou, yes. A grand feast. Otherwise, we'll storm the hospital and take your reward. Chen Xiao, no problem. Once I'm healed, I'll take you all out for a grand time. After exchanging playful banter with his roommates, Chen Xiao felt considerably more at ease. No sooner had he set down his phone than it rang again. This time, it was Yin Chuxue. Her voice remained cool and distant, but her pace was noticeably quicker, revealing her concern. Chen Xiao, are you all right? I saw the news. I'm fine. Just a minor injury. I'll be discharged in a couple of days, Chen Xiao replied casually. That's good to hear. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if she were unsure what else to say. Please be careful. Yes, I will. After hanging up with Yin Chuxue, it wasn't long before Gu Qingli's call came through. Chen Xiao, how are you? I just saw the news. It scared me to death. Why did you act so impulsively? Qingli Jia, I'm fine, really, Chen Xiao chuckled. That's a relief. When you come back, I'll treat you to something to calm your nerves. Sounds good. Soon after, Xiao Wanqing called, inquiring about his injuries and urging him to rest well. To Chen Xiao's surprise, Gu Zhao also called. Ever since the last incident at the casino, this guy had been utterly in awe of Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. I can't believe it. I saw the news. You took down 5 armed men all by yourself. You're my idol. Gu Zhao's voice was filled with excitement, nearly breaking. Keep it low-key. Chen Xiao replied with a hint of exasperation. Low-key? No way, Brother Xiao. This is too damn cool. Will you come back? I must treat you to a meal. No, I'll set up a feast. I'll invite my sister too. Gu Zhao excitedly expressed his admiration. After attending to a flurry of concerned friends, Chen Xiao finally found some peace. In the following days, he rested comfortably in his hospital room. His parents and Bai Jie visited him daily, and Shen Qingqing stopped by a couple of times as well. Though she always seemed to avert her gaze when looking at him, Chen Xiao relished the quiet time, devoting himself to eating, sleeping, and secretly experimenting with his newly acquired ability to communicate with animals. This ability proved to be even more fascinating than he had anticipated. He had tried possessing a chirping sparrow outside the window, relishing the freedom of soaring high above the city, although he still struggled with control. The sensation of breaking free from constraints was undeniably captivating. He had also inhabited an ant crawling in the corner, observing the grand world from a minuscule perspective. The table leg appeared as a skyscraper, and the dust on the floor loomed like boulders. Each possession consumed mental energy, and prolonged use left him fatigued. As the system indicated, he could only maintain it for about an hour before a headache ensued. One sunny afternoon, feeling a bit stifled, Chen Xiao decided to employ his method once more. He extended his mental energy and swiftly locked onto a target. A small white dog lazily basking in the sun by the flower bed outside the hospital. As his consciousness split, the familiar sensation of disconnection washed over him. The half of his awareness that remained in the hospital closed its eyes, while the other half entered the body of the small white dog. In the next moment, his perspective dropped dramatically, and the world transformed. A multitude of complex scents flooded his nostrils, the fragrance of grass, the tempting aroma of fried snacks wafting from a nearby vendor, the various perfumes and sweat of passers-by, and the distinctive scent of disinfectant that pervaded the hospital. Each fragrance was incredibly vivid, forming an entirely new dimension of reality. Chen Xiao attempted to exert control. Lift the left front leg. The dog clumsily raised its left front leg. Wag the tail. The tail wagged joyfully. Take a few steps. The little white dog unsteadily stood up and began to wander by the flower bed. Controlling the dog felt much smoother than with the mosquito or sparrow, likely due to the dog's more complex nervous system, which was closer to human thought patterns. As Chen Xiao guided the little white dog around the garden, he became accustomed to the new sensory experiences. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the convenience store beside the hospital. It was Shen Qingqing. Today, she wore a light blue floral dress that fluttered gently with her movements. In her hand, she held a bottle of mineral water, twisting the cap off in preparation to drink. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. He maneuvered the little white dog to scamper over to her feet, raising its fluffy little head and gazing at her with big, moist eyes, even tilting its head adorably. From a low perspective of the small white dog, he could see the slender legs of the girl and the hem of her dress fluttering in the gentle breeze. Wow! Chen Xiao momentarily found himself in a daze. Chen Xiao was evidently oblivious to the peculiarities of the small white dog. She noticed the adorable creature gazing up at her, its tiny pink tongue playfully licking its nose, instantly flooding her heart with affection. "Oh, what a darling little puppy!" Chen Xiao exclaimed, crouching down and gently extending her hand to stroke the pup's head. "Are you lost?" The little dog responded with a couple of soft whimpers, nuzzling its head against her palm. "Are you thirsty?" Chen Xiao glanced at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, then cautiously poured a little into her fair palm, bringing it to the puppy's mouth. "Here, drink up." The warmth of her fragrant, youthful hand was inviting. Chen Xiao hesitated for a mere moment before extending its pink tongue to delicately lap up the water from her hand. Sweet. Watching the little dog drink so obediently, Chen Xiao's smile grew softer as she gently stroked its silky fur. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the street nearby. "Catch the thief. Someone's been robbed." A tall, slender man clad in a black t-shirt was seen clutching a woman's handbag, frantically running towards them. Behind him, a young woman in professional attire was yelling as she pursued him. "Stop. Return my bag." The man was sprinting so swiftly that he was about to dash past Chen Xiao and escape into a nearby alley. Startled, she instinctively took a step back. The surrounding pedestrians reacted, some attempting to intervene, but the thief was too fast to be caught. In a flash of lightning, the little white dog crouching by Chen Xiao's feet suddenly sprang into action. Like a bolt of white lightning, it darted forward, precisely biting into the man's running calf. Oh, although the puppy's teeth were small, its bite force was formidable, and it expertly clamped down on the man's shin bone. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, the handbag flying from his grasp. The little dog held on tenaciously, growling a menacing warning from its throat. In an instant, onlookers rushed in, swiftly restraining the fallen thief. The pursuing woman, panting heavily, arrived just in time to retrieve her bag, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, everyone. No need for thanks. We owe it all to this little dog. Remarkable. Indeed, this dog is incredible. Its reflexes are astonishing. Whose dog is this? So well trained." A chorus of admiration erupted around them, all eyes fixated on the heroic little white dog. Chen Xiao rushed over, her heart brimming with surprise and delight upon realizing that it was the very same puppy she had just fed that had apprehended the thief. She quickly squatted down and scooped up the little dog, affectionately ruffling its head. "You're amazing, little pup. You truly are a little hero." Cradled in the soft embrace of the girl, the puppy wagged its tail contentedly. "Ah, this animal's extraordinary abilities are indeed fascinating." Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction as she severed the mental connection, her consciousness returning to the hospital bed. Outside the window, the little white dog, after being set down by Chen Xiao, shook its head in confusion, not understanding why it was there or why the crowd was watching it with such intensity. Chapter 67. The Man's Medal. At Huaihua City First People's Hospital, after several days of hospitalization, Chen Xiao's wounds on her arm and forehead had scabbed over, posing no significant concern. Following a doctor's examination, she was granted discharge. Bai Jie and Chen Xiao, having only been startled and with obligations to their shop and studies, had returned to Ninghai a couple of days prior. Before leaving, Bai Jie regarded Chen Xiao with a complex expression, urging her to take good care of herself and to discuss matters upon her return. Chen Xiao, still shy, softly murmured a farewell to Brother Xiao before hurrying away with Bai Jie. After completing the discharge formalities, Chen Xiao declined the police's arranged send-off and media interviews, preferring to maintain a low profile. Chen Dong and Shenzi initially wished for her to rest a few more days, but seeing that she was recovering well, and with school already back in session, they relented. "Drive slowly on the way back, avoid getting your wounds wet, and remember to eat on time," Shenzi nagged, her eyes slightly red. "I know." Chen Xiao replied with a smile, embracing her mother. Chen Dong patted his son's shoulder, saying nothing more, but his concern was unmistakable. After bidding farewell to his parents, Chen Xiao settled into his Cadillac and began his journey back to Ninghai. The drive was smooth, and by evening, the familiar gates of Southeast University came into view. It was the end of classes, and the campus buzzed with youthful energy as students moved about. He parked the car, grabbed his modest belongings, and made his way to dormitory 302. Upon opening the dorm was as lively as ever. Song Shu was wearing headphones, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he shouted, "Charge! Push the tower! Oh, come on, you support, don't let me down!" Zhou Nan and Lu Zhou were huddled around a computer, intensely focused on something, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Hearing the door open, all three turned their heads almost simultaneously. Upon seeing Chen Xiao standing at the threshold, their faces lit up with uncontainable joy. Song Shu was the first to spring from his chair, bounding over. "Dude, Xiaoge, you finally decided to come back." Zhou Nan and Lu Zhou dropped their mice and keyboards, rushing to join him. "Yi, looking good, full of life. I thought you were going to be stuck in the hospital for ages." Song Shu scrutinized Chen Xiao, his gaze lingering on the bandage on his forehead and the faint traces of bandaging on his arm. "Wow, look at that injury. The news said it was a bullet graze. Impressive, man." Excitedly, Song Shu reached out to poke the wound on Chen Xiao's arm. "Get lost," Chen Xiao retorted, swatting away his hand. "You want to try it?" "Hey, no way." Song Shu retracted his hand with a cheeky grin. "But seriously, this is a badge of honor. A testament to your manhood. Just flash that scar when you're out trying to impress girls. Which girl wouldn't he be smitten?" Zhonan leaned in closer, intrigued. "Is it real? A gunshot wound? Does it hurt?" Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses and chimed in. "What happened? Was it really like the news said? That you single-handedly took down 5 guys?" Surrounded by their incessant chatter, Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. All right, you're all grown men. Stop acting like you've never seen the world." He pushed past them to his bed, placing his belongings down. "It's just a minor injury. I'll live." "Uft. Still trying to play it cool," Song Shu scoffed. "But seriously, Xiaoge, you've become quite the celebrity. The school forum is practically exploding with discussions about you." "Yeah, now you're a legend in our school," Zhonan added. Chen Xiao remained noncommittal, wishing only to settle back into his studies and catch up on the coursework he had missed. As for the fleeting fame, he held little interest. With no classes in the afternoon, Chen Xiao spent time chatting with his roommates before checking in with his counselor to officially return to campus life. The following day, Chen Xiao attended class as usual. Indeed, as Song Shu had predicted, the moment he stepped into the classroom, he captured everyone's attention. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike turned to him with curious gazes. Chen Xiao chose to ignore them, walking directly to an empty seat in the back and focusing on the lesson ahead, until the school bell rang. Chen Xiao had just stepped out of the teaching building when he spotted a familiar figure standing beneath the shade of a tree not far away. Yin Chuxue was dressed in a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing charm while still being the most striking presence in the crowd. She was holding 2 cups of milk tea and, upon seeing Chen Xiao emerge, approached him with a smile. "This is for you," she said, handing him one of the cups, the lemon flavor he had missed out on last time. Chen Xiao accepted it, but did not drink immediately. His gaze lingered on the other cup in her hand, which was clearly partially consumed. A playful smile tugged at his lips. "I still think that the cup in your hand looks more tempting." Yin Chuxue froze for a moment, glancing down at the half-drunk milk tea in her hand, her fair cheeks flushing a bright red. Why does he always come up with this? She thought. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment, but under Chen Xiao's amused gaze, she found herself inexplicably handing over her cup. "Here," without any hesitation. Chen Xiao took it and immediately sipped through the straw. It carries a subtle fragrance of jasmine tea, with a hint of sweetness typical of youth. "Indeed, this is delightful," he remarked, squinting his eyes in satisfaction. Yin Chuxue's cheeks grew even rosier, a delicate pink tint creeping to her ears. She shot Chen Xiao a mock glare, which lacked any real intimidation, instead resembling the shyness of a young girl. "Let us go," Chen Xiao said, shaking the 2 cups of milk tea in his hands as he took the lead. Yin Chuxue silently followed, and together they strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Your injury." Yin Chuxue turned her head, her gaze falling on the band-aid at his temple. her voice instinctively softening. It's nothing, just a minor scrape. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. However, Yin Chuxue stopped in her tracks, extending her slender fingers to gently touch the edge of the Band-Aid, her fingertips carrying a cool touch. "Don't be so reckless in the future," she said, her voice low and tinged with concern. At the spot where her fingers brushed against his skin, a subtle electric current seemed to pass between them. Chen Xiao gazed into her clear face, her usually aloof eyes reflecting genuine worry at that moment. He smiled, understood. "I'll be more careful next time." Only then did Yin Chuxue retract her hand, awkwardly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. They resumed their walk, discussing the lessons they had missed over the past few days, the atmosphere gradually lightening. "By the way," Yin Chuxue suddenly recalled, "in half a month, our school will host a dance performance competition, and I'm going to participate." "Oh, what kind of competition?" Chen Xiao inquired, intrigued. "It's a selection program from various departments, culminating in a performance at the school auditorium. Quite a significant event," Yin Chuxue explained. "May I come watch your rehearsals?" Chen Xiao asked eagerly. Yin Chuxue paused, seemingly surprised. Dance rehearsals are typically very private, especially in the crucial period leading up to the competition. She wasn't too accustomed to having outsiders present. Yet, seeing the anticipation in Chen Xiao's eyes, the words of refusal that rose to her lips were swallowed back. She nodded lightly, "Sure. When shall we go?" "Now." Chen Xiao responded instantly. "Yes, I'm just about to head to the dance studio." They altered their course towards the arts building. The dance studio at Southeast University was spacious and bright, with large floor-to-ceiling mirrors reflecting the sunlight streaming through the windows, and rows of ballet bars stretching along the walls. The air was filled with a faint scent of pine and sweat. Yin Chuxue changed into a simple, elegant white practice outfit, her long hair tied back with a simple headband, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. She didn't begin immediately, but first performed some stretching and warm-up exercises, her movements graceful and fluid, each detail reflecting the precision of a professional dancer. Chen Xiao found a corner to sit quietly and watch. Once warmed up, Yin Chuxue moved to the center of the studio, adjusting her breath before the mirror. She had prepared a classical dance for this session. As the melodious strains of the guzheng began to play, Yin Chuxue commenced her performance. With a flick of her flowing sleeves, she resembled drifting clouds. Her delicate steps were reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze. Her posture was soft yet powerful, embodying the grace, sorrow, and resilience of a classical woman with remarkable finesse. In the sunlight, her figure danced gracefully, akin to a fairy emerging from an ancient painting. Her ethereal aura harmoniously blending with the beauty of her movements, creating a uniquely captivating charm. Chen Xiao was entranced. While this was not his first time watching Yin Chuxue dance, he had never been so moved as he was in this moment. Observing her up close allowed him to truly appreciate her passion and dedication to dance. As the music came to a halt, Yin Chuxue slowly concluded her performance. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her fair cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from exertion, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. "You danced exceptionally well," Chen Xiao praised sincerely. Yin Chuxue pressed her lips together, unable to hide the smile that crept to the corners of her mouth. She practiced a few more times, adjusting some details. Chen Xiao remained by her side, and before long, an hour had passed. "I'll walk you back," Chen Xiao offered as he noticed Yin Chuxue packing her things. "Okay." They exited the arts building, the evening sky painted in warm shades of orange and red. Chen Xiao accompanied Yin Chuxue to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "I'll head up now," she said, coming to a halt. "All right, rest well," he nodded. Yin Chuxue looked at him and suddenly asked, "Will you come again tomorrow?" Chen Xiao smiled, "If you don't mind my presence." A barely perceptible smile graced Yin Chuxue's lips, a fleeting yet heart-stirring sight. "You won't be a bother," she replied before turning and briskly walking into the dormitory. Chen Xiao stood in place, watching her figure disappear into the corridor before turning to leave, his heart as bright and warm as the evening sky. Chapter 68. The Grudge of a Stolen Wife. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Xiao pushed open the door to room 302, and before he could utter a word, 3 shadowy figures lunged at him, pinning him against the door. You scoundrel! Return my goddess! Song Shu exclaimed, gripping Chen Xiao by the neck. The grudge of a stolen wife is one that cannot be forgiven. Lun and Zhou clung to Chen Xiao's left leg, his expression one of utter despair, as if Chen Xiao had desecrated his ancestral grave. Brothers, execute the family punishment. Castrate him and feed him to the dogs. Zhou Hong was the most exaggerated of them all, brandishing a stinky sock as if to shove it into Chen Xiao's mouth. Cough, cough. Let go. What on earth is wrong with you? Chen Xiao was both amused and exasperated by the commotion, struggling to push the trio away. Song Shu pointed dramatically at the computer screen, his face a mask of indignation. Look for yourself. You heartless scoundrel. You're the modern-day Shimin Qing. Peering closer, Chen Xiao saw the screen displaying the campus forum of Southeast University. Several prominently pinned posts caught his attention. Exclusive capture. Campus beauty strolling with mysterious guy. Sveti Haring Ming De. In-depth investigation. Mysterious guy turns out to be physics major Chun, previously in the news for bravery. Latest. Goddess Yin takes Chun into dance studio. Implicit relationship undeniable. Accompanying the posts were several photos, taken from clever angles, yet clearly capturing moments between him and Yin Shushiwe. The first photo showed them walking side by side on the tree-lined path, with him looking down at the milk tea she had handed him, while she tilted her head slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. The third photo was even more incriminating. Captured through the window of the arts building's dance studio. Yin Shushiwe, clad in her training attire, danced gracefully, her form enchanting, while he sat in a corner, his gaze fixated upon her, embodying the essence of a love-struck admirer. The comments beneath the post erupted in a frenzy. Oh my heart is shattered. The campus beauty has been courted by a pig. Who is this man? I've never seen him before. Which department is he from? P.S. Chen Xiao from the physics department, the one who made headlines for his act of bravery not long ago. A brute from the physics department. His hands are far too swift. How could the goddess Yin possibly be interested in him? I refuse to believe it. For heaven's sake. He is a hero who fought against wrongdoers. What is wrong with having a little charm? A hero, you say? Does that entitle him to steal our beloved? Even more absurdly, someone has initiated a bounty. Latest news. The Campus Floral Protector Alliance has issued a bounty notice. Target. Chen Xiao from the physics department. Charges. Defiling the campus beauty, a heinous crime. A reward of 100 yuan is currently offered for any brave soul willing to execute the dung bucket above the head technique on Chen Xiao. Interested parties, please DM. Count me in. I'll contribute 50. I'll provide the tools. I'll keep watch. 10,086. This scoundrel must be punished. Let us form a team. Chen Xiao, upon seeing the bounty for the dung bucket, felt the veins on his forehead throb, utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? Look, Song Shu lamented. You are now the enemy of all male students on campus. You've topped the assassination list. Be cautious when you step outside. You never know when a steaming pile may come flying at you from the shadows. Lun and Zhou chimed in. Xiao Ge, for the sake of our safety. Perhaps you should consider moving out. We fear being collateral damage. Zhou Hong adjusted his glasses and gravely stated, based on my analysis, your safest course of action is to publicly declare your disinterest in Yin, then self-mutilate as a gesture of goodwill to the world. Chen Xiao, uninterested in engaging with these theatrical characters, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. We're merely ordinary friends. Ordinary friends share the same cup of milk tea. Ordinary friends attend dance rehearsals together. Ordinary friends prompt forum bounties calling for dung attacks. The trio exclaimed in unison, clearly unconvinced. Chen Xiao felt it futile to explain himself to these eccentrically minded individuals, thus chose silence instead. Buzz. His phone vibrated upon checking. He saw a WeChat message from Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge, have you been discharged from the hospital yet? I've organized a gathering. You must grace us with your presence. You choose the venue, accompanied by a plethora of flattering emojis. Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Ever since the incident at the casino, Gu Zhao had been as persistent as a sticky plaster, messaging him every few days, calling him Xiao Ge, and inventively trying to invite him to dinner. Clearly eager to establish a connection. Chen Xiao harbored no fondness for him, casually swiping away the WeChat notification, disinterested in replying. Xiao, who is that? Is it Yin the campus beauty inviting you? Song Shu inquired slyly as he leaned in. Scram, Chen Xiao retorted, pushing aside his large face. I'm stepping out. Where to? Seeking out Yin, the campus beauty? To Aunt Bai's house. Chen Xiao grabbed his coat, unwilling to waste more words with them, and exited the dormitory. Upon arriving at Bai Jia's residence, he ascended the stairs with familiarity. Upon entering, he found Bai Jia seated on the sofa, her brows slightly furrowed as she examined the open problem set on the coffee table. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was sprawled across the table, gnawing on her pen, her expression one of exasperation as she grappled with a challenging math problem. Hearing the door open, Chen Xiao abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Chen Xiao, her eyes instantly sparkled. Xiao, you're back. She was about to leap up and rush over when Bai Jia shot her a stern glance, halting her. S'il vous plaît, have you completed your homework? Bai Jia's voice carried a hint of chill. Chen Xiao stuck out her tongue, reluctantly resuming her seat. Yet her eyes could not resist darting towards Chen Xiao, brimming with excitement. Chen Xiao changed his shoes and approached, casting his gaze over the math problem, which posed a considerable challenge in solid geometry. What is the matter? Stuck on a tough one? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. This question is too difficult. Even my mom can't solve it. Chen Xiao pouted in complaint. A hint of discomfort flashed across Bai Jia's face as she cleared her throat. I just can't seem to recall the approach at the moment. After all, she had been away from school for many years, and these high school problems were indeed somewhat taxing for her. Chen Xiao picked up a pen, glanced at the problem, then drew auxiliary lines on a piece of scratch paper, beginning his explanation. You see here, start with a perpendicular line, then connect this point using the Pythagorean theorem. His thoughts were clear, and his explanations were accessible. The once complex shapes and formulas became straightforward and comprehensible under his guidance. Chen Xiao listened intently, her previous distress dissipating, replaced by a dawning realization and unabashed admiration. Wow, Xiao, you're amazing. You can solve such a difficult problem at a glance. Bai Jia observed her daughter's adoring expression with mixed emotions, letting out a gentle sigh as her gaze shifted away. Upon concluding the problem, Chen Xiao immediately applied the concepts, scribbling furiously with her pen. Chen Xiao glanced at the time and stood up, saying, I'm going to take a shower. Chen Xiao replied, engrossed in her homework, not lifting her head. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed from the bathroom. After approximately 20 minutes, Chen Xiao emerged in his sleepwear, towel in hand, his skin glistening with moisture post-shower, the contours of his arms and calves displaying the refined musculature characteristic of youthful vigor. Just as Chen Xiao finished her last problem and turned her head, she spotted the freshly bathed Chen Xiao, her eyes lighting up once more. Wow, Xiao, your physique is incredible. She gleefully rushed over, poking her finger into the bicep of Chen Xiao's arm, which felt solid as a rock. Chen Xiao chuckled, bemused. You little rascal, what are you touching? Hey, just a little poke. Chen Xiao, bold as ever, not only touched, but also seized Bai Jia's hand, placing it unceremoniously against Chen Xiao's firm chest. Mom, you touched too. Isn't it impressive? Bai Jia's fingers, upon making contact with Chen Xiao's warm, sturdy chest, recoiled as if electrified. Embarrassment and anger washed over her, and she shot a sharp glare at her daughter, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Xiao. Startled by her mother's stern tone, Chen Xiao quickly realized she may have crossed the line, sticking out her tongue and retreating behind Chen Xiao, muttering softly, touching one tea costs you a piece of flesh. Bai Jia, observing her daughter's mischievous expression, then glancing at Chen Xiao's bemused face, felt her own cheeks flush even hotter, her heart racing as she hastily declared, I'm going to prepare dinner, and escaped into the kitchen. Chen Xiao rubbed his nose. Feeling the lingering warmth of the interaction, his mood inexplicably lifted. Chapter 69, Aunt Bai. In the stillness of the night, Chen Xiao lay in the guest room of Bai Jia's home, his mind replaying the absurd bounty notices from the forum earlier that day, unable to suppress a chuckle. These exuberant individuals truly had too much idle time on their hands. Yet, After the laughter faded, his thoughts quickly settled on a matter of greater significance: the forthcoming dynamics of the international crude oil market in the next 2 months. The vividly etched candlestick charts and key information points in his mind resembled a treasure map leading to immense wealth. With over 20 days to go, he was confident. He calculated that this time, he must indeed keep the bounty for himself. He intended to involve his parents, ensuring they could also reap a fortune for their retirement. Aunt Bai has taken exceptional care of him over the years, and that merits acknowledgement. Additionally, extending a helping hand to Gu Qingli would also be appropriate. As for Xiao Wanqing, she is certainly worth considering as well. The crude oil market is vast, and the capital contributed by these individuals would be but a drop in the ocean, having no significant impact on the overall market and drawing no one's attention. It's settled then. I shall find a moment in the coming days to arrange these matters. Lost in thought, he suddenly perceived a faint rustling from the living room, promptly followed by a gentle turning of the doorknob to his room. Click! The door creaked open just a sliver. Chen Xiao instinctively turned to look, and there at the threshold was Bai Jie. She wore a loose cotton robe that nearly reached her ankles, completely concealing her delicate figure, and her cheeks were tinged with a hint of unnatural blush. Aunt Bai, you not asleep yet? Chen Xiao inquired with a hint of curiosity as he sat up. Bai Jie did not respond immediately. Instead, she softly closed the door behind her and slowly approached the bedside. That's Xiao Xiao. Bai Jie's voice was low, carrying a subtle tension. I truly appreciate your help this time. Chen Xiao smiled lightly. It was a trivial matter. All is well now. Bai Jie bit her lip, seemingly engaged in some internal deliberation. She raised her hand, hesitating as she grasped the tie of her robe. Observing her actions, an absurd thought suddenly flickered through Chen Xiao's mind. In the next moment, his breath caught sharply, leaving him utterly bewildered. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility returned to the room. Chen Xiao lay in bed, gazing at the ceiling, feeling as if he had just awakened from a fantastical dream. The space beside him was now vacant, the bedding still warm with her lingering scent. Following their encounter, Bai Jie had almost immediately extricated herself from his embrace, hastily murmuring, I'll take my leave now, before fleeing the room. Buzz. His phone vibrated on the bedside table. Chen Xiao picked it up to find a message from Bai Jie. Bai Jie, what just transpired was a reward for your selfless act of rescue, and this shall be a one-time affair, never to be repeated. As he read the message, Chen Xiao could almost envision Bai Jie in his room, feigning composure as she typed those words. Unable to suppress a smile, he quickly typed back. Chen Xiao, crying. Chen Xiao. Aunt Bai, you cannot treat me this way, it's pitiful. After sending the message, it seemed to vanish into the void. There was no further reply from Bai Jie. He set the phone down, feeling unusually elated. In the adjacent room, Bai Jie leaned against the door, her heart racing and her face still flushed. She glanced down at her phone screen, where Chen Xiao's exaggerated crying emojis and playful words were displayed. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, unable to resist gently patting her heated cheeks. What had come over her? Why had she really sought him out in such a manner? She admitted that when Chen Xiao was injured, her heart had tightened painfully. Seeing him covered in blood had nearly caused her to faint. The fear, the worry, and an inexplicable sense of pride all intertwined, leaving her in a state of tumultuous confusion. Thus, upon his return, she had been inexplicably compelled to act. Reflecting on it now, she felt utterly foolish. Covering her face, she thought she could hardly face anyone. Just then, her phone chimed, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. It was a message from their close friends' WeChat group, Sisters Riding the Waves. Gu Qingli. Ladies, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us go out for a meal. My treat. Xiao Wanqing. Tomorrow? Sounds great. I have no classes in the evening. Gu Qingli. Then it's settled. Bai Jie, what about you? Don't say you're working at the shop again. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Bai Jie replied, Let me check. I should be available. Xiao Wanqing, perfect. Let us invite Chen Xiao as well. He is back, right? It'll be a great way to welcome him and hear about his heroic deeds. Gu Qingli, absolutely. Bai Jie, we must have Xiao Xiao join us. I owe him a few drinks. As she read Chen Xiao's name on the screen, Bai Jie felt her heart tighten once more. Her finger hovered above the screen, momentarily unsure how to respond. Invite Chen Xiao? The thought of what had just transpired clashed with the prospect of facing him alongside her friends, leaving Bai Jie feeling overwhelmed. The following day, after class, Chen Xiao drove directly to the restaurant that Gu Qingli had reserved, located within a five-star hotel in the city center. The establishment offered an elegant atmosphere and excellent privacy. Upon entering, he found Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, and Xiao Wanqing already seated around a round table, engaged in a hushed conversation. Xiao Xiao, over here. Gu Qingli, with her keen eyes, spotted him immediately and waved him over with a smile. Chen Xiao approached and took a seat between Gu Qingli and Bai Jie. You finally made it. We've all been waiting for you, Gu Qingli remarked, giving him a thorough once-over. So how are you feeling? Have your injuries healed? Xiao Wanqing added with concern. The news made it look quite alarming. You haven't suffered any lasting effects, have you? It's nothing, just a minor injury. I've recovered long ago, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, reassuring them. Thank goodness. Gu Qingli poured him a glass of water. You truly gave us a fright this time. Xiao Wanqing chuckled lightly, indeed. We were all quite worried when the news broke. After exchanging a few words about Chen Xiao's injuries, the conversation swiftly shifted to other topics as the server began to bring out the dishes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Chen Xiao chatted with Xiao Wanqing about amusing school anecdotes while clinking glasses with Gu Qingli, though his gaze frequently drifted toward Bai Jie beside him. As Chen Xiao adjusted his position slightly, Bai Jie, caught mid-motion with her chopsticks, froze momentarily, her face burning with a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she shot a glare at him. Noticing he was engaged in conversation with Gu Qingli, she discreetly sought out Chen Xiao's foot and stepped down forcefully. Chen Xiao maintained his smile, yet inwardly gasped in pain. Bai Jie was truly unrelenting. However, before he could fully process the pain, he found himself targeted again. Having been conversing with Xiao Wanqing, Gu Qingli felt an unusual shift and cast a warning glance at Chen Xiao. In the next instant, a beautifully crafted stiletto heel pressed down mercilessly on his right foot. Goodness! Chen Xiao internally lamented while keeping a composed smile, deftly navigating the conversation on both sides. He realized, then, that neither of these two women were to be trifled with. After a while, a familiar figure entered through the restaurant's door. Wearing an ingratiating smile, it was Gu Zhao. Sis. Summer sis. Annie. Xiaogua. Gu Zhao quickly honed in on their table and strode over eagerly. Gu Qingli's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing him. What brings you here? Gu Qingli's tone was less than welcoming. Hee. I heard you all were dining here, so I thought I'd drop by, Gu Zhao said, rubbing his hands together, his gaze primarily fixated on Chen Xiao. Xiaogua, I called you a couple of days ago, but you didn't pick up. I thought you were still in the hospital. All good now, just discharged, Chen Xiao replied coolly. Good to hear, good to hear. Gu Zhao nodded vigorously before waving to a nearby server. I'll take care of the bill for this table. The waiter momentarily froze, casting a glance towards Gu Qingli. She remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Observing this, Gu Zhao took a seat, though he refrained from sitting beside Chen Xiao, opting instead for the other side of Gu Qingli. Brother Xiao, your recent exploits are truly remarkable, single-handedly taking down 5 armed men. This is the stuff of movies, Gu Zhao exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. I told my buddies that I know you, but they refuse to believe me. They think I'm boasting. Gu Qingli, witnessing her brother's sycophantic demeanor, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Why do you always seek out Chen Xiao? Gu Qingli inquired, annoyance lacing her tone. I just want to learn from Brother Xiao, Gu Zhao replied with a cheeky grin. He is my idol. Having witnessed Chen Xiao's prowess and skill at the casino firsthand, he was utterly captivated. From that moment on, he had deemed Chen Xiao an extraordinary individual, eager to shadow him daily in hopes of gleaning some wisdom or basking in his glory. Chen Xiao regarded Gu Zhao's enthusiasm with a hint of exasperation, recognizing the young man's persistence. After a brief period of flattery, Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks, surveyed the group, and suddenly spoke. Gu Zhao, don't you wish to make some money? Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Absolutely. I dream of it. Brother Xiao, do you have any leads? I'm considering an investment in the international crude oil market, specifically futures, Chen Xiao replied. The other three women at the table perked up at this revelation. Aware of Chen Xiao's knack for financial ventures, he had previously made quite a profit from stock trading. Crude oil futures? Gu Qingli, being a brokerage professional, was somewhat familiar with this, though she knew the risks involved. Which direction do you foresee? Chen Xiao met their gazes, his tone calm, yet imbued with an inexplicable conviction. I predict a downturn. A bearish outlook on oil? Gu Qingli's interest was piqued. That carries substantial risk, doesn't it? Xiao Wanqing also set her chopsticks down. Listening intently, Bai Jia, though less knowledgeable about such matters, turned her gaze toward Chen Xiao. Indeed, there are risks. Yet I've analyzed the situation and believe we have a 70 to 80% probability of success, Chen Xiao stated confidently. He refrained from divulging systemic details, but asserted that, in approximately a month and a half, crude oil prices were highly likely to experience a significant drop. If we seize this opportunity, the return should be quite considerable. Is that true, Brother Xiao? Gu Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I believe in you. I'll stake all my assets on this venture. Gu Zhao. Gu Qingli could no longer contain herself, pinching his arm sharply. What can your meager funds accomplish? You're always dreaming of sudden wealth. Be sensible. Gu Zhao winced but remained undeterred. Sister, this is what Brother Xiao said. I trust his judgment. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, addressing the three women. If you're interested, you could also consider investing a bit. Gu Qingli pondered for a moment before looking at Chen Xiao. Xiao, I have faith in your judgment. I'll prepare 5 million. Could you manage it for me? Having witnessed Chen Xiao's extraordinary performances in the stock market and at the casino, she held an almost blind trust in him. Xiao Wanqing adjusted her glasses and inquired, have you considered specific entry and stop-loss points? What leverage do you plan to use? Her rationality was apparent, considering the matter with thoroughness. Chen Xiao provided a brief explanation. Although he didn't delve into excessive detail, Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement, perceiving the plan's feasibility. After a moment of contemplation, she decided, then I'll invest 3 million as well. As a university professor, her savings were substantial. Finally, all eyes turned to Bai Jia, meeting Chen Xiao's gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao, I also believe in you. I have some liquid funds in my shop. I'll contribute 2 million to the investment. Although she lacked understanding of crude oil futures, her faith in Chen Xiao was unwavering. Excellent, Gu Zhao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Brother Xiao, look, my sister and the others trust you. I want to invest too. I'll sell my old car and gather a few $100,000. I'm all in. After the meal, Gu Zhao rushed to settle the bill, eagerly escorting the women out. Chen Xiao observed his antics, contemplating that perhaps, despite his annoying tendencies, Gu Zhao could occasionally prove useful. Chapter 71. Would you like to learn a dance? After dining, Chen Xiao bid farewell to the three women and drove back to campus. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, he intended to catch up on his studies at the library. Upon reaching the dormitory building, he noticed a graceful figure not far away. Chen Xiao. Upon spotting him, Yin Chushue's cold demeanor softened slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she approached him. Chushue, what brings you here? Chen Xiao inquired. Are you heading to the library? Shall we go together? Yes, I was just about to, Yin Chushue replied, tilting her head to regard him. The two walked side by side toward the library. During their stroll, they engaged in casual conversation, with Yin Chushue asking about his recovery. Chen Xiao assured her he was completely healed. Before long, they arrived at the library, where silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the rustle of turning pages and the occasional clatter of keyboards. They found a spot by the window, settled in, and immersed themselves in their studies. After over an hour, Yin Chushue closed her textbook and began to methodically pack her belongings. I'm off to the dance studio, she murmured. Shall I accompany you? Chen Xiao offered. Yin Chushue hesitated, then gently nodded. Together, they exited the library, the sun dipping toward the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk. As they walked toward the arts building, Chen Xiao recalled their earlier conversation and casually mentioned, by the way, I'm considering an investment in international crude oil futures. Would you like to give it a try? Yin Chushue, her gaze directed at the ground, paused momentarily at his words, her expression revealing a hint of confusion as if she didn't comprehend why he suddenly broached the topic. Crude oil? She shook her head slightly. I don't understand these matters. Her tone was neutral, devoid of any emotional weight, indicating a lack of interest in such financial endeavors. Her priorities lay elsewhere, rooted in her passion for dance. Pushing open the door to the dance studio, Yin Chuxue confidently approached the bar, commencing her warm-up routine. Each stretch, leg press, and rotation was executed with precision, showcasing her solid foundation and remarkable flexibility. Chen Xiao settled onto a soft mat in a corner, quietly observing her. Soon, the ethereal strains of classical music filled the spacious studio. Yin Chuxue moved to the center, inhaling deeply, and began to dance in rhythm with the melody. Her form was both light and powerful. Every spin, lean, and glance harmonized impeccably with the music. As she danced, her hair flowed and her skirt twirled, resembling an ethereal spirit blooming under the moonlight. Chen Xiao found himself entranced. As the dance concluded, Yin Chuxue gradually came to a halt, her chest rising and falling gently as she caught her breath. She approached the corner to retrieve her water bottle, sipping delicately. Setting her cup down, Yin Chuxue's gaze fell upon Chen Xiao, who was quietly watching her from his corner. Her bright eyes sparkled with the distinctive light of a dancer, along with a trace of mischief. Would you like to give it a try? She suddenly asked. Chen Xiao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Try what? Dancing. Yin Chuxue replied, a subtle smile curving her lips as she observed him. You've been sitting for quite a while. Aren't you bored? Chen Xiao was taken aback by her unexpected invitation. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Me? I cannot dance. I might just disrupt your rhythm." You can learn, Yin Chuxue replied, extending her hand towards him with an air of natural grace. Come, I shall teach you. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment as he gazed at her outstretched hand, but ultimately surrendered and placed his hand in hers. Yin Chuxue gently grasped his wrist and guided him to the center of the dance floor. Let's begin with the simplest of steps. She took a step back and began to demonstrate earnestly, instructing him to maintain his balance and keep his body relaxed. Follow my lead. With patience, Yin Chuxue explained the fundamental movements, leg stretches, arm positions, and foot placements. Chen Xiao attempted to mimic her, but his limbs were uncoordinated, often moving in sync, and he nearly stumbled. Observing his clumsy demeanor, Yin Chuxue couldn't help but laugh, her icy demeanor softening into a rare playfulness. Relax. Do not be so rigid. She stepped closer, making slight adjustments to his posture, her fingers occasionally brushing against his arm or shoulder, leaving a cool sensation in their wake. Despite his awkwardness, Chen Xiao possessed remarkable physical attributes, with exceptional flexibility and balance. Once he grasped the essential movements, he learned an astonishing pace. Yin Chuxue taught him several simple combinations, and he soon executed them with increasing confidence. A flicker of surprise crossed Yin Chuxue's eyes. She hadn't anticipated his rapid progress. Well done. It appears your coordination is quite impressive, she complimented. Chen Xiao smiled, attributing his ability to the enhancements provided by the system. Let's try a duet, Yin Chuxue suggested suddenly. Chen Xiao froze, taken aback by the suggestion of a partner dance. I absolutely cannot do that. Do not worry. I shall lead you. She reassured him, moving to the sound system to select a soothing melody. Returning to Chen Xiao's side, she extended her hand once more. Nervously, he clasped her hand, unsure of where to place his other hand. Place it on my waist, Yin Chuxue instructed softly. Chen Xiao complied, feeling the slenderness and flexibility of her waist through the thin fabric of her practice attire. As the music began to play, Yin Chuxue gently guided him, initiating a slow movement. Her steps were light, leading the dance-impaired Chen Xiao in graceful rotations across the floor. He strained to keep up with her rhythm, attuning to her body's guidance. Gradually, he began to find his groove, his movements becoming increasingly synchronized with hers. Yin Chuxue was astonished by his adaptability, her eyes glimmering with delight. As they danced, they became more engrossed, as if the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them entwined in the melodic embrace of music. When the last note played, Chen Xiao held Yin Chushua's waist, both maintaining their concluding pose. Leaning slightly back into him, Yin Chushua tilted her head upward, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the shared warmth. Yin Chushua was momentarily stunned. Her face flushed crimson, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest. She hadn't anticipated that their final pose would manifest in such intimacy. And the strength of Chen Xiao's hold sent her heart into a flutter. It felt as though she had taken a misstep in inviting him to dance. Noticing her sudden tension, Chen Xiao realized that the pose was indeed too close for comfort. He gradually released his grip around her waist and stepped back. "You danced remarkably well," he remarked with a smile. Yin Chushua adjusted her slightly disheveled practice attire and murmured, "Thank you." The moment they had just shared seemed imprinted in their minds. After Yin Chushua changed back into her regular clothes, Chen Xiao waited outside. When she emerged, the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade, and her eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze. "I'll walk you back," Chen Xiao offered. "Okay," Yin Chushua replied softly. As they exited the arts building and made their way toward the girls' dormitory, the atmosphere was tinged with a peculiar tension, their earlier closeness stirring ripples in their hearts. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Yin Chushua paused. "I should head up now." "All right, rest early," Chen Xiao nodded. Yin Chushua regarded him, as if she wished to say something, but ultimately remained silent, merely giving a gentle nod before turning briskly to enter the building. Chen Xiao stood rooted, watching as her figure vanished into the corridor before he turned to leave. He touched his nose, recalling the moment spent dancing, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Upon returning to dorm 302, he pushed the door open, immediately assaulted by the cacophony of gaming sound effects and the raucous shouts of Song Shu and the others. "Get him! Push him off! Save me! I'm dying!" As Chen Xiao entered, the trio remained engrossed in their screens, their fingers flying over the keyboard. "Back already?" Lu Nanzhou called over his shoulder without turning. "Yeah," Chen Xiao replied, settling onto his bed. Once they finished their game, the three slumped in their chairs, panting for breath. "I am exhausted," Song Shu exclaimed, tossing off his headphones. "Xiaoge, where did you disappear to? You returned so late." "Just went for a stroll," Chen Xiao replied casually. "A stroll? With whom? The campus belle Yin?" Zhou Heng leaned in with a sly grin. "Yeah," Chen Xiao nodded. Song Shu chuckled, "But seriously, you really dare to get that close to Yin? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by those flower protectors?" "I couldn't care less," Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. "By the way, weren't you guys looking to make some money?" Chen Xiao suddenly turned to them. The three of them perked up, their eyes shining. "Absolutely. I've dreamed of it. I recently discovered an opportunity," Chen Xiao said. "In the international crude oil market, I'm bearish." "Crude oil? Futures?" Song Shu blinked in surprise. "Isn't that risky?" "Risks exist, but so do rewards," Chen Xiao stated. "I analyzed it, and I believe there will be a significant drop in crude oil prices in about a month and a half. Seizing this opportunity could yield substantial returns." "Substantial returns?" Lu Nanzhou gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Is that for real, Xiaoge?" Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses, skepticism evident on his face. Chen Xiao smiled, offering no further explanation. "Believe it or not, I'm planning to invest." "We believe. We must." Song Shu was the first to leap up, excitement igniting in his eyes. "Xiao Ji's judgment has never been wrong. I regretted not following you last time with stocks. Right? Xiaoge, take us with you." Lu Nanzhou joined in the enthusiasm. "Xiaoge, I'll give you all my meal money," Zhou Heng declared. The trio continued to babble, their eyes gleaming with dreams of golden riches. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at their excitement. Chapter 72, Late-Stage Cancer. The following evening, Chen Xiao honored his previous day's commitment and arrived at a stylish private dining establishment in the heart of the city. As he pushed open the door to the private room, he discovered 4 individuals already seated inside. Gu Qingli, clad in a sharp white suit, was delicately savoring her tea. Beside her, Gu Zhao beamed with a broad smile, immediately rising upon Chen Zhao's arrival. Bai Jie sat quietly in a modest dress, her gaze gliding over Chen Xiao as he entered, while on the other side, Xiao Wanqing caught Chen Zhao's attention, causing him to pause momentarily. Today, Xiao Wanqing appeared somewhat different than usual. While she retained her graceful and intellectual demeanor, There were faint dark circles under her eyes, and she seemed to have applied little makeup. The clarity of her usual bright eyes was overshadowed by a hint of fatigue and melancholy, rendering her visage slightly worn. "Xiao Ge, you're here. Please have a seat." Gu Zhao enthusiastically pulled out the chair next to Gu Qingli. Ignoring him, Chen Xiao strode directly to the vacant seat between Bai Jie and Gu Qingli. Gu Zhao, undeterred by the atmosphere, chuckled softly and returned to his seat. "What is the matter, Wan Qing? Did you not sleep well last night?" Bai Jie, evidently concerned, inquired about Xiao Wanqing's demeanor. Gu Qingli also set down her teacup and turned her gaze toward her. "Yes, Sister Wanqing, you appear to be unwell." Xiao Wanqing managed a forced smile, lifted her teacup, and took a sip, seemingly attempting to mask something. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit fatigued from preparing lessons lately." Her words rang somewhat hollow, and even Gu Zhao sensed that something was amiss. A palpable silence enveloped the room. As the waiter began to serve the dishes, exquisite delicacies adorned the table. Yet it seemed that no one had much appetite. Chen Xiao, Xiao Wanqing suddenly set down her chopsticks and directed her gaze toward him, her eyes reflecting an unusual seriousness and urgency. "About that crude oil investment you mentioned yesterday, how promising is it?" Chen Xiao was taken aback. Although Xiao Wanqing had decided to invest 3 million yesterday, her demeanor had been relatively calm and rational, unlike the overt anxiety and desperation she exhibited now. Bai Jie and Gu Qingli exchanged glances with Chen Xiao, both having sensed the peculiarity in Xiao Wanqing's tone. Meeting Xiao Wanqing's gaze, Chen Xiao paused for a moment before responding. "Teacher Xia, is something troubling you?" A hint of red tinged Xiao Wanqing's eyes as she took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain her composure. "My mother received her test results yesterday." Her voice faltered, thick with emotion. "It's cancer in the advanced stage." "What?" Bai Jie exclaimed in shock, grasping Xiao Wanqing's hand tightly. Gu Qingli's expression shifted dramatically. "Sister Wanqing, how could this happen? Wasn't she fine before?" Gu Zhao opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. The doctors said it was discovered too late. Xiao Wanqing's voice dropped, tears finally escaping her control. "The subsequent treatments, targeted drugs, and imported medications will cost an exorbitant amount of money, a great deal." She lifted her tear-streaked face and looked once more at Chen Xiao, her eyes filled with a near-petitioning hope. "That's why I wanted to ask you about that investment." Her sentence trailed off, yet everyone present understood her unspoken words. It was her sole, perhaps swift, avenue to amass the substantial funds for her mother's treatment. Chen Xiao gazed silently at Xiao Wanqing. He comprehended the helplessness and despair that accompanied a loved one's grave illness, and he understood the immense pressure that exorbitant medical costs could impose on an ordinary family. He refrained from offering empty platitudes, instead quietly observing Xiao Wanqing with a calm and focused expression. After a moment, he reached for a tissue on the table and handed it to her. "Teacher Xia, rest assured, this investment will not result in a loss." While he did not assert that she would reap enormous profits in this context, the assurance that she would not incur a loss became the most potent promise. Xiao Wanqing grasped at the lifeline, vigorously wiping her tears as she extracted a bank card and a document from her bag, sliding them across the table toward Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, this is all my savings, and I've also mortgaged my apartment, totaling 6 million. Her voice trembled, yet her gaze was resolute. "I trust you. Please manage this money for me." 6 million. Bai Jie and Gu Qingli gasped in astonishment. They were aware of Xiao Wanqing's relatively comfortable financial situation, but they were unprepared for her to gamble everything, even resorting to mortgaging her property. "Wanqing," Bai Jie attempted to dissuade her. "This is too risky." "Bai Jie, please don't try to persuade me," Xiao Wanqing interrupted, her eyes fixed firmly on Chen Xiao. "Chen Xiao, I implore you." Chen Xiao regarded the bank card and the mortgage contract before him, feeling the weight of trust and responsibility. This surpassed the realm of ordinary investment. It represented a daughter's hope for her mother's life. Without hesitation, he reached out to accept them. "Very well, Teacher Xia, I will do my utmost." Gu Qingli observed this exchange, her eyes flickering. She had always held confidence in Chen Xiao, and witnessing Xiao Wanqing's profound trust, coupled with her friend's predicament. She gritted her teeth and took out her phone. Xiao, I mentioned investing 5 million yesterday. I will raise it to 8 million. Gu Qingli spoke decisively. I'll send you the password via WeChat. As a senior executive at a brokerage firm, her wealth was considerable, yet 8 million was still a substantial sum. Bai Jie surveyed Xiao Wanqing and then Chen Xiao, feeling a swell of conflicting emotions. She recognized Chen Xiao's capabilities, yet the risks of futures trading were immense. She had not intended for him to bear such a burden. Nevertheless, she sighed and produced her phone. Xiao, Amp, I said she'd invest 2 million yesterday. Let's add a bit more. I have some funds in my shop. I can gather 3 million for you. This was nearly all the profits and working capital she had accumulated over the years from her clothing store. Finally, it was Gu Zhao's turn. He glanced from one person to another, then suddenly slapped his chest. Xiao Gu, I'll sell my old car when I get back. Plus, I've been secretly saving some pocket money. I can definitely scrape together 50,000. Although it's not much, it's all my savings. You must include me. Chen Xiao looked at the group before him, witnessing their expressions of concern, determination, and hope. Even with his composed nature, he felt an immense pressure. Yet his gaze remained serene. He understood that the knowledge he harbored in his mind was his greatest asset. Chapter 73, All In. As the dinner concluded, Chen Xiao declined Gu Qingli's offer to drive him back to campus, opting instead to return to Southeast University alone. The campus's tree-lined paths, cloaked in evening shadows, were devoid of the daytime clamor, exuding a tranquil ambience. On the playground, Song Shu excitedly grasped a girl's hand, animatedly recounting something. The girl, with a smile adorning her face, occasionally chuckled at his exaggerated expressions. She was his new girlfriend, Ji Tangyue, from the foreign language department, whom he had recently won over. Tangyue, let me tell you, Xiao Gu is nothing short of a miracle worker, a living stock god. No, even more impressive than a stock god. Song Shu, his face flushed with excitement, declared. He is planning a major project with us, investing in international crude oil futures. He said it's insider information, guaranteed to yield profits. The goal is to multiply our investment several times over. Ji Tangyue blinked her beautiful eyes, curiosity piqued. Is that true? Your roommate Chen Xiao? The hero from the news who bravely fought off the assailants? He can invest too? Absolutely. Song Shu puffed out his chest with pride. Xiao Gu is incredibly talented. He helped me make a substantial profit last time we traded stocks. This time he says the opportunity is even greater, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just think about it. Multiplying our investment. I'll whisk you away to travel the world. Ji Tangyue laughed at his grandiose vision, lightly punching him. You're just boasting. Traveling the world? But looking at Song Shu's excited and determined demeanor, she felt a twinge of temptation. So, how much are you investing? Me? Song Shu thumped his chest. I've put every last penny of my savings into it. All in. What? Ji Tangyue was taken aback. You're so bold. What if? There's no what if. Song Shu interrupted, his eyes shining with conviction. I believe in Xiao Gu. There's absolutely no problem. When has Xiao Gu ever failed? Watching Song Shu's almost blind faith in Chen Xiao, Ji Tangyue hesitated. While she thought Song Shu was being a bit impulsive, the allure of multiplying her investment was undeniably enticing. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about the enigmatic Chen Xiao, whom she had only heard of but never met. With a determined bite of her lip, Ji Tangyue resolved, I'll invest a bit too. I have 30,000 saved up, which I was planning to use for a new computer. Song Shu's eyes lit up as he pulled Ji Tangyue into a tight embrace. Great. Don't worry, my dear. Following Brother Xiao, don't even mention new computers. In the future, you can buy whatever you desire. Let's indulge in the splendor of being the affluent generation. Ji Tangyue was nearly breathless from his grip, laughing as she pushed him away. All right, loosen your hold. Here's the money, but you must take good care of it. Rest assured. Upon receiving the funds transferred by Ji Tangyue, Song Shu felt himself inching closer to the pinnacle of life. Chen Xiao returned to the campus in the dead of night. The dormitory building had long since dimmed its lights, leaving only the faint glow of the emergency exit signs illuminating the corridor. He treaded lightly, using his key to unlock the door to room 302. Contrary to his expectations of a chorus of snoring, the room was instead aglow with the light of several screens. Song Shu, Lunan Zhou, and Zhou Hong were seated in a triangular formation around a computer, engrossed in whatever they were watching, not even noticing Chen Xiao's entrance. Ahem. Chen Xiao cleared his throat softly. What the hell? Brother Xiao. Song Shu was the first to react, springing from his chair and nearly yanking his earphones out, exclaiming, "We've been waiting for you for ages." Immediately, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room as three heads popped up from their respective screens. Their eager gazes fixated on the doorway. "You've all been waiting?" "Of course." Lu Nanzhou chuckled. "We've been waiting for you to give the orders." "Brother Xiao, all my money is right here." Zhou Hong brandished his phone, displaying the balance on the banking app, which showed just over 50,000. While it may not be much, it constitutes all my savings, along with my meal expenses for the next semester. Lu Nanzhou hastily revealed his own balance, slightly exceeding Zhou Hong's, but still a total commitment. "Brother Xiao, I've pooled everything here, even borrowed 5,000 from my sister." Song Shu inhaled deeply, passing his phone to Chen Xiao, which displayed a recently received transfer, Ji Tangyue, as 30,000. "Brother Xiao, this is my girlfriend's money. She trusts you too." He thumped his chest, stating, "My 800,000 plus my girlfriend's 30,000. All hinges on you." Chen Xiao took Song Shu's phone, noting Ji Tangyue's transfer information, then nodded at the trio. "All right, transfer the funds to me." The trio immediately sprang into action, and soon enough, various sums of money flowed into Chen Xiao's account. As he watched the notifications of incoming funds on his phone, his mood remained remarkably composed. With these funds, alongside contributions from Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and his own 70 million principal, the total capital for his foray into the crude oil futures market was nearing 100 million. In the following days, Chen Xiao's life became extraordinarily hectic. By day, he continued attending classes, blending in with the ordinary university students, while by night and on weekends, he immersed himself fully in the preparations for trading crude oil futures. He first contacted Gu Qingli and, through her connections, opened accounts on a reputable international futures trading platform with low fees, using various identities. This was a strategic move to mitigate risk and avoid drawing unnecessary attention from having a single account with a large sum of money. He then systematically transferred his 70 million, alongside the pooled funds from Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and his roommates, into these futures accounts through different channels. This process was intricate and demanded a high degree of confidentiality, which Chen Xiao executed flawlessly. Once everything was in place, he meticulously studied the rules and leverage ratios of each platform. Although he already had clear entry points and timings in mind, he still pretended to delve into a plethora of international news, financial reports, and technical analysis charts to ensure thorough preparation. He refrained from hastily investing all his capital at once, opting instead for a staggered approach. At a relatively high point he deemed suitable, he deployed about a third of his capital to establish short positions in crude oil. Ultimately, at an opportune moment, he decisively invested all his funds, adhering to his predetermined positions and leverage ratios, into shorting international crude oil futures contracts. The instant the positions were established, even he felt his heart race slightly. In these busy days dedicated to futures trading, Chen Xiao did not neglect campus life. His relationship with Yan Chuxue seemed to have deepened following their unexpected encounter in the dance studio, although neither mentioned their somewhat ambiguous dance that night. The atmosphere between them was imbued with an unmistakable, unusual camaraderie. One evening, after finalizing matters related to his futures accounts, Chen Xiao stepped outside the dormitory and spotted Yan Chuxue waiting for him beneath a nearby street lamp. The residual glow of the sunset enveloped her figure in a soft, golden halo, enhancing her ethereal presence. "Have you been waiting long?" Chen Xiao approached her. "Not at all. I just arrived." Yan Chuxue gently shook her head, handing him a cup of warm corn juice. "This is for you." "Thank you." Chen Xiao accepted it, the sweet aroma of corn wafting towards him. The two strolled leisurely along the campus paths, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Tomorrow is your dance performance competition. Isn't it? Chen Xiao inquired. Yes. Yin Chushua nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation and barely perceptible nervousness. How is your preparation for the performance? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Regarding the performance, a flicker of subtle excitement and anxiety crossed Yin Chushua's cool gaze. It's going well, though there will be many people, which might make me a bit nervous. Don't be nervous. Chen Xiao looked at her with a gentle tone. You dance so well. There's no need to worry. Yin Chushua met his encouraging and admiring gaze, and a barely noticeable smile crept onto her lips, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Her smile was faint, yet it rippled through Chen Xiao's heart like a stone tossed into a lake, creating concentric circles of emotion. Chen Xiao, yes, you will come to watch tomorrow, right? She seemed uncertain, repeating her question. Of course. Chen Xiao nodded affirmatively. I will definitely be there, with a definitive response. Yin Chushua's smile brightened noticeably, radiating a pure joy laced with a touch of shyness. Then I will wait for you. Chapter 74. Harmony of Strings and Dance. The following day, the auditorium of Southeast University was teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. The annual dance performance competition not only served as a platform for students to showcase their talents, but was also a highly anticipated visual feast for the entire student body. Particularly with Yin Chushua, the acknowledged campus belle, headlining the event, drawing the attention of many male students. Chen Xiao, along with the lively trio of Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng, finally managed to find a few connected seats in the back row of the auditorium. Wow, so many people! It's even more outrageous than last year. Song Shu craned his neck to survey the audience, clearly drawn by the allure of Yin Chushua. Brother Xiao, your rivals are scattered throughout the crowd. Lu Nanzhou chuckled. Brother Xiao is impressive, taking the lead amidst a sea of contenders. Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses, seriously analyzing the situation. Based on the concentration of male pheromones in the air, Yin Chushua's allure exceeds expectations. Brother Xiao, you have a long way to go. Chen Xiao paid no heed to their banter. His gaze swept across the brilliantly lit stage, and he felt a flicker of anticipation for Yin Chushua's performance. The competition officially commenced. The initial performances were commendable, featuring passionate contemporary dances and vibrant street dances that elicited continuous applause and cheers from the audience. Impressive overall this year, Zhou Heng remarked. Lu Nanzhou nodded in agreement. Yes, it's good, but it still pales in comparison to Yin Chushua. Song Shu was utterly exhilarated, rubbing his hands together while frequently glancing at his phone. It's almost time. The goddess Yin is about to appear. I wonder what mesmerizing dance she has prepared today. It will surely enchant the entire audience. At last, following a vibrant and dynamic street dance performance, the host ascended the stage, his voice tinged with excitement. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the Street Dance Society for their splendid performance. Now, the moment many of you have been eagerly anticipating is upon us. Presenting from the dance department of Southeast University, the enchanting Yin Chushua. She will grace us with a classical dance, Moonlight Shadows. Let's give her a warm welcome. As the final words echoed, an uproar of applause and whistles erupted from the audience, more fervent than ever before. The stage lights abruptly dimmed, leaving a solitary spotlight illuminating the center. Yin Chushua emerged, clad in a gown as pristine as freshly fallen snow. Her long hair was simply styled, revealing her elegantly elongated neck, and her ethereal beauty radiated a soft, otherworldly glow under the lights, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The moment she stepped onto the stage, an enveloping silence fell over the auditorium, with every gaze fixated upon her. Yin Chushua approached the center, offering a slight nod to the audience before gracefully assuming her initial pose. The melodious prelude of the guzheng began to resonate through the sound system, weaving an atmosphere of ethereal beauty. However, just 2 or 3 seconds into the performance, the music was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clasped around its throat. An agonizing static filled the air, followed by an unsettling stillness. Yin Chushua's poised preparation faltered, her brow furrowing slightly as she instinctively glanced toward the sound control booth at the side of the stage. The audience, too, was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of silence, murmurs of confusion began to ripple through the crowd. What was happening? Had the sound system failed? Surely not. Especially not during Yin Chushue's performance. As seconds dragged on, the sound booth appeared to be in disarray, with staff bustling about in a flurry of panic. The murmurs grew louder, transforming into a cacophony. Yin Chushue stood resolutely at the center of the stage, striving to maintain her composure. Yet, her clenched fingertips and the fleeting flicker of dismay in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, some audience members began to voice their impatience. At that moment, from the back row, Chen Xiao suddenly rose to his feet. "Where are you going?" Song Shu instinctively inquired. Chen Xiao offered no reply, parting the crowd as he strode purposefully toward the stage, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers. Instead of heading backstage, he approached the side of the stage where an unused grand piano awaited. All eyes were drawn to this unexpected young man taking the stage. Who was he? What was he intending to do? Was that Chen Xiao from the physics department? Why was he going up there? Amidst the audience's bewildered expressions, Chen Xiao reached the piano, adjusted the height of the bench, and seated himself. His long fingers gracefully settled on the black and white keys, gently flexing. Then he raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through the clamor, landing upon the delicate figure of Yin Chushue at the center of the stage. She too was watching him, her clear eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Chen Xiao offered her a nearly imperceptible nod. In the next instant, his fingers descended upon the keys. A crystalline, melodious note rang out, slicing through the ambient noise like a beacon. It was as if the entire auditorium had been muted. All discussions, whistles, and complaints vanished in that singular moment. Everyone was transfixed, their attention riveted upon the young man at the piano. Then, a fluid and exquisite melody began to flow from Chen Xiao's fingertips, gentle as moonlight yet imbued with an ethereal quality, gradually enveloping the hall. Remarkably, this melody seemed to harmonize with the abruptly halted classical accompaniment, yet it was purer and more poignant. At the moment the piano's notes graced her ears, Yin Chushue gently closed her eyes. When she reopened them, the flicker of panic and uncertainty had dissipated, replaced by a renewed radiance. Taking a deep breath, she began to dance, her movements gracefully synchronized with the sound of the piano. Gone were the complexities of orchestration. It was simply a piano and a solitary dancer, creating an exquisite purity and beauty. Chen Xiao's fingers danced elegantly across the keys, each note flawlessly complementing Yin Chushue's every step and gaze. Her flowing sleeves twirled, her form light and ethereal, embodying the essence of coldness, solitude, struggle, and the yearning for light beneath the moon shadows. Despite it being their first collaboration, an innate understanding flourished between them, resulting in a harmonious synergy. The auditorium fell into a profound silence, everyone captivated by the intertwining of music and dance, completely immersed in the breathtaking artistry, even forgetting to breathe. At last, as the final note gracefully faded, lingering in the air, Chen Xiao's fingers paused upon the keys. In the center of the stage, Yin Chushue slowly concluded her dance, striking a beautiful pose with her arms raised, gazing upwards as if toward the moon. The audience remained silent, the stillness stretching for several seconds. Then, without warning, applause erupted, a thunderous wave that swept through the auditorium, resounding for an eternity. Incredible. That was breathtaking. Who played the piano? Absolutely phenomenal. Such divine synergy. This is 100 times better than the original music. This is true artistry. Yin Chushue. Yin Chushue. The shouts of admiration and applause crescendoed, reaching the zenith of the evening's festivities. Yin Chushue gradually lowered her arms, standing at the center of the stage. Her gaze drifting towards Chen Xiao, still seated quietly at the piano, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She bowed deeply, sincere and solemn. Without waiting for the applause to subside, Chen Xiao quietly rose and discreetly exited from the side of the stage, returning to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong rushed over. "Chen Xiao, Song Shu exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, seizing Chen Xiao's arm. When did you learn to play the piano? And so brilliantly. You've kept us in the dark. Wow. Chen Xiao, the moment you dashed up, there was absolutely heroic. You transformed into a legend in an instant. Lu Nanzhou enthusiastically slapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Zhou Heng's face radiated unabashed admiration. Chen Xiao, seriously, how many more surprises are you hiding from us? Are you a secret heir from some illustrious family, possessing unparalleled skills and an array of talents? Watching the exaggerated expressions of his friends, Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. His extraordinary piano skills had indeed been perfectly timed for this occasion. Chapter 75, The Warmth of Fingertips. The performance concluded swiftly, with Yin Chushua's moonlight shadows undeniably stealing the show. Despite the sound malfunction, Chen Xiao's piano accompaniment became the pièce de resistance, elevating the entire performance. Unsurprisingly, Yin Chushue secured first place. After the event, Chen Xiao and his roommates made their way outside. Upon reaching the auditorium entrance, they spotted Yin Chushue waiting for them. She had changed back into her casual attire, a simple white sweatshirt paired with jeans, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. Xiaoge, we are heading back now. Song Shu and the others discreetly slipped away, casting playful glances at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao approached Yin Chushue, who tilted her head slightly to gaze up at him, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. Chen Xiao, thank you, she said softly, her tone imbued with profound gratitude. It was nothing, just a small effort, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Your dance was magnificent. We cannot allow an accident to mar your performance. Yin Chushue lowered her eyelashes, a delicate smile gracing her lips. I truly panicked at that moment. It was your music that calmed my heart. The two strolled leisurely along the campus path, the evening breeze gently brushing against them, ushering in the coolness of early summer. By the way, what happened with that sound system? Chen Xiao casually inquired. Yin Chushue's expression dulled, her tone tranquil. It was probably Wang Kersen. Wang Kersen? Chen Xiao recalled the name. It seemed to belong to another girl from the dance department. Yes, she is in our class. And she has never been particularly fond of me, Yin Chushue explained. A few days ago, we had a minor disagreement over rehearsal matters. She refrained from elaborating, and Chen Xiao chose not to press further. He could surmise the competitive and envious dynamics among girls in the campus milieu. They walked in silence, the streetlights stretching and shortening their shadows. As they continued, Yin Chushue's arm inadvertently brushed against Chen Xiao's hand. He paused for a moment, taken aback. Soon, he felt something soft gently graze the back of his hand. Instinctively, he turned to see Yin Chushue with her head slightly bowed, her fair cheeks seemingly flushed under the lamplight, while her hand, resting at her side, delicately curled around his pinky. The gesture was light, cautious, imbued with a sense of tentative exploration. His heart stirred. Without hesitation, he reciprocated by gently clasping her small hand. Yin Chushue's hand was soft and cool. Instead of pulling away, she subtly tightened her grip, their fingers entwining. She looked up at him, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness, and her smile deepened. Sweet and radiant. Ding! Yin Chushue's favorability towards the host has reached 8, current favorability, 50. The system's prompt resonated in his mind at that moment. Hand in hand, they continued their walk through the campus, enveloped in a warm and ambiguous atmosphere, devoid of words. Only when they reached the girls' dormitory did Yin Chushue pause and gently withdraw her hand. I'll head up now, she said softly, the blush on her cheeks more pronounced. All right, rest early, Chen Xiao nodded. Yin Chushue gazed at him, as if contemplating saying something, but ultimately refrained, casting him one last glance before turning and briskly entering the dormitory building. Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, the sensation of her warmth and softness lingering in his palm. He glanced down at his hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. In the following days, campus life returned to a tranquil rhythm. Aside from attending classes and occasionally visiting the library or taking strolls with Yin Chushue, Chen Xiao dedicated most of his energy to monitoring the fluctuations of the international crude oil market. He devoted substantial time each day to perusing various financial news articles and analytical reports, meticulously scrutinizing the K-line charts of international crude oil futures. Despite having a clear conclusion in mind, he approached his analysis with unwavering diligence. Not only him, but his dorm mates Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong, upon returning from classes each day, would gather around Chen Xiao as computer or pull out their phones, anxiously monitoring the trends in oil prices. Baiye Gu Xingbi. And Xiao Wanqing would occasionally message him, subtly probing for updates, their words laced with tension and concern regarding the substantial investment. Especially Xiao Wanqing, who would inquire almost daily, her urgency evident. Chen Xiao understood her impatience and patiently reassured her, urging her to wait. The atmosphere among the entire investment team grew increasingly tense with the narrow fluctuations in oil prices. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, steadfastly composed. Finally, one afternoon, approximately 10 days after he established his position, Chen Xiao returned to his dormitory after class, ready to check the market. Suddenly, his phone erupted with notifications, various financial apps bombarding him with news alerts. Breaking. OPEC unexpectedly announces a significant production increase, causing international oil prices to plummet. Geopolitical tensions ease, risk-averse sentiment cools. Crude oil futures crash. Technical sell-off emerges. WTI crude oil futures breach critical support levels. Observing these simultaneous headlines, a smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. It's happening. He promptly opened his futures trading software. On the screen, the K-line chart representing international crude oil prices resembled the scene of an avalanche. A striking, nearly vertical green line plunged downward, crashing through all support levels and diving precipitously. In mere minutes, the decline exceeded 10, and, judging by the momentum, this downturn was merely beginning. Wow! Simultaneously, the dormitory door swung open, and Song Shu burst in like a whirlwind, waving his phone, his face flushed with excitement, his voice cracking in exhilaration. Xiaoge, it's dropped. It's really plummeting. Hot on his heels, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong tumbled in, their faces reflecting identical shock and elation. I saw it. The news alert. OPEC is increasing production. Peace in the Middle East. How could you have predicted this? Lu Nanzhou stammered. It's all in the red. Everything is plummeting like it's jumping off a cliff. Zhou Hong adjusted his glasses, his eyes widening in astonishment behind the lenses. The three surrounded Chen Xiao, their excitement palpable, gesturing animatedly. Quick, quick! Xiaoge, check our accounts. What is the status now? Song Shu urged impatiently, his breath quickening. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eager eyes, Chen Xiao calmly accessed one of the futures accounts. As the page refreshed, the total asset figure began to wildly fluctuate. Everyone held their breath, fixated on that number. The initial investment, propelled by the rapid downturn and high leverage, skyrocketed. Soon, the figure stabilized at approximately double the original investment. Moreover, as crude oil prices continued to decline, this number steadily climbed higher. Wow, wow, wow. After a brief silence, Song Shu was the first to erupt, leaping from his chair with a deafening scream. It's doubled. It's really doubled. Lu Nanzhou joined in the frenzy, excitedly hugging Zhou Hong, jumping up and down in joy. Zhou Hong, nearly gasping for air from the embrace, joined in the ecstatic shouting, Incredible! Xiaoge is amazing! Chen Xiao observed their euphoric reactions, a relaxed smile forming on his face. This was just the beginning. According to the information swirling in his mind, this wave of decline was far from over. He picked up his phone and sent a simple message in the group chat with Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and Gu Zhao. Chen Xiao, it has begun. Chapter 76, The Surge of Wealth. Chen Xiao's message, it has begun, detonated in the small group chat like a deep water bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly igniting a flurry of excitement among its members. Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao, oh my goodness. You were absolutely right. It has plummeted. Gu Zhao, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Brother Xiao, it has really dropped. I just glanced at the market, and it looks like a free fall. Everything is a sea of green. Gu Zhao, Brother Xiao, you are a genius. My dear brother, please accept my utmost reverence. Kneeling down in admiration, the notifications chimed incessantly, one after another. Gu Qingli, WTI has directly breached the critical support level. This trend is insane. Xiao Xiao, you are truly a diviner. Xiao Wanqing, is there any chance we can reach our target? Chen Xiao, Gu Zhao, Brother Xiao, please respond. My heart can barely take it. Bai Jia, Wanqing, don't rush. Xiao Xiao definitely has it under control. Chen Xiao gazed at the incessantly refreshing news on his phone, tapping lightly on the screen. Chen Xiao, this is just the beginning. Patience, we are only at the outset. In the ensuing days, the international oil market transformed into a veritable celebration for bears. Just as Chen Xiao had anticipated, under the dual pressures of OPEC's production increase and easing geopolitical tensions, oil prices cascaded downwards like a torrential flood, devoid of any resistance. The daily headlines were dominated by the news of the plummeting oil prices. Oil prices have breached the $XX threshold, analysts exclaim. The oil market has entered a bear market. Bottom fishing capital is buried, and bulls are lamenting everywhere. Dormitory 302 had wholly transformed into a live broadcast room for oil market updates. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng, aside from attending classes, spent nearly all their time glued to Chen Xiao's computer or clutching their phones, fixated on the perpetually descending green candlestick. It fell again. Goodness, it has already dropped below $40. Brother Xiao, what is our account standing now? Every day, such exclamations and inquiries echoed throughout the dormitory countless times. Their account balances surged with the plummeting oil prices, escalating at a heart-stopping pace. From an initial doubling to 1.5 times and then to a full doubling. Watching the numbers skyrocket in their accounts, the trio's hearts could barely withstand the thrill. In stark contrast, Chen Xiao remained as composed as an outsider. He continued to attend classes punctually, eat and sleep on time, and occasionally took walks with Yan Shuxue, only setting aside a little time each day to check the market and news. His tranquility, paradoxically, instilled immense confidence in the others. In the WeChat group, although Gu Qingli and Bai Jia were not as boisterous as Gu Zhao, they too inquired about progress almost daily. Xiao Wanqing, in particular, sent messages every day, her tone evolving from initial caution to burgeoning hope. Thus a week passed. That afternoon, Chen Xiao observed the enormous bearish candlestick reappearing on the chart. Juxtaposing it with the information nodes in his mind, realizing that the most intense phase of this downturn was essentially reaching its conclusion. While there might be further declines, it was unnecessary to gamble for that last bit of profit. The wisdom lay in securing gains. Let us close the positions, Chen Xiao stated calmly. Song Shu, who had been napping with his head on the desk, jolted awake, and the three of them turned in unison toward Chen Xiao. Now, Song Shu hesitated. I still think it can drop further, Brother Xiao. Greed can lead to ruin. Chen Xiao offered no further explanations, swiftly maneuvering on the keyboard. As he pressed the enter key, the holdings across several accounts were instantly liquidated and the profit figures were finalized. Chen Xiao opened the details page of the main account. Initial investment, 70,000,000 yuan. Current account total, 103,513,685 yuan. After deducting his original capital of 70 million, this operation netted him over 140 million, a staggering threefold profit. A profound silence enveloped the dormitory. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng gaped with their mouths agape, their eyes wide as saucers, transfixed by the dizzying array of numbers on the screen, as if turned to stone. After a full half-minute, someone audibly swallowed hard. Then, the deafening roar nearly blew the roof off the dormitory. 200 million. Brother Xiao, you made 200 million. Song Shu's voice cracked as he lunged toward the computer, nearly pressing his face against the screen. We struck it rich. We truly struck it rich. Lu Nanzhou leaped and bounced, nearly brought to tears from laughter. Zhou Heng, completely unhinged, adjusted his slipping glasses, grinning foolishly. Chen Xiao chuckled at their naive exuberance and commenced the transfer operation. He first consolidated funds from the other accounts into the main one, then began disbursing according to the previous investment ratios. Ding, ding, ding. In the dormitory, the The notification sounds from Song Shu and the others' phones rang out successively. Flustered, Song Shu opened his mobile banking app, and upon seeing the string of numbers behind his account balance, he was utterly stunned. Amount received: 2,490,000 yuan. 2,490,000. Brother Xiao, you transferred 249 million to me. Song Shu's voice trembled. Principal plus profit, it's been tripled. Chen Xiao continued his operations without lifting his gaze. Tripled. My goodness. Song Shu marveled at his phone, feeling as if he were in a dream. He and his girlfriend had invested 830,000, and now it had transformed into 249 million. Beside him, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng also received their transfers. Lu Nanzhou, who invested 55,000, received 165,000. Zhou Heng, who invested 50,000, received 150,000. Ah! Lu Nanzhou leaped up, grabbing Zhou Heng in a bear hug, spinning in circles. I have 165,000. I'm rich. I'm rich. Zhou Heng, nearly suffocated, couldn't he care less, adjusting his nearly knocked-off glasses, staring at the 150,000 on his phone, trembling with excitement. 150,000. Brother Xiao. Amazing. We actually tripled it. Tripled. The two of them, after the initial exhilaration, simultaneously wore expressions of profound regret. Damn it. Lu Nanzhou slapped his thigh. Had I known it would be this stable, I should have stolen my grandpa as funeral funds to invest. Who says otherwise? Zhou Heng lamented. Why did I only invest 50,000? I should have taken a loan. Missed out on billions. I feel like I missed a billion. Song Shu, on the other hand, was not as remorseful as they were. After all, he had invested the most and earned the most. He dashed to Chen Xiao and wrapped his arms around his leg, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, you are my God. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Please keep guiding me. Chen Xiao, both amused and exasperated, pushed him away. Meanwhile, in a WeChat group with Bai Jie and Gu Qingli, the atmosphere was utterly electrified. Gu Zhao, I got it. I received it. Brother Xiao, 150,000. A full 150,000. I've never earned this much in my life. Kneeling in reverence. Gu Zhao, Brother Xiao, from today on, you are my true brother. My father. From now on, if you say one, I will never say two. I'll walk through fire and water to say the word. Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao, 24 million has been credited. Xiao Xiao, I'm in awe of your foresight. I realize I've wasted my time in this brokerage business. Covering face in shame. GWNQing. Chen Xiao, I'm a loss for words to express my gratitude. I shall contact the doctor forthwith. Thank you. Truly thank you. Summer Wanjing sent several messages of thanks, infused with an ineffable sense of gratitude. This sum of money is, for her, a lifeline. B.I.G. 9 million received. Xiao Xiao. Hug, thank you. I truly appreciate your help for Wanjing. GZHO. Brother Xiao. From now on, you shall be my life mentor, my idol, my beacon. I have made up my mind. I shall resign immediately. I want to follow you. GQNGL. GZHO. You better behave yourself. If you keep babbling nonsense, see how I deal with you. The chat group was alive with excitement. Chen Xiao glanced at his phone screen, smiling softly before setting it aside. He turned his gaze back to his bank account. After distributing the funds to everyone, his balance finally settled at 103,513, 685 yuan. Even Chen Xiao, with his composed demeanor, felt his heart race at the sight of this figure. How exhilarating. Chapter 77, Aunt Bai. How do you intend to reward me? Brother Xiao, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be right back. Song Shu, clutching his scorching phone, had not finished his sentence before he shot out of dorm 302 like a cannonball, leaving Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanging bewildered glances, which soon erupted into an even louder uproar. On the edge of the playground, Ji Tangyue was strolling with her roommate when she spotted Song Shu barreling towards her like a madman. Tangyue, Tangyue. Song Shu reached her breathlessly, his face flushed and his eyes sparkling with excitement. What is wrong with you? Did you set on a fire? Ji Tangyue chuckled at his frantic demeanor. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Song Shu seized Ji Tangyue's hand, his words tumbling out in a torrent of excitement. Your 30,000 has turned into 90,000. Adding mine, I now have 249,000. 90,000. Ji Tangyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand covering her mouth in shock. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Song Shu nodded vigorously, shoving his banking app's transaction record in her face. Look for yourself. Brother Xiao is incredible. He said it would double, and it tripled. My goodness. Ji Tangyue stared at the long string of numbers, then at Song Shu's beaming smile, taking several seconds to process the information before she suddenly jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Ah, it's true. We really made money. Song Shu, you're amazing. It's Brother Xiao who's amazing. Song Shu twirled Ji Tangyue around several times in triumph. A few of Ji Tangyue's roommates gathered around, clamoring for details, and upon hearing Song Shu's explanation, they displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. No way. We must celebrate, Song Shu declared, waving his hand dramatically. Tonight, I'll treat. KTV, call all your roommates. We won't stop until we're drunk. Hooray. Ji Tangyue and her roommates cheered in unison. In the dormitory, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were also excitedly discussing how to celebrate. Brother Xiao, shall we head to KTV tonight? Song Shu said he would treat, bringing along his girlfriend and her roommates for a lively time. Lu Nanzhou proposed. Chen Xiao smiled and shook his head. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to this evening. All right then, Brother Xiao. You truly are a man of mystery. Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses. We'll enjoy ourselves on your behalf. Thus, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng, buoyed by their exhilaration, made their way to KTV, ready to revel in the joy brought by this unexpected windfall. Chen Xiao, however, left the campus alone and returned to Bai Jia's home. Upon opening the door, he found the living room illuminated by a warm yellow light, and the enticing sounds of cooking wafted from a kitchen. Chen Xiao changed his shoes and quietly approached the kitchen. Bai Jia, clad in a floral apron, was busy at the stove, her back turned to the entrance. Her long hair was casually pinned up with a simple hairpin, revealing her smooth, fair neck. The fitted loungewear accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding a unique allure characteristic of mature women under the warm light. Chen Xiao stepped softly closer and gently wrapped his arms around her soft waist from behind. Bai Jia stiffened suddenly, almost dropping the spatula in her hand. Xiao, what are you doing back? Bai Jia's voice was tinged with a hint of panic, her elbow instinctively pushing him away. I missed you, Aunt Bai, so I came back. Chen Xiao's voice carried a languid rasp. Don't mess around, Bai Jia blushed. The food is going to burn. Yet Chen Xiao did not relent. Aunt Bai, having helped you with such a significant task, shouldn't you reward me properly? Bai Jia's heart raced, and she was about to say something when suddenly, a sound from the living room interrupted them. Click. A cheerful voice rang out, Mom. I'm back. Starving. What as for dinner tonight? It was Shun Qingqing returning. Chapter 78. The KTV Incident. As night deepened, the neon lights of Ninghai City flickered to life, illuminating this sleepless metropolis. The resplendent KTV was at its most bustling hour. In the largest, luxurious private room, Song Shu held a microphone in one hand, with Ji Tangyue nestled in the other, passionately belting out a tuneless love song, his face radiating the audacity of newfound wealth. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were not idle either, each clutching a platter of fruits, devouring them voraciously, occasionally challenging Ji Tangyue's roommates to drinking games. Their laughter and cheers nearly lifting the ceiling off the private room. Song Shu, you're quite the tycoon now. You must take care of our sisters from now on. One of Ji Tangyue's roommates said cheerfully, raising her glass. Absolutely. Song Shu thumped his chest, burping from the alcohol. If anyone dares to bully you at Ninghai University. Just shout my name, Song Shu. Doesn't he work? Then invoke Brother Xiao's name. I guarantee it'll work. Ji Tangyue couldn't help but giggle, playfully punching him. You're just bragging. I'm not bragging. Song Shu said proudly. Who is Brother Xiao? He.s. a legend. Following Brother Xiao means living the high life. Today's feast? Order anything you like. I've got money. He waved his phone. as if the 200,000 still glimmered on the screen. Ji Tangyue's roommates were practically starry-eyed with excitement. Tangyue, you're truly fortunate to have found such a promising partner. Indeed, indeed, Songshu is now a veritable diamond bachelor. Songshu, does your roommate, Chen Xiao, need a girlfriend? What do you think of me? One bold roommate directly inquired. Songshu burst into laughter. My brother Xiao? He asked like a celestial dragon. Mere mortals cannot match him. As the revelry continued, in a VIP room at the other end of the hallway, Xia Lingling was nestled against a burly man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck, coaxing him sweetly to drink. This man was Li Ao. Bra Didao, you're truly impressive today. Those bosses wouldn't dare to utter a peep in your presence. Xia Lingling purred. Li Ao basked in her flattery. Pinching her cheek, that's right. In Ninghai, there's no one bold enough to disregard Li Ao's authority. Xia Lingling's eyes glinted mischievously as she said, I'm off to the restroom. As she stepped out of the room and turned a corner, she was met with a cacophony of singing and revelry from the adjacent private room, one voice piercingly familiar. Isn't that the voice of someone who is following Brother Xiao, living a high life? Today's feast? Order anything you like. I've got money. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xia Lingling furrowed her brow and quietly approached the door of the private room, peering through the small glass window. Inside, she beheld Songshu exuberantly embracing a girl, his face flushed and his words spilling forth in boastful bravado. The sight of his smug demeanor ignited a fire within her. Songshu, that pauper. When did he dare to frequent such establishments? He thinks he is wealthy? It's utterly ludicrous. Xia Lingling curled her lips in disdain. She recalled the moment she had cast aside Songshu for Li Ao, indulging in a life of opulence, and now, observing Songshu's nouveau riche countenance, she felt a mix of contempt and an indescribable discomfort. She turned on her heel and returned to Li Ao's private room. What's wrong, darling? Who's upset you? Li Ao inquired upon noticing her troubled expression. It's nothing. Xia Lingling feigned indifference, waving her hand dismissively. Then, as if a thought struck her, she let out a soft huff. I just ran into an acquaintance, a former suitor of mine, just a broke kid who has inexplicably struck gold and is now flaunting it, making a racket. Oh, there are such oblivious individuals? Li Ao's interest peaked, tightening his embrace around Xia Lingling. Dare to show off on my turf? Let us go, sweetheart. I'll show him how to conduct himself. This was precisely the response Xia Lingling had hoped for, though she feigned reluctance, saying, Ao, go, let it be. It's not worth your stature to stoop to their level. To hell with stature. Li Ao slammed his thigh, rising to his feet, relishing the prospect of putting someone in their place. Today, I'll show him just how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Brothers, grab your weapons. Follow me. His burly henchman immediately complied, brandishing empty bottles from the table with sinister grins. Bang! The door of Songshu's private room was kicked open, the loud crash startling everyone inside, the music ceasing abruptly. Songshu, who had been belting out of tune, was nearly caught off guard, almost biting his tongue. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, he noticed a throng of people rushing in, led by the imposing Li Ao, with Xia Lingling's smirking visage beside him. Songshu? Xia Lingling feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Oh my, it truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Upon seeing Xia Lingling, Songshu's expression instantly darkened, and with the sight of Li Ao and his intimidating entourage, a chill ran down his spine, the effects of alcohol dissipating rapidly. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were equally bewildered, the atmosphere in the room plummeting from revelry to icy dread. Ji Tangyue and her friends were horrified, retreating behind Songshu for safety. Li Ao swaggered in, casting a contemptuous gaze around the room before halting on Songshu. You are Songshu? Songshu swallowed hard, feigning composure. Who are you? What do you want? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ao raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Songshu's face. The sharp sound echoed painfully in the now silent room. Dazed and seeing stars, Songshu felt a burning pain on his cheek, utterly stunned. Brother Ao is asking you a question. Are you deaf? One of the henchmen bellowed. Slap! Slap! Li Ao struck Song Shu twice more, declaring, "This slap is for my darling, teaching you that a toad shouldn't aspire to eat swan meat. And this one is to teach you how to speak properly." Blood trickled from the corner of Song Shu's mouth, yet he dared not utter a word. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong attempted to intervene, but were met with threatening bottles pointed at them, their legs trembling in fear. Watching Song Shu's humiliation, Xia Lingling couldn't suppress a smug smile, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. "Damn it, my hand is sore," Ao complained, shaking his hand as he glowered at Song Shu. "Kid, you've hurt my hand. How do you propose to settle this?" Song Shu, covering his face, was both shocked and enraged, yet could only swallow his pride. "We want nothing much," Li Ao grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his gaze cold as a serpent's. 1 million medical and emotional damages. A single cent less, and I'll make sure you leave here horizontally. 1 million. Song Shu gasped, as did Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong, their breaths catching in their throats. The money they had just obtained combined barely reached 3 million. And this demand felt like an outrageous extortion. "What? Is it too little?" Li Ao narrowed his eyes, his tone menacing. "And no, I'm not saying that," Song Shu stammered, shaking his head frantically, his voice trembling. We don't have that much money." "Don't have a money?" Liao scoffed, grabbing an unopened beer bottle from a nearby table and smashing it at Song Shu's feet, shards scattering across the floor. Ji Tangyue and her friends shrieked in terror. Li Ao continued, picking up several more bottles, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong, dousing them with the icy beer. Splash! The three were instantly drenched, looking like drowned rats, the beer foam stinging their eyes. "No money, huh?" Li Ao tossed the empty bottle to the ground. "I'm giving you half an hour. If the money isn't here in that time, or if you dare to call the police." He didn't need to finish his sentence. The chilling menace in his eyes left everyone present shivering in fear. Watching Song Shu and his friends being humiliated like dogs filled Xia Lingling with immense satisfaction, yet she pretended to interject. "Ao, go. Let it go. They're rather pitiable. You don't need to plead for them, darling." Li Ao waved her off. "Today it's 1 million or nothing." Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong, now completely soaked, trembled like leaves in the wind, their faces etched with terror and despair. 1 million. Half an hour. This was utterly driving them to the brink. "What do we do? What do we do?" Lu Nanzhou's voice quivered, nearly in tears. Zhou Hong adjusted his drenched glasses, his complexion pale. We don't have that much money." Song Shu gritted his teeth, a tumult of humiliation and fury roiling within him. But he knew that resisting would only lead to ruin. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, as if grasping a final lifeline. "Chen Xiao." "Yes." "Xia Yi." He abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes, trembling as he fished his phone from his pocket. Chapter 79, Big Brother in. "I need a favor." At Bai Jia's home, dinner was ready. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed perch, garlic broccoli, and a pot of mushroom duck soup, dishes cherished by Chen Xiao and Chen Xiao. "Wow, it smells amazing. Mom, you've outdone yourself today," Chen Xiao exclaimed, unabashedly grabbing a rib, her face lighting up with joy. Bai Jie gazed tenderly at her daughter, serving her more food. "Eat slowly, don't choke." At the dining table, Chen Xiao chattered animatedly about amusing incidents from school, while Bai Jie occasionally chimed in. Chen Xiao sat across from Bai Jie, next to Chen Xiao. As he ate, he subtly brushed against Bai Jie. Bai Jie felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, shooting a fierce glare at Chen Xiao, her eyes warning him. With her daughter beside her, she couldn't afford to act overtly. Seeing her reaction, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, emboldening him further. Bai Jie gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing she could chop off Chen Xiao's legs on the spot. Yet feeling powerless, she could only glare at him. Unaware of the simmering tension at the table, Chen Xiao continued. "Our Class S sports committee member fell flat on his face while running today. It was hilarious." At that moment, Chen Xiao's phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see it was a call from Song Shu. "Hello?" Chen Xiao answered the call. On the other end, Song Shu's voice trembled with a sob and palpable terror. Xiao Xiao go. Help us. We're at the Golden Splendor KTV, and we've been cornered. They're demanding 1 million. If we don't pay, they LL. Chen Xiao's smile vanished in an instant, his brow furrowing. Don't panic. Take your time and explain what happened. Song Shu hurriedly recounted the events in a frenzy. Got it. Which private room are you in? Stall them. I'll be there right away. Hanging up, Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks and rose from the table. Xiao Xiao, what is going on? Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing both sensed something amiss and looked at him anxiously. A minor conflict involving Song Shu and the others at the KTV. I'm going to check it out, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. You all continue eating. Don't wait for me. Is it serious? Should we call the police? Bai Jie asked, worry etched on her face. It's nothing major. We can handle it, Chen Xiao asserted as he grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair. I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Bai Jie to ask again, he swiftly exited the house. In the night, the Cadillac sliced through the traffic like a streak of black lightning. Chen Xiao gripped the steering wheel, his expression as cold as ice. He swiftly contemplated his strategy. After a moment of reflection, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before being answered by a slightly hoarse male voice. Hello? Bossin, it's me, Chen Xiao. On the other end, Zhe appeared momentarily taken aback, but his tone warmed considerably. Oh, it's Brother Chen. What is the matter at this late hour? Bossin, I need your assistance. Chen Xiao stated directly. Some friends of mine have encountered trouble at the Golden Splendor KTV. They've been taken hostage by a man named Liao. Liao. And Zhe's voice faltered, as if recalling something. The one from Golden Splendor? I know him. What is the conflict about, Brother Chen? Well, they're demanding 1 million. 1 million? And Zhe chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Liao's quite ambitious. ISNT, where are you now? On my way to Golden Splendor. I should arrive in about 10 minutes. Understood. After a moment's thought, Zhe continued, my men are not far from there. I'll send them over to assess the situation and keep Liao in check. Don't worry, I'll follow shortly. Thank you, Bossin. Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief. With Zhe intervening, the situation would be much more manageable. Don't mention it. Your affairs are my affairs, Brother Chen. Zhe laughed heartily. Drive safely. After hanging up, Chen Xiao took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator harder. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room at a high-end club in Ninghai City, Zhe set down his phone and lifted the teacup before him, gently blowing on the foam. A subordinate beside him, dressed in a black suit with a sharp haircut, quietly asked, Boss, is that the Chen Xiao? You're going to confront Liao in person over a few college kids? Couldn't you just call and have Liao release them? Zhe took a sip of tea, placing the cup down as he gazed out at the nightscape. You don't understand. The subordinate wisely fell silent. Since the incident at the casino, Zhe had taken a keen interest in the young man named Chen Xiao. He had dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate Chen Xiao's background. The findings were startling. On the surface, Chen Xiao appeared to be an ordinary university student. Yet beneath that facade lay astonishing influence. Initially dabbling in the stock market, he had accrued some profits. But recently he had made headlines by amassing billions in the international crude oil futures market in just over a week. That was an astounding sum, and Zhe had toiled for years, and even all his enterprises combined wouldn't yield such liquid assets. Moreover, according to reports from his men, Chen Xiao seemed to have an extraordinary connection with the Hu family, receiving considerable favor from the matriarch. A young man with such formidable connections, remarkable fortune, and acumen was far from ordinary. Having navigated the underworld for decades, Zhe understood a crucial truth. Some individuals must be befriended, not crossed. While he possessed numerous assets, they resided in the gray area, unrecognized in the legitimate world. He aspired to cleanse his reputation and expand his business more robustly, but the path was fraught with challenges. Chen Xiao could very well be in Zhe's opportunity, a young man who was resourceful, adept at gambling, well-connected, and capable of generating wealth. Such talent was rare. Liao was no match for someone like Chen Xiao. Today's events presented a perfect opportunity for Zhe to do Chen Xiao a favor, strengthening their relationship. Prepare the vehicle, Zhe commanded as he rose, adjusting his collar before heading to Golden Splendor. He was eager to discover what further surprises Chen Xiao had in store. Chapter 80, Stepping Out. At golden splendor, Chen Xiao pushed open the door of the private room adorned with the Emperor's emblem, and a mingled stench of alcohol, smoke, and cheap perfume engulfed him. Siye. Upon seeing him, Song Shu cried out in excitement, as if grasping a lifeline, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Lu Nan and Zhou Heng looked up sharply, hope flooding their faces at the sight of Chen Xiao. Ji Tangyue and her roommates, too, appeared to have found a glimmer of salvation, their trembling bodies steadied in the presence of their rescuer. Chen Xiao stepped inside, his gaze immediately falling upon the disarray within the room, and the pitiful sight of Song Shu and his companions, their faces marred with humiliation and fear. Song Shu bore clear marks of slap on his cheek and blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes swept over the terrified girls, finally landing on the burly Li Ao and the smug Xie Lingling beside him. Li Ao scrutinized Chen Xiao, his expression dripping with contempt upon realizing he was merely an ordinary young student. Oh, another one? What's this, reinforcements? Xie Lingling, recognizing Chen Xiao, smirked derisively. Well, if it isn't you, Chen Xiao, what's the matter? Did Song Shu send you to pay off his debt? 1 million. Can you afford that? Don't be like Song Shu, a pretender with no means. Furious, Song Shu trembled, wanting to retort, but the fierce glare from one of Li Ao's henchmen silenced him. Chen Xiao ignored Xie Lingling, his focus returning to Song Shu and his companions, and his expression hardened at their disheveled state. Turning to Li Ao, his voice calm yet laced with an undeniable chill, he said, 1 million? Assault? Dousing with liquor? You gone too far. Too far? Li Ao burst into laughter, mockingly digging into his ear. He stepped closer, jabbing a finger at Chen Xiao's nose. I've gone too far? Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my business? Do you want me to deal with you two? His henchmen encircled Chen Xiao, menacingly brandishing liquor bottles. The atmosphere in the room turned tense once more. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Song Shu and the others was swiftly extinguished by Li Ao's brazen demeanor, their hearts sinking once again. Ji Tangyue clutched Song Shu's arm tightly, fear compelling her to shut her eyes. Meanwhile, Xie Lingling, brimming with delight, eagerly awaited to witness Chen Xiao face the same humiliation as Song Shu. Damn it, how audacious! Li Ao, upon noticing Chen Xiao's silence, only met him with a pair of frigid eyes, felt an inexplicable chill creep up his spine. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand, poised to slap Chen Xiao across the face. Just then, the door to the private room swung open for the third time. This time, a group of men clad in black suits, exuding a calm demeanor, entered, surrounding a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, who was leisurely rolling a walnut in his hand. It was none other than Zhe. Li Ao's hand froze midair, the arrogance and fury on his face instantly giving way to incredulity and terror. His voice trembled, and the flesh on his face quivered as if confronted by a specter. The henchmen behind him wilted in an instant, nearly dropping their bottles of liquor, heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. Xie Lingling's smug smile also faltered. Though she did not recognize Zhe, Li Ao's abject fear revealed that the newcomer was undoubtedly of significant stature, inducing a foreboding sense of dread within her. Zhe disregarded the quaking Li Ao, surveying the room with a discerning gaze. He noted the disheveled expressions of Song Shu and his companions, and then his eyes landed on the composed Chen Xiao, standing before Li Ao, prompting a smile to grace his features. He approached Chen Xiao briskly, his tone imbued with courtesy, even a hint of familiarity and respect. Chen, my young friend, I apologize for the delay. I hope I haven't startled you. Boom. And Zhe's words detonated in the minds of Li Ao, Xie Lingling, and the others like a thunderclap. Chen, my young friend, the fact that Zhe addressed this young man with such deference left them aghast. Li Ao felt as though the world had turned dark, nearly collapsing from the weight of his realization. Could he dare provoke someone who commanded such respect from Zhe? With a thud, Li Ao could no longer withstand the pressure. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Slap! 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 He raised his hand and struck himself across the face repeatedly, the sound sharp and resonant. Ngo, Mr. Chen, I am blind to my own folly. I am unworthy. I deserve to perish. I beseech your grace, let me go. As he smote his own face and prostrated in a desperate plea, his forehead thudded against the floor, tears and snot streaming down, utterly devoid of the earlier bravado. Xiao Lingling was equally struck dumb, her complexion ashen, trembling like a leaf. Witnessing Li Ao's supplication while casting a glance at the composed Chen Xiao being treated with such respect by Nzai, regret surged within her. She had never imagined that the man she deemed a pauper was acquainted with someone of Nzai's caliber. Nzai paid no heed to the prostrate Li Ao, merely smiling at Chen Xiao. My young friend, this fool has overstepped and offended your companion. How shall we address this matter? The decision rests with you. At this, Li Ao's fear escalated, his head knocking against the ground with renewed fervor. Mr. Chen, spare me. I shall never dare again. Songshu Lunanzhou. And Zhou Hong stood transfixed, astonished by the dramatic turn of events. The once arrogant Li Ao, who had just moments ago been imposing, now resembled a wretched dog, whimpering before Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. Jitanjiu and her companions gazed at Chen Xiao with newfound awe and admiration, their previous concern replaced by astonishment. Chen Xiao regarded the weeping Li Ao on the floor, then glanced at the pale Xiao Lingling, his expression unyielding. He pointed to the beer bottles that Li Ao had previously used to douse Songshu and the others. Speaking in a calm tone, did you not just pour these beers on my friends? Li Ao hesitated, then fervently nodded. Yes, it was my fault. I'm a scoundrel. Drink, Chen Xiao commanded succinctly. Huh? Li Ao was momentarily bewildered. Do you not comprehend? Chen Xiao's gaze turned icy. I understand. Li Ao dared not disobey, scrambling to his feet, grabbing a beer bottle from the table, disregarding its cleanliness, and tilting it to his lips, guzzling it down. Gulp, gulp. The icy beer mixed with the grime from earlier flowed down his throat, bitter and acrid. He did not dare stop, consuming bottle after bottle until he had drained the last remnants, belching and clutching his distended belly. Mr. Chen, I have finished, Li Ao said, his face grim as he looked at Chen Xiao. Without a word, Chen Xiao picked up a shard of the beer bottle Li Ao had shattered earlier, weighing it in his hand. A deep sense of dread enveloped Li Ao. Bang! Chen Xiao tossed the shard onto the ground, then proceeded to smash several empty bottles before Li Ao and Xiao Lingling, scattering shards across the floor, glinting ominously in the light. May my friend and I take our leave? Chen Xiao inquired. Of course. Please do. Li Ao nodded vigorously. You may leave. Chen Xiao indicated to Songshu and the others, then directed his gaze back to Li Ao and Xiao Lingling, but you too cannot. A sense of foreboding gripped both Li Ao and Xiao Lingling simultaneously. Remove your shoes, Chen Xiao instructed, gesturing at the shards, his tone unwavering. Step on those to exit. What? Step on the glass to leave? Both Li Ao and Xiao Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. And no, Mr. Chen, I beg you, spare me. Xiao Lingling was the first to scream, her face pale as she shook her head vigorously. My feet will be shredded. She turned to Li Ao, pleading, Ao, go, please, intercede with Mr. Chen. Slap. Li Ao spun around, delivering a resounding slap to Xiao Lingling's face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Silence. You wretched woman. If it weren't for your troublemaking, would I have provoked Mr. Chen? Li Ao roared, his eyes fierce. Do as Mr. Chen commands. Speak another word, and I shall deal with you first. Dazed from the blow, Xiao Lingling clutched her face, terrified to cry out further upon witnessing Li Ao's ferocity. Gritting his teeth, Li Ao trembled as he removed his shoes and socks, exposing his bare feet. He gazed at the glimmering shards on the ground, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the glass. A sharp, agonizing pain surged through him, and Li Ao let out a cry as blood seeped from his foot. Yet he did not falter, gritting his teeth and limping towards the door, leaving a trail of blood behind with each step. Xiao Lingling watched in horror, her body turning to jelly, tears streaming uncontrollably. What are you still waiting for? Remove them. Li Ao shouted back at her. Xiao Lingling, seeing the ferocity in Li Ao's gaze and the bloodied glass beneath her, despaired and closed her eyes, trembling as she removed her high heels and stockings. Barefoot, she gingerly stepped onto the shards, the sharp pain eliciting a suppressed cry, and tears flowed freely. She dared not linger, following Li Ao, each step leaving bloody imprints as they both awkwardly exited the private room. Inside the room, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong observed the retreating figures of Li Ao and Xie Lingling, their eyes drawn to the shocking trail of blood on the floor, feeling a mixture of vindication and dread. They regarded Chen Xiao with a profound respect. Jitanjiu and her friends, their faces pale, dared not breathe, their gazes laden with admiration for Chen Xiao. This man was terrifying, yet he exuded an undeniable sense of security. Chapter 81. Practicing Yoga with Xiao Wanqing. Brother Chen, the matter has been resolved, and Zhe remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with a newfound familiarity. He cast a glance at Li Ao and Xie Lingling, who were kneeling on the ground and trembling as they inched away, and chuckled. Should this rascal dare to cause trouble again in the future, simply inform me. He expressed his gratitude to Boss and for his timely intervention. Chen Xiao nodded, and Zhe's prompt arrival had indeed alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Although he could have resolved the situation himself, having in Zhe, a local powerhouse, step in was undoubtedly the most efficient and imposing approach. There's no need for such formality, and Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Brother Chen's matters are my own. How about this? Tomorrow evening, I shall host a dinner for you, Brother Chen, so we can have a good chat? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment before not declining. All right, then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Establishing a connection with someone like Zhe could only bode well for his future endeavors in Ninghai. Very well. I will have someone contact you tomorrow evening to finalize the venue, Zhe said with a satisfied smile, patting Chen Xiao on the shoulder. It's quite late now. Brother Chen should return home and rest. I shall take my leave. Take care, Bossin. Chen Xiao replied as he watched Zhe and his entourage leave the private room. As Zhe's figure disappeared from the doorway, the tense atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong sank into the sofa, all drenched in cold sweat, their faces still bearing the marks of shock. Ji Tangyue and her roommates finally dared to exhale deeply, but their gazes towards Chen Xiao had completely transformed. Brother Xiao, you are simply incredible. Song Shu was the first to react, jumping up from the sofa and rushing to Chen Xiao, his words tumbling over each other in excitement. Big Brotherin, the big brother of Ninghai. You actually know him, and he even calls you Brother Chen. My goodness. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong gathered around, their expressions akin to those witnessing an extraterrestrial. Brother Xiao, who on earth are you? Lu Nanzhou murmured, feeling as if he had wasted over 20 years of his life. Not merely an acquaintance. Zhou Hong adjusted his damp glasses, his voice trembling. The way Big Brother entreated Brother Xiao was nothing short of respectful. It was as if a junior was meeting a senior. Recalling Li Ao's pitiful display of kneeling before Big Brotherin, Song Shu felt a wave of exhilaration mixed with trepidation. 1,000,000. He knelt on command, slapped himself at will, and even walked out on shards of glass. He glanced at the gruesome trail of bloody footprints leading out of the private room, shivering involuntarily. Ji Tangyue and her roommates approached timidly, regarding Chen Xiao with newfound awe. Ji Tangyue spoke softly. Chen Xiao, thank you so much for today. Chen Xiao offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. We are friends, and helping each other is only natural. Helping each other? Song Shu exclaimed. Brother Xiao, this is no mere help. This is a life-saving grace. I owe you my life from now on. And us too. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong hurriedly chimed in. Brother Xiao, if you tell us to go east, we will never head west. Chen Xiao chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right, it's not that dramatic. You all must be quite shaken. Return to school and rest early. No, we can't sleep now, Song Shu said excitedly. Brother Xiao, stay with us a little longer. Tell us how you know Big Brotherin. Chen Xiao understood their curiosity, but knew he could not divulge everything just yet. Checking the time, he noted it was getting late, Bai Jie might still be waiting for him. It's quite late. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Chen Xiao stated. Oh, Brother Xiao, you're leaving? Song Shu asked, disappointment evident in his voice, yet he dared not insist. Yes. Don't stay up too late. Return to your dorms early, Chen Xiao advised before turning to exit the private room. Once back in his car, Chen Xiao drove to Bai Jie's home, arriving past 10 o'clock at night. The lights in the living room were still on as he changed his shoes and quietly entered. Bai Jie was seated on the sofa in a pale lotus-colored silk nightgown, watching television, which was playing a tedious soap opera. Yet, she seemed not to be genuinely watching, her gaze somewhat vacant. Shen Qingqing's bedroom door was closed, and no sounds emerged from within, suggesting she had likely fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Jie turned her head, a flicker of joy crossing her face. Xiao Xiao, you're back. Yes, I'm back, Chen Xiao replied, sitting beside her on the sofa. Was everything resolved? Is Song Shu all right? Bai Jie inquired with concern. It's all settled. They are fine, Chen Xiao assured her, noticing the redness in her eyes and the weariness etched on her face. Aunt Bai, you haven't slept yet? Bai Jie lightly responded, I was waiting for you to return. Chen Xiao felt warmth spread through him as he wrapped an arm around her. Were you worried about me? He rested his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint scent of her body wash. Bai Jie trembled slightly, gently pushing him away. Don't do this. It's late. You should go to bed. Saying this, she abruptly stood up and hurried back to her own room, almost as if escaping. After returning to his own room, Chen Xiao washed up and lay down, gradually drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Jie found herself unable to rest. Torn by her tumultuous emotions, she felt both ashamed and panicked over the uncontrollable stirrings within her heart. She knew she shouldn't harbor such feelings for Chen Xiao. After all, he was her best friend's son, a child she had watched grow up. Yet ever since that unexpected incident that night, everything had changed. Chen Xiao's demeanor towards her had shifted, bold and direct, leaving her defenseless. And she found herself sinking deeper into this entanglement. Covering her face, she tried to calm herself. This cannot continue. It absolutely cannot. She must suppress these feelings and return to her original position. But could she truly accomplish that? Bai Jie stared at the ceiling, wide awake, until the first light of dawn began to break, before she finally fell into a hazy slumber. The following day, Chen Xiao attended classes at school, as usual. The physics department's lectures were somewhat dull, yet with his enhanced physical attributes, his memory had improved significantly, allowing him to absorb the material more efficiently. After class, as he exited the teaching building, he spotted a familiar figure standing not far away, Xiao Wanqing. Today, she donned a beige professional ensemble, complemented by a light blue blouse. Her golden-rimmed glasses perched elegantly on her nose, and her long hair meticulously styled up, exuding an intellectual elegance and a unique charm of maturity. Holding several books in her hands, she stood there like a striking focal point. Chen Xiao approached. Aunt Xia, what brings you here? Upon seeing him, Xiao Wanqing's face lit up with a smile, her eyes reflecting evident gratitude. Xiao Xiao, I specifically waited here for you. She stepped closer, her tone sincere. I cannot thank you enough for yesterday. Without your financial assistance, I would have known how to manage my mother's treatment expenses. The doctor mentioned that thanks to prompt care, her condition has stabilized. Aunt Xia, there's no need for such formalities. It was the least I could do. I'm glad your mother is well, Chen Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. This kindness will not be forgotten, Xiao Wanqing assured him earnestly. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude. Chen Xiao considered his dinner plans with Zhe that evening and smiled. Aunt Xia, there's no rush for dinner. We can postpone it to another day. I already have an engagement tonight. A flicker of understanding passed through Xiao Wanqing's eyes, and she did not press further. All right, we can reschedule. Whenever you have time, just let me know. She paused and asked, where are you headed now? Do you have something to do? Nothing in particular, just taking a stroll, Chen Xiao replied casually. And you, Aunt Xia, where are you off to? Xiao Wanqing indicated the yoga mat and clothing bag she was holding. I'm headed to the yoga studio for practice. Chen Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yoga, you say? I have heard that it is incredibly beneficial for the body, aiding in the stretching of muscles and enhancing one's demeanor. I have long harbored a desire to learn, but time has eluded me. Xiao Wanqing chuckled softly. Indeed, practicing yoga is quite advantageous. Given your excellent physical condition, you would surely master it in no time. If you're interested, you can accompany me. Feigning surprise, Chen Xiao exclaimed. Really? That would be splendid. Aunt Xia, please don't think me clumsy. Not at all. Xiao Wanqing replied gently. Come, the yoga studio is conveniently located near the school, not far at all.